Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, The Cop Killer, with special guest stars Jackie Burroughs, Brian George, Arch McDonald, and Marion Waldman.
The truth of the matter is that everyone doesn't understand my sense of humor. It's not the first time my mouth has gotten me into trouble.
Mr. Goodwin, you told me once that people in danger have only to mention your name.
So when Tina and Carl from the barber shop turned up at the front door that morning, I didn't know at first how to deal with the situation. Nero Wolfe was due down from the plant rooms at any minute, and he's extremely finicky about seeing people without an appointment. Also, his fees are very high, and as his assistant, I am expected to screen would-be clients. I really should have sent Carl and Tina on their way.
This is a so nice, safe room for you and Mr. Wolfe, two such great men.
Oh, no, he's the great one. I just caddy and talk too much. Now, what's this about danger?
We love this country, Mr. Goodwin. We love...
Let me talk, Carl. We do love this country, Mr. Goodwin, and we want to see more of it. But you see, we don't know where to go. I have $50 here.
Well, that wouldn't get you too far.
Oh, no. The $50, this is for you.
What?
To tell us where to go. You know our name, Vardas. You know we are married. So there is no question of morals. Only all we want is to do our work and live in private, Carl and me. And we think...
Archie, I want to see the germination records of those orchids. Oh, you didn't tell me we had callers.
No, sir, because I knew you would be down soon. You know Carl. He takes your coat at the barber shop,
yeah,
and Tina's a manicurist there. It's all right. They're married. They just dropped in to buy $50 worth of travel. Yeah.
Why he went?
He's angry?
No, sit down, please. As you said, he's a great man. It makes him a little eccentric. Now, you were saying...
We don't want Mr. Wolfe mad at us.
No, forget it. He's only mad at me, which is chronic. Now, why do you want to travel?
Is what I said. We love this country, and we want to go more into it. Far in.
You're both scared stiff, aren't you? Now, what's this danger Carl mentioned?
I don't think that makes any
It's no good,
difference.
Tina. We must tell Mr. Goodwin if we want him to help us.
Please.
Hi. I met Tina 3 years ago in concentration camp in Russia. If you want me to, I tell it you why is they will never let us get out of there alive. Not in 100 years, but I rather not to talk so much about it. It makes me start to tremble, as you can see.
Oh, okay. Save that part. But you did get out alive.
Oh, yes, we are here.
But they think we are dead.
You see, Vardas is not our name then. We take name later when we get married in Istanbul.
You shouldn't tell any places. No places, no people at all.
You are most right. Was not Istanbul.
Okay. Istanbul is out. You got married somewhere in else.
Yes. And then later we nearly get caught again. We do get caught again, but... You're most right, Tina.
At a certain time, in a certain way, we cross that ocean.
We try very hard to come to this country according to rules, but is in no way possible.
I see.
It is nearly a year now since we get the jobs at the barber shop, and life is be so fine and sweet that we are almost healthy again. Oh, what we eat. We even have some money saved. We haven't got...
$50.
You're most right, $50. We be happy beyond our dreams 3 years ago, except if we don't know what minute someone comes and asks us how we get here.
Ah, so the danger is...
We will be sent back.
Right.
And we know exactly what will happen to us there. I am not surprised if you feel deep contempt when you see me trembling the way I do, but to understand a situation like this, I believe you have to be somewhat close to it. As I am, as Tina is.
The danger has come, Mr. Goodwin. This morning, a man came to barber shop and asked us questions. An official.
What kind of an official? Was he wearing a uniform, you mean?
No, in the regular clothes. But he showed us card from police department. His name was on it. Jacob Wallen.
What time this morning?
Little after 9 o'clock, soon after shop open, he talked first with Mr. Fickler, the owner, and Mr. Fickler bring him around behind partition to my booth, and the man, he take out notebook and ask me questions.
What kind of questions?
My name, where I live, where I came from, how long I've been working there, all that kind. And then, about last night.
Last night?
Yeah, where I was and what I was doing last night.
Did he say why he was curious about last night?
No, he just asked questions.
Did he ask to see your papers?
No, that will come next. That's why we can't go back there. We have to leave here today, now.
Did he question Carl, too?
Yes.
Right after me. And after Carl came out, he sent in Jimmy, but Carl and I knew we had to get out. So we wait till Mr. Fickler went to back up shop for something, and then we just walk out.
And you came here?
No, first we went to our room where we live, and we pack our stuff.
Yeah, but then we realized that we don't know about where to go, and we might make some terrible mistakes, so we talk it over. We decide that best thing will be to come to you and pay you to help us.
Why me?
Because we don't know many people here, and you are a professional detective. And anyway, Carl like you, best of all customers. You don't tip him much, so it's not that. I have noticed you myself, the way you look. You look like a man who would break some rules, too, if you had to.
Thanks. Ah, damn it. Now, why did you have to beat it? That alone fixes you.
What else we can do?
Well, he was questioning the others, too. He was concentrating on last night. What about last night? What were you doing? Out there breaking more rules?
Oh, no, we don't. We go straight home and eat in our room as usual.
Then I wash some clothes.
And I read book.
About 9 o'clock we go for
And
walk.
we are in bed by 10:30.
Our usual time.
Well, then why did you run this morning?
Mr. Goodwin, policemen asking questions has different effect on different people.
Right.
If you have a country like this one and you are innocent of crime, all the people of your country are saying with you when you answer the questions.
Uh-huh.
But two people alone can't answer policemen's questions anywhere in the world. Takes it whole country to speak to policemen, and Tina and I, we don't have it one.
The country we had once, it is no longer a country. It is just a place to wait to die. Only if we are sent back there now, we will not have to wait.
Please, Mr. Goodwin, take it $50. Take and tell us where to go. All little facts that will help us.
Perhaps you can give us letter to some friends.
It's not going to do any good. Now, if they're really after you, you'd be throwing your money away. Save it for a lawyer.
Who are you phoning?
Mr. Wolfe, in the kitchen.
Yes, are they gone?
No, sir, they got themselves into a mess. I'm putting them in the front room till I get back.
Where are you going?
To get a shave. You can dock me. All right, you two. All right, in here. And keep away from the window and don't budge from this room till I get back.
Oh no. I
Please.
don't think we can't. Carl?
I like him.
All right, move along there. Move along. There's nothing to see.
What's all the excitement, officer?
Accident in here. No one allowed in.
How did the customers in the chairs get in? I'm a customer.
Only customers with appointments. You got one?
Certainly. Jimmy, how soon?
Now, who whistled for you?
Sergeant Curly Stebbins. What's homicide doing here?
Don't tell me you and Nero Wolfe are involved in this.
I dropped in for a shave. I'm a regular customer.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Mr. Fickler, how long have I been leaving my hair here?
Oh, hello, Mr. Goodwin. For over 6 years. Sergeant Stebbins. This is the famous detective, Mr. Archie Goodwin. Mr. Nero Wolfe comes here, too.
Thanks, Arnie.
Famous.
It's just a burden. It's a damn nuisance.
Yeah, well, don't let it get you down. You just dropped in for a shave?
You got it. Write it down. I'll sign it.
Who's your barber?
Jimmy.
Jimmy's busy.
So I see. Well, I'm not pressed. I might chat with you, or I could read one of these magazines. I might even get a manicure.
You get manicures?
I might, for my eyes.
For your eyes.
Haven't you seen Janet, the manicurist?
Clown. She's in the booth talking to Inspector Kramer.
Kramer's here, too? What's happened?
You know the other manicurist, Tina? Or her husband, Carl Vardis?
I know Carl well enough to tip him for taking my coat. I can't say I know Tina, but of course I've seen her. Why?
I'm just asking. The sight of you or Wolfe anywhere near a case makes me want to scratch.
Isn't that a shame?
So let's get it on the record in case it's needed. Have you seen Vardis or his wife this morning?
Sure.
You have?
Yes. I put them in our front room, and I told them to wait, and I beat it here to tell you. Now, if you step on it, you can still catch them.
Excuse me if I don't laugh, okay?
Okay.
I mean, they killed a cop. Or one of them.
Killed a cop.
Yeah. A detective from 20th Precinct, Jake Wallen.
Here in the barbershop?
Yeah, this morning. The other side of that partition.
Here in the barbershop?
Yeah, this morning. The other side of that partition, in her manicure booth. Stuck a long pair of scissors in his back and got his heart.
This was seen by someone?
No, not seen or heard, damn it, but it was very busy in here, and those noisy massage things were going off and on.
But you know it's them. Their prints on the scissors or something?
Yeah, we'll do all right without prints. They hopped it.
You'll do all right without prints. Now,
Yeah,
wait a
we
minute.
found out where they lived. They packed up and gone.
That still doesn't mean they did it. I mean, some people get very scared at the sight of
You
blood.
seem very interested. Why?
Excuse me, Sergeant.
Yeah?
It's my lunchtime.
Yeah.
I'll just go down to the cafeteria at the end of the hall.
Yeah. Hey, Jaffe.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fickler here is going to lunch. Go along, stay with him.
I want to phone my wife.
Why not? Stay with him, Jaffe.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
If you settle for Carl and Tina, why does Arnie there have to have company at lunch?
We haven't got Carl and Tina. Until we do, we're checking out everybody and everything. Now, I asked you, why are you so interested?
Oh, it's just natural curiosity. What else?
You could have a client.
No, we don't.
Yeah, or looking for
Well,
one.
don't make me laugh. Who in this barbershop could afford Wolf's fees?
Yeah, I suppose. But
I guess
still
I'm
think-
curious because I can't believe you'd hang it on those two just because they ran. Come on now, you must have something else.
We have.
There, you see?
We think Jake Wallen came to take Carl.
For what?
Well, last night around midnight, a couple of pedestrians, 2 women, were killed uptown by a car. The car kept going. We found it a few hours later abandoned with a dented fender, blood, other items which tagged it.
Carl's car?
No, stolen. Reported earlier last night. 20th Precinct sent Jake Wallen to it. He was the first to give it a look. Wallen was supposed to go home when his shift ended at 8 this morning, but he didn't. He phoned his wife that he had a hot lead on a hit-and-run killer and was going to handle himself and grab a promotion.
But what led him to this shop?
That's what we'd like to know. It had to be something he found in the car. We don't know what. The goddamn fool kept it to himself and got killed.
But did he mention it or show it to anyone here?
They say not. All he had with him was a newspaper. Today's News, the early edition out last night. We can't spot anything in it. There was nothing in his pockets, nothing on him that helps any. You know all the barbers here?
Well, I know Arnie Fickler, the owner, Jimmy, who cuts Wolf's and my hair, Ed, who takes the appointments because he's next to the phone. The rest I only know to see.
What do you know about them?
To help you, probably nothing.
Try.
Okay. Fickler, the boss, was once attacked bodily in here in his shop by his ex-wife. Ed once slapped Fickler's face when Fickler accused him of swiping lotions. Jimmy has been here a year now, and he's the best barber, which is why Wolf and I go to him. But he plays the horses, and he infuriates Fickler because he sometimes takes magazines while they're still current. Now, Jimmy thinks Janet, the manicurist, must have a sideline like dope peddling.
Oh, yeah? Why?
Because she refuses his advances, which by him means she's got to be too independent.
Oh, Jesus, Goodwin, I
Ask
mean, you
for it,
just...
that's all I know. I mean, apart from that, they're all strangers to me.
What the hell are you doing here, Goodwin?
Good morning, Inspector Kramer. Ah, good. I see you finished with Janet. Now maybe I can get my manicure. Hello, Janet.
Hello, Mr. Goodwin.
I asked you what you're doing here.
I'm just waiting for a shave. I'm an old customer here. Ask Burley.
Is
Go
that
ahead.
straight, Stebbins?
Yeah, he comes here regularly. I checked.
Come in here, Stebbins, for a minute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, Janet, I was wondering where you were.
What? Did you say something, Mr. Goodwin?
No, there's nothing vital. And call me Archie. I'm not married.
You're a detective, aren't you?
Yeah.
How can I keep them from putting my picture in the paper?
You can't if they already have it, have they?
I think so. I wish I was dead.
Oh, come on now. Pretty young girl like you.
I mean it. My folks in Michigan think I'm acting or modeling. I keep it vague and... Here, oh, my God.
Oh, work is work. Anyhow, if your picture gets printed and it's a good likeness, who knows what'll happen?
Yeah, this is my Gethsemane.
You what?
My Gethsemane, you know.
I'm not sure.
You know, where you have to make a decision.
Oh, I see. What was the inspector asking you just now?
I only wish I had some guts.
Why? What would you do?
I'd tell all about it.
All about what?
All about what happened.
You mean last night? Why not try it out on me and see how it goes?
How it happened this morning. How I was going back to my booth after I finished Mr. Levinson in Ed's chair. And he called me into Tina's booth and he seized me with one hand on my throat so I couldn't scream. And there was no doubt at all about what he intended. So I grabbed the scissors from the shelf and without realizing what I was doing, plunged them into him with all my strength. And his grip on me loosened, and he collapsed into the chair.
That's how it happened?
That's what I would tell them if I had any cuts. See, I would have to be arrested, and then have a trial, and then...
Hold it. Who called you into the booth?
The man that got killed, of course. See? The marks on my throat.
No, I don't.
Too early for the bruises to show, I could say.
Good Lord, that would get you top billing anywhere, wouldn't it?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, then go ahead and tell it.
I can't. I simply can't. It'd be so damn vulgar.
Yeah, it would be if it wasn't true.
About your not being married, I hadn't even thought. There was an article in Collier's magazine last month about career girls getting married. Did you read it?
No, I must have missed that one.
Oh, that article was silly. I think a girl should get a career established first. That's why when I see an attractive man, I never wonder if he's married. By the time I'm ready for one, these will be too old. See, that's why I wouldn't ask you if you knew anyone in show business, because I wouldn't take help from a man. I think that a girl...
Ready, Mr. Goodwin?
Oh, good, Jimmy. Just scrape of the face.
Did you phone?
Huh?
Did that fathead forget again?
Oh, no. I just got caught needing a shave, that's all. You seem to have had some excitement here, Jimmy.
We sure did. Hey, Carl. You know Carl?
Sure.
He killed a man in Tina's booth.
What?
Then they both ran. I'm sorry for Tina. She was all right, but Carl, I don't know. Hey, how's that? Too tight?
No, it's fine. Jimmy, I'd watch it if I was you. You know, it's a little risky to go blabbing that Carl killed him unless you can prove it.
Yeah, well, he had fits.
Fits?
Yeah, like he'd shake all over. And what did he run for?
I couldn't say, but I mean, the cops are still poking around here. There's even an inspector.
This towel's hot now.
Oh, yeah, it sure is.
Hey, they're after evidence. You gotta have evidence. For instance, they want to know that man who was killed. Did he show me anything? Or did he ask me anything about some article from the shop? That would be evidence, see?
Yeah. What did he ask you?
Hell, what didn't he ask? You'd think I was taking out insurance or something, you know? I told him where to get off.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He asked me what was I doing last night. Do you believe it?
Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't tell him, eh?
Yeah. He kept on at me, so I figured, what the hell, and told him. Why not? That's my philosophy, Mr. Goodwin. Why not? It saves trouble. As long as my wife doesn't find out, huh? Yeah, all us in there asking questions. One at a time. Janet was the last.
Well, who found him dead?
Fickler, 10 or 15 minutes later. Geez, he come yelling out of there. I damn near nicked my customer. How's the razor, all right?
It's fine, just fine.
Yeah, then the cops come. Man, it's been nothing but questions ever since. Who went behind the partition after Janet came out? They want to know. I tell them, how do I know? I had a customer at the time. When exactly did Carl and Tina leave? They must have asked me that 20 times. But I can't say and I won't say. Carl did it all right. But they can't prove it by me. They got to have evidence, right? But not me.
Goodwin, Inspector Kramer don't like you being here.
Neither do I, Sergeant. Neither do I. Yeah, thank God this didn't happen to be Wolf's day for a haircut. You never would have believed it. Speed it up just a little, Jimmy. Mr. Wolfe hates to wait lunch. The first surprise when I got home was that Tina and Carl were not in the front room.
Paroxysm of his infantile vanity.
The second surprise was to find them sitting with Wolfe at the dining room table.
Than any other jackass. You're just in time, Archie.
Mr.
You like
Goodwin.
veal and mushrooms.
I asked the Vardas to wait in the front room till I got back.
I invited them to join us. I don't sit at my table alone when there are unfed people in my home.
Yes, sir, but there's a problem.
Yes, Archie.
I know you have a paroxysm if I try to bring up business during meals, but 18,000 cops would give a month's pay to get their hands on Carl and Tina, your guests.
Oh, indeed. Why?
Have you talked with them?
No, I merely invited them to lunch.
I see. I ran into Kramer and Stebbins at the barber shop.
Oh, confound it.
Yes, sir, and the rest of their squad that handles only one kind of case. It's quite interesting, really, but first lunch, of course. I'll go and put the chain bolt on. Please dish me up some veal.
Please be seated. Mrs. Vardas, I think you'll find the red chair quite comfortable.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfe.
That was it fine cooking.
Thank you, Mr. Vardas. Fritz takes great pride in his veal. Now then, Archie, what have you gotten us into this time?
Us?
Yes, I'm responsible for their presence since they were my guests at lunch.
Okay, if that's how it is. I did not invite them to come here, let alone to have lunch. They came on their own, and I let them in, which is one of my functions. Having started it, I'll finish it. Carl, Tina, it's dangerous for you to stay here.
Well,
now, I know of a safe place up in the Bronx for you to lay low for a couple of days. You shouldn't take a taxi or the subway, so we'll go around the corner to the garage, get Mr. Wolfe's car, and you can drive it up there.
Excuse me, you will drive us up there?
No, I'll be too busy.
Yeah, but I can drive car. I don't know how.
Okay, then your wife will drive. Now, you can leave the car.
No, she can't. She don't know it either.
What do you mean you can't drive a car? Certainly you can. Everybody can drive a
In
car.
this country, yes,
No.
but we are new in this country. We have never had the chance to learn.
You've never driven a car?
No, never.
And Carl?
Never.
What the devil is this?
It has a bearing, as you'll soon see. Now, here's how it is. A precinct detective named Jake Wallen called at the barber shop this morning and began asking questions. Fickler took him into Tina's booth, and he questioned Tina first. Then the others had sessions in this order. Carl, Jimmy, Ed, and Janet. After Janet came out, there was a period of 10 or 15 minutes when Wallen was in the booth alone. Then Fickler went to see, and what he saw was Wallen's body with scissors buried in his back.
Carl! No! Oh, no! Oh, Carl, you didn't!
Archie, make us stop.
Tina,
Mrs.
no.
Vardis, please.
You understand? No.
Mrs.
No.
Vardis.
Stop. And that man was killed there in Tina's booth?
Yes.
Then, of course, this is end for us. But please, I ask you not to blame my wife, because we go through many things together. She thinks I can do things that are not possible for me. But I do not kill that man. I do not touch him.
About driving a car. Was that flummery?
No, sir, that comes next. Last night around midnight, a hit-and-run driver in a stolen car killed 2 women up on Broadway. The car was found parked at Broadway 96th Street. Wallen from the 20th Precinct was the first one to look it over. In it, he apparently found something that led him to the Goldenrod barber shop. He showed up there and called the roll as described, with the result also as described. Now, Kramer has bought it that the hit-and-run driver found himself cornered and used the scissors. And Kramer, don't quote me, is not a dope. Now, to qualify as a hit-and-run driver, you must meet certain specifications, and one of them is knowing how to drive a car.
Then the best plan would be for Mr. and Mrs. Vardis to go back to the shop at once and submit to Mr. Kramer's questioning.
Except for 2 things.
What?
1, the fact that they landed will make it very tough. And 2, even though it is settled that they didn't kill a cop, their lack of documents will fix them anyhow.
Wait, their lack of documents...
Yes, sir, they're in the country illegally. They escaped from a concentration camp in Russia.
Oh, confound it.
An interesting angle is that you are harboring fugitives from justice, and I am not. I told Pearlie they're here.
You what?
That's the advantage of having a reputation for gags. You can say practically anything if you handle your face right.
Oh.
I told him they were here in our front room, and he sailed right over it. So I'm clean, but you're not. If you don't want to call Kramer yourself, which I admit would be a little thick since they were your luncheon guests, I could get Pearlie at the shop, tell him that they're still here, and why hasn't he sent for them?
It might be better if you let us go ourselves, no?
No. There is another alternative to consider.
Oh, yes, sir, what?
Since Mr. Kramer and Mr. Stebbins are still there at work, they may at any moment disclose the murderer.
Oh, I doubt it. They settled for Carl and Tina, and what they're looking for is evidence, especially what it was that led Wallen to the shop.
Mrs. Vardis, except for Mr. Fickler, that man questioned you first, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did he produce any object? Did he show you any object whatever?
No, I'm sure he did not. He had the newspaper in his hand.
Yes, he asked about no object, anything in the shop.
No.
He took nothing from his pocket?
No.
The newspaper he had, did he take that from his pocket?
No, he had it in his hand when he came in from the booth.
In his hand or under his arm?
In his hand, I think. Yeah, I'm sure.
Was it folded up?
Well, of course, newspapers are folded.
Yes, Mrs. Vardis. Just remember the newspaper as you saw it in his hand. I'm making a point of it because there's nothing else to make a point of, and we must have a point if we can find one. Was the newspaper folded up as if he'd had it in his pocket?
No, it was not. It was not folded that much. When he sat down, he put it at the table, and it was the way it is on newsstands, so that's how it was folded.
But he didn't mention it?
No.
And you noticed nothing unusual about it? I mean the newspaper?
No, it was only newspaper.
What is it, Fritz?
Inspector Kramer is at the door, sir. He insists on seeing you.
Oh, confound it. Archie, quickly. See our guest to the front room.
All right, now hurry, you two. Now, sit there in the corner. Don't go near the window or doors. This time, don't move until I tell you. Is that clear?
But...
No, there's no but. Is that clear?
Yes.
Now, bring Mr. Kramer in, Fritz.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wolfe will see you now.
Well, it took you long enough.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kramer. Fritz, will you bring beer, please? You'll have some beer, Mr. Kramer?
I'm here on business.
Indeed. How can I help you?
You can tell me what Goodwin was doing in that barber shop this morning.
Oh, I understand he went for a shave. Isn't that right, Archie?
Yes, sir.
I have learned over a stretch of years that when I find you or Goodwin within a mile of a murder, something fancy can be expected.
Mr.
Let me
Kramer,
finish. I know you've been going to that shop for 2 years, and Goodwin for 6 years. But the owner, Arnie Fickler, says that in the 6 years Goodwin has been going there, he has never once gone for just a shave. Not once. He goes only for the works. Haircut, shampoo, and shave. So today, 2 hours after a murder, he goes there just for a shave? I don't believe it.
Then you don't? I'm not responsible for your credulity quotient.
No one would believe it.
I don't see how we can help you.
I believe that Goodwin went to that shop because he knew a man had been murdered there.
Then you believe wrong. Your credulity quotient needs an overhaul. Until I got there, I hadn't the slightest idea or suspicion that a man had been murdered there or anywhere else.
Your going there had nothing to do with the murder?
Put it that way if you prefer. I'll write it out and sign it for you if you like.
I would like. Word it yourself, but say it right.
You'll get it.
Today.
Okay, right now if you want.
You know the law about withholding evidence as well as I do. You ought to by this time the stunts you pulled.
You thought that I had sent Archie to the shop on business?
I still think so.
Then you might as well have an affidavit from me, too. In it, I will say that I did not send him to the barber shop and that I heard and knew nothing of the murder until he returned and told me.
You'll swear to that?
As a favor to you, yes. Since you wasted your time, you might as well get a little something out of it. But, Mr. Kramer, I still don't know your real reason for coming here. According to Archie, the murderer is known. And all I have to do is find him. What could you expect to get from me?
When I see Goodwin poking around, I want to know why.
I don't believe it. Archie, I think you must be responsible for this.
Me? How?
You're brash. You talk too much.
What?
It must have been something you did or said. What was it?
I don't get it.
What did you say to Mr. Kramer?
Practically nothing. I just answered a civil question.
What did you say to Stebbins?
I just asked what was going on, and he told me. And then I told you about it.
Not verbatim. What did you say?
Nothing. Damn it. Of course Pearlie wanted to know what brought me there, and I took... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe you're right at that. Pearlie asked me if I had seen Carl or Tina this morning, and I said sure. I'd put them up here in the front room and told him to wait, and if he would step on it, he could find them.
I knew it. Your confounded tongue.
Huh?
So that's it, is it, Mr. Kramer? Sergeant Stebbins told you that.
He mentioned it.
Then why have you waited to pounce? Since Archie has rashly disclosed our little secret, it'd be useless for me to try to keep it. That's what we use the front room for, mainly, to keep murderers in. You're armed, I suppose. Go in and get them. Archie, open the door for him.
Oh, certainly. I wouldn't want to stand in the way of justice. There you are, Inspector. I'm scared of murderers myself, or I'd be glad to help.
Well, Mr. Kramer...
Comedy. I just happened to drop in on my way down to my office. I'll expect those affidavits this afternoon.
Whatever you say, just as long as we're not going to be jailed for harboring fugitives. Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking.
Goodwin, is Inspector Kramer there?
Yeah, he's here, Pearlie. He just happened to drop in on his way downtown. It's for you, Inspector.
Yeah, Pearlie, what is it? When? Bad? Does she know who? Goodwin. Well, why him? You're sure? Oh, Jesus. I'll be right there. Come on, Goodwin, you're coming with me.
What is it? What's happened?
The manicurist, Janet. Someone tried to kill her.
Who?
She won't say. She says the only person she'll tell is you.
Me? Why me?
That's what I want you to tell me in the car on the way. Then come on.
She was found on the floor of her booth out cold from a blow on her head. We brought her to, and she can talk, but she won't. She says she won't talk to anybody except her friend Archie Goodwin. How long have you known her?
Until today, I merely leered at her. The only chat I've ever had with her was here today, under your eye, huh? But look what it did to her. Is it any wonder my opinion of myself is what it is?
Yeah, you've never seen her outside the shop?
Never.
That can be checked.
Yeah.
Right now, we want you to get her to talk. Oh, God damn her, she stopped us cold. Come on.
Hold it. If I'm going to ask her questions, I ought to know what happened.
Oh, Jesus, Goodwin. There are only 3 of us left here. I was on the phone. Jaffe and Sullivan were there on chairs. The barbers were working on customers. Someone wanted a manicure. Fickler called Janet. She didn't come.
Where was she?
On the floor of her booth, out cold. She'd gone there maybe 15 minutes before.
Alone all that time?
Well, I think all the barbers had gone back behind the partition at least once during that time.
You think?
Goodwin, I said I was on the phone quite a lot.
Oh, Jesus. How bad is she hurt?
Well, not bad enough for the hospital. Doc let us keep her here. She was hit above the right ear with a bottle taken from the supply shelf. The bottle was big, heavy, full of oil. It was there by her on the floor.
Any prints?
Oh, come on, Goodwin. For God's sake, start a school. He had a towel in his hand or something. It is a barber shop. Come on.
Just a minute. What did the doctor say when you asked him if she could have just been testing her own skull?
Well, he said it was possible, but he doubted it. Come and ask her.
Here's your friend, Archie Goodwin, Miss Stahl.
Hello, Janet.
Hi.
How do you feel? Terrible?
No, I don't feel at all. I'm past feeling.
Can I have a look at that bump on your head?
Oh, if you're careful.
Can you tell me if it hurts?
Oh.
Oh, doing your hair is going to be a problem for a while. Who did it?
Send them away and I'll tell you.
Certainly. You men, come on, get out.
What
if
is?
I had been here, this never would have happened. Now leave us.
Now, look, Goodwin.
Out.
Come on, Sergeant.
Wow. You sure showed them.
Well, it was shocking. You could have been killed or disfigured for life. It could have ruined your career. Thank God you got a good thick skull.
I started to scream, but it was too late.
What started you to scream? Seeing him? Hearing him?
It was both. I was sitting in the customer's chair with my back to the door. I was just sitting there trying to think, you know.
I know.
And then there was this little noise behind me, like a stealthy step.
Uh-huh.
And I looked up and I saw him reflected in the glass right behind me with his arm raised, and I started to scream, but before I could get it out, he struck.
Right. You were sitting in the chair, this chair, with your back to the door like this, right?
That's it. I was thinking
And
like...
you saw his reflection in that crinkly glass partition there?
Yeah.
And you recognized him?
Yeah.
The glass is crinkly. It'd be hard to get a clear reflection. You're sure you recognized him?
Well, of course I'm sure. That's why I wouldn't speak to them. That's why I had to see you.
Why did you have to see me?
Because of who it was.
Who was it?
It was that one with the big ears and the gold tooth, the one they call Stebbins. Or they call him Sergeant.
Are you telling me that Sergeant Stebbins hit you with that bottle?
Well, I can't say it was him that hit me. I think people should be careful what they accuse other people of. I only know it was him I saw standing behind me with his arm raised, and then something hit me. From that, one can only draw conclusions.
Yeah, but Janet...
Besides, he was rude to me this morning, asking me questions, and all day he's been looking at me in a rude way. Not the way a girl is willing for a man to look at her, because she has to expect that.
Yeah, but Janet, that doesn't make sense.
Well, does it make sense for Mr. Fickler or Jimmy or Ed to want to kill me? Why would they?
Well, why would Stebbins?
I told you.
I've never known him to strike a woman without a cause.
Oh.
What did he have against you?
I don't know. When they ask me that, I'll just have to say I don't know. Now, that's what you've got to tell me, how to answer things to reporters. I can't keep on saying I don't know, or why would they print it? What hit you? I don't know. Who hit you? I don't know. Why did he want to hit you? I don't know. Oh, God. I mean, who'd want to read that? What should I say to them?
I don't know. We'll come to that. First, we're
No, we ought to settle it right now. That's how you'll earn your 10%.
My 10% of what?
Of everything I get as my manager. Shake on it.
Hey, that's a darn good idea, but I think...
I can tell the reporters to ask you about things I don't know. It's called referring them to my manager.
Janet, you tell the reporters I'm your manager, and I'll give you a lump that'll make that one seem as flat as a pool table.
Oh, but I need some answers to give.
Oh, just say it's a mystery. People love a mystery.
That's it. That's the kind of thing. Oh, I knew I could count on you. Oh, what do I say when they ask me if I'm going to go on working here? Couldn't I say I don't want to desert Mr. Fickler in the time of trouble?
Great That's the ticket.
Just came to me.
That's the thing that we have to work on. How to handle reporters. Now, what they like best is to get the jump on the police. Now, if you can tell them something that the cops don't know, they'll love you forever. For instance, now...
Yeah? For instance, what?
Suppose for a minute that it wasn't Stebbins that hit you.
But...
Just suppose that it was someone else. Why would someone want to get you?
I don't know.
Maybe, just maybe, you do know something. But you don't know that you know it. You see what I mean?
No.
Well, maybe sometime today you saw or heard something, and this person, now let's call him X.
X?
Yeah, X. And if X knew that you told about it, that would put him on the spot, so that's why he had to kill you.
Oh, I get you. You mean a motive.
Exactly. It's just like a motive. Now, here's the point. If you can remember what it was you heard or saw that scared X, wow, those reporters will be your friends for life. Now, for God's sake, don't miss the chance. Concentrate.
Okay.
Remember everything you saw or heard here today and tell it to me now.
Right. I don't remember anything.
Concentrate. It was probably some little thing that didn't seem important to you at all.
Maybe I could say that...
No, it's got to be true.
Oh,
Now, let's...
4 to 9. I'm always punctual.
Swell. Were the others here already?
Some were and some weren't.
Who was and who wasn't?
Good Lord, I don't know. If you're going to expect me to remember things like that, then we might as well just quit. When I came to work, I was thinking of something else. A lot of the time, I'm thinking of something else, so how could I notice?
I'll tell you what. I think you're ready. I'm going to send in a reporter.
A reporter? Oh, God, I'm not ready.
Sure you are. Just use your common sense and stick to facts.
Oh, give me a minute. I want to fix my...
You heard.
We heard.
I had to come up for air. If you shoot her, send her brain to Johns Hopkins.
We can find it. Gee. Did she knock herself out?
I doubt it. It was a pretty solid blow to raise that lump. You didn't find a prince in the bottle. Bothering about princes beneath her. You better pick someone good to be that reporter from the Gazette. Can I go home now?
No, she might insist on seeing her manager again.
Oh, come on. Oh, well. I'll have to call Mr. Wolfe and let him know. I do work for him, you know. So I dialed the number that I knew best and reported. And then I waited. I waited for nearly 2 hours while they brought in a detective that Janet might think was a reporter. I think he came out even more confused than she was.
Mr. Kramer, will you ask this man to let me pass?
Well, I'll be damned.
I don't believe it.
Let him in, Jaffe. Well, what happened? Dynamite?
I came to get a haircut. Jimmy, are you free?
Yes, sir.
You want a haircut, huh?
Yes, sir. As you can see, I need one.
Oh, yeah. All right, Jimmy. Come and cut Mr. Wolfe's hair. You just dropped in? Like Goodwin this morning?
Certainly not. Mr. Goodwin told me on the phone of his fruitless talk with Miss Stahl, and I thought it well to come.
Okay, you're here. You don't leave your house on business for anybody or any fee, but you're here. And you're not going to leave until I know why, without any such crap as murderers in the front room.
Not as short as last time, Jimmy.
No, sir.
Mr. Kramer, you can badger me if that's what you're after and get nowhere, but I offer a suggestion. Why not work first? Why don't we see if we can settle this business, and then if you insist, go after me? Or would you rather harass me than catch a murderer?
You know how to catch the murderer?
Quite possibly. I'd like to propose certain assumptions about what happened here today. Do you care to hear them?
Oh, listen, but don't drag it out.
I won't. Please don't waste time challenging the assumptions. I don't intend to defend them, much less validate them. They're merely a basis of exploration to be tested. The first is this, that Wallen found something in the car that had killed 2 women. No, Jimmy, I don't like it this way. I want a direct view, not reflections. Turn me around, please.
Like this?
Thank you.
Janet isn't here. Do you want her?
If possible. Can she sit up?
Stebbins.
She says it makes her a little bit dizzy.
Who'd notice? Bring her.
Yes, sir.
You were going to make some assumptions?
Yes. The first is that Wallen found something in the car that led him to this shop. Some object, obviously, since there was no one to tell him anything.
We made that assumption without any help.
And it still holds?
Yes.
That's fortunate, since all of my assumptions concern that object. The second is that Wallen had it with him when he came here. I can support that with strong
You don't
evidence.
need to. We made it and we hold it.
Very well, that saves time. Not too short back there, Jimmy.
No, sir.
The third is that he had the object inside the newspaper he was carrying. It was an early edition of the news on sale last evening, not on sale this morning. He had it in his hand, folded to approximately the size of 12 inches by 9 inches.
You know a lot about it.
I know nothing you don't know. It's difficult to account for his carrying a stale newspaper in that manner unless it was a container for some object. At least the assumption is good enough to work on. The fourth is that whatever the object was, the murderer got it and disposed of it, because no object that could have led Wallen to this shop was found on his person or in the booth. The fifth assumption is that the murderer was neither Carl nor Tina Vardis.
How do you know that?
I shall
want to know
not
why
support that assumption. Don't waste time clawing at me. Since Carl and Tina are not involved and therefore didn't take the object away with them, it's still here in the shop. That is the sixth assumption. And it's good only if your surveillance of these people here all these hours has been constant and alert. Now, what about it? Could any of them have removed such an object from the shop?
I want to know why you're excluding Carl and Tina.
No, not now. First, we'll complete this test. We must know whether the object could have been removed by anyone other than Carl or Tina.
No.
How good a no?
Good enough for me. No man has stepped outside this shop alone. Something could have been slipped to a customer, but that's stretching it. And we've had them under our eyes.
Not apparently the one who assaulted Miss Stahl.
That was in the shop. Is that a point?
I suppose not. Then we assume that the object is still here. The seventh assumption is this, that no proper search for such an object has been made. Have you searched thoroughly, Mr. Stebbins?
We've looked. Carl and Tina had to have taken
Yes,
it.
but granting my assumption which excludes their taking it, has there been a proper search?
No.
Then it's about time. Mr. Fickler.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe?
You run this place and you can help us. But I address all of you who work here. Put your minds on this. You too, Jimmy. Stop a moment. Listen.
Hell, I can work and listen too, Mr.
You
Wolfe.
cannot. I want full attention.
Okay.
Miss Stahl, are you listening?
What?
What we're after is an object with something on it that identifies it as coming from this shop. Ideally, it should be the name and address or phone number, but we'll take less if we have to. We are supposing that it was inside the newspaper as Wallen was carrying it, so it should be flat and of those dimensions. Now, all of you went to the booth and were questioned by Wallen, but he showed you no such object and mentioned none. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Then only the murderer saw it or was told of it. And later, when the opportunity came for him to dive into the booth and kill Wallen, he got the object and disposed of it somewhere in this shop. Now, I put it to you, and especially to you, Mr. Fickler, what is it and where is it?
Maybe it was the newspaper itself.
Possibly, but I doubt it. Where is the newspaper, Mr. Kramer?
At the lab. There's nothing on it or in it that could have brought Wallen here.
What else has been taken from here to the lab?
Nothing else but the scissors and the bottle that was used on Miss Stahl.
Then it's still here. All right, Jimmy, finish.
Yeah, it looks like a turkey to me, even with your assumptions. Say we find something like what you want. How do we know it's it? And even if we think it's it, where does that get us?
We'll see when we find it. For one thing, fingerprints.
Nuts. If it belongs here, of course it'll have their prints.
Not their prints, Mr. Stebbins. Wallen's prints. As I understand it, he didn't go around touching things here. He entered, spoke to Mr. Fickler, was taken to the booth, and never left it alive. So if we find anything with his prints on it, we've got it. Have you your fingerprinting equipment here?
Get it, Stebbins. And Wallen's prints from our file.
The search must be thorough and will take time. First, I ask all of you to search your minds. What object is here, belongs here, that meets the specifications I've described? Now, surely you can tell us, Mr. Fickler.
I don't know. Unless it's a towel. But why would he carry a towel like that?
He wouldn't. Anyway, a towel wouldn't help us, so I reject it. Miss Stahl.
I think he may have been keeping the paper because there was something in it he wanted to read. I know I often do that. Say it's an evening paper and I don't have time to...
Yes, we'll consider that. Jimmy?
I don't know a thing like that in the store, Mr. Wolfe. Not a thing.
Boy, either you have no brains at all, or they're temporarily paralyzed, or you're all in a conspiracy. I am looking straight at such an object right now.
What? Where?
On that table.
The magazine?
Of course. You subscribe to them, Mr. Fickler. They come through the mail. Then the name and address is on them. That Time magazine, for example, the addressee is on the cover. Surely it deserves examination, and others, too. What if he took it from here and had it in his pocket when he stole the car and drove up Broadway, and in the excitement of his misadventure, he failed to notice it had dropped from his pocket and was on the seat of the car. And Wallen found it there, took it, and saw the name and address on it. Eh? You sent for the equipment and the prints, Mr. Stebbins? Then we ought to be able...
Oh, I remember. You remember, Jimmy? This morning I was standing here, and you came in with a hot towel, and you had that magazine. You tossed it under there, and then you asked...
Shut up,
I
you
asked you, you've been
stupid fool.
steaming it.
Too late,
What?
Jimmy. We all...
Dumb
had it.
brawler.
Get those scissors from him. I don't want anything else to happen.
Found it. My barber.
As stubborn as Kramer was, he never did learn why Wolfe went to get a haircut that day. But he did learn plenty about Jimmy Corelli. Jimmy was wanted as a bail jumper under another name in West Virginia on charges of car stealing, drunken driving, and assault, to name just a few. He had a really colorful background. As for Carl and Tina, I took a strong position on them Tuesday evening in the office after they had been sent up to the south room to bed. You know damn well what'll happen. They won't go to Ohio or anywhere else. They'll stay here, and someday, maybe next week, they'll be in trouble again. And they'll come to me again because Carl likes me and because I rescued them this time.
You rescued them?
And I'll try to help them again, and you'll have to butt in again because you can't get along without me, and it'll go on like that year after year. Why not take care of it now and live in peace?
Oh, shut up, Archie. I'm reading.
Yes, sir, in an hour or so. There are people in the government who owe you something. For instance, Carpenter. I have Carpenter's home number, and I might as well get him now. Shall I make it person to person?
I got my naturalization papers 24 years ago.
I wasn't discussing you. You've caught it from Janet.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe, Don Franks as Archie Goodwin, and Cece Linder as Inspector Kramer. Jackie Burroughs was Janet, Brian George, Jimmy Corelli, Arch McDonald, Carl Vardas, Marion Waldman, Tina Vardas, Arnie Hart, Mr. Fickler, James Morris, Sergeant Stebbins, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations, John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant, Ann Weldon Tate. The Cop Killer was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week.
What's this?
Well, as you see, it's a marriage license for Archie Goodwin and Margot Dickey. It cost me $2.
Flummery.
No, sir. No flummery. I mean, I could be mushy about it, but I won't. I will only say that I'm hooked at last. Margot intends to spread the tidings at the Christmas office party, so I have to be there.
You are deranged. Sit down.
I suppose it is a form of madness, but there, I've got it. It's like what Margot was reading to me the other night, some poem. I think it was Greek. Oh, love, resistless in thy might, thou mightest
Shut
shine.
up and sit down.
Yes, sir. We haven't set the date yet. We don't want to rush it.
I don't believe it.
You will.
Archie goes to a Christmas party.
There. That makes it unanimous.
Thank you, Alf. My secret public place. I'll start again. There are times when love takes over. Santa Claus, where's yours? You have to drink, too.
Well, he can't drink through the mask.
No, I suppose not.
There are times...
When love takes over. Thanks, Alf. There are times when the little demons disappear down their rat holes, and ugliness itself takes on the shape of beauty. When the darkest corner is touched by light. When the coldest heart feels the glow of warmth. When the trumpet call of goodwill and good cheer drowns out all the babel of mean little noises. This is such a time. Merry Christmas. Merry, merry, merry.
Merry Christmas.
What a lovely toast, Kurt. Simply lovely. Well, I must write it down and have it printed. That part about the trumpet call. It was... Kurt! Well, Kurt, what is it, Kurt?
Merry anything!
Next week, Rex Stout's Christmas Party with guest stars Marty Maradon, Linda Sorensen, Patricia Hamilton, Gordon Thompson, and John Granick.
We hope you have enjoyed this week's Nero Wolfe episode. Be sure to join us for the remaining 9. If you enjoy listening to drama on radio, tune in tomorrow for Sunday Matinee on CBC AM, which features a story called The Eighth Wonder, a play about the original Siamese twins, Chang and Eng Bunker. The play is a first by Toronto writer Linda Zwicker, and deals with the twins in their later years as 2 distinctly separate men, but tied together for life by a ligature at the base of their chests.
Ah! Oh, God damn it. God, that hurts. What are you doing, Chang?
I stubbed my toe. Do you mind?
Well, don't just lurch forward like that. You absolutely snapped my head. Why don't you watch where you're going?
An accident's an accident. If they made these bloody hotel doors wider...
Well, there's nothing you can do about that except to be more careful in the future.
Why don't you keep your sanctimonious advice to yourself?
Why don't you shut your quarrelsome mouth and the door while you're at it?
Now, where's that Christian philosophy? Where's that other cheeking?
What a rotten thing to say.
I get so tired of seeing you hide your true feelings behind that veil of piety. One day at a time, a season to all things in moderation.
Why are you goading me, Chang? What's your problem?
I'm just getting a few things off my chest.
You have no subtlety, Chang. You never did have. It never occurs to you to handle anything but head on. You always just bash right ahead.
At least I have feelings.
And I don't. You've lived with me for 60 years, every minute, every hour, every second, and you don't think I have feelings?
The Eighth Wonder by Linda Zwicker, tomorrow on Sunday Matinee. Also coming up on CBC AM on Friday, February 12th, our Playdate series features 2 plays. The first is Stopover Point by Audrey Thomas, and the second, The Answerer by Rex Deverell. Later that day, tune in for Nightfall, our horror series on CBC AM. We will be presenting a play called The Club of Dead Men, a dramatization by John Douglas of a short story by J. Wentworth Day. Please check your local listings for the exact times and dates of these programs. If you have any comments or suggestions about the radio dramas you hear, write to us at Post Office Box 500.
Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe, and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, cordially invited to meet death, with special guest stars Barbara Hamilton, Terry Tweed, Lynn Darragon, Ken James, and Tom Harvey.
When Bess Huddleston phoned to ask Nero Wolfe to come up to her place at Riverdale right away, I know I should have cut her off short. But I suggested that if she came up to our office about 3, Mr. Wolfe would be delighted to see her, which was a lie. After her other visit to him, Wolfe would not be delighted to see Bess Huddleston at any time. But what the hell? The August heat had made him even lazier than usual, and it had been as dull as a blunt instrument since our last case. He needed stirring up.
My God, with all your weight in this heat, I should think you'd sweat more. You remember me, Mr. Wolfe?
Oh, indeed I do. You're the woman who came here 2 years ago and tried to bribe me to play the clown.
Bribe? That's silly. I offered you $2,000 to come to a party and be the detective in a murder game. $2,000 and all the beer you could drink for a few hours' work. Now, surely that was a reasonable offer.
If you have come, madam...
Relax. I don't want you for a party this time. I wish I did. Someone is trying to ruin me.
Ruin you? What, financially, physically?
Just ruin me. You know what I do? I do parties.
I know what you do.
Very well. My clients are rich and important people. So what do you think the effect would be? Wait, I'll show you.
Oh, you dropped something.
Oh,
down there.
That's nothing. Just toss it in the wastebasket.
Oh, into the wastebasket.
Here it is. What do you think of this letter?
Archie.
This is confidential.
So is Mr. Goodwin. Read it to me, Archie.
The envelope is addressed to Mrs. Jervis Horrocks, New York City, and the message reads, was it ignorance or something else that caused Dr. Brady to prescribe the wrong medicine for your daughter? Ask Bess Huddleston. She can tell you if she will. She told me. It's all in fancy type and there's no signature.
There was another one, but I haven't got it. It was sent to a very rich and prominent man, and it said, where and with whom does your wife spend most of her afternoons? Ask Bess Huddleston. She told me. The man showed it to me. His wife is one of my
Please. Are you consulting me or hiring me?
I'm hiring you to find out who sent those things.
It's a mean kind of job. Often next to impossible. Nothing but greed could induce me to tackle it.
Certainly. I know how to charge, too. I expect to get soaked. But where will I be if this isn't stopped, and stopped quickly?
Very well. Your notebook, Archie.
I can save you some time. The paper and envelopes are the kind used by my assistant, Janet Nichols.
Your assistant at...
At arranging parties. Very clever girl, really. She thought of the Stryker Giant and Dwarf party.
Giant and Dwarf... Go on, please. Both messages were typed?
On my typewriter, owned by me, I should say. It's used by my secretary, Mariella Timms. Both of the girls live in my house.
And both had access to the typewriter?
Oh, yes. My office is never locked.
Anyone else? Servants?
No use to bother about servants. No servant ever stays long enough to develop a grudge.
Yes, the newspapers are full of the stories of the alligators, bears, and other disturbing elements in your home.
Publicity is important in my line of work. You grow plants.
I grow orchids, but not for publicity. Does anyone else live in your house?
Well, there's my nephew, Larry. He's on my payroll, too, but there's no point in even thinking about him. He'd never do a thing like that.
What about the insinuations in the letters, the wrong medicine and the questionable afternoon?
I know nothing about those things, and anyway, they're irrelevant. The point is that some malicious person is trying to ruin me by spreading hints that I'm blabbing secrets about people. Whether the secrets are true or not has nothing to do with it.
Okay. Now, forget about where Mrs. Richman spends her afternoons. Maybe at the ball game. But just as a matter of record, did Mrs. Jervis Horrocks have a daughter? And had she been sick and had Dr. Brady attended her?
Yes, Mrs. Horrocks' daughter died a month ago, and Dr. Brady was her doctor.
Died of what?
Tetanus. She scratched her arm on a nail in a riding academy
There is
stable.
no wrong medicine for tetanus.
It was terrible, but it has nothing to do with this. The point is that someone is trying to ruin me, and it's got to be stopped. And if you're as smart as you're supposed to be, you can stop it. Of course, I ought to tell you, I know who did it.
You know?
Yes, I think I know. No, I do know.
Well, then why, madam, are you annoying me?
Because I can't prove it. And she denies it.
What, you charged her with it?
I discussed it with her. And also with Mariella and my nephew and Dr. Brady and my brother. I asked them questions. I saw I couldn't handle it, so I came to you.
By elimination, the culprit then is Miss Nichols.
Yes.
But you have no proof. What do you have?
I have a feeling.
Oh, phooey. Based on what?
I know her.
Do you? By divination? Phrenology? What specific revelations of her character have you observed? Does she pull chairs from other people?
Cut the glitter. You know quite well what I mean. I say I know her, that's all.
I see. Flatly, you don't like her.
Huh.
She must be either remarkably stupid or extremely clever to have used her own stationery for anonymous letters. Had you thought of that?
Certainly. She's clever.
How long has she worked for you?
3 years.
You pay her adequately?
I certainly do.
Then why does she want to ruin you? Sheer cussedness?
She thinks she has a grievance.
Which is?
A private matter. Wouldn't help you any. Look, I'm willing to pay you for finding out who sent those letters and getting proof.
You mean you pay me for fastening the guilt on Miss Nichols?
Not at all. On whoever did it.
No matter who it is?
Certainly.
But you're sure it's Miss Nichols?
I'm not sure. I said I have a feeling. Oh, look, I have to go. I'll be late for an appointment. Can you come up to my place tonight?
No, I cannot. As you know, I rarely leave this house.
Then how can you...
First, I'd like to see the young women. Send them here. I'll be free at 6 o'clock.
Oh, God. You would have made a wonderful party. If I could sell it to the Crothers, I could make it $4,000.
Good day, Miss Huddleston.
Don't bother to see me out. You couldn't move fast enough to suit me anyway.
Archie.
The reason I gave her an appointment was quite simple. You haven't accepted a case
Bring
since...
me that thing that she dropped.
Well, the thing I threw in the wastebasket?
Yes. What is it?
Well, it's a snapshot of a girl's face. Nothing special to my taste. Trimmed off so it's six-sided in shape. It's about the size of a $50.
Interesting.
You want it for your album?
See that those young women are here at 6 sharp, Archie.
I'm Janet Nichols.
And I'm Mariella Tim.
We have an appointment with Mr. Wolfe.
For 6 o'clock. You're late.
I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Well, come in. We'll go into the office. Since it's 20 minutes past 6, Mr. Wolfe has gone to the kitchen and started operations on some corned beef hash.
You mean he's eating corned beef hash?
No, that comes later. He's concocting it.
I really am sorry. I didn't get back until after 5, and I was in riding clothes and had to change.
If you ladies will, just wait a minute. Make yourself comfortable, please. I'll see if I can pry him out of the kitchen.
Seasoning, Fritz. It's only the dryness, the texture.
But, Mr. Wolfe, you won't let me use olive oil.
Well, if I could interrupt this cabinet meeting, Miss Nichols and Miss Timms are here.
They're late. Tell them to come back tomorrow. Fritz, I will not allow you to put olive oil.
Well, I hear y'all making corned beef hash.
Archie.
I asked them to wait in the office.
Excuse me, but corned beef hash is one of my specialties. Well, now, let's see. Well, there's nothing in this bowl but meat, is there?
As you see.
Why, it's ground too fine.
Ground too...
This is Miss Timms, Mr. Wolfe, Mr. Fritz Brenner, our chef.
Ground too fine for what? This is not a tender, fresh meat with juices to lose.
Oh, now, honey, you just calm down. It's not ruined, only it's better if it's coarser. Oh, and that's far too much potatoes for that meat. But if you don't have chitlins, well, then you can...
Chitlins?
Fresh pig chitlins, of course. Oh, that's the secret of it. Fried shallow in olive oil with onion juice.
Good heavens. I've never heard of it. It's never occurred to me. Fritz?
It might go. We can try it as an experiment.
Yeah. Archie, go to Kretzmeyer and see if he has pig chitlins. 2 pounds.
Oh, you better let me help, Fritz. It's sort of tricky.
Slight change of plans, Miss Nichols. Oh,
What's the matter?
what did you do with it?
What did I do with
The
what?
snapshot you took from my desk. It's the only picture I've got of you. Where'd you put it?
I don't know what you mean.
That picture is my property, and I want it. Let's say fluttered into your bag. Now look in your bag.
It isn't
then
there.
I'll look into your bag.
No! It isn't there. It's down my blouse.
Okay. You have an alternative. Either you dig it out yourself, or I will. Now, first way is most ladylike. I'll even turn my back.
Please, it's my picture.
It's a picture of you, but it's not your picture.
Miss Huddleston gave it to you, didn't
Let's
she?
say she did.
And she
What-
thinks I sent those awful letters. I know she does, and I didn't.
Good.
Only
good.
a
Now,
skunk would send letters like that.
that is another matter which Mr. Wolfe is handling. I'm handling the picture, and I want it back. Now, do I take it?
No. Just turn around.
I'll count to 3. 1, 2...
All right. There you are.
Thank you. Now, you'd like to come with me?
Where are you taking me?
Miss Nichols, you and I are about to hunt the wild pig chitlin in its lair.
What? I won't have any hash, thank you.
No hash?
No, thank you.
Could I have Fritz slice some ham for you?
Oh, yes, thank you. You won't eat the hash because I cooked it. That is not so. I just don't like corned beef. But it has pig chitlins. I don't like pig chitlins either. Mr. Wolfe, I thought we came here to discuss those letters.
After dinner, Miss Nichols, I never discuss business at a meal.
I have an engagement at 9.
Now, that was what I call a truly productive evening. We have them here for 3 hours, and what do we got? Janet doesn't like corned beef hash. Mariella doesn't like Janet. Fritz doesn't like Mariella. I think Mariella's kind of cute. I just love the way she pops her eyes when she says corned beef hash.
Oh, shut up.
That's what the whole evening has been. Hash. If you think you're going to solve this case...
Look, go up there tomorrow and look around. Check the servants, the typewriters. Talk to the nephew and decide if I must see him, and if so, bring him. And get Dr. Brady here. After lunch would be best.
Right.
Around 2. Now, please get your notebook and take a letter. Get it off tonight's special delivery.
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
To Professor J. Martingale of Harvard.
Harvard?
Dear Joseph, I have made a remarkable discovery stop. You may remember our discussion last winter regarding the possibility of using pig chitlins in connection with the...
Oh, boy. If I had taken a gun with me that afternoon, I swear I would have found a use for it. Since I read newspapers, the trick fence at Bess Huddleston's estate in Riverdale was no surprise to me. I parked the car, walked up a path through the trees and bushes towards the house. I don't know what warned me. I suppose I was aware of being watched. Nice. Nice, fella. Easy boy. Easy. Nice orangutan. Easy now. Easy boy. I'm a friend. Honest. I was invited. If this is your private path, why didn't you say so? All right. Okay. I'm going.
He wants to play tag.
What?
He wants to play tag.
I don't.
Well, if you offend him, he'll bite you.
Oh.
Start past him and dodge when he goes to touch you.
Huh?
Dodge a couple of times, then let him tag you and say Mr. in an admiring voice. That's all.
Mister.
Mr. is his name.
Oh. Well, I could turn around and just go home.
No, I wouldn't try that. He'd resent it.
Well, then I could sock him one.
You might. I doubt it. Besides, if you hurt him and my aunt ever catches you... I suppose you're Archie Goodwin?
Uh-huh.
I'm Larry Huddleston. I didn't send those letters and don't know who did. My aunt is upstairs arguing with her brother Daniel, but I can't invite you in until you get past Mister.
Does everyone who comes here have to play tag with this damn overgrown orangutan?
He's not an orangutan. He's a chimpanzee. He doesn't often play with strangers. It means he likes you.
Oh, swell. Here, mister. Come on, catch me. You missed. Ha, ha, ha. Try again. Whoa, look, you caught me. Oh, Mr. Nice, Mr. Oh, God, I feel like a damn fool.
Very good. You've made a friend for life.
Oh, great, great. My heart bleeds. Here's my hand.
Oh, did he bite you?
No, he must have just scratched me, I guess. It's just a scratch.
Come on up to the house. I'll get you some iodine.
You keep a first aid outfit beside the front door?
We keep iodine in every room.
Why?
On account of Mister. He never bites deep, but he often breaks somebody's skin. Then Logo and Lulu, sometimes they take a little nip.
Logo and Lulu?
The bears?
Oh, yeah, the bears, yes. Where are they now?
Having a nap somewhere. They always nap in the afternoon. They'll be around later.
Great, I can't wait.
That's all there is to
This
it.
is my
I've
aunt
told you
now.
1,000 times. Oh, you've come. How are you?
Fine.
This is my brother Daniel, Mr. Goldwin.
Goodwin.
What?
The name's Goodwin.
Of course. How did you make out?
Shouldn't we go up to your office?
Heavens, you can talk in front of Daniel and Larry. We've discussed the whole thing.
Oh, okay. We talked with Janet and Mariella. Dr. Brady was requested to call at our office at 2 o'clock today, but he was too busy.
Huh. He wasn't too busy to come up here and ride one of my horses. They ought to be back soon. He's with Janet now. You can meet him then.
Okay, now, if I can see where Janet keeps her stationery and take a sample from that typewriter...
Daniel, will you show Mr. Gordon to the office?
Goodwin.
And when you're finished, please join us on the terrace for cocktails.
Thanks.
Larry, you come with me. We need to settle about the Furstenberg.
There's nothing to settle until...
Oh, you're a detective.
That's what they tell me.
Anyone who sends letters like that deserves to be immersed to the chin in a 10% solution of hydrofluoric acid.
Why, would that be painful?
Well, yes, it would. Do you want to ask me anything?
Well, what should I ask you?
Well, that's the trouble. There's nothing I can tell you. I have no information to offer or even suspicions, but I could offer a comment. 2 comments.
Number 1?
It is worth considering that 4 people would be injured by anything that might happen to my sister. I'm her brother, and I have a deep and strong affection for her. The young ladies are employed by her, and they are well paid. Larry is also well paid, frankly, too well. But for his aunt, he might earn $4 a day as a helper on a coal barge. I know of no other occupation that would not strain his faculties beyond their limit, except maybe a gigolo. But the point is, his prosperity depends entirely on hers. So it is conceivable, and I offer this merely as a comment, that we 4 may properly be eliminated from suspicion.
Okay, that leaves 1.
1?
Sure. Doc Brady.
By no means. You misunderstand me. Now, I know very little about Dr. Brady, though it so happens that my second comment concerns him. I insist it is merely a comment. You have the letter received by Mrs. Horrocks?
Yes.
Then you have probably realized that while it purports to be an attack on Dr. Brady, it is so manifestly absurd that it couldn't possibly damage him. Mrs. Horrocks' daughter died of tetanus. There is no such thing as a wrong medicine for tetanus, nor a right one either. The antitoxin can prevent tetanus, but if the toxin has reached the nerve centers, nothing can cure it. So the attack on Dr. Brady was no attack at all.
Gee, that's interesting. Are you a doctor?
No, I'm a research chemist, but any standard medical...
Sure. I'll look it up. What reason do you suppose Doc Brady might have had for putting your sister on the skid?
So far as I know, none. None whatever.
Then that lets him out. With everyone out, there's no one left but your sister.
My sister?
She must have sent the letters herself. Shall we look at the office?
And just in time. Haskell will bring drinks out in a minute. You know the girls and Larry, of course, and I hear you've met Mister.
I've had the pleasure.
So the only one you don't know is Dr. Brady. This is Mr. Goldman.
No, the name is Gulenwangle.
Don't mind her, Mr. Goodwin. It's a pose. She pretends she can't remember the name of anyone not in the social register. Since her entire career is founded on snobbery...
Oh, snob yourself. You were born to it and believe in it. With me, it's business. But for heaven's sakes, let's not... Oh, mister! Oh, mister, you devil! Oh, mister! Don't you dare tickle my feet! Give me back my slipper!
Now, don't mind them, Mr. Goodwin. It's a game they play. Mister loves to tickle her feet.
Yes, I know how playful he is.
Mister, now you stop it! Stop it! Oh, now here comes Haskell with our drinks. Now you be a good boy or Mummy will... Look out! Oh. Now, see what you've done, you naughty boy. You've upset Haskell's tray and smashed the glasses. Oh, Haskell, for God's sakes, don't leave now with guests coming for dinner. Go to your room and have a drink and lie down. We'll clean this up.
My name is Hoskins.
Oh, so it is. Of course it is. Go and have a drink, Hoskins.
Yes.
Oh, it's all right, baby. It's all right. Mommy's not mad at you. You just wanted your drink, didn't you? Oh, there's a baby.
You give him a drink?
Oh, yes. Just fruit juice, of course.
Oh, good, good. I can imagine him
boy.
with a martini under his belt.
There we are. Everything cleaned up, and Mummy's big boy has his drink. Everything's better now. It seems to be a day for breaking things. Someone broke my bottle of bath salts, and it splattered all over the bathroom. And whoever did it just left it that way.
Who, mister?
Oh, I don't think so. He never goes in there. I didn't care to ask the servants. Oh, well, I better go and see if there's going to be any dinner or anyone to serve it. Where did Mister put my slipper?
Oh, there it is, under the hammock.
Ah, I see it. Oh, damn!
What is it?
A piece of glass in my slipper. Cut my toe.
I'll get the iodine.
Here, have a look at that. Not too bad.
Oh, ouch! It's bleeding a lot.
Well, we'll stop that in a minute. Just a shallow gash in the bottom of your toe.
Oh, well, mister, for heaven's sakes, be quiet. Mommy's all right.
Here's the iodine and bandages, Doctor.
Thank you. Now, this will sting for a moment.
Ouch! Ooh. It's all right, mister. Dr. Brady isn't hurting Mummy. The iodine is making it better, see? Hey, bring that back, mister.
Give Mariella the bottle, mister. Give it here. Oh, my. Does iodine kill grass?
We'll find out soon enough, won't we?
That was Tuesday, August 19th. On Wednesday, the 20th, Dr. Brady came to the office for an interview with Wolfe. The next day, Brother Daniel and Nephew Larry came. But all we got out of that was that among the men, nobody liked anybody. Wolfe was fed up and refused to budge further on the case. The call came from Mariella on Monday morning, and I went straight upstairs to the plant rooms to tell him. Bess Huddleston is dead.
Oh, let me alone, Archie. I've done all I can. I've seen them all, and it's nothing. Someone will probably get another letter before long.
No, sir,
and
there'll
when
be no more letters. I'm stating facts. Friday evening, tetanus set in from that cut in her toe, and just about an hour ago, she died. Mariella just called to tell me.
Tetanus?
Yes, sir.
That would have been a large fee.
Well, it would have been if you'd seen fit to do a little work.
Oh, it was no good, and you know it. I was waiting for another letter. Well, filed it away, including the letter to Mrs. Horrocks to be delivered to her upon request. I'm glad to be rid of it.
The funeral service was on Wednesday afternoon, and of course there was a big crowd, even in August, for Bess Huddleston's last party. Cordially invited to meet death. I decided to go. Call it a hunch. Not that I saw anything criminal, only something incredible. There it was at the foot of the casket, 8 black orchids that could have come from nowhere else in the world, and a card with his initials the way he scribbled them, N.W.
Inspector Kramer, this is a surprise. What can I do for you?
Well, you can tell me what you were doing for Bess Huddleston.
You? The Homicide Bureau? Why do you want to know?
Because a guy is making himself a pest down at headquarters. Her brother. He says she was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes.
Offering what evidence?
None at all.
Well, then why bother me about it, or yourself either?
Because we can't shut him up. There's an argument.
Oh, yeah?
Look, I don't need to tell you about that cut on her toe, since Goodwin was there.
Yes, I've heard about it.
The brother Daniel says she couldn't have got tetanus from that cut. He says it was a clean piece of glass that dropped into her slipper when that tray of glasses fell on the terrace. He saw it.
Yeah, so did I.
And the slipper was nearly new and clean. And she hadn't been walking around barefooted. Now, he claimed there couldn't possibly have been any tetanus germs in that cut. At least not enough to cause so violent an attack so soon.
You had the slippers tested?
And the bandages, even the iodine in the house. No tetanus. So, under the circumstances...
Subsequent bandages?
No. The dressing Brady found on it when he was called up there Saturday was the one he had put on it originally.
Wait, well, listen. I know. When that damn orangutan tickled her
No,
feet.
we went into that, too. Highly unlikely. Now, even if it could have had enough germs on its paw, Dr. Brady cleaned the wound and applied iodine.
Yeah, but he didn't give her antitoxin.
No, and he regrets he didn't. But he doesn't blame himself because no doctor alive would have done so. By Saturday, the poison had reached the nerve centers, and it was too late for antitoxin, though he tried it.
I asked you again, Mr. Kramer, why do you bother me with all this, or yourself?
Well, I'm satisfied it was an accident, and I want to cross it off. But before I do, I'd like to know, what was the job you were doing for her?
No doubt. Oh, didn't any of those people tell you?
No.
None of them?
No.
Then how do you know she'd hired me?
The brother told me, but he doesn't seem to know why.
You say you're satisfied that the death was accidental? You've no evidence of a crime?
That's right.
Then I can't answer you. Miss Huddleston hired me for a confidential job. Her death does not release me. It merely deprives me of the job.
My God, you can be honorable when you want to be.
Inspector,
Let me ask you a question, a plain question. Do you think she was murdered?
No.
What the hell do you think?
Nothing at all about that. I know nothing about it. I've no interest in it. The woman died as all women do, may she rest in peace. And I lost a fee. Now, why didn't you ask me this? If you knew what I know, if I told you all about the job she hired me for, would you feel that her death required further investigation?
Okay, I ask.
The answer is no, since you've discovered no single suspicious circumstance. Now, would you have some beer?
No, I don't want any beer, damn it. And don't bother to see me out.
You know, I think he's miffed. Well, you were a little patronizing after all. He was just being thorough.
Phooey. Either he didn't have sense enough to learn everything that happened that afternoon, or he missed his best chance to expose a crime if there was one. It hasn't rained the past week, has it?
No.
Then he wasn't being thorough.
Well, that ruined my night for me. Instead of going to sleep in 30 seconds, it took me 30 minutes trying to figure out what the devil he meant. Next morning, I got stubborn. I sat at my desk and went over that party at Riverdale in my mind second by second as I reported it to Wolfe. And I got it. Suddenly, there it was, as obvious as lipstick. And that's when Brother Daniel arrived.
My sister was murdered.
Mr. Huddleston, Mr. Kramer was here. He told me what you believe.
And not just what I believe, not anymore. It's what I can prove.
Indeed. What have you
You see,
found?
this morning, everything fell into place for me. My brain seemed to be working again. You know, it'd been such a shock.
Mr. Huddleston, I
Luckily, it
understand
hadn't
your concern,
rained.
but... What did you say?
I said, luckily, it hadn't rained.
Go on.
So I got a garden trowel, and I lifted out the piece of turf where the orangutan poured the iodine. I also took pieces from each side of it for comparison.
That was sensible. But did you analyze them yourself?
Well, certainly not. I took them to Fisher Laboratories and had them do it. Now, read this report. Not a trace of iodine and millions of tetanus bacilli, hundreds of millions, all concentrated in that one piece of turf. The other two pieces had no sign of tetanus.
Mr. Huddleston, why did you bring this to me? Take it to the police.
Because Inspector Kramer thinks I'm a nuisance. He doesn't listen to a word I say. I can't get any satisfaction from him.
Oh, Archie, what the devil's going on out there?
Now.
See what it's all about.
Nuisances. Aha! I might have known.
That's all right, Fritz. I'll take care of it. Mr. Kramer, what do you want?
Come along, Huddleston. You too, Wolfe. Goodwin, you're all coming to the station with me.
If you ever find time to glance over an interesting document, it's called the Constitution.
Shut up, Archie. Mr. Kramer, what in the name of heaven is the matter with you?
Not a thing, not a damn thing. Listen, last night, sitting right at this desk, what did you say? What did you tell me?
Your tone and manner.
You said, in case you've forgotten, that you weren't interested in the death of Bess Huddleston. Weren't interested?
I did.
Well, this afternoon, somebody in my office got an idea. We do that once in a while. I sent a man up there. And young Huddleston showed him where the monkey poured some of that iodine, only to find the turf had already been taken by Daniel Huddleston, who told Janet Nichols he was on his way here.
That was foolish of you, Mr.
This is the rawest one you've ever pulled, Wolf. Removing evidence, destroying evidence.
Nonsense, and stop shouting. Mr. Huddleston came here of his
Save
own
it.
accord.
Look, I'll get it from him and from Goodwin and from you. But separately, I'm taking you all downtown.
Nonsense, Mr. Kramer.
I am.
You strut and bluster, yes, but we're under no obligation, moral or legal.
Tell it to the DA.
This
time we've got you for tampering with evidence. How do I know what you're
I
doing?
honestly think the murderer of Bess Huddleston might never have been caught if Inspector Kramer hadn't been so foolhardy as to take us all down to the station. I've never seen Wolfe so furious. From the moment he set his large bulk inside the police car until Nathaniel Parker, our lawyer, got him released, maybe 2 hours in all, not one word crossed Wolfe's lips. But the scowl on his face would have scared Joe Louis out of the ring. They kept me at the station longer, of course, because I had seen Bess cut herself and the chimp pour the iodine. I got home about 10 o'clock.
Have you eaten, Archie?
Sort of, sir. Kramer sent out for hamburgers about 7 o'clock. Very greasy.
Yeah. And Mr. Huddleston's been released, too?
Yes, sir. I gather they let him go before they released me. Is that amphagel you're taking?
It is. I haven't had to take this stuff since that hideous experiment with eels in the spring.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Kramer will pay for this. Oh, report.
Nothing. Routine. Questions and a signed statement.
Malevolent spite. He'll pay. I want you to go to Riverdale tomorrow before Kramer's men get there.
Sure, what do I do?
Tetanus bacilli and spores are more or less around everywhere. But, of course, especially in the neighborhood of horses. The soil around the barnyard reeks of it. Now, consult the stableman and learn...
I doubt if there is one. I gather the horses are gone.
Find him. Or speak to the butler if he's there. I wish to know whether anyone has removed anything, any material from the vicinity of the stable. A small paper bag filled with the manure pile would have been ideal.
The only container I could find was a candy box. Dr. Brady said that would do. The stableman helped him fill it.
Where'd he take it from? The stall?
No, sir, from the pile.
Oh.
He dug into the middle of the pile.
Did he say why he wanted it?
He did explain, sir. He said he wanted it for a test. One of his patients had died of tetanus. I forget her name.
When was this?
About a month ago. Perhaps a little more. I remember rather clearly. It seemed such an unusual thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Who was with him that day? One of the girls?
No, he was alone when he did that. I forget who he had been riding with.
Who's that?
There's nobody in but Miss Nichols. She's in her room.
Where?
Last door on the right.
Come on, Hoskins. Janet. Janet.
Who is it?
It's Archie Goodwin. What happened? Can I come in?
No, I'm not dressed, sir.
We heard a scream. Do you need any rescuing?
No, I'm all right now, really.
What happened?
Well, it's nothing serious. I was having a bath, and I cut my arm with a piece of glass.
You what? I'm coming in.
No,
Don't look,
I'm not
Hoskins.
dressed.
No, sir.
Please.
Here, now put this towel around yourself, Janet.
I'm
It
all
protects
right,
civilization. Let me see that arm.
It's not much, really. It's barely an inch long.
Are you going to faint?
No, I'm all right
you?
now. I never scream, really. I never do, but it just seems so, cutting myself with glass so soon after Miss Huddleston.
Yeah, well, just take it easy.
I didn't scream when I cut myself. I'm not quite that silly, really.
I
I'm
know,
not.
I
But
know.
I screamed when I saw the piece of glass lodged in the bath brush. It seemed so...
Here, let me see that.
There, see.
Gee. Have you got any idea how this could have gotten in the brush?
No, none. Nothing's been broken in here.
I'll take it.
No.
And let me have that iodine bottle.
It's all right, really. I've already put some on.
Yeah, I can see that. I'll take this iodine, too. Hoskins, I want you to bandage your arm as tightly as possible to stop the bleeding. Girlie, I do like you in that towel, but I think you better get dressed. I'm going to take you for a shot of antitoxin.
Antitoxin?
Just a precaution. It's nothing to worry about. I'll be making a phone call downstairs.
Did you smell the iodine?
I did. There's no odor at all. Whatever's in that bottle isn't iodine.
Then get her away from there.
Yes, sir. This is my intention.
At once. And Archie...
Please, she's naked. Now, I haven't got a white horse, and she hasn't got that much hair, so as soon as she's dressed, we're off.
I'll phone ahead to Dr. Vollmer to have the antitoxin ready. And also to the Fisher lab to prepare for a test of that iodine. Now, go straight there after you leave Dr. Vollmer.
Yes, sir.
Stay there while they do the test and phone me as soon as they have the results.
Okay, here it is. What was in the bottle is a substance called argyrol, which stains like iodine. And it's alive with tetanus bacilli.
Of course.
And I didn't tell you earlier because of all the rush, but Dr. Brady took a sample of that barnyard soil about a month ago.
Satisfactory. Come home at once, Archie, and bring Miss Nichols with you. Miss Timms, Dr. Brady, and the two Mr. Huddlestons are on their way here now at my urgent request. I'll delay proceedings until you arrive.
Proceedings? What's going on?
I am about to unmask a murderer. Please hurry.
How long will this take? I'm due at my office at 1 o'clock.
I'm afraid you may be a little late at your office, Dr. Brady. I'm
What
sorry.
kind of a performance is this? You send him the telephone. I don't
Please,
be
I said that to get you here. The situation is no longer as I represented it on the phone to any of you. I told you that it was definitely known that Miss Huddleston had been murdered. Now, we're a little further along. I know who murdered her.
The hell you do.
I do. That's one change in the situation. The other is that an attempt has been made to murder Miss Nichols.
What?
All right, please, there's no cause for alarm. The attempt was frustrated.
What kind of an attempt?
Murder, Janet?
This will go more quickly and smoothly with no interruptions. I'll make it as brief as possible. I assure you I have no wish to prolong the unpleasantness, especially since I find less than enjoyable the presence in this room of an extremely unattractive person. I shall call that person X. Now, as you all know, X began with an effort to injure Miss Huddleston by sending anonymous letters.
Nothing of the sort. We don't know that one of us sent those letters, and neither do you.
Put it this way, Mr. Huddleston. I make statements. You suspect beliefs. In the end, there'll be a verdict, and you will concur or not. Now, X sent those letters. Then I am forced us to exclude women, at least temporarily, by the pronominal inadequacy of our language. Then he became dissatisfied with the results, or something happened, no matter which. In any case, X decided on something more concrete and conclusive: murder. The technique was unquestionably suggested by the recent death of Miss Horrocks by tetanus. A small amount of material procured at the stable, immersed in water, furnished the required emulsion. It was strained and mixed with argyrol, a substance that stains like iodine but is odorless. The mixture was put in a bottle with an iodine label, and the bottle was substituted for the iodine bottle in the cabinet in Miss Huddleston's bathroom.
In a bathroom? Well, you mean just in case?
Yes, Miss Timms, yes. But X was not one to wait indefinitely for some accidental disjunction in Miss Huddleston's skin. He carried the preparations further by smashing her bottle of bath salts and leaving slivers of glass all over her bathroom.
That did happen. She told us about it that day.
Please. A beautifully simple method for murder. If she cut herself, there was the iodine bottle. If not, no harm done. Try again.
Nuts. How can you possibly know
Those were the preparations. Now, as we all know, the first attempt failed. But chance presented itself again that very afternoon on the terrace. A tray of glasses was upset, and the pieces flew everywhere. X conceived a brilliant improvisation on the spot. Helping to collect the broken glass, he deposited a sliver in Miss Huddleston's slipper, and entering the house on an errand, as all of you did in connection with that minor catastrophe, he got the bogus bottle of iodine and placed it in the cupboard in the living room, removing the genuine bottle kept there. It would take only half a minute, and as you know, it worked. Miss Huddleston stuck her foot in the slipper and cut her toe. Her brother brought the iodine, Dr. Brady applied it, and she got tetanus and died. By the way, Doctor, that suggests a question. Is it worthy of remark that you failed to notice the absence of the characteristic odor of iodine? I merely ask.
There was a breeze on the terrace. It would have been difficult to notice any odor.
Oh, no, I'll accept that, Doctor. So X's improvisation was a success. From his standpoint, it was next to perfect. Might indeed have been perfect, invulnerable to any inquest, if the chimpanzee hadn't poured some of that mixture on the grass. And if X hadn't been foolish enough to try again. Yesterday, he put some of the bogus iodine in the cabinet in Miss Nichols' bathroom and wedged a piece of glass in her bath brush.
I just can't believe
And
it.
this morning, Miss Nichols got in the tub, cut her arm, took the bottle from the cabinet, and applied the iodine.
Good God, then she must get some medicine.
Calm yourself, Doctor. Calm yourself. Antitoxin has been administered.
By whom?
By a qualified person. Please be seated. Thank you. Miss Nichols does not need your professional services, but I'd like to use your professional knowledge. Archie, have you got that brush?
Yes, sir. Here it is.
Now, you use a bath brush, don't you? Show us how you manipulate it. On your arm.
Well, up and down like this.
Yeah, that'll do, thank you. No doubt all of you, if you use bath brushes, wield them in a similar manner. Not with a circular motion or around the arm, but lengthwise, up and down. So the cut on Miss Nichols' arm, as Mr. Goodwin described it to me, runs lengthwise about halfway between the wrist and the elbow. Is that correct, Miss Nichols?
Yes.
And it's about an inch long, a little less?
Yes.
Thank you. Now for you, Doctor, your professional knowledge to establish a premise invulnerable to assault. Why did Miss Nichols carve a gash nearly an inch long on her arm? Why didn't she jerk the brush away the moment she felt her skin being ruptured?
For the obvious reason that she didn't feel it.
Didn't feel it?
Certainly not. I don't know what premise you're trying to establish, but with the bristles rubbing her skin, there would be no feeling of the sharp glass cutting her, none whatever. She wouldn't know she'd been cut until she saw the blood.
You're sure of that? You'd testify to it?
I would, positively.
And any other doctor would?
Certainly.
Then we'll have to take it that way. Now, Miss Nichols, you have no idea who tried to kill you this morning.
No, I haven't. None.
You, Mr. Huddleston?
I don't know a damn thing.
You don't. Dr. Brady?
No, certainly not. But you said you know who murdered Miss Huddleston, so if you will just
I
explain...
prefer to do it this way, Doctor. Have you anything to tell me?
No.
Nothing with any bearing on any aspect of this business?
No.
What about the box of stable refuse you procured for the purpose of extracting tetanus germs from it?
Oh, I admit I should have told you that.
Well, is that all you have to say about it? Why didn't you tell the police when they first started to investigate?
Because I thought there was nothing to investigate. I continued to think so until this morning when you phoned me. It would have served no useful purpose.
What did you do with the stuff?
I took it to the office and did some experiments with the help of two of my colleagues. We were settling an argument. Then we destroyed it. All of it.
Did any of these people here know about it?
I don't know. Oh, yes, I remember I discussed it, telling them how dangerous any small cut might be.
Not me. If I'd known you did that...
So, all but one of you know of Dr. Brady's procuring that box of material from the stable, and all withheld the information from me. You're hopeless. Let's try something more specific. The day Miss Huddleston came here, she told me that Miss Nichols had a grievance against her, and she suspected her of sending those anonymous letters. Now, I ask all of you, including you, Miss Nichols, what was that grievance? No one? All right, I ask you individually. Miss Nichols?
Nothing. It was nothing.
Mr. Daniel Huddleston?
I have no idea.
Miss Timms?
I don't know.
You hesitate?
I don't know.
Dr. Brady?
If I knew, I would tell you.
Mr. Larry Huddleston?
I told you before that I don't know a damn thing. That goes right down the line.
Indeed. May I have your watch a moment, please?
What?
That hexagonal thing on your wrist. May I see it a moment?
What do you want with my watch?
I want to look at it. It's a small favor. You haven't been very helpful so far.
Okay. Here. What can it do me?
Thank you. Now, the Huddleston folder, Archie.
Yes, sir.
You are a very silly young man, Mr. Huddleston. Incredibly callow. Thank you, Archie. Here is a picture of Miss Nichols, trimmed to 6 sides, apparently to fit the back of this watch. This point could be definitely determined by opening the watch case, but I'm not going to do it because it'll be opened later and microscopically compared with the picture to prove that it did contain it.
You give me that.
Stop him, Archie.
All right. Sit down, Bud.
I suggest that it's time for you to help us a little, Mr. Huddleston. When did your aunt take that picture from you?
You fat bastard.
I'll try once more, sir. You are going to answer these questions. If not for me, then for someone less fat but more importunate. Would you rather have it dug out of your servants and your friends and acquaintances? It's shabby enough as it is. Now, when did your aunt take that picture from you?
It's none of your damn business.
Call Inspector Kramer.
Damn
Archie.
you! You know damn well when she took it. She took it the day she came down here.
That's better. But it wasn't the first time she objected to your relations with Miss Nichols, was it?
No.
Did she object on moral grounds?
Hell no. She objected to our getting married. My aunt was very possessive. She ordered me to break off the engagement. It was secret, but she got suspicious and questioned Janet. And Janet told her, and she made me call it off.
And naturally you were enraged. You burned for revenge.
I did not. You can come off that right now. You're not going to pin anything on me. I never really wanted to marry Janet, and what's more, I never intended to.
No.
I could prove that by a friend of mine.
A man like you has friends? But after your aunt made you break the engagement, you still kept the picture in your watch?
Yes, I had to. I mean, I had Janet to deal with, too, and it wasn't easy living right there in the house. I was afraid of Janet. You don't know her. I opened the watch case purposely in front of my aunt so she'd take that damn picture. Janet seemed to think that the picture meant something, and I thought when she knew it was gone...
Did you know that Miss Nichols sent the anonymous letters?
No, I didn't. Maybe I suspected, but I didn't know.
Did you also suspect when your aunt...
Stop it.
A little too much for you, is it, Miss Nichols?
Stop it.
As I expected, you're all rubble inside. There's nothing left of you. Huh. Well, the simplest way is for me to dictate a confession and you sign it. And I'll send a copy of it to a man I know, the editor of the Gazette, and it'll be on his front page this evening. He'd like an exclusive picture of you to go with it, and Mr. Goodwin will be glad to take it. I know you'll like that.
Stop it.
For your satisfaction, I ought to tell you that your guilt was by no means obvious. I became aware of it only when Mr. Goodwin telephoned me from Riverdale this morning. Your performance today was the act of a nitwit. I presume you were struck with consternation yesterday when you saw that piece of turf being removed and realized what the consequences would be. So you attempted to divert suspicion by staging an attack on yourself.
No, that's not true.
Did you know what I was getting at a while ago when I asked Dr. Brady why you didn't jerk the brush away the instant you felt the glass puncture your skin? And he replied, as of course he would, that you didn't feel the glass cutting you? That was precisely the point. You see, the cut should have been much longer. You jerked the brush away when you pulled it along your arm less than an inch because you knew this piece of glass was there and was cutting you. You put it there yourself.
Give me that.
Archie.
Stop her. Keep her away from me.
I'll show you. I'll show you.
Come on, hey.
I've got her.
Let me go.
What?
Let me go.
My face is bleeding.
Only
Let me go.
Here, hold this handkerchief against it.
By God, if it leaves a scar.
That was a lie. You lied.
What?
She means that you lied when you said you neither desired nor intended to marry her. I agree with her that the air in here was already bad enough without that. You fed her passion and her hope. She wanted you, God knows why. When your aunt intervened, she wrote those letters. Revenge? Yes. Or as a way of saying to your aunt, let me have him or I'll ruin you.
She wouldn't let him go. She wouldn't let me have him.
And when did you decide that you had to kill her?
She took my picture out of his watch, and I found it here, on Mr. Goodwin's desk. She had no right. I had to stop her. I had to.
Your notebook, Archie.
today's episode were Maver Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Barbara Hamilton was Bess Huddleston, Terry Tweed, Janet Nichol, Lynn Darragon, Mariella Timms, Ken James, Daniel Huddleston, Tom Harvey, Dr. Brady, Alan Fawcett, Larry Huddleston. Cease Linder was Inspector Kramer, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations by John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant was Ann Weldon Tate. Cordially Invited to Meet Death was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week.
I wasn't surprised about the suicide, not really. I wasn't surprised either at the way he did it. He was always keyed up and dramatic about everything. So you'd expect him to do something startling about killing himself.
Well, just what did he do?
He took all his clothes off and jumped into a geyser in Yellowstone Park.
Archie goes to a fashion show.
Nope, I can't do it.
You can't do what?
Make a choice. The only way I can see to handle it is to send in an order for one of each. I'd have to marry all six. Imagine it. After the weddings, I will, of course, have to take a good-sized apartment between 5th and Madison in the fashionable 60s. On a pleasant autumn evening, I'll be sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. I'll toss the paper aside and clap my hands, and in will come Isabel. She will have on a calf-exposing kitchen apron with a double hemline and will be carrying a tray of ham sandwiches and a pitcher of milk. She will say seductively, $2.93. Make interesting motions and gestures without spilling a drop. Then she'll go, and in will come Francine. She will be wearing slim silhouette pajamas with padded shoulders and a back-flaring hip line. She'll walk and wave and whirl and say, $9.31. Light me up a cigarette and dance out. Enter Delia. She'll be dressed in a high-styled bra of handmade lace with a billowing sweep right up to...
Enter another naked, carrying a basket full of bills and your checkbook.
The latest fashion was murder.
It's quite a long list, isn't it? Mrs. Domery killed in a riding accident. Mr. Nita propelled into a geyser and boiled. Mr. Domery hurtled into an ocean and drowned. It's not my affair, thank heaven.
Was Wolfe's client the murderer?
Miss Nita.
Yes.
Did you kill that man?
Did I kill my
Archie.
Well, she'll be all right. I think she just...
Well, stop her. How do you stop her?
Well, I could slap her or kiss her. I think I'll try kissing her.
Next week, Man Alive, with guest stars Lynn Griffin, Neil Monroe, Sandy Webster, and August Schellenberg.
Transcribe. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking.
If it's for me, I'm not here.
What if it's a case?
If it is, tell them no.
I will not.
Confound you, Archie. Do as I say.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Wolfe's residence?
Yes.
Is this Mr. Wolfe?
Yes, Mr. Wolfe speaking.
Oh, I am in very much trouble. Could I see you, please, immediately?
Well, now, yes. What kind of trouble, miss?
Give me that phone, Archie.
No.
Hello?
Sorry, I had to turn the radio down too loud, you know.
May I see you right away?
Well,
I pay you $1,000 as a retainer fee.
Yes, indeed. I'll take the case. Come right over. The address is 601 West 35th Street.
I cannot, Mr. Wolfe. I just cannot come there.
Well, where do you live?
I am staying at the Pole Hotel, room 304, and I...
Hello? Boss, that was a shot. Hello? Hello?
ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
We've usually referred to this story as the case of room 304. The girl on the phone had a decided foreign accent. I wasn't quite able to decide what nationality she was, but it sounded like French. Anyway, there was what sounded like a shot, and then dead silence for a second or two. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Well, Archie, another woman? Bah.
Mr. Wolfe, I heard a shot, and then the line clicked off.
Trouble. Women always trouble.
I said I heard a shot on the phone.
Indeed.
I'm going over to her hotel and see what goes on.
By all means, Mr. Wolfe.
Yeah. Huh?
Now that I've been insulted to the tone of being called a radio...
I'm sorry, Mr. Wolfe, but we needed the money, and this was $1,000.
If you'll excuse me, I have to attend to my orchids, Mr. Wolfe.
What about the girl, the shot?
Fascinating, isn't it? You figure it out.
Okay. I've got to get over there. Room 304, Paul Hotel. So long, boss.
Good luck, Mr. Wolfe. Please phone me from time to time.
Room 301, 302, 304. What do you know? The door's open. Oh, hello.
Who are you?
Archie Goodwin. Now it's your turn.
I'm Jay Bream, pilot for Jan Airlines.
You seen... Yeah, I guess you have. This girl's been shot.
Oh, that's all?
Yeah, dead. Real dead. What do you know about this?
I don't know anything. Say, who are you?
Looks like you're in a spot, pal. You better start digging, hadn't you?
I got here a few seconds before you did. I knocked on the door. The door was partially open, so I pushed it wide. And...
Go on.
Well, there was no answer. I couldn't see anyone, so I came in, and there she was.
You know her?
Well, yes. Why do you think I came here?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Look, what right have you got asking me all these questions? What's it to you?
Did you ever hear of Nero Wolfe?
Of course, who hasn't?
Like I said before, I'm Archie Goodwin, Wolfe's assistant. Now, would you rather talk, or should I call the police?
I've told you all I know.
Who is she?
Helen Rennie.
French?
I don't know. European, anyway.
Why'd you come here tonight?
I have a dinner date with her.
You mean you did have?
Yeah.
Let's turn her over. There. Got an automatic in her hand.
Yeah. I never saw it before. Hey, I wouldn't use the phone. The fingerprints.
It's okay. I'll use this handkerchief.
Who are you calling?
My boss.
Oh.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss.
Archie, I thought you were Nero Wolfe. You sound very much like him.
Please, boss, be serious.
Oh, but I am?
I'm here at the girl's apartment, the one who called me. She's dead.
Beautiful?
Yes, was very beautiful.
She would be. How did it happen?
Shot. Neat round hole in her right temple. She's married and looks like she shot herself. When I turned her over, I saw a wedding ring on her finger and a .32 automatic still in her hand.
Are you alone?
No, a fellow named Jay Bream, a pilot. He was here when I arrived.
No one heard the shot?
Apparently not. No one showed up yet.
Very interesting. What do you do now, Mr. Wolfe?
Should I call Inspector Kramer?
No, say nothing to anyone. Get over here at once. And bring Mr. Breen, the pilot, with you. Goodbye. That's all you know about it, Mr. Breen?
That's right, Mr. Wolfe. Just like I told Mr. Goodwin here.
The whole thing sounds... Hey, I just thought of something.
Pray tell, Archie.
It can't be suicide.
Oh, and why not?
How can a dead woman hang up a phone?
You finally arrived at that, Archie. Amazing. Of course she couldn't. She was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, Mr. Bream.
But I thought she committed suicide.
Please, Mr. Bream, it'll be better if you don't think. Where do you stay?
321 West 19th, apartment 5.
And your job?
I've 10 days vacation. Started yesterday.
One thing, Mr. Bream, I suggest you don't leave town. Furthermore, talk is not advisable. I strongly recommend that you adopt precautions.
Yes, sir.
Show Mr. Bream to the door, Archie.
Yes, sir. Right this way.
Good night, Mr. Wolfe.
Good night.
I didn't want to tell you in front of Mr. Bream, but I found this in her purse when I sent him for a sheet to cover the body.
$1,000 check. Made out to Mr. Nero Wolfe.
Well, boss?
I think it's time we phoned Inspector Kramer.
Should I?
Who else, Archie? Who else?
My apologies. I forgot how heavy that phone really is.
Archie.
Oh. Do you want me to talk to the inspector?
I'll do the talking.
Should I hold the phone for you?
You can get me some beer.
Inspector Kramer.
One moment. Here you are.
It's Nero Wolfe, Inspector. I think you had better go over to the Paul Hotel.
Yeah, why?
I believe you'll find a dead woman there.
A dead woman? What is this, a gag, Wolf?
I'm afraid not, Inspector.
Well, how did you know about it? Have you been over there?
Telepathy, Inspector.
Mental Wolf, I'm too busy today to listen to nonsense. Telepathy. Don't give me that kind of stuff. If I find a body, I'll lock you and Goodwin up.
You watch your blood pressure, Inspector.
Never mind about my blood pressure.
One thing, Inspector.
Yeah?
Would you hold off the press for the present?
Why? What are you holding back, Wolf?
Will you stop your idiotic jabbing to what I ask?
Okay. By the way, Wolf, I suppose you know the girl's room number.
Naturally, Inspector. It is room 304. So hurry.
Oh.
Dear Inspector Kramer, he's so fond of me. Archie.
Yes, sir?
I suggest you call the bank in the morning and find the person who is handling Miss Renee's account. Try to bring all her canceled checks over here.
And what if they won't hand them over?
Then Kramer will get an order issued to do so. Simple?
Coming.
Well, where's Wolf?
Where do you think he'd be? In his big chair.
Good evening, Inspector. I expected you before this, Inspector. What kept you so long?
If I told you I had a flat tire, would you believe me? Now start giving, Wolf. What did you know about the dead girl?
Inspector Kramer, do sit down. Relax. Nervous tension is such a deadly thing.
Now listen here, Wolf.
Would you like some beer? Most soothing, you know.
Come on, what's the dope on this case?
Fill the inspector in on the details, Archie.
I was here talking to the girl over the phone. There was a shot, and then I went over to her hotel and found her the same as you did, dead on the floor. And the phone was placed back on the hook.
Come on, Wolf. There's more to this than that. Let's have it.
Really, Inspector?
Who was she?
You don't know?
I mean, what do you know about her? Now get this straight, Wolf. Please, Wolf. What's this all about? A girl's been shot. Her name is Helen Rennie. What's the dope?
Did you have a ballistics report made on the gun?
Well, not in this short time, but I will.
How did you make out your report?
Suicide, naturally.
Archie was talking to the girl on the phone at the time she was shot.
So she chooses to kill herself talking to your assistant.
Why, you big, flat-footed...
Inspector, precisely how can a dead girl hang up a phone?
Why, she,
You see, Inspector, quite impossible. And now I suggest you make out your report murder.
Murder? Wolf, tell me, why is it you're always mixed up in these cases?
That, Inspector, would be as difficult to answer as it would be to convince Archie of the danger of the female of the species.
Oh, what's the use? No one ever answers my questions. I give up.
Oh, Inspector, I do hope you will bring the girls' canceled checks tomorrow if they don't turn them over to us.
What?
The inspector is just going, Archie. Please see him to the door.
I'm not helpless.
Good night, Inspector.
Good night.
Please, boss, can't we have just a little air in here?
You've been out all the morning. Isn't that enough?
Gonna get me an oxygen tank to use in here.
Did you contact the bank regarding the girl's account?
I did.
I finally talked to the head of the accounting department. He told me about our personal agent here, Mr. Renfrew. He was handling all our financial affairs. Went to see Renfrew.
What did he have to say?
Very little. But he seemed very upset when he learned of her death. I didn't tell him how she died. He said Helen Rene was here buying technical equipment for her government in Europe.
Technical equipment? What kind?
Laboratory stuff.
Did she make any definite purchases?
From the Arrow Company here in town, and Mr. Paul Morio is the head man of this Arrow Company. Mr. Renfrew, her agent, gave us quite a bit of an argument about coming over here today, said it was very irregular to show bank statements. But he finally gave in. I didn't need the inspector's help.
What time do we have the honor?
He said he'd be here at noon.
Noon. You know I'll be busy at that time.
Well, I didn't think you'd let...
Archie, you never do.
Your lunch will keep just this once, Mr. Wolfe.
Not this once, nor any other time, Archie. You know I have lunch precisely at noon. Not after, not before. Understand?
Yeah.
I surmise you have the address of the Arrow Lab Supply Company.
Yes, sir. You want me to go have a talk with Mr. Morio, who runs the place?
Sometimes, Archie. Your conclusions are fantastic.
I'm leaving.
One thing more.
And?
After you return from your visit with Mr. Morio, would you be so kind as to entertain Mr. Renfrew until after my lunch? And don't stand there with the door open.
Sorry, boss. I'll go out through the coal chute. Do forgive me. Nero Supply Company.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Morio in?
Yeah, I'm Morio.
My name's Archie Goodwin.
What can I do for you, Goodwin?
I'm Nero Wolfe's assistant. You've heard of Nero Wolfe?
I don't get around much. Tell me about him.
How should I answer that?
Any way you like.
Nero Wolfe's a detective. Did you ever hear of a Miss Rene?
Stop shadowboxing, Mr. Goodwin. What's on your mind?
I understand you sold Miss Rene some laboratory equipment.
Is it a jail term? Now, listen, Mr. Goodwin, I have a nice, respectable business here, so what do you want? Spill it.
When'd you last see Miss Rene?
2 days ago.
Talked to her since?
Once on the phone.
What time was that?
Yesterday morning.
You called her from your office here?
No, from my hotel room. Now, look, let's quit playing cat and mouse. Why all the questions?
Miss Rene is dead.
Dead? Who did it? Now, wait a minute. You don't think I had anything to do with it?
What makes you think anyone did it?
It'd be the only reason cops would get into it.
You know, Morio, I'm beginning to wonder just how long you've been in the lab supply business. You know what a retort is? And don't tell me it's a snappy comeback.
Now, what's the matter, Goodwin? What's eating you?
Look, Morio, I came here to find out something about Helen Rene. Just what sort of equipment did you sell her?
It was heavy stuff, heavy chemical work.
Where is it?
We don't have samples, just pictures. Yeah, we ship it direct.
Oh, so the purchaser never sees what he's buying.
That's right.
Could I see what she purchased?
I'm afraid not, Goodwin. Besides, what difference would it make?
Did Miss Rene see what she bought?
No, I already explained that. Now, I'm busy, Goodwin, so if you don't mind...
Okay, I'll run along. Good afternoon, Mr. Morio. I'm sure we'll meet again. Soon.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss.
Yes, Archie?
Just left the Arrow Lab Supply Company, and as far as I'm concerned, something's rotten in Denmark.
Indeed.
This guy Morio, who runs the company, doesn't sound like a legitimate lab supply man. I think he's running some kind of a racket.
What makes you believe that, Archie?
Just not the type to be in a legit business. Things just don't jive. And she didn't see what she bought.
You believe, then, that he would have reason to want Miss Rene out of the way?
Yeah. Guy made me see red. I wanted to take a poke at him.
Archie, you're an idiotic hothead.
He said it was all heavy lab stuff she bought, and it was too late for me to see it.
Forget it now. Get over here as soon as you can.
Immediately?
Immediately. Have you forgotten you have an appointment with Mr. Renfrew at noon? Goodbye.
Coming.
Hello, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Renfrew. Well, who's this? My goodness, come in.
Yes. Come in, my dear.
Thank you.
Mr. Goodwin, I brought my secretary along. I hope you don't mind.
Mind? Why, Mr. Renfrew, how could anyone object?
Mr. Goodwin, Miss Bennett.
Oh, Miss Bennett. First name?
Jean. Do you always use this approach, Mr. Goodwin?
Only at noontime, and my name's Archie. Well, this is a happy surprise. Please sit down, Jean. Allow me.
Thank you.
Well.
Wasn't it Mr. Renfrew you wanted to see?
Yes. Mr. Wolfe will be down shortly, Mr. Renfrew. Please be seated.
Thank you.
Is something wrong, Mr. Goodwin?
Not a thing, Miss Bennett. Not from where I sit.
I don't believe a word he says, miss. His judgment concerning women is not to be trusted.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfe. You're so kind. Mr. Wolfe, Miss Bennett.
How do you do?
Mr. Wolfe?
Mr. Renfro, I presume.
Yes?
Now we can get down to business at hand, Mr. Renfro.
Yes, by all means. I don't understand why we couldn't have discussed this on the phone, Mr. Wolfe. The whole thing is highly irregular. Of course, I know you're trying to do your duty, but...
I prefer not to discuss the dead girl's business affairs on the phone, Mr. Renfro. You should appreciate that.
Yes, I see. Now, what is it you wish to know?
How long have you known Helen Renee?
About a month.
When's the last time you talked to her?
Yesterday.
What time?
Why, about 2:30. I called her from my room. She was here on government business.
You brought the canceled checks?
Here you are, Mr. Wolfe.
Quite sizable amounts, Mr. Renfro. Very interesting indeed.
Yes? You see, Miss Renee made some very large purchases, Mr. Wolfe, and of course they were all quite legitimate.
Would you mind if I kept these checks overnight?
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Renfro. By the way, was Miss Renee right or left-handed?
Why, left-handed, Mr. Wolfe. Why?
Just inquisitive. Now, if you would excuse me, Miss Bennett, Mr. Renfro, I have a very urgent appointment.
Well, if I can be of any more service, don't hesitate to call on me, Mr. Wolfe.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, dear. Poor Miss Renee. I hope the person who did this dreadful thing is dealt with properly.
Indeed.
I must run along now.
Yes, this way. Must you go too, Miss Bennett?
Good day, Mr. Wolfe.
I must, and good day.
See you soon, Miss Bennett. Well, boss, what do you think? Isn't she a beauty?
I'm sure I'm not a fair judge, Archie. Do you happen to know where the Morio warehouse is?
Why, yes. It's at the other end of town near the river. Oh, no, not again.
9 o'clock tonight.
Okay. I suppose you want me to take a gander at what's in the warehouse, break in like a burglar?
Archie, if your mind were free of women, I do believe you could reach phenomenal heights in this your chosen profession.
Nothing around here but a bunch of old tubes and glassware. I hope Wolf knows what he's doing. I don't.
All right. Stand where you are and reach.
What's it?
Flip the lights on, Joe. That's better. Now, sing up and tell me what you're doing here.
I beg your pardon. I'm a little deaf. I couldn't hear you.
I said, what are you doing here?
Oh, Ellen. I was supposed to meet her here.
Make sense, will you?
You think I can?
What's the matter, Mac? Visitors?
This bird refuses to talk.
Well, then knock it out of him.
You two talk it over. Don't bother telling me how it comes out.
Hey, wait a minute, you. You ain't leaving.
All right, you win. This night is just full of surprises.
Ain't it? Let's see what you're talking.
Hey, who do you think you're shoving around?
Just full of questions, ain't you?
You know, someday you're going to end up by getting into trouble. It's illegal to push people around.
I guess you better understand. So...
Hey, are you kidding?
Get the point? Now, get up. Now, talk.
Why, you
still want to play, huh?
He's out like a light, Mac. What are you going to do with him?
You won't do any more snooping around here.
You know something, Mac? You got an awful disposition. I'm actually scared of you. You're that mean.
Yeah. Now, dump him outside.
Hey, boss. It's me, Archie, remember?
Archie, these interruptions are detestable. Can't you see I'm busy? Is that you, Archie?
I've been busy, too, boss. Look at my face. I had an accident.
From your appearance, I'd say that someone else had been busier. All right, Mr. Goodwin, as long as you insist upon interrupting my meditation, start at the beginning.
Mr. Wolfe, I arrived at the warehouse. I went inside. I saw a lot of packing cases and a bunch of old glassware, worn-out junk. 2 men jumped me. I came to lying in the alley. I staggered to a cab and made it home. End of story.
Archie, your repertoire of words is most astonishing. And your description of Morio's warehouse is without doubt most enlightening.
I thought you'd like it.
And now, Archie, I suggest you get Fritz to give you a piece of beefsteak for that eye of yours.
And after that?
I've arranged a gathering for 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Then I shall repair to my bed to suffer in silence.
You should be more careful on these nefarious expeditions. You might get hurt sometime.
Yes, I've been a careless fellow, Mr. Wolfe. Good night.
Good night, Archie. Pleasant dreams.
Mr. Wolfe, I'm glad you called me early. I was just about to leave town for a couple of days. What is this conference about?
Not at this time, sir, if you please.
I'm glad you could come along, Miss Bennett.
Well, I'll be happy to assist in any way I can, Mr. Goodwin.
Archie?
Right. Well, good evening, Mr. Morio. I knew we'd meet again.
It's no fault of mine, Goodwin.
Please come in. Come in, Mr. Morio. You don't want to keep the rest of the guests waiting.
What do you want with me?
Why, what? Nothing. Mr. Wolfe, this is Mr. Morio.
Sit down, sir. Take the red leather chair.
For special guests, Mr. Morio.
Yeah?
Now, gentlemen, you're probably wondering why I asked you here. Naturally, you know it has to do with the death of Helen Renee. Mr. Morio, I understand you and Miss Renee had some business transactions that involved quite a sum. That she purchased laboratory equipment.
That's right.
Archie told me that your warehouse contained nothing but second-hand junk. It was a shame, Mr. Morio, that this shipment was delayed by a shipping shortage. Otherwise, you might have gotten away with it.
Is this why you called me over here?
It is immaterial to the case at hand. Actually, I'm only interested in Helen Renee's murder.
Hey, wait a minute. You don't think I did it?
Didn't you?
No. Mr. Wolfe, I admit everything you said about the equipment. But I've had no part in any murder.
I see. Mr. Bree, you're a pilot of Wallflower. If you had shot the girl and wanted it to look like suicide, in which hand would you put the gun?
Why, her right hand.
Indeed. Where did you first meet Miss Renee?
Boarding the plane at Orley Field, Europe.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Renfrew.
Now, look here, Wolfe. This has gone too far. I won't be put through any third degree. So if you'll excuse me, I have to get to the dip.
Sit down, Renfrew.
Well, I...
Mr. Renfrew, I'm astonished that anyone would be as amateurish as they were in this case.
I don't understand.
Could it be that you killed Miss Renee and attempted to make it look like suicide because she was about to tell me that through forgeries her bank account was $50,000 short?
Well, what reason would I have to kill her?
You told me yourself you phoned Miss Renee from your hotel the day she died. Yet there was no outgoing calls charged to your account.
No, this is nonsense. Ridiculous.
She suddenly became suspicious of you. And you are probably the only person here who knew that she was left-handed.
Well, what does that have to do with it?
She was shot through the right temple, Mr. Renfrew, while talking on the telephone. With a gun in her left hand, wouldn't it be awkward for her to twist her arm around her face and shoot herself? In your excitement, you forgot you had shot her in the right temple.
And what else do you know, Mr. Wolfe?
That you once worked in Europe where you met Miss Renee, arranged to represent her in this country. Only you would know how much she had in the account here.
I've heard enough of this nonsense.
Yesterday, you made a statement. Quote, I hope whoever did this dreadful thing is dealt with properly. Only the police, and Archie and I knew Miss Renee had not died naturally. How did you know that? Unless you are the murderer.
Don't make a move, any of you. I was forced to eliminate her. She accidentally learned about the shortage, and she became most unreasonable about it. Phoned you about it.
Oh, dear me. So utterly weary of these melodramatics. Put up that gun.
I've spent 15 years sweating, trying to get enough money to live the way that I want. And now I have it, and neither you nor anybody is going to take it away from me. I'll kill anyone who tries to follow me out of this house. Oh, no, Miss Wolfe. Stand back.
Mr. Renfrew, don't, please.
I will take that gun from you and...
Oh, Miss Renfrew.
What the...
Well, Inspector, you certainly arrived at the proper time, even if you are late.
What do you mean late? I've been standing out there listening to Renfrew for 5 minutes.
Boy, that's too close. Glad he missed you, Inspector.
Well, good night, Mr. Wolfe.
Not so fast, Mr. Morio.
I suggest you hold Mr. Morio here for swindling Miss Rennie and her government. And, Archie.
Yes, sir?
Do you know how to care for a person who has fainted?
I certainly do.
Then look behind you. Your pretty Miss Bennett has collapsed.
I'll get it. Hello?
Is this Miss Jean Bennett?
Yes.
Is Archie Goodwin there?
Well, yes. Just a minute. It's for you, Archie.
For me?
Mm-hmm.
No one knows I'm here. Hello?
I thought I'd find you there, Archie.
How'd you know I was here?
I figured that by the skill you expressed on reviving a patient from a deep faint. Archie, on the way home, I want you to stop by the delicatessen and pick up the following things. Ham, beer, cheese, olives.
My boss.
How do you know you were here?
Pure deduction. That's why he's called the world's greatest detective.
Really?
Come here.
Yes. Archie, you shouldn't have... Archie.
Archie, you listening to me? Oh, well, guess you didn't hear a word of it. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Virgil Reimer was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Lucille Alex, Val Brown, Bill Johnstone, Hal Gerard, Betty Lou Gerson, Vic Rodman, and Ed Daly. This is Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Just listen to the stars on this Sunday's big show. Jimmy Durante, Ethel Merman, Milton Berle, and Gordon MacRae. Plus Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Your MC on the big show, of course, is the glamorous Tallulah, and you're invited. And on Theater Guild on the Air this Sunday, you'll hear the comedy The Man in Possession, starring Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer. Don't forget, hear Ethel Merman on the big show Sunday on NBC. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Just a moment, please. Hey, boss, Mr. Tom Wilcox wants an appointment. How about 1 o'clock?
Archie, no appointments today. I intend to pot some dendrobium offsets.
1 o'clock will be fine, Mr. Wilcox.
Is he the Tom Wilcox who was acquitted yesterday of the murder of that singer, Keith Hansen?
Mr. Wilcox, are you the Tom Wilcox who... Oh, you are. I see.
What does he want with me?
Mr. Wilcox, why do you seek Mr. Wolfe's services? I see. Well, our fee is $1,000 with a retainer of $500, okay? Oh, yes, Mr. Wolfe will see you. What's that? Hey, what was that? Hey, Mr. Wilcox.
Archie, stop shouting, hey.
He whispered someone was at the window. Then I heard a shot and he dropped the phone. Boss, I'm afraid we've just lost a client.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout, and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
This episode is one Nero Wolfe refers to as a slight case of perjury. It all started with a phone call from Tom Wilcox and the ensuing shot, which I was sure had brought our newfound income to an early end. Anyway, there was the shot, and... Hello? Mr. Wilcox? Hello? Well, boss, I've certainly waited long enough for him to come back to the phone. We may have just lost a nice bankroll.
Nonsense, Archie. Other clients will rescue us. Now for a cold bottle of beer, Archie.
We're almost out of beer. I better get over there and see what happened to Mr. Wilcox.
The beer first.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Oh, Wilcox, you all right? Was that a shot? It was, huh? I'm glad it missed.
Tell him to come right over here.
Yeah, you dug the slug out of the wall. Well, come right over. Boss, the police never found the gun that killed Keith Hansen.
No gun was found.
Wilcox said he thinks he was shot at with a .32. He dug the bullet out of the wall. The murderer of Hansen must now be after Wilcox.
If Wilcox is telling the truth.
He was acquitted. The society gal, Mrs. Patricia Park, established his alibi, said she was with Wilcox at the time the murder was supposed to have occurred.
I read the papers, Archie.
Where's last night's paper? Wow, boss, look at her picture. Ooh, she's a honey.
Archie, will you get me some beer?
Well, if you move your arm 6 1/4 inches, you can't possibly miss it. Mr. Wolfe, this is Tom Wilcox, our new client.
How do you do?
Archie, the red leather chair for Mr. Wilcox.
Mr. Wolfe, I'd like your aid in finding the murderer of Keith Hansen.
Indeed. Why do you suppose you were shot at this morning?
I gave a statement to the press last night, which was printed this morning, saying that I was going to seek out the killer of Keith Hansen. The killer obviously wants me stopped. Here's the bullet, a .32, I'd say.
Why did you go to Keith Hansen's apartment on the day of his death?
I went there to tell him to stay away from my sister. We had a fight. The manager came and stopped us. I told Hansen I'd kill him if he didn't lay off. The manager heard this. Then I went home.
What time was that?
About 8:30. The police claimed I returned to Hansen's apartment and shot him. I couldn't prove I was at home all night. It was going rough for me until Patricia Park testified she was with me at the time when the crime was said to have been committed.
Why didn't you tell the police in the first place that this Patricia Park was with you?
Well, that's the whole trouble. She wasn't.
What?
Her claim that she spent the hours from 9 till midnight with me was a lie. In fact, I'd never met the woman in my life.
Have you contacted this Patricia since your release, Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, but she refuses to see me.
Archie, phone Mrs. Patricia Park and tell her that she must see you at once for her own good. Time is of the essence.
And what else can you tell me, Mrs. Park?
Mr. Goodwin, I haven't anything more to say than I've already said.
All I want is a simple answer as to why you lied about being with Tom Wilcox.
Well, Tom Wilcox is a very fine man, but he isn't telling you the truth.
Did you commit the murder and succeed in establishing your own alibi by swearing you and Tom Wilcox were together 10 miles from the scene of the crime?
I did not.
Do you own a gun?
Don has one around.
Who's Don?
Don's my husband.
Oh, is he here?
I doubt it. He's never here. Spends most of his time at the bookies, throwing away every cent he can get his hands on. I've had to cut his allowance to practically nothing.
Doesn't he work?
No. He studied medicine, but gave it up. He was an illustrator for years, but gave that up when his eyes were burned in a plane crash.
Mm-hmm. Where's the gun?
It's in the desk. It used to be in here.
What caliber?
I don't know.
Where were you at 10 o'clock this morning?
Why, I think I was with the cook.
Someone fired a shot at Tom Wilcox this morning through the window.
No. Oh, no. Archie, please don't continue with this investigation, please.
How well did you know Keith Hansen?
Not very well, but enough to realize he was no good. Mr. Goodwin, if you'll drop this case, I'll give you $1,000 cash.
Not interested. But I am interested in learning why you lied, why Tom was shot at this morning, and why you should try to bribe me.
You must stop for your own sake.
How will it benefit me to step out of it?
The killer tried to stop Tom Wilcox. You might be next, and he may not miss this time.
Go on. Why have you been protecting Wilcox?
I believe Tom Wilcox was innocent. And I didn't want him to be sentenced to die, so I lied at the trial.
He told us today he'd never seen you before.
That's true. But he looked so innocent, so clean and good and decent.
That's not very believable. If you don't think Wilcox killed Hansen, who do you think did it?
Please believe me, Archie. I don't know. I tell you.
Hi, sis. Hey, what's the matter? Are we intruding?
Oh, hello, Marge. Brad, come in. This is Mr. Goodwin. My sister and brother-in-law, Marge and Brad King.
How do you do?
Hello. What gives, and who's Mr. Goodwin?
A private detective, Marge. I've just explained to Mr. Goodwin that I wasn't with Tom Wilcox at the time of Keith Hanson's murder.
Pat, why did you tell him that?
Mr. Goodwin, I hope you will not use this knowledge against Pat.
Did you all know Keith Hanson?
Yes. And my husband and Keith went to school together.
Keith, Don, and I were on the same polo team.
Where were you at the time of the Hanson murder, Mr. King?
He and Don were attending a horse show at Madison Square Garden. Marge and I didn't want to go. We stayed here.
Where were you at 10 this morning, Mr. King?
Why, I had an appointment with my dentist, Dr. Flagg, Rockefeller Center.
And you, Mrs. King?
I was shopping. Ilsa's salon, a sale on dresses. Why all this questioning?
Marge, someone tried to kill Tom Wilcox this morning.
What?
May I use the phone, Mrs. Park?
Yes, of course. First door to your left.
Suppose you try to find the gun.
Marge, that gun is missing from the desk.
I haven't seen it.
Do you know the caliber, Mr. King?
32, I think.
It must be in the house.
For your sake, I hope you find it.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss.
You should have reported long ago. She must be very pretty.
Pat Park admits she lied. She claims now she was with her sister, Marge King. Marge and her husband, Brad, have alibis, and all have alibis for this morning. I'll check them before I return.
Where were they the night of the Hanson murder?
Well, Brad and Don Park, that's Pat's husband, were at the Madison Square Garden horse show. Pat and Marge were together here at the house.
Impossible to verify the Madison Square alibi at this date. Check all the rest and come home for lunch. It's Oysters Rockefeller.
Has Inspector Kramer arrived yet?
He has, and left the police records on the Hanson murder. He has taken the bullet Wilcox brought to be checked at ballistics.
Good. Pat had a .32 caliber gun in the desk in the library. It's now missing.
Indeed.
And, boss, Pat just offered me $1,000 to quit the case. When I refused, she said if I didn't lay off, something might happen to me.
Oh, dear me. That would be most upsetting, eh? After lunch, I want you to visit the late Keith Hanson's apartment. Bye.
Before you join the others, Mr. Goodwin, I want to talk to you.
All right. Close the door, Marge.
Pat didn't mean anything when she offered you money, Archie. And she wasn't threatening you, honest.
I'm convinced. Why the pressure?
Well, why don't you sit down? Here, by me.
Okay. What's on your mind, huh?
Archie, I can add another 1,000 to what Pat offered. Wouldn't that be enough, Archie? I can give it to you right now. Brad will write a check.
Does Brad want me to stop, too?
He said you couldn't be persuaded.
Every one of you seems to have had a reason for killing Hanson. None of you apparently liked him. Now, be a good little girl, Marge, and stop trying to act like a Delilah. If you're innocent, you have nothing to worry about.
You're stuffy. I hope you do get hurt.
Thanks a million. Now let's join the others. Well, Pat, did you find the gun?
I can't find it anywhere. Oh, Mr. Goodwin, this is Don Park, my husband.
How do you do?
How are you?
Have you seen the gun, Mr. Park?
Not for ages. You're a detective, huh?
Yeah. May I ask where you were this morning about 10?
Why? Well, frankly, I was at my bookie's.
Where's that?
I can't tell you, but I'll call him and you can check it.
Were you and Brad together at all times during the horse show the night of Keith Hanson's murder?
No. Brad wandered away a couple of times, and I saw some people I knew.
You know how it is. We'd meet at intervals.
Archie, you're wasting your time. None of us is guilty. I made a fool of myself, that's all. Tom Wilcox was such a decent man that I hated to see him have to pay for taking Keith Hanson's rotten life.
If a man's guilty, why should you butt in? You never use your head.
Pat is one person who thinks of others before herself.
Marge, forget it.
Now you've got private detectives snooping around. What are you after, Goodwin? Who are you working for? Why don't you let my wife alone? The case is closed, isn't it?
Maybe.
Don, this just makes it more interesting to Mr. Goodwin.
As a matter of fact, I think you all know more than you're telling. I still think Tom Wilcox killed him. And there's only one reason why Pat should protect him.
Don, that's enough.
Nice, happy family, suffering all the torments of a guilty conscience. Is that it?
What are you trying to do, Mr. Goodwin? Get your nose poked?
Not exactly.
If not, you'd better leave.
Okay, Mr. King, I'll run along. Mr. Wolfe will be anxiously waiting to hear about this. So long.
Pat Park's cook verified her alibi for 10 o'clock this morning, then. What about the other alibis?
Well, Brad's dentist said that he didn't get to Brad until about 10:30. His appointments had run over. He wasn't sure if Brad was there at 10 or not. The nurse was out at that time. Marge's alibi is no good. And at mob at Ilsa's, the saleswomen wouldn't have known their own mothers. Don's alibi checks if we can take the word of the bookie.
Don and Pat, then, are the only ones who have alibis that checked, huh?
That's right. Are these the reports Inspector Kramer brought?
Mm-hmm.
Keith Hansen's body showed obvious signs of battery. Lips were swollen and lacerated, clothes disarranged. Knuckles of the right hand were skinned, nose fractured. Major contusion over the right eye. The eyes were closed. .32 caliber bullet was embedded in the left chest wall. Wow, what a battle.
I am of the opinion that Hansen was battered by two different people. I think someone arrived after Wilcox was thrown out by the manager, and this someone gave Hansen another beating.
Really, boss?
Come, let's have dinner. Then you must get over to Hansen's apartment.
Boss?
Yes, Archie. What have you found at Hansen's place?
Well, the desk yielded one thing of interest. Keith's address book. And Marge's name is in there. Apparently, he'd known her before she was married, when she was Marge Van Cott.
I see.
A married name King was added in a different colored ink. Pat's phone number's there, and of course Don's and Brad's office numbers. There are a few bills, but no letters, no clues.
Sure?
Boss, I've combed the place, and there's no... Hey, wait a minute, I'll call you back. Who's there?
Archie, you know I dislike the banging of doors. Sign of ill breeding. Archie, what happened to you?
Target for tonight, Archie Goodwin.
Your forehead's bleeding. You better have Fritz fix it.
Well, my head can wait. Some guy certainly surprised me at Hansen's. Creased me on the forehead. Good thing I snapped off the lights. He emptied his gun at me. We scuffled and he got away. And then I dug his slug out of a chair. I think it's a .32. But look at this, boss. A little round piece of glass. Found it on the floor.
It's very small, very smooth, and concavo-convex in shape. Half an inch diameter.
Watch crystal?
Don't think so. The edges are too smoothly ground. I'll examine it under a magnifying glass.
I'll get it, boss. Oh, hi, Tom. Come in. It's Mr. Wilcox, boss.
Archie, hey, what's happened to you?
Somebody tried to scalp me.
Good evening, Mr. Wilcox.
The red leather chair, Tom.
Archie, please finish your report. Did you notice anything else of importance at Hansen's apartment?
Is that where this happened?
Yeah. Well, there were dozens of gals' photos scattered around.
Photos, eh? But no letters, Archie?
Not a one.
There must be some letters, Archie. Love letters. Wherever we have girls' photos and telephone numbers, I assure you there are bound to be love letters. That is what we must find. But then we'd have a motive.
Yeah, but where do I look, huh?
Go to Hansen's dressing room at the Club Diablo. I have just phoned the place. A female singer is substituting for Hansen, but she won't arrive until supper hour. Mr. Wilcox, accompany Mr. Goodwin, if you please. Keep your eyes open. I need the boy.
Then you do love me, boss? Come on, Tom. Let's look at this Club Diablo.
Well, I fixed it up with the stage doorman. Here, this is Hansen's dressing room.
What a layout. This dressing room's fancier than most of the Met stars get.
Hansen fixed it up himself. A bar, refrigerator, hot plate, television set. He could live here.
Some of this stuff could be the new girl singers.
I don't think so.
Well, let's get to work, Tom. Take the drawers in his dressing table first.
What are we looking for, Archie?
Mr. Wolfe says the motive. He means letters. There's nothing here. Nothing in the desk. New singer must have cleaned it out for her things.
Nothing in the books.
Don't pass up that refrigerator.
Nope, empty. Hey, there is something here. Back of the ice cube trays. Come here.
Oh, wow. Mr. Wolfe said there had to be letters, and so there are letters. Lots of them. Hey, here's one from Marge. And another. And look here. Really confidential letters from a dozen society gals.
There's something else in the back.
Bank book. What do you know? A singer like Keith didn't make this much.
No, that kind of money didn't come from crooning.
This guy Keith was really shaking these babes down.
Archie, someone's coming. Listen.
Quick, behind the door and grab him. Douse the lights.
Run, Marge, run!
Hold it, Tom. Well, it's you two.
You dirty rat. Higgin woman. What are you and Archie doing here?
The letters. Oh, Archie, you found them.
Archie, please, give me those letters.
Don't touch. I'll just put them safely away in my pocket. Besides, you didn't write all of these.
Give them to me. At least give me my letters.
I'll tell you what. You go on home and stay there, and we'll leave it up to Mr. Wolfe. Tom, take him outside. I want to use his phone.
Come along, ladies. Let us oblige Mr. Goodwin. I'll meet you at the stage door, Archie.
Right. Hey, the lights. Who's there?
Put the phone up, Goodwin.
Who are you?
Archie, what happened? Are you hurt? Here, let me help you.
I'm all right. I guess. Ooh, my head. Did you see anybody?
No, I didn't. I shouldn't have left you.
Turn out the lights before I saw him. He whispered. Got away with all the evidence. Where are the girls?
I sent them home in a cab.
Well, let's get over to Mr. Wolfe. This is tough luck. If I'm not mistaken, his next move will be to have a little get-together with all concerned. Come on.
Archie, the door, our guests are arriving.
Excuse me, Tom. Come in, Inspector Kramer.
Goodwin.
Good evening, Inspector.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, got the killer? You said you'd hand him over to me this evening.
In time, Inspector. You know Tom Wilcox, of course.
Mr. Wolfe.
Evening, Inspector.
What about the ballistics report, Inspector?
The bullet was shot from the same gun that killed Hanson.
And that gun, I am certain, came from the home of Pat and Don Parks. Marge and Brad King also had access to it. I have one more bullet here, Inspector, one fired at Mr. Goodwin. I am sure it was also shot from the same gun. However, it isn't important now.
Isn't important? It almost cost me my life.
You can make it into a charm if you wish. Inspector Kramer, before our other guests arrive, I must tell you that Mrs. Park lied on the witness stand. She was not with Tom Wilcox at the time Keith Hanson was murdered. In fact, they were absolute strangers.
What?
Sit down, Inspector. 4 other guests are due to arrive any moment.
Well, who are the other guests?
Patricia and Don Park, Marge and Brad King. One or all is involved in the Hanson murder. Archie, do any of these people wear spectacles?
Nope, none of them.
Do you know why this person killed Hanson, Mr. Wolfe?
First of all, Hanson was a blackmailer. The girl Marge was the current victim. The letters Hanson held were the threat. I'll explain later.
Well, then Pat must have thought that Marge killed Hanson to get the letters, and she lied on the stand to save Tom's life because she believed Tom was innocent.
Where's this Marge King? I'll have her picked up.
Sit down, Inspector. Archie, I believe our guests are arriving now.
Come in, come in.
How are you?
Good evening. Archie, chairs. Inspector Kramer, Patricia and Don Park, Marge and Brad King, and this is Tom Wilcox.
We've met at the Club Diablo this afternoon.
All right, Mr. Wolfe. Which one is it?
Patience, Inspector. One of these 5 people is the murderer of Keith Hanson, a killer.
What is this nonsense?
Please sit down. Mr. Wolfe speaking. Go ahead, boss.
Any one of you had sufficient motive to have committed the Hanson murder. Not one of you has established a bona fide alibi. You who are actually innocent must tell the truth, or you shall all suffer as accessories after the fact.
Mr. Wolfe, you're wasting your time.
Marge, several years ago, you were secretly married to Keith Hanson. It lasted but 1 week. You gave Keith the money to get a divorce from you at Mexico. He didn't, which made you a bigamist when you married Brad. Keith was all set to blackmail you. He knew your husband, Brad, was wealthy.
Marge, is this true?
Yes. Oh, please, Brad, I thought he got the divorce.
If I'd known that, I would have killed Hanson myself.
Maybe you did kill him.
One moment, Inspector. Patricia, you lied on the stand to protect Tom Wilcox here because you believed your sister Marge was guilty of Hanson's murder. Why did you believe her guilty? Were you at the scene of the crime?
Marge, it's time to tell the truth and clear all this up.
You won't be satisfied until you're in jail. Will you shut up?
Quiet, please. Go ahead, Marge.
All right. Keith Hanson was shot from the bedroom while I stood talking to him in the living room.
You went there to buy back your letters?
Yes, Pat drove me to his apartment. There was no place to park, so she said she'd drive around the block until I came out. That's why she's never been sure whether I killed him or not.
That's right. Because I feel I might have shot him if I'd been in your place. Because of what Hanson did.
What was it he did?
Keith Hanson demanded $10,000 in exchange for the letters. Pat loaned me the money, so Brad wouldn't know.
What? Is that true, Pat? You loaned her $10,000?
I got to Keith's apartment about 9:30. He looked awful. He obviously had been in a fight. The room was mussed up and his nose was bleeding.
Yes, go on.
He went to the bedroom to get the letters and came back saying they were gone. I didn't believe him. Keith said he knew who had taken them and he'd have them back by morning. He grabbed the money from me and put it in his pocket. He was just about to tell me who took the letters when there was a shot from the bedroom door. Keith Hanson fell to the floor, but I didn't see anyone. I wanted to get my money from his coat pocket, Pat's money, but I couldn't touch him. His staring, wide-open eyes were horrifying. I ran and I ran.
Poor baby, why didn't you tell me?
I think you're lying, young lady. You took the gun from your sister's desk, and when Keith Hanson didn't produce the letters, you deliberately shot him. You didn't even offer him any money. You kept it yourself.
No, I didn't. Oh, Pat, don't believe him.
Inspector Kramer, she's innocent. I know who did it.
Oh, no, Brad, stop. Oh, Brad, what are you saying?
All right. Break it up.
Yeah, so do I know, Brad. That's why you left the horse show. I've thought you were guilty all along.
All right, Inspector. Now you know.
I don't get this, boss.
Inspector, ladies and gentlemen, please. First, which of you had some medical training?
Medical training? Well, Keith Hanson and I both went to medical school. Why?
That is most enlightening, Mr. Park.
Marge and I were nurses' aides during the war.
Then perhaps you can interpret this medical phraseology for me. These few lines from this little medical book. Archie, hand it to Don Park. Will you read it, please? Top of page 75.
It says the form of pernicious anemia commonly found in the human is...
Now, Don, hold your hand over your right eye and read on.
What? Also common to the many lower...
Now, cover the left eye and read with the other.
What is this?
Go ahead.
Many lower animals and this light isn't so good.
Step close to me. Yes, thank you. Mr. Park, here is the contact lens for your right eye. I'm sure you've been tremendously handicapped without it all day. Inspector Don Park is your murderer.
Don't move, Park.
Keep away, I warn you. Drop that gun, Park.
Well, I got his gun. There you are, Inspector. He's all yours now.
Okay, come on.
Okay, Goodwin. But I'll get out of this.
You trapped yourself, Don, by your contact lens. It dropped from your eye during the scuffle with Archie in the Hanson apartment this afternoon. And the gun Archie just took from you is undoubtedly the murder weapon. And the gun that fired the bullets at Wilcox and Archie today.
Hey, Tom, are you all right? There's blood on the side of your head.
Just grazed my scalp. You and I must have hard heads.
Well, that's that. Thanks so much, Inspector, for dropping in. Come again, won't you?
This was a rough day's work, boss.
Some beer, Archie, please.
Right. Hey, what was that business about the medical training?
Marge said the body of Keith had staring, wide-open eyes, preventing her from touching the body. But the police found the eyelids closed. How did they get closed?
Well, he must have bothered Don, too, and he closed him. His medical training.
Right. A layman would never touch the eyes of the dead. Marge couldn't, not even to get back the $10,000.
Here's your beer. Why did Don do all this, boss?
Obviously, he learned of Hanson's blackmail scheme and was trying to force him to agree to split Marge's $10,000. Don was quite startled a minute ago to learn that Pat, his own wife, put up the money. However, when they heard Marge arriving, Don stepped into the bedroom, found Marge's letters in there, and must have hidden in the closet.
And then as Keith Hanson was about to speak Don's name, Don shot him and took Marge's money. And of course, he planned to carry on a blackmailing of Marge himself, thinking the money would come from Brad.
Yeah. And you are warming that beer with your hot little hands. Pour it, please.
There you are.
You've had a rough day, beaten twice and lost to interesting women. Tonight you may open your bedroom window. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Gladys Williams was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Mary Lansing, Gene Bates, Paul Marion, Barney Phillips, Ken Peters, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Lost Heir. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. What? Who? Who is this? Who wants to speak to Mr. Wolfe?
Nobody.
Nobody?
I said that. Hang up. It's late and it's too cold. And even if it weren't, I would not consider for one moment moving from this room.
Please, Mr. Wolfe, I can't hear a thing this old gentleman's saying.
Does it matter? You heard what I said? No.
Now, what did you say? You were late because she was killed. Who was killed? I can't hear you.
What is it about, Archie?
He says he was due here an hour ago, but she was killed.
Who was killed? What does he want?
Do you want us to solve the crime? I say, do you want us to find out who killed her? Oh. He says he knows who did it, but he has an important message for you. Well, then come right over. We'll be waiting, Mr. Jenkins.
Archie, why do you insist on taking every silly little case?
Because, boss, we need to recover for March 15th.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
This case I like to refer to as the case of the Telltale Ribbon. Perhaps a better title would be Wolfe Goes A-Hunting. For in a way, this was one of those unusual instances in which my boss, of his own free will and without any coercion, actually decided to leave the house and go to the scene of the crime. It started when the strange old gentleman who phoned us finally arrived. Well, there's our client, Mr. Wolfe.
Evening. It's me.
Who's me?
Oh, I just phoned you. I'm Jenkins. I got a dispatch for Nero Wolfe.
Oh, you're Jenkins. Well, come in. Mr. Wolfe, this is Mr. Jenkins. Says he has a dispatch for you.
Yep. Yeah. Are you Wolfe?
I am. Where is the dispatch from?
Don't know.
You don't know? How come?
Oh, I know, but I'm supposed to say I don't. See? That's my job.
What is?
Just to say I don't know.
What about the murder?
Yeah, who was killed?
Oh, my goodness. It was a terrible thing. We were just crossing the turnpike, and this fella come at us out of nowhere.
The killer?
Yeah. Must have been drunk, I guess.
Well, how did it happen? Did he shoot her, stab her?
Oh, no. He ran into her with his car. And she was only 9 years old.
Your granddaughter?
No, it was Bessie. But the police got him. I have to appear, I guess. Probably get 90 days, he will.
For murder?
Murder? Was somebody murdered? I must have missed something.
Look, we're talking about Bessie, and what do you want us to do about it?
Nothing. Bessie's my old horse.
Oh, no.
But say, who was it that was murdered?
Nobody yet. Good night, Mr. Jenkins. I thought you said it was important.
It might be. At least that's the way I was told.
What might be?
This here letter I was bringing to you. This dispatch. Well, gotta get along now. Goodbye.
Well, get him. What a pixie.
What is in the envelope?
Mr. Wolfe, look. 5 $100 bills. And the note says, Mr. Wolfe, your services are desperately needed. Come up this weekend as my guest. Signed E. Malott.
Edward Malott, the wealthy manufacturer,
Well, looks as though you're going out this weekend.
Well, Archie, pay my respects to Mr. Malott, and I hope you enjoy the weekend. Good night.
Something certainly phony about this. There's no party going on here tonight.
Yes? What is it?
Is this the Malott place?
It is. What do you want?
My name's Goodwin. I'm a guest of Mr. Malott's.
A guest?
Yes, he invited me down for the weekend.
Weekend? Oh. Well, you better step in, please, Mr. Goodwin.
Quite a bolt you've got on that door.
Yes, isn't it? Just sit down there, please. I'll get Mr. Malott. He's in the library. Oh, here he is. This is Mr. Goodwin, sir. Says he's come down for the weekend.
Mr. Goodwin, good evening. You've come for the weekend, you say?
Well, yes, wasn't that the idea, Mr. Malott?
Well, I don't understand, Mr. Goodwin.
Didn't you send me this note asking me to come here?
Note? I did not. Oh, well, this is my personal note stationery, but I don't recall sending this. I didn't even type it. And I'm in the habit of signing my name with a pen, not with a typewriter. E. Malott.
You're certainly Edward Malott.
Yes. Services are desperately needed. What does this mean? What services? Who are you, Mr. Goodwin?
Are you serious? I'm a private investigator. I'm Nero Wolfe's assistant.
Oh, indeed. Nero Wolfe, eh? I know of him, yes, indeed.
And you really don't know anything about this note?
I do not.
Are you having a weekend party here?
I most certainly am not.
Then who sent this? And there were 5 $100 bills as a retainer.
I haven't the slightest idea. Oh, Dorothy.
Yes?
Will you step in here, please? Miss Davis is my private secretary. She may know something about this.
Yes, Mr. Malott. What is it?
Dorothy.
Oh.
Dorothy, this is Mr. Goodwin.
How do you do, Mr. Goodwin?
Well, how do you do, Miss Davis?
Yes. Well, Mr. Goodwin is assistant to Nero Wolfe.
You don't say. Nero Wolfe, the detective? Well, I've heard a great deal about him. And about you, too, Mr. Goodwin.
Well, now I'm mighty glad to hear you say that, Miss Davis.
Mr. Goodwin has a note here.
Is anything wrong, Edward? I heard voices. Oh, do we have company?
Nothing is wrong, Eva. I was calling Dorothy, that's all. Oh, this is Mr. Goodwin, Eva. My wife, Mr. Goodwin.
How do you do, Mrs. Malott?
Mr. Goodwin, yes. How do you do?
Now, as I was about to say, Dorothy, Mr. Goodwin...
What's going on?
Mr. Goodwin, this is my son, Larry.
Good evening. What's wrong?
Mr. Goodwin has been invited here for the weekend. He has an invitation supposedly written by me. At least it's on my stationery. Look at this, Dorothy. Know anything about this note?
No. I certainly didn't write it.
But it's my personal notepaper, and my signature is typewritten. I'd never do that.
Well, somebody sent it. Who's Jenkins?
Jenkins? Never heard of him.
A little dried-up old man. He delivered it to us. Yeah, maybe it didn't even come from this house.
I'm positive that it didn't. Never heard of Jenkins.
You have a typewriter here, of course.
Yes?
I'd like to see it.
Certainly, Mr. Goodwin, in the library.
How far have you come, Mr. Goodwin?
From New York, Manhattan.
Oh, and it's such a dreadful night, too.
Yes. And it is rather late.
Late? It's only 7:30.
Why not stay here for the night? Plenty of room?
Yes, Mr. Goodwin, plenty of room.
Well, I don't really think that's necessary. On the other hand, it would be a tough drive back to the city in this storm. I'll accept your hospitality, Mr. Malott.
Very good. Oh, Jeffries, show Mr. Goodwin to the East Wing. And take care of his car.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Mr. Goodwin.
You mean you're all going to retire now? I haven't even had my dinner.
We retire very early here. But Jeffries will prepare anything you want. Good night.
Oh, dear, who moved that phone? Hello, Wolf speaking.
Archie, boss. Well, I'm here at Malot's place, but there ain't no party.
What happened? Are you in the right house?
I'm afraid I am. They've all gone to bed. Weird bunch. His wife, who looks very sickly and I think wants to say something to me alone, and Larry the son, and Malot's secretary, Dorothy Davis. She has me bothered a bit.
How unusual, especially if she's pretty.
A beauty. But she seems to know all about me.
You'd better come home, Archie. I can see you're in no condition to handle this case properly. Give them the money back.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. They don't want me here. Malot didn't send the note. No one here knows anything about it, so we can keep the dough.
Interesting indeed. The circumstances would indicate that you should stay there and wait for it to happen.
For what to happen?
For whatever it is the fates have conspired to have happen there while your shining little ego is in the midst of it. Bye.
Who is it?
It's Archie Goodwin, Mrs. Malott.
Come in. Come in, please.
I saw you give me the eye when I was about to leave. I've been waiting till I felt sure they were all asleep. Now, what's up?
I wrote you that note. I sent for you.
How do I know that?
Old man Jenkins is a scissor and knife sharpener who happens along every month or so. They wouldn't know him. I put 5 $100 bills in the envelope.
Okay, why?
My life is in danger. I've been threatened. I received 3 notes through the mail. They were all postmarked in New York City.
Could I see them?
Here they are.
All typewritten.
The first one reads, "There is no love for you in Grey Gables." The second, "Why stay on in the face of death?"
And the third, "The time is shorter than you think." Do you think this is an inside job, Mrs. Malott?
Well, at first I didn't. But lately I've come to think it is.
What caused you to think that?
For some time I've been having severe spells. I thought it was indigestion. But then it occurred to me that I always broke out in cold perspiration. I was left horribly weak and terribly thirsty.
Thirsty? You fear you're being poisoned?
Yes. And since the thought came to me, I've been living in fear. Fear of every bite of food or drink. It's so shattered my nerves that I have to take these yellow sleeping capsules to even close my eyes.
Well, as your husband and his secretary and your son Larry...
Larry is my stepson.
Which one do you suspect?
The secretary, Dorothy, or my husband, or both.
What's the motive?
Oh, they're in love. She's been here over 2 years, and they've spent most of their time together. The idea never occurred to me till last week. And when I watched them, it was quite obvious.
Anybody else know about these 3 notes?
Oh, no.
Then I'll keep them for a while. Good night, Mrs. Malott. And don't worry.
What are you doing, Mr. Goodwin, snooping around in Father's library?
Well, Larry, I was just trying to find out if this Remington was the machine you used to type those notes.
What? What notes?
The notes you sent your stepmother.
Why, I don't know anything about any notes.
Then why were you so startled?
I'm not startled. I just, why would I threaten her?
So you do know about them. I didn't mention the contents of the notes.
I just happened to see them on the table in her sitting room.
You don't care too much about your stepmother, do you?
Oh, she's all right.
You don't care too much about Dorothy either, do you?
I certainly don't.
Why not?
Well, I don't like her tactics, making a fool out of my father. If anybody here sent those notes, she did.
You think Dorothy would have a motive?
I certainly do.
Of course you wouldn't have a motive, would you?
No.
Well, I'm inclined to think you would.
Well, just what motive would I have?
You don't seem to like any woman who's too close to your father. Maybe because you'd resent anyone sharing in the estate if your father died.
If I were you, Mr. Goodwin, I'd leave. Tonight. And the sooner the better. Good night.
Oh, Archie. Archie. Oh, confounded boy. Yes, Archie?
You have the wrong number. This is Sherlock Holmes speaking.
Why didn't you go to bed like the others? You don't have to push it. It'll happen.
Eva Malott thinks she's being slowly poisoned. Suspects her husband and his secretary.
She could be right. What are the symptoms she suffers?
Gastric disturbances, weakness, thirst.
Indeed. What about the son? Have any ideas?
He doesn't like his stepmother and is decidedly against his father's secretary, Dorothy. He knew all about the notes Mrs. Malott had received, Saw them on her dressing table. He believes Dorothy's the culprit.
Then I should say that Dorothy should be the next on your list.
You can say that again.
Be careful, Archie. Use your head this time.
Incidentally, Larry advised me to leave the place tonight. Bit of a threat it was, too. What shall I do, Mr. Anthony?
Do nothing. The trouble will come to you. Bye.
Oh. Hello there, Mr. Millard. I thought you'd turned in for the night.
It's quite obvious you thought so, Mr. Goodwin. What are you doing in the library?
Why, just looking for something to read.
You'll find the books all around the walls, not on my desk.
Well, I was looking for a particular kind of book. I'm very much interested in poisons.
Poisons?
Yeah, a hobby of mine. You happen to have any books on toxicology?
I do not.
And what's that book on the fourth shelf right beside you?
Why, Where did that come from? Never saw it before. Perhaps it was in that assorted collection I bought a couple of weeks ago. I hadn't noticed it. Larry probably put them on the shelves.
Mr. Millard, how long have you known Dorothy, your secretary?
A little over 2 years.
Did it ever occur to you that she might be, well, infatuated, in love with you?
What? Well, of all the... Now, see here. I don't know what you're up to, and I don't know how you got hold of my stationery to write that fake note.
It isn't a fake note, Millard. I'm only trying to find out what's back of it.
Mr. Goodwin, there is nothing going on here that requires the services of a detective, and Dorothy is not in love with me.
I didn't say she was. I asked you if you thought she might be.
Well, since this conversation seems to concern me, I suppose I am at liberty to come in.
Oh, you're still up too, Miss Davis.
Did you hear what this man said, Dorothy?
Yes, I did, Mr. Millard. And I'd like to have a few words alone with Mr. Goodwin, if you don't mind. Mr. Goodwin, would you mind coming with me for a few minutes?
No, not at all.
And, well, it's rather late, Mr. Millard. Don't you think you should retire? It's a heavy day tomorrow.
Well, yes. Yes, I suppose I should.
And please, don't let this upset you. Mr. Goodwin has been misinformed. I'll straighten him out. Come on, Mr. Goodwin. The bar is right across the hall. I'll fix you a nice, soothing drink.
That'll be nice.
Well, now, what would you like, Mr. Goodwin?
In the way of drinks? Oh, well, some 7-Up.
Really? Well, just sit down over there.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Well, where did you get the idea that I was in love with Mr. Millard?
First, suppose you tell me if you are in love with him.
Yes, I am. But until a few minutes ago, he wasn't even aware of it. I worship him and his work. I never wanted him to know because he's married. It would have caused trouble, and I'd have had to leave here. But now he knows it's true.
Well, now that he knows, what will happen?
I'm going to leave tonight. Now.
I see.
And since I don't own a car, Mr. Goodwin, I'm going to ask you to do me a very great favor. Will you run me into New York? I want to leave without a word. If I wait till morning, I'll have to explain to Mr. Millard, and... well, that would be most embarrassing, Archie.
Oh, now it's Archie.
You don't really mind, do you?
No, I guess I don't. I should, maybe, but...
Don't you like your drink?
What'd you put in this drink?
What do you mean?
What'd you dope it with?
Archie, why would I do that?
Might be several reasons.
There's nothing in that drink.
No? Then suppose you drink it.
Why? Give it to me. I'll throw it out. If you want another drink, fix it yourself. I'll have my things ready in 5 minutes. Are you going to take me?
Sure. Certainly I'm going to take you. But are you sure you have to go tonight?
I must go tonight. Now.
Wish I knew why. Mr. Wolfe's always so right.
What?
Just talking to myself.
Dorothy! Larry! Jeffries! Come upstairs.
What's happened?
Call Dr. Hauser. Something terrible has happened to Eva.
Well, Dr. Hauser?
Poor Mrs. Millard. No, there's nothing to be done now. It's all over.
Eva.
You'd better lie down, Mr. Millard. I'll phone and take care of everything. I'll be here if you need me. I have to make out the certificate.
Yes, come along, Mr. Millard.
Just a minute. You too, Larry. I don't want to make this any more unpleasant for you, but, Doctor, just what are you going to put on the certificate as the cause of death?
Acute gastritis.
Is that what you've been treating her for?
Well, she's had several attacks lately. I'd warned her to be cautious of her diet.
And that was wise advice, too. Did you know about these attacks, Mr. Millard?
Yes, I did.
And you, Dorothy?
Yes, I knew.
And you knew also, Larry?
No, I knew she hadn't been feeling well.
How long had Mrs. Malott been suffering from insomnia?
Oh, a year at least. I prescribed Nemitol.
In yellow capsules?
Of course. I wrote a prescription every so often calling for 12 capsules.
You all knew about that, of course. I thought so. And would this be the prescription, this little box of capsules here on... Well,
What's the matter, Mr. Goodwin?
that box was open on this nightstand when we stepped into this room. All right, let's have the box, Mr. Malott. Thank you. Why'd you pick it up?
Because I didn't want the stigma of suicide on Eva's name, nor mine.
Suicide?
Yes. Eva had this prescription filled yesterday morning. The dose is 1 at bedtime, 12 capsules. She took 1 last night. I glanced at the open box when I came into the room, and there were only 8 capsules left. I knew instantly what had happened. She'd taken an overdose.
Doctor, do you think 3 capsules would be sufficient to cause her death?
I doubt it very much.
So do I. Mrs. Malott didn't die from an overdose of sleeping capsules. She was poisoned.
Poisoned? Are you crazy? By whom?
By you, or Dorothy, or Larry.
No, I didn't do it. I didn't write those notes.
What notes?
Mrs. Malott had received 3 notes threatening her life if she didn't leave this house. Each of you had a motive, so I'm sending this body to the coroner for an immediate autopsy.
I won't permit it.
The police will see to it. You have no choice.
Yes, Archie. What now? Do you know who did it?
How do you know anything's happened?
Let us call it extrasensory perception.
Well, Mrs. Malott was right. She's dead. Her doctor knew nothing about the spell she was having as being caused by anything but indigestion.
How about an autopsy?
It's all in the works. Looks like a metallic poison, all the symptoms.
Oh? Did you search the house carefully for such a poison?
I did. And I'll check the drugstores in the morning.
Somebody in that household purchased some poison. Let me know when the autopsy report is in.
Right.
Let's see now. We have Mr. Malott, Dorothy Davis, and Larry the son.
He's Mr. Malott's son, but not the child of Eva Malott, remember?
Yes. Is it true that Dorothy is in love with Malott?
Yeah. Dorothy admitted it to me, but claimed Malott wasn't aware of it until tonight. And earlier this evening, Dorothy tried her best to get me out of the house, insisted that I drive her into town. She tried to give me a drink, which I think might have contained knockout drops.
You don't say. Archie, I should have Fritz drive me up to the Malott place at once. Archie, are you there?
No, boss. I just fainted.
And that, Mr. Wolfe, is most of the story up to now.
Very interesting. Yes, indeed.
But it isn't true. I did not put anything in Mr. Goodwin's drink.
Then did you ask him to take you into town?
Yes.
And I might have been found in a ditch.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Why did you try to get Mr. Goodwin to take you to town?
Because I felt it would be too embarrassing to remain until morning.
Maybe you'd already given Mother the big dose of poison and wanted Goodwin out before it was discovered.
Well, you
Wait a minute.
Now, Mr. Malott, you claim that you knew nothing about Dorothy being in love with you. Should we believe that?
You can believe it or not.
Dorothy had a motive to get rid of Mrs. Malott. It seems that Mr. Malott had one, too.
And so did Larry.
What?
You admitted to me that you didn't like your stepmother.
And that you disliked Dorothy even more.
I didn't say that.
You said Dorothy was making a fool of your father. You resented the possibility of any woman sharing in the estate.
You knew about the sleeping capsules, and you could have put poison in some of them. You could have written those threat notes. And by getting rid of your stepmother and placing the blame on Dorothy, you'd be getting rid of them both.
But I didn't. I did not write those notes.
You were the only one who knew about them.
I was not the only one. I saw Dorothy coming out of Mother's room. It was this afternoon. Mother was out taking a sunbath. Dorothy did it. She's the one.
I think you're the one.
No, Dorothy wrote those notes.
That's a lie.
No, she probably slipped into Mother's room and wrote those notes on Mother's portable.
What? Hey, just a minute. Archie, come here.
I never heard of such
No,
lies.
I didn't do it. You can't send me to jail. I'll kill you first.
Larry, drop that gun.
Don't come near me, any of you.
You're such a fool, Larry.
Give me that gun.
I'll shoot. I'll shoot.
Come on. There. Now, you better quiet down, kid. Or Inspector Kramer will take care of you when he arrives.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, what goes on here? Where's Goodwin?
I sent him upstairs, Inspector Kramer, upstairs to Mrs. Malott's room to check on something. Here he is.
Yeah? What have you been doing, Goodwin?
This, Inspector, is the pièce de résistance. This is what Mr. Wolfe has been waiting for. This little black box contains a typewriter, a portable noiseless Remington.
Mrs. Milot's typewriter.
What? I didn't even know she had a typewriter.
Larry knew she had one. And this is undoubtedly the very typewriter the threat notes were written on. All three of them.
You were right, boss.
Oh, I knew she had a typewriter, but I didn't write those notes.
Oh, shut up. Archie, how do you know the notes were written on this typewriter?
I've compared the type and the ribbon. They're both the same. These notes were written on this Remington.
It was Dorothy.
Larry, I don't believe a word you've been saying. Dorothy couldn't possibly be guilty of such a thing. If anyone is guilty, you yourself certainly have all the earmarks.
Everybody's against me, even my own father. But I'm innocent, I tell you.
Let me get it. I think I know who it is. Hello? Yeah, just a second. You better take it, boss.
Wolf. Oh, yes, go ahead. Let's have it. Yes? He's here, but he won't mind. Yes? I see. Uh-huh. You just finished? Oh. Good. Right. Bye.
Was it the coroner?
The coroner, reporting that poison was found in the sleeping capsules.
And the body. Did they find poison?
They did.
You were right again, boss.
I'm going up to Mrs. Milot's room for a while. I want you to come along with me. Find anything yet, Archie?
No, mostly bills and invitations to bridge parties and so on.
Ah.
You find something, boss?
Yes and no. This pocketbook detective story.
What about it?
I was just flipping through the pages, and I find this corner turned down. Well.
What is it?
Look and read.
Why stay on in the face of death?
Interesting.
The very words used in one of the notes.
Give me the book. Of course, this doesn't prove a thing either, but it does confirm what I was... Oh.
What now?
This cinches it. Get them all up here, Archie. Tell Kramer to bring them all to the bedroom.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, what now?
As you all know, Mrs. Milot was poisoned by someone who had an opportunity to put it in the sleeping capsules. Someone in this household.
Yeah, but which one? The kid?
I never bought any poison in my life.
Be quiet, will you?
No, Inspector, it wasn't Larry.
And I suppose you think I put the rest of that rat poison in your drink, Mr. Goodwin.
No, Dorothy, it wasn't you. But how did you know it was rat poison?
I didn't. I just guessed. I can think, too.
Then if it wasn't Dorothy or Larry, you must mean me.
No, Mr. Lott?
No, wait a minute. It had to be somebody.
Yes. This is going to be painful for you, Mr. Milot.
Well, you mean that Mrs. Milot did commit suicide?
It was more than suicide. It was suicide with an attempt to have both you and Dorothy convicted of murder.
She planted things?
She did?
I can't believe it.
Show him the pocketbook, mystery.
Here's the proof.
Some of the threat notes were lifted bodily from this novel. But look on the back cover. Isn't that Mrs. Milot's handwriting?
Yes, and this is the other note, the one to you, Mr. Wolfe, composed in pencil before she typed it out on her machine.
Then, Wolfe, the note you received was the same typing as the threat notes.
See for yourself, Inspector.
Then why the dickens didn't Archie compare them right away?
Just one of those things, Inspector. There are times when even a good detective is a bit on the, shall we say, dull side. Don't you find it often true, Inspector?
Nice of you to go all the way out there, boss. I was a bit stuck.
Quite all right, Archie.
Yeah, there's something that still bothers me.
So?
How can such a sweet, motherly type as Mrs. Milot cook up such gruesome ideas?
She was a very sick woman, mentally as well as physically. She probably felt she was going to die. And her warped mind seized on the opportunity to make sure that this Dorothy didn't get her man after she was dead.
And speaking of Dorothy, she's a mighty pretty...
Yeah. Some beer, please, Archie. If you were so certain that Dorothy wasn't guilty, what was the idea of spending so much time questioning her?
Huh? Why, I...
Never mind the raised eyebrow department. Answer the question.
Well, there are certain rules a good detective always follows. Some are in the book, others aren't.
You mean there's nothing in the book which says a good detective shouldn't spend a few minutes with an attractive brunette, even though she is a murder suspect? The author of that book can be none other than the incomparable Archie Goodwin. Good night, Archie. Ah.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by John Edison was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Gene Bates, Irene Winston, Ted Von Eltz, Jerry Hausner, Vic Rodman, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Shot in the Dark. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music in the air tomorrow evening, music and fun, brought to you by Dennis Day, Judy Canova, and Grand Ole Opry. Charming and boyish Dennis gets himself tangled in another bewildering situation, while Judy Canova gets together with her comedy pals for some mountain-style goings-on. And Saturday also means a kilocycle trip to Nashville for Grand Ole Opry. Friday's fun includes Sam Spade and, of course, the magnificent Montague on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Who? Oh, yeah. Hello, Doc. How are you? What? In trouble? You?
More trouble. You attract trouble, Archie. Hang up.
It's our dentist, Dr. Thrummig.
Let him wait. We never can find him when we need him. Tell him it's after office hours.
Doc, you're talking so fast I can't make head nor tails of it. Look, listen, Doc. Come on over here and we'll be able to hear you. It'll only take you a few minutes. Right.
You consistently disobey me. I want to work on my paper about odontocosms.
Doc Thrummig has a friend who's in some trouble, and he needs our advice. Besides, we owe Doc a fair-sized little bill, remember?
Money again, Archie. Money is the curse of our times.
Yeah, man. Bring on all the curses that is available.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
This story is one we refer to as the case of the Midnight Ride. Oh, yeah, there was a ride, all right. But it would never have happened if we hadn't received another phone call a few minutes after our Dr. Thrummig phone. It was late in the evening, and Nero Wolfe was studying his paper on orchids while I was absorbed in playing some phonograph records.
Archie, not so loud. I can't possibly think when you play that infernal thing at such volume.
What was that you said, boss?
I said I can't understand why you can't get music from a phonograph without vibrating the top of the instrument.
That's right.
I can't understand why the neighbors haven't called the police. Do you hear that? Archie!
All right, I'll answer.
You're fired.
Naturally. Hello?
Hello. Is this Archie Goodwin?
I know, Mr. Wolfe's... What? Me?
Archie.
Yeah, who is it?
I need help, Archie, please. Come at once. Please. Oh, please. You and Nero.
Who is this?
This is Gloria, but... No, don't.
Gloria who?
Ronaldo West.
Hello? Well, did you hear that?
Another female bar. What happened?
Boss, who do you know named Gloria?
Gloria? I know nothing about anyone named Gloria.
She said her name was Gloria something. I couldn't quite get the last name. But she did say Ronaldo Road.
Well, it's quite possible that she resides on Ronaldo Road.
First, she asked if this was Archie Goodwin speaking, and before I had a chance to say anything, she asked me to come to her at once. She needed help. For you to bring me along. I mean, for me to bring Nero along.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, she said she was Gloria Barr or Mar or something like that, and then she said Ronaldo Road West, and then the scream, and that's all there was.
The usual pattern of your experience with women.
Sounded like a hand was slapped over her mouth, or she was grabbed by the throat. Bring Nero with you.
I am taking no more assignments this week.
Ronaldo Road West, where is it?
I don't believe there is a Ronaldo Road West. If I remember correctly, Ronaldo Road runs north and south and is approximately 12 miles long.
But she said west.
What she probably tried to say when she was interrupted was Ronaldo Road West Chester.
Westchester, of course.
Asked Inspector Kramer to try to check on that phone call.
I'll ask him to try.
By the way, do you expect to find this Gloria alive, Archie?
I certainly hope so.
And are you aware that if someone strangled her, then they must have heard her speak your name?
Yes, and yours, too. Shall I open it, boss?
Why not? Let us face it, Archie, huh?
It's me, Archie.
Wait till I slide the night chain off, Dr. Thrumming.
My nose.
I forgot all about you, Doc. Where have you been?
It's only been 3 or 4 minutes. I have never had such a disturbing night since I had my first patient. But at first I was afraid to leave the house.
And why were you so afraid, Dr. Thrumming?
There were 2 men sitting in front of my place in a car. Oh, good evening, Nero.
Were they waiting for you, Doctor?
Well, why not? It's very likely. Since she called me, I've been so completely unnerved.
Here,
that
Doc, here. Have some brandy.
Oh, no. You know, I never... well, that is, a small one. I am upset. You understand, Archie. Oh, well, that's better.
Just who called you and upset you so?
Oh, hello, Nero. Did someone call me? When?
You phoned me frantically that a woman called you. I couldn't understand you on the phone.
Oh, yes, poor Gloria. She was cut off.
Oh, Gloria. Did you say Gloria?
Well, didn't I? I thought I did. Oh, dear. What did you say?
I said Gloria.
Oh, my, isn't that strange? I thought that's what I said. No more, please.
We just had a call from Gloria. Who is Gloria?
Why, you remember. We all went to school together. That is... you do too remember. Gloria, you know, she was...
Just what is Gloria's last name, Dr. Thrumming?
Well, it was Gloria Barnsworth. I don't know what it is now.
That's what she was trying to say to me, Barnsworth.
Did she tell you where to find her?
No, she didn't. Oh, dear me. She was just about to tell me when I said I'd call you and Archie and get your help. And then she was cut off.
How do you know she's the Gloria Barnsworth you knew and I'm supposed to know?
My. Could you open the windows?
Why, yes.
Archie.
Oh, sorry, Doc. The air outside's contaminated.
Oh, is that so? With what?
Oxygen.
These factories. Oh, well, I found her picture in an old class photo. Here it is.
Oh, yeah, now I remember. But, Doc, you and this gal were several years ahead of me in school. I'm not in this picture, so she must be about 40 now.
Well, gentlemen, you both seem to have the situation well in hand now. So, if you'll excuse me, I will retire to my room.
Oh, yes, but we don't have anything figured out yet.
But you will. Let me know in the morning how successful you have been. Good night.
Well, anyway, a woman called here, and just as she was about to tell me who she was and her address, she was cut off as though she was strangled.
Yeah, Archie, did you say someone strangled her?
I don't know, Doc. I hope not. Well, let's start our search along Ronaldo Road.
Archie, don't answer it. They're after me. The men in the car, they saw me come in here.
After you, nonsense.
They found out Gloria phoned me. Don't let them in.
Now, how could you know all that?
Oh, dear me. Do you mind? A short one? I'm so weak tonight. Please, Archie, don't open it. I warn you.
Now, just relax, Doc. I'll handle this. Good evening.
Evening. Are you Archie Goodwin?
No, he is.
Yes. No, I'm not. He is.
Put up your hands. Unhook the night chain. Now just turn off this light.
Oh, I told you.
Where's Wolfe?
Oh, he's been in bed for hours.
And who is this little man?
I'm...
Don't you know? This is my brother, Brother Cuthbert.
Yes, he's quite right. I'm a bit older than he is.
Shut up, Cuthbert.
All right, get your coats and hats off that rack.
What for?
We're all going for a little ride along the river, and it's a bit chilly.
Oh, dear me. I feel faint. I'm getting dizzy.
Get your hat.
Yes, sir.
And put that bottle down.
Yes, but it's so cold out
Get
tonight.
along. Here's the car. Now, Mr. Goodwin, hand over that gun in your pocket.
But I haven't got... Okay, there you are.
Thank you. Now get in the car. You get in the front seat with the driver, Goodwin. Your brother can get back with me. Okay, you know where we're going, driver.
Yeah,
but what? Get going.
But do you know who this guy is?
I do. Why?
Well, now, look, Well, this guy is Archie Goodwin.
What if he is?
Well, this won't work. I mean, I didn't know it was going to be Goodwin. He's with Nero Wolfe.
What's your name, pal? I can't see you, but I seem to recognize your voice.
Well, you see, it was like this. I was in on...
Are you going to shut up and start driving?
Okay, I'm going.
Now, see here, it's getting very late. I don't like this. Where are you taking us?
Keep calm, Doc.
Yeah, don't get excited. Just take it easy. Listen, Goodwin, I got a record
Shut
for
up,
you.
you two.
What's the idea back of all this, friend?
Pull off the road here, driver.
Yes, but we're way out in the country.
Now, we'll all get out here.
Now, wait a minute.
I said get out. You too, driver.
Oh, now, wait a second. What's the big idea?
Now, all of you start walking over to that clump of trees. Go on.
What's he going to do?
What do you think?
Okay, that's good. Just stand there. Now get out your gun, driver.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This isn't
Get
the
out
way
your
you
gun and don't turn around, driver. Now let him have it. Go on or I'll kill you.
I don't go in for this kind of stuff. Besides,
shoot and empty your gun into them. Go on. Now just drop your gun on the ground. There. Now I will take Goodwin's gun, and after I finish with it, I'll just toss it over beside his body.
You what? Hey, now, wait a minute.
You'll notice I have gloves on.
Hey, Doc. Dr. Thrumming. You all right, Doc?
Oh, Archie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I got you into this. I can't last long.
Where are you hit?
Tell Nero I make him a present of his new bridge work I put in.
Let me have a look at you.
I wanted to die in my bed with my friends around
You're
me.
not bleeding.
I wanted the choir to sing. What? I'm not bleeding?
No.
Are you?
No. The driver was a bad shot. He missed both of them.
Then what am I doing down here on the ground?
You fainted at the first shot. I dropped purposely on the second shot. He missed every time. Come on, get up from there. We're very lucky people.
What became of them?
Hand me my gun.
Oh, is this your gun?
Wrap it in his handkerchief. Come over here. Yep. Here he is, the driver.
And he's dead. This is dreadful, Archie. What do we do now?
You got a lighter?
Here's my pocket flash.
Well, here's his gun beside him. Don't touch it. Have a look through his pockets. I knew what he meant when he said he had a record for me someplace. A picture of a girl. Says, to Mike from Violet. Mike. This fellow's face is certainly familiar, but I can't... Hey, wait a minute. Mike Jordan, that's it.
Mike Jordan?
Yeah, Wolf cleared him on a frame-up 3 years ago, and this girl Violet is an entertainer in a nightclub downtown.
Violet, yes, but what does all this have to do with Gloria?
Strange, there's no other identification on him. Maybe the other guy took it off of him. Well, now we got to find Violet.
How? We can't even find Gloria.
I think now that this guy Mike Jordan missed us deliberately. Let's start hoofing it back to that last crossroad. There was a telephone there. I'll call Nero. So that's the story so far, Mr. Wolfe. Sorry to wake you up, but we wanted you to know.
Yes, we did. Oh, such a night.
What was your reason for telling the man that Dr. Thrumming was your brother?
Well, I didn't want him to know that it was Doc because Gloria had called Doc, and he must have known about it.
And the driver turned out to be Mike Jordan. And what did Mike say to you in the car?
Well, he didn't finish, but he said, I got a record for you, Goodwin. And then the man shot him up.
And when you located Violet at her place, she was cataloging recordings, Bring her in here now, Archie. Sit down, Dr. Thrumming.
Yes, I am a bit weary.
Come in, Violet. Violet, this is...
Hey, wait a minute. You're Nero Wolfe.
Sit down, Miss Violet.
Oh, what's the idea, Mr. Goodwin? Why'd you bring me here?
Will you look at this photo? It says to Mike from Violet.
Where'd you get this?
I got it, Violet. What we want to know is, where's Mike now? What's he doing? Can you tell us where he lives?
What's Mike done now?
Can you tell us his address?
Maybe.
Do you know who he has been working for?
Yeah. A guy with a big car and a lot of dough.
You've seen this man?
Yeah, kind of a good-looking guy. I think his name is Durant or something like that.
I understand you've been occupying yourself with cataloging some phonograph recordings.
Yeah, that's what I was doing when Mr. Goodwin came in. Mike's got a home recorder over at his place.
Do you have all the records that have been made on the machine so far?
No, just what we made in the last week. Lots more at his place.
Do you and Mike know of a woman named Gloria?
No, at least I don't remember.
It was on Rinaldo Road. Gloria Barnesworth was her maiden name.
Where is this Rinaldo Road? I don't know.
It's in Westchester, we think.
I've never been there. What has Mike done, Mr. Wolfe? Is it bad?
As a matter of fact, Mike is in the clear. There is no charge against him, and there never will be. You haven't seen him for a couple of days?
No. And I never go to his apartment unless him and some guests are there. Do you know where he is?
Will you give me the address of his apartment?
Okay. 324 East 35th Street.
Thank you very much, young lady.
What's all so mysterious? Oh, something's happened to Mike. I can tell by the way you talk.
Very well, Archie. You have a special visit to make. Look for the machine, and it's quite late, so you had best hurry.
Well, I'm going with you, Archie. Good night, Nero. Oh, I mean, good morning. Oh, I don't even know what day it is.
Come along, Violet. We'll drop you at your place first. Well, here we are, Doc.
Yes, has his name right on it. Mike Jordan.
No, we're fairly certain that no one's in there. Hey, what do you know? It isn't locked. The lights are on.
I know.
Listen.
Yes, a light humming noise. Huh. But where is it coming from?
Over in that corner, those wall cabinets.
There it is. A radio. And a phonograph combination.
Yes, and a recording machine. And the recording arm's still down on the record. Just lift it off and put the playback needle on. Yeah, there we are.
But look, I don't go in for that kind of stuff. You've been working for me for several weeks now, haven't you? Well, sure, boss, but I never went in for no kind of... We're going to pick this guy up and take him for a little ride. It ain't my line. All you do is drive the car. Okay, I'll take a chance, but remember, I'm just the driver of your car. If anything happens, I didn't know nothing. You'll do just as I say. Incidentally, I know a lot about you. Things the police would like to know. Okay, I'm working for you. I came out to Rinaldo Road to make an honest living. But I see I'm right back where I started. And worse. The guy just ain't got a chance. Oh, remind me. I've got to phone the place. Hello? How is it? I see. Yes, tonight. Yes, tonight, just as planned. Oh, yes, he's all right. No, don't worry. Goodbye. Have you got a gun? Sure, but I never used it. You won't need it. But I want you to bring it along just in case I do. Now, you've got nothing to worry about. I'll take care of everything. And nothing will be traced to either of us. You got your money? Let's go, Mike. It's getting late.
Well, Doc?
He did say Rinaldo Road.
That's where our Gloria called from, so they're all tied in together. Come along, Doc. We're going back to Mr. Wolfe again, and we'll just take this record with us.
Well, Archie, I guess this phonograph was worthwhile after all. Yes, indeed.
Don't you find this a very interesting recording, Nero?
I'm sure we're going to add it to our collection.
And these are the two men who took you on the ride.
That's right. But we're really no further along in our desire to help Gloria.
That's right. We're on Rinaldo Road. Boss, if we can find the address, will you go with us down there or over there or wherever it is?
I might. And you already have the clue to the address.
We have? Where?
In that phonograph recording. Play it again, Archie. Just the part where he uses the telephone. And slow the speed way down. Then take down the numbers I call off.
Okay, boss.
6, 5, 3, 2, 2, 3. That's enough. By slowing down the record, we were able to count the clicks of each number he used on the dial. Now, there's the number the man called. We hope it is on Ronaldo Road. Have Inspector Kramer get the address of that number combination, and we are ready to make our assault.
I'll call Kramer, and then I'll get the car out. It hadn't been out for weeks. Maybe it won't start.
No such luck, Archie, I assure you. No such luck.
Oh, here it is. I think we must go through this big gate.
Yes, there's the number. 23, Ronaldo.
Slip up to the entrance as softly as possible. Turn out your headlamps.
Well, here we are, boss. Easy now getting out.
Don't pull, Doctor. Don't pull on. There we are. Now come along.
Yeah, spooky sort of place, isn't it?
All big houses are like that. Must be 20 rooms.
Yeah. There's not a light in the place.
Use the knocker, Archie.
Uh-oh, stand back. Here comes somebody.
Yes?
Is Gloria in?
What? Gloria? And who are you?
We are here to see Gloria. Come.
It's this hour of the night? Certainly not.
Just a moment. She's an old friend of mine. Yes, and his too. He's Archie.
My good man, what is your name?
Jennings, sir. And the household is in bed at this hour.
What is it, Jennings? Who's at the door?
They're asking for you, Miss Gloria.
For me? Well, come in, gentlemen. You may go, Jennings. Please.
Very well, miss. Just as you say.
Now, what did you want?
Say, Doc, is this the Gloria?
Well, I don't know. It doesn't seem...
Are you Gloria?
Yes.
Well, why did you call us?
Oh, then you're Archie Goodwin.
Yes, and I'm Dr. Thrumming. But you
I called you because I need your help. Desperately.
Gloria, what is going on here at this hour? Oh, and who are these gentlemen?
Well, you see, Uncle, Mr. Goodwin came...
Came to see you? Why?
Well, because
I think you'd better go to your room, my dear. Don't you think that is best? Your room and rest?
No, I don't want to. I won't.
Go to your room.
No, I won't. I can't. All those people walk in and out. They want to kill me.
Jennings, take her to her room.
Yes, sir. Come along, miss.
No, I won't. Let me go. There are hundreds of people. They'll kill me.
Come along.
No, please. No.
I'm so sorry, but there's nothing we can do with her. Now, Mr. Goodwin.
Yeah?
What is it you wish?
The girl called you Uncle. Oh, pardon me. I'm Nero Wolfe.
How do you do, Mr. Wolfe? Yes, she called me Uncle, but I'm not really a relative. I'm Dr. Gunther, retained by the family. As you can see, the girl is quite ill.
Oh, well, we're old friends of Gloria's, and we'd like to see her.
But you just saw her.
We don't refer to this young lady. We have in mind the elderly Gloria. Now, come, Dr. Gunther. You know to whom we refer.
What? You mean the girl's aunt? Well, it's very strange. If you are a friend of the aunt's, that you are not aware of her condition.
Her condition?
Yes. The aunt has been bedridden for nearly a year. Paralysis. And it seems to be most coincidental with your visit, but she passed away this afternoon.
Died? Gloria?
This afternoon? But how could that be?
We'd like to see the remains, Dr. Gunther.
Yes, we'd like to see the remains. Just where are they?
They are here, Mr. Goodwin. And if you and your brother and Mr. Wolfe will step this way to the small parlor. There you are, gentlemen. I'll leave you alone. I'll be in the library.
Well, gentlemen, there she is. What do you say? Do you recognize this woman?
Well, yeah. It's been many years, but that is Gloria Barnsworth.
Well, good heavens, yes. It's Gloria, all right. poor woman. I remember now. She married a very wealthy manufacturer named Kenton, who died. She's remained a widow, I guess.
He said she died this afternoon. Are you sure it was an elderly woman who called you this evening? And by the way, just feel her forehead.
It's warm. She couldn't have been dead more than an hour.
She isn't dead. No signs of pulse. Your cigarette case, please. Very slight moisture. Respiration barely perceptible. She's under heavy narcosis. Been given a heavy dose lately.
Let's get out of here.
Wait. Do you recognize the uncle, Father Dr. Gunther?
No, do you, Thrummy?
No.
Does he look like the man who took you for a ride?
It was too dark, boss, and he was all bundled up in heavy clothes.
Let's get out of here.
The door was locked after we came in.
He's right. Come on, Doc, let's put our shoulders to it. 1, 2...
Go!
Well, gentlemen, what on earth does this mean?
Why'd you lock the door?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a spring lock. I had no intention of locking the door.
And I suggest, Archie, that you have it repaired. And now, Archie, will you step to the door and let Inspector Kramer in? He followed us up the driveway.
Yeah, about time. Getting cold out here.
Inspector Kramer, this is Dr. Gunther. In that room is a woman he claims is dead. She is actually under the heavy influence of narcotics.
Yeah? Well, who is she?
Mrs. Gloria Kenton, widow of the wealthy shoe manufacturer.
And this attractive young lady coming down the stairs is supposed to be mentally ill, which I do not believe. Her name is Gloria, too. A niece of the elder Gloria.
But Archie and I both knew Gloria Barnsworth. Kenton.
Yeah, I get it.
And I suggest that this man is not a doctor, but is young Gloria's husband, and they're attempting to force the Aunt Gloria to change her will in their favor.
This is utterly ridiculous.
The aunt was able to phone Doc Thrummig and me tonight, but she was apparently caught in the act.
And this man, who is posing as the uncle, hired Mike Jordan to drive his car while he picked up Archie with the intent of killing him.
Well, this is the same man?
The same. And if Mike Jordan hadn't recognized Archie, both of you would be quite dead. This man double-crossed Mike and killed him, believing that the whole thing would be blamed on Mike. Mike deliberately missed.
All right, so what's he going to do about it? Come on, let's get out of here fast.
Look out, he's a cop.
All right, now get those hands up and keep them up.
Come along, Archie. I have another appointment. The inspector can handle it from here on.
Oh, dear me. What happened? Am I all right?
Yeah, you just fainted again when the shooting started.
It's really quite fortunate that Mike Jordan recorded that conversation. Fortunate indeed.
How did you know this uncle was the same guy who took us for a ride?
First, by his speech pattern, he is undoubtedly a Canadian. But you must have missed the most important slip-up.
What was that?
When he escorted us to see the body, he said to you, Archie, if you and your brother and Mr. Wolfe will step this way... Now, how would he believe that Dr. Thrummig was your brother? No one mentioned it.
Of course, the clue I planted and then missed myself.
Quite right, Archie, quite right. What time is it?
8 a.m. I certainly appreciate your coming out for me on this deal.
Oh, but I didn't do it just for you. There is an Orchid Lovers Convention this morning at 9 o'clock.
What? And you mean...
Yes. I'm sure you'll enjoy it tremendously. Both of you.
Oh, brother.
What's that?
Nothing, Doc. Nothing at all.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by John Edison was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin and Howard McNear, Gene Bates, Peter Leeds, Bill Johnstone, Grace Lennard, and Jay Novello. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Final Page. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Episode, The Next Witness, with guest stars Terry Tweed, Robert Crispy, Michael Ayub, and Dixie Seatle.
I call Clyde Bagby to the stand.
It was the 3rd day of the trial, and the assistant district attorney had just called his 5th witness, which meant that Nero Wolfe would be called to the stand next. I had been subpoenaed, too, in case corroboration was needed.
Yes, sir, I do.
Will you tell the jury your name and occupation?
Clyde Bagby. I'm president and owner of Bagby Answers Incorporated.
What is the nature of your business?
Well, it's a telephone answering business, that's all. It's not a big one, really, because I specialize in serving individuals instead of businesses or firms.
Is one of your offices at 618 East 69th Street, Manhattan?
Yes, sir.
Describe the operation at that address.
Well, that's my newest place and my smallest, so it's not an office building, really. It's just an apartment. I had to have it in an apartment because of the labor law. You can't have women working in an office building after 2 a.m. I have to give my clients all-night service, so I've got 3 operators who live right there in the apartment. That way, I always have someone for the night shifts.
Are the switchboards installed in one of the rooms of the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what one of them is like and how it works.
Oh, well, for each client, there's a little light and a cubbyhole and a card strip with the client's name. When someone dials the client's number, his light goes on and a buzz synchronizes with the ringing of the client's phone. How many buzzes the girl counts before she plugs in depends on what client it is. Some want her to plug in after 3 buzzes, some longer. That's the kind of specialized, individualized service I give my customers. You see, the big outfits, they don't do that.
Thank you, Mr. Bagby, but I wasn't buzzing for a plug for your business.
Yeah.
Now, when
I thought that joke a little out of place at a murder trial, so I glanced over at my boss, Nero Wolfe, sitting beside me, but he wasn't registering anything but martyrdom. Morose martyrdom.
Oh, Mrs. Smith.
Nero Wolfe hates to leave his house under any circumstances, and a courtroom bench hasn't been built to hold his 1/7 of a ton, especially in a crowded courtroom. And he'd had to suffer this for 3 days now because of a mere 10-minute acquaintance with the accused, Leonard Ash.
I think that gives us a clear picture of the operation. Now, Mr. Bagby, please look at that gentleman in the dark blue suit sitting next to the officer. He is the defendant in this trial. Do you know him?
Yes, sir. That's Mr. Leonard Ash.
When and where did you meet him?
In July, he came to my office on 47th Street.
Can you give me the day in July?
Yeah, the 12th, the Monday.
What did he say?
He said he wanted my answering service for his home telephone.
Did he want any special service?
Well, he didn't ask me for any, but 2 days later, he contacted Marie Willis and offered her $500.
Objection. Sustained.
Mr. Bagby, just answer my questions. Did you accept Leonard Ash as a client?
Oh, sure. There was no reason not to.
So his name and number were given a place on one of your switchboards?
Yes, sir.
What was the name of the employee who attended that board? The one with Leonard Ash's number on it?
Marie Willis in the daytime.
And Leonard Ash's number was on Marie Willis's board?
Yes, sir.
After the routine arrangements for serving Leonard Ash as a client had been completed, did anything happen to bring him or his number to your personal attention?
Yes, sir.
What and when? First, when?
Well, it was a Thursday, about 3 days after Ash had ordered the service. Marie phoned me at my office and said she wanted to see me privately about something important. So, a little after 6, I went up to 69th Street, and we went into her room at the apartment. She told me Ash had phoned her the day before and asked her to meet him somewhere to discuss some details about servicing his number. She told him such a discussion should be with me, but he
If
insisted
Your Honor
that...
pleases, I submit that the witness may not testify to what Marie Willis and Mr. Ash said to each other when he was not present.
Certainly not. He is reporting what Marie Willis told him had been said.
That should be kept clear. You understand that, Mr. Bagby?
Yes, sir. I mean, Your Honor.
Then go ahead. What Miss Willis said to you, and you to her.
Well, she said she'd agreed to meet Ash because he was a theatrical producer, and and she wanted to be an actress. I hadn't known she was stage struck, but I know it now. So she'd gone to his office, and he told her. Now, this is what she told me. He told her he wanted her to listen in on calls to his home number during the daytime.
How could she do that?
Well, she'd have to do when his light on her board went off. Well, that would mean that someone had answered the phone at his home. Well, she'd just plug in and listen to the conversation.
And she told you Mr. Ash asked her to do that?
Yes, sir. And to phone him each evening and report. And that's what she said. And he offered her $500 if she would do it.
Did she say anything else?
Yes, sir. She said she knew she should have turned him down flat, but she didn't want to make him sore, so she told him she wanted to think it over. Then she told me she had slept on it and decided what to do. She was convinced that what Ash was after was phone calls to his wife. And aside from anything else, she wasn't going to spy on his wife because his wife was Robina Keene, the actress. And, Marie worshipped Robina Keene as her ideal. Well, that's what Marie told me.
Did she tell you what she had decided to do?
Yes, sir. 3 things. Tell me about it because she was working for me. Tell Robina Keene about it to warn her because Ash would probably get someone else to do the spying for him. You know, it occurred to me the real reason for her wanting to tell Robina Keene.
What occurred to you isn't material, Mr. Bagby. Now, did Marie tell you the 3rd thing she had decided she must do?
Yes, sir, that she must tell Ash that she was going to tell his wife. She said she had to do that because she promised him she would keep it confidential, so she had to warn him she was taking back her promise.
Did she say when she intended to do those 3 things?
Yes, well, she'd already done one of them, telling me. She said she'd phoned Ash and told him she would be at the office at 7 o'clock. Well, that was crowding it a little because she had the evening shift and would have to be back at the boards at 8. It crowded me, too, because it gave me no time to talk her out of it. I even went downtown with her in a taxi where Ash's office was and did my best, but I couldn't move her.
What did you say to her?
I tried to get her to lay off. Well, I could drop him as a client and forget it, but she was dead set on warning Robina Keene. And to do that, she had to take back her promise to Ash. Well, I hung on until she got in the elevator to go up to Ash's office, but I couldn't budge her.
Did you go with her?
Well, no, that wouldn't have helped any. Well, what could I do?
Then you didn't go up to Ash's office with Marie Willis?
No, sir.
Did you go up later at any time after she had gone up?
No, sir.
Did you see Ash at all that evening?
No, sir.
Did you speak to him on the telephone that evening?
No, sir.
What did you do that evening after you saw Marie Willis enter the elevator to go up to Ash's office?
I took a taxi home, and about 10 o'clock, I got a phone call from the police to say that Marie Willis had been found murdered in my office. And I went there as fast as I could, and there was a crowd out in front, and an officer took me upstairs. They hadn't moved her. They'd taken the plug cord from around her throat. They hadn't moved her. And there she was, slumped over on the ledge in front of the board. They wanted me to identify her, and I had to. It was the hardest thing I ever had to do in my life. I'd never seen anyone have been strangled before, but it was her, all right. The same clothes and everything she was wearing.
We want a taxi, but first a word with you.
No, sir. First, a word from me.
What?
Mandelbaum may finish with that witness any minute. You were told you'd follow back.
I know.
If you want a taxi, of course, you're going home. And
I'm not going home. I can't.
Right. If you do, you'll just get hauled right back here with a fat fine for contempt of court. Not to mention me. I'm under subpoena, too, remember? Where are you going?
To 618 East 69th Street.
To bag these answers? Why?
I'll explain on the way.
I'm going back to the court.
No. I'll need you.
All right, shoot. I've heard you do a lot of explaining, but this'll have to be good.
You know, it's preposterous.
It sure is. Let's go back.
I mean Mr. Mandelbaum's thesis that Leonard Ashe killed that girl. Leonard Ashe is not an imbecile. I refuse to believe he'd go to that place at that time to kill her. You were present when he called on me that day to hire me. Do you believe it?
I pass. But I find it hard to believe his story. That a man phoned him, a voice he didn't recognize, and said if Ashe would meet him at the Bagby place, he thought they could talk Marie out of it. And when Ashe got there, the door was open, and there she was with a plug cord around her throat. So he opened up the window and yelled for the police. Do you believe that?
Phooey, I didn't like it, but it may be true. And another thing I didn't like was sitting there on that confounded wooden bench with a smelly woman against me.
Oh, now we're getting to it. By the way, that smell was Tissot's passion flower, and it's $80 an ounce. Lily Roan wears it.
Soon I was to be called as a witness, and my testimony would have been an effective corroboration of Mr. Bagby's testimony. It was intolerable. I will not be a party to a judicial transgression.
Let's see if I get you. The reason you're scooting is you can't bear to help convict Ashe of murder because you doubt he's guilty.
That's close enough.
It's not close enough for me. What are we going to do with Bagby's answering?
We'll see when we get there. Taxi! My name is Wolfe, and I've just come from the courtroom where Leonard Ashe is being tried. This is my assistant, Mr. Goodwin.
Yes?
We're checking on subpoenas that have been served on the witnesses for both the prosecution and the defense. Are Miss Hart and Miss Velarde and Miss Welch here?
I'm Alice Hart, and that's Bella Velarde on board, too. Helen Welch isn't here. It's her day off. We've all had subpoenas, but... Aren't you Nero Wolfe, the detective?
Yes.
What do you want?
I want information, madam. I want you and the other two ladies to answer some questions.
We have no information.
But I won't get any, but I'm going to try.
Who sent you?
Autokinesis. There's a cardinal flaw in the assumption that Leonard Ashe killed Marie Willis, and I don't like flaws. It has made me curious.
A flaw? Take my board, will you, Bella? I won't be long. We'll go to my room. This way.
One moment, Miss Hart. A point not covered in the newspaper accounts. Marie Willis's body was found slumped over the ledge in front of the switchboard. And presumably she was seated at the switchboard when the murderer arrived. But
Yes.
You live here, you and the others.
Yes?
Then if the murderer was Mr. Ashe, how did he know she was alone on the premises?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps she told him she was. Is that the flaw?
Good heavens, no.
Come in, please. My time is limited. Now, what is this flaw?
I am the inquisitor, Miss Hart, not you.
What's the matter?
That painting on your wall, that's a Van Gogh, isn't it? And unless I'm very much mistaken, an original. Where did you get that picture?
That is none of your business.
It isn't, but here is the situation. You have been questioned by the police and the district attorney's office, but they were restrained by their assumption that Leonard Ashe was the culprit. Now, since I reject that assumption and must find another in its stead, there can be no limit to my impertinence with you and others who may be involved. I'll take you and that picture. If you refuse to say where you got it, or if your answer doesn't satisfy me, I'll put a man on it and he'll find out. You can't escape being badgered, madam. The question is whether you suffer it here and now by me, or face a prolonged inquiry among your friends and associates by more meddlesome men.
What does it matter where I got that picture?
Probably it doesn't. Possibly nothing about you matters. But that picture is a treasure, and this is an odd address for it. Do you own it?
Yes, I bought it.
When?
About a year ago from a dealer.
The contents of this room were yours?
Yes, I like things that... Well, this is my extravagance. It's my only one.
How long have you been with this firm?
5 years.
What's your salary?
$150 a week.
Not enough for your extravagance. An inheritance, perhaps? Alimony?
No, I have never married. Mr. Wolfe, if you save for 15 years, I think you do have a right to something.
You have indeed. Where were you the evening that Marie Willis was killed?
I was out in Jersey in a car with a friend, Bella Velarde, to get cooled off. It was a hot night, all right? We got back after midnight.
Of course, the police have asked if you know of anyone who might have had a motive for killing Marie Willis. Do you?
No.
Were you friendly with her?
Yes, friendly enough.
Has any client ever asked you to listen in on calls to his number?
Certainly not.
Did you know Miss Willis wanted to be an actress?
Yes, we all knew that.
Mr. Bagby says he didn't.
He was her employer. I don't suppose he did know. When did you talk with Mr. Bagby?
I didn't. Heard him on the witness stand. Did you know of Miss Willis's regard for Robina Keene?
Yes, we all knew that, too. Marie did imitations of Robina Keene in her roles.
When did she tell you of her decision to inform Robina Keene that her husband was going to monitor her telephone?
I didn't say she told me.
Did she?
No.
Did anyone?
Yes, Miss Velarde. Marie had told her. You can ask her.
I shall. Do you know Guy Unger?
Yes, I know him. Not very well. He was a friend of Marie Willis's.
And what was the nature of his relationship with Miss Willis?
I'm sure I don't know.
Miss Willis must have talked about it.
Not to me. We were never very close. Maybe to Bella, Miss Velarde.
Well, I would like to speak now to Miss Velarde.
Well, certainly. You can wait in her room. It's just next door. Go ahead in. I'll send her along.
Certainly a contrast in rooms.
Yes, sir. Oh, Miss Velarde is a crack lever.
A what?
She never quite closes doors or drawers.
Oh.
She is also a philanthropist.
Indeed?
She donates to the cause of equine genetics.
Meaning?
She bets on horse races. She subscribes to racing form and track dope.
Archie, open drawers. Have one open when she enters. I want to see how much impudence these creatures will tolerate.
This photograph. Miss Velarde and another woman, and do you recognize the man? Now, I could be wrong. It's been 2 months since the newspapers had a picture of him.
Well, that's Guy Unger. Find more of him.
They're taking their time out there. I'd say Miss Velarde's getting a thorough briefing from our Miss Hart. Here she comes. This should get her.
Miss Hart says you want to ask me something.
Sit down, Miss Velarde. Do you know what a hypothetical question is?
Of course I do.
I have one for you. If I put 3 expert investigators on the job of finding out approximately how much you've lost betting on horse races in the past year, how long do you think it would take them?
I don't know.
I do. With luck, 5 hours. Without it, 5 days. It would be simpler for you to tell me. How much have you lost?
How do you know I've lost anything?
There's a fair chance that you keep a record of your gains and losses. Archie, your search was interrupted. Resume. See if you can find it. You may watch if you like, Miss Velarde. There's no question of pilfering.
Look, Mr. Wolfe, there's no secret about my liking to bet on the races. But the amounts I bet, that's different. You see, I have friends who, they don't want people to know they bet, so they give me money to bet for them. So it's about $100 a week, and sometimes more, maybe up to $200.
I see. What's your salary?
It's only $120, so of course I can't bet much myself.
Of course. About the windows in that front room. In summer weather, when one of you's on duty there at night, are the windows open?
Well, when it's hot, yes. Usually the one in the middle. If it's very hot, maybe all of them.
With the shades up?
Yes.
It was hot on July 15th. Were the windows open that night?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
Where were you?
I was out in Jersey, in a car with a friend, Alice Hart, to get cooled off. Now, we got back after midnight.
If the windows were open and the shades up on the evening of July 15th, as they almost certainly were, would anyone in her senses have proceeded to kill Marie Willis so exposed to view? What do you think?
I know. That would have been... No, I don't think so.
Then she or he must have closed the windows and drawn the shades before proceeding. then how could Leonard Ashe, in the circumstances of given, have managed that without alarming Miss Willis?
I don't know. He might have... No, I don't
He might
know.
have what?
Nothing. I don't know.
How well do you know Guy Unger?
I know him fairly well.
You seen much of him in the past 2 months?
No, very little.
When was this snapshot taken?
Oh, that. You took that from my drawer. What else did you take? You get out of here. Get out and stay out.
Come, Archie. There seems to be a limit, after all.
Wait. Wait a minute. I didn't mean that. I flare up like that. I don't care about the damn picture. It's just...
When was it taken?
About 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago Sunday.
Who is the other woman?
Helen Welch.
Was Guy Unger Miss Welch's companion or yours?
We were just together.
Nonsense.
Well, Guy and Helen. I was just with them.
Then, I take it that since Miss Willis died, Mr. Unger's interest is centered on Miss Welch.
I don't know about Center. They seem to like each other.
Where is Miss Welch?
This is her day off.
That I know. Where can I find her?
I think she's up at her place she rented for the summer in Katona.
You think so? You're not sure?
Do you want me to phone and find out?
Yes, if you would. I want to talk to her.
Nero Wolfe refuses to ride in the front seat of a car because when the crash comes, the broken glass will carve him up. Also, it takes most of the back seat to hold his bulk. And he rarely talks in a car because he sits with his fists and jaws clamped tight as a vice.
Is that a siren, Archie?
Yeah. It's a Parkway police car coming up behind us.
You know, when you were having the car sent down, I phoned home. Fritz said there'd been 4 calls, one from an officer of the court, one from the DA's office, and 2 from Inspector Kramer.
Oh, swell.
Would Kramer have sent out an alarm?
Well, the way he'd like to pin your scalp to his wall, I wouldn't put it past him. And we're about to find out. Nope. Not this time.
Archie Goodwin. I'm Helen Welch. Mr. Wolfe?
Yes. Give me a hand, Archie.
It's a real pleasure. This is Guy Unger.
How'd you do?
Hello.
Let's sit in the shade of the old apple tree, shall we?
Oh, thank you. I prefer to sit.
You didn't give me a chance on the phone. I didn't want you to have a trip for nothing. You see, I can't tell you anything about that awful business of what happened to Marie. I really can't because I don't know anything. I was out on the Sound on a boat. Didn't Bella tell you?
That's not the kind of thing I'm after, Miss Welch.
Hmm?
Such routine matters as checking alibis have certainly been handled by the police. My attack must be eccentric. For instance, when did Mr. Unger get here?
Oh, why, just...
Now, wait a minute. Just forget me. I'm looking on, that's all.
Ah, a substantial chair. Thank you. Now, I'll explain, Miss Welch, why I asked when Mr. Unger got here. When I spoke with Miss Hart and Miss Velarde, I was insufferable, both in manner and in matter, and they should have ordered me out, but they didn't. Manifestly, they were afraid to, and I intend to know why. I assume that you know why.
I know.
I assume that after I left, Miss Hart phoned you again, that she also phoned Mr. Unger, or you did, and he was enough concerned about me to hurry to get here before I arrived.
I heard about you being on your way about 10 minutes ago when I got here.
Mr. Unger, I'll probably finish sooner with Miss Welch if you withdraw. For 20 minutes, say?
I think I'd better stay.
Then please don't prolong it with interruption.
Now, you behave yourself, Guy. I'll tell you what I think, Mr. Wolfe. I think he just wants to show you how smart he is. You see, when I told him that Nero Wolfe was coming, well, you should have heard him. He said maybe you're famous for brains and he isn't, but he'd like to hear you prove it. Oh, you did. Something like that, anyway. I don't pretend to have brains. I was just scared.
Oh? Scared of what?
Well, scared of you. I mean, wouldn't anybody be scared if they knew you were coming up to grill them?
Not enough to send for help. Certainly not if they had the alternative of snubbing me, as you have. Why don't you choose it? Why do you suffer me?
Now that's a question. I'll show you why. You see, I didn't want to miss a chance to touch the great Nero Wolfe. There. Now I have patted the head of the great detective, and the strain's been too much. I need a little drink.
Helen.
Having touched me, you still suffer me. I'm sure Miss Hart told you that I reject the thesis that Leonard Ashe killed Marie Willis and propose to discredit it. I hope to establish a reasonable doubt of his guilt. Can you give it to me?
Well, of course not. How could I?
One way would be to suggest someone else with motive and opportunity. Can you?
I'm sorry, but you're funny. I mean, the way they had us down there at the DA's office and the way they kept after us, asking all about Marie and everybody she knew. And, of course, they wanted to find out if there was anybody besides that man Ashe that might have killed her. Well, now they're trying Ashe, and they wouldn't be trying him if they didn't think they could prove it. And here you come and expect to drag it out of me in 20 minutes. I mean, don't you think that's funny for a famous detective like you? Because I do.
Helen, I think you've had enough to drink.
No, Miss Welch, no. The most I expected was support for my belief that you people have common knowledge of something that you don't want revealed. And you have given me that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Nonsense. You're at the edge of hysteria.
I am not.
Take it easy, Helen. Look, Wolfe, I don't get this. As I understand it, what you're after is an out for Leonard Ashe on the murder, is that right?
Yes.
And that's all?
Yes.
Would you mind telling me, did Ashe's lawyer hire you?
No.
Who did?
Nobody. I developed a distaste for my function as a witness for the prosecution, along with a doubt of Mr. Ashe's guilt.
Why doubt his guilt?
Divination. Contrariety.
I see. You're shooting at it on spec. Okay, I'll humor you. Do you regard me as a suspect?
In a word, yes.
Okay. So did the cops for a while. Because just before she was killed, Marie and I had been having a little thing, But that's absolutely all there was to it. The cops found absolutely nothing in my relations with Marie that could possibly have made me want to kill her. Any questions?
No.
And if they had dug up a motive, they would have been stuck with it, because I certainly couldn't have killed her the evening of July 15th. At 10 o'clock that night, I was asleep on my boat at an anchorage near New Haven. My friend Ralph Ingalls was with me, and his wife, and Helen here.
That's right.
Of course, the police checked it, but you're welcome to check it yourself if you care to. Any more questions?
One or two. What is your occupation?
For God's sake, you haven't read the papers.
Yes, I have, but that was weeks ago, and as I remember it, they were vague. Broker, I believe. Stockbroker?
No, I'm a freewheeler. I handle anything.
Have you an office?
I don't need one.
Have you handled any transactions for anyone connected with Bagby Answers Incorporated? Any kind of transaction?
That's a funny kind of question. Why do you ask that?
Because I suspect the answer is yes.
Why? Just for curiosity.
Now, Mr. Ungar, do you suppose I would have made this excursion completely at random? If you find the question embarrassing, don't answer it.
It's not embarrassing. I'll tell you. I think you got a hold of some crazy idea somewhere. God knows what that is. And I want to speak to you privately. Let's take a little walk.
No. I don't like conversing on my feet. If you want to say something without a witness, Miss Welch and Mr. Goodwin can leave us. Archie?
Miss Welch, let's go and pick flowers. Mr. Unger will want me in sight and out of hearing.
All right.
You seem to be,
Now, the goldenrod I know, but what are the blue ones?
I don't know.
Well, this should be far enough. Unless he uses a megaphone. Well, I admit he'd be a maniac to jump Wolf under the circumstances, but maybe he is one.
What?
I learned a long time ago that people involved in a murder case, nothing is impossible.
He is not involved in a murder case.
And he will be before Mr. Wolf gets through with him. Hey, no, that's no way to do it. Open a valve and let it out.
He'd see.
Unger.
Oh, God, help me. It would be wonderful if someone could put his arms around me and tell me, all right, my darling, I'll take care of everything. Just leave it to me. Oh, that would be wonderful.
I may try it if you'll brief me on what I'd have to take care of.
God, I'm a fool. You saw my car out front.
The yellow jag.
I am going to burn it. How do you set fire to a car?
You pour gasoline on it, all over the inside, toss a match in, and jump back fast or you'll singe your eyelashes.
Is it a bluff? Is Wolf just trying to scare something out of us?
No, not just. If he scares something out, fine. If not, he'll get it the hard way. If you're sitting on a lid you don't want open, my advice is to move. Now, the sooner the better, or you may get hurt.
I am already hurt.
Then hurt worse.
I guess I can be. You asked what these blue flowers are?
Mm-hmm.
They're wild asters. Just the color of my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I already know what I'm going to do, and I decided walking over here with you. What time is it?
It's 3:15.
Well, let's see, it's 4 hours. Where can I see Nero Wolfe? Around 9 o'clock in town.
Well, his address and number are in the book, but he may not be there this evening.
Well, I've got...
Phone and ask for Fritz.
Fritz?
Tell him you're the Queen of Hearts. And he'll tell you where Wolfe is. Now, if you don't say you're the Queen of Hearts, he won't tell you anything because Mr. Wolfe hates to be disturbed when he's out. Look, but why not save time and trouble? No. Now, evidently, you've decided to tell him something, and there he is. Come, we'll tell him now.
I can't. You see, I don't dare.
On account of Unger?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Well, if we'll go and we'll come back after Unger leaves.
He is not going to leave. He's going to ride to town with me.
Then record it on tape and use me for the tape. You can trust my memory. I guarantee to repeat it to Mr. Wolfe word for word. When you phone this evening, you'll have had time to think.
Come on, he's afraid I'm talking. If you tell him, I'll deny it. Are you going to tell him?
Wolfe, yes, but Unger, no.
Yes, if you do, I'll deny it.
Then I won't.
I have a little item for you.
Then stop somewhere. I can't talk like this.
We got a nibble. She has something to say to you, but she has to say it to you tonight after she's ditched Unger.
Confound it. She was in a panic. It'll wear off.
Well, it may, and so? Yeah, I'll go back and do it over if you'll write me a script.
Fooey. I don't say I could better it. You're a connoisseur of comely young women, aren't you? Is she a murderess in a funk trying to wriggle out, or what is she?
I pass. She's trying to wriggle, all right, but from out of what, I need 6 guesses. What did Unger want privately? Is he trying to wriggle, too?
Yes. Offered me money, $5,000, then $10,000.
For what?
Not clearly defined. A retaining fee for investigative services. He was crude about it for a man with brains.
I'll be damned. What'd you tell him?
That I resented and scorned his attempt to suborn me.
He was in a panic, and it'll wear off. Why not string him along?
Oh, it would take time, and I haven't any. I told him I intend to appear in court tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow? With what, for God's sake?
Well, at least with a diversion. If Miss Welch's panic endures, possibly with something better.
Uh-huh, I get it. Deciding to go back to court tomorrow makes it possible for you to go home.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get you there by 5 o'clock.
No, we're not going home.
Huh?
Mr. Kramer will have a man posted there all night, probably with a warrant. And a hotel would be risky, too. Wait a minute. Isn't Saul Panzer's apartment conveniently located?
Yes, but he only has 1 bed.
We'll manage somehow. All right, go ahead to the city.
And to our right, you will be able to see our destination as we approach. The beautiful downtown residence of this country's second-best private investigator, Saul Panzer.
Thank heaven.
Fasten your seatbelts and no smoke. Jeez.
Why did you do that?
Because we don't want to see Saul after all.
What flummery is this?
No flummery. Sergeant Pearlie Stebbins was just turning in at the entrance.
Did he see us?
I don't think so.
Confound it.
Yes, sir. Next stop, please.
Oh, you're enjoying this.
I am like hell. I was going to watch a ball game tonight.
Confound it. You told Saul about Miss Welch when you called?
Yes, sir. I told him you'd rather have an hour alone with the Queen of Hearts and a blue orchid. You know Saul.
And you looked up Mr. Donovan's address?
Like you told me.
How long will it take to drive there?
10 minutes.
All right. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Just sit back and try to relax. Nero
Wolfe and Archie Goodwin. What kind of a trick is this? My maid told me Judge Wolfe.
I merely evaded vulgar curiosity. I had to see you, Mr. Donovan. But
you can't see me. It's highly improper. You're a witness for the prosecution, and I'm the defense attorney. Also, a warrant has been issued for you. I'll have to report
I'm
this.
not here as a witness for the prosecution. I don't intend to discuss my testimony with you. I have become aware of certain facts which I think your client, Leonard Ash, should know about, and I want to tell him. I suppose it would be improper for me to tell you more than that, but it wouldn't be improper to tell him. He's on trial for first-degree murder.
You know damn well you can't see him.
I can if you arrange it. Early tomorrow morning will do, before the court sits. You may, of course, be present if you wish, but I suppose you'd prefer not to. 20 minutes with him will be enough.
I can't ask you what you want to tell him.
I understand that. I won't be on the witness stand where you can cross-examine me until tomorrow.
No, you won't. No, I can't arrange for you to see him. It's out of the question. I shouldn't even be talking to you. It will be my duty to report this to Judge Corbett in the morning. Good evening, gentlemen.
His saying he'll report to the judge in the morning meant he didn't intend to phone the DA now, but he might change his mind. We better get out of this area fast.
Yes.
Where to now?
Find a phone. See if that woman has called Saul yet, and is it safe to go to his apartment.
Okay.
And get Mrs. Leonard Ash. I have to see her. Arrange it.
You mean tonight?
Now.
Oh, that should be a cinch. She's probably sitting there hoping a couple of strange detectives will drop in. Hey, do I have to be Judge Goodwin?
No. We are ourselves.
I'm dead tired, Mr. Wolfe, and empty. Completely empty. I don't think I ever...
I'll make it as brief as I can.
What is it? Of course, it's something about my husband.
I have information that will be of considerable value to your husband. Information that could raise sufficient doubts in the minds of the jury to get him acquitted.
To get him acquitted?
It could. The problem is to get the information to the jury. It would take intricate and prolonged investigation to get it in the form of admissible evidence, and I have a shortcut in mind. To take it, I must have a talk with your husband.
But he's in prison. How can you?
I must. I've just called on his attorney and asked him to arrange it, which was futile, as I expected. Since I'm a witness for the prosecution, he feels it improper for him even to talk with me, let alone arrange an interview for me with his client. But you are under no such prescription.
You mean you want me to get you in?
You are the wife of a man on trial for his life. It would not be impossible for you to get permission to talk with your husband tomorrow morning before the court convenes, and you can take me with you.
But there's a warrant out for your arrest. The papers say that you...
Don't mention me in getting the permission. Simply take me with you. How will you do it?
I don't see how I can... You just want to talk with him?
Yes.
What do you want to tell him?
I can't tell you that now. It might compromise my plan to get it to the jury. I can't risk that.
But at least you can tell me what it's about. How can I be sure that you...
Oh, you say you're tired, madam. So am I. At considerable risk to my reputation, my self-esteem, possibly even my bodily freedom, I'm undertaking a step which should be useful to your husband, and I'm asking your help. But I'm not asking you to risk anything. You've nothing to lose. I have. Of course, I've made an assumption that may not be valid, that whether or not you're sincerely devoted to your husband, you don't want him convicted of murder. Now, I can't guarantee...
You didn't have to say that. I'm devoted to my husband. I love him very dearly. He acted like a fool, but I love him very much. I certainly don't want him convicted of murder.
Then you'll do it?
All right. I have nothing more to lose. But if I do this, I'll have to tell Mr. Donovan.
No, you must not. Not only would he forbid it, he would prevent it. This is for you alone.
Oh.
Only you can do this.
Oh, I thought I was too tired to live, and I am. But it would be a relief to do something. I'm going to do it. I will do it. Leave this to me. Where can I reach you?
Saul's number, Archie.
Welcome, Saul. I congratulate you.
I'm glad it can be of use to you, Mr. Wolfe.
What time is it?
20 minutes to 10.
Have you heard from that woman?
Mrs. Ash called. You have an appointment at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Satisfactory. And Miss Welch, the...
Queen of Hearts. Has she called?
Not yet.
It's past the time she said. Could be in the soup.
Soup. Saul...
I have some beer, cheese. Good cheese.
Thank you, Saul.
Quarter to 1. Our lady's panic wore off.
Well, I'm going to bed.
Afraid I haven't got any pajamas you could get into, but...
I got it. This is Jackson 43109.
Hello, I want to speak to... this is the Queen of Hearts.
It sure is. This is Archie Goodwin. Where are you?
I'm in a booth in Grand Central. I couldn't get rid of him, and then he... Well, that doesn't matter now, but where are you?
With Mr. Wolfe, waiting for you, close to Grand Central. I'll meet you at the information booth, upper level, in 5 minutes. Will you be there?
Yes.
Sure.
Of course I will.
Make some coffee, will you, Saul? She'll either need that or bourbon.
Your Honor, I wish to call a witness whom I called yesterday, but he was not available. I learned only a few minutes ago that he is present. You will remember that on my application you issued a warrant for Mr. Nero Wolfe.
Yes, I do. Is he here?
Yes, he is. Nero Wolfe.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Wolfe, after you're sworn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Take the Bible in your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do. Mr. Wolfe, you knew you were to be called yesterday, but you left the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
If your reason for leaving is unsatisfactory, you are in contempt of court. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Then, why did you leave? You are under oath.
Your Honor, I respectfully ask your indulgence. My reason for leaving is inherent in my testimony, and therefore I would rather plead on the charge of contempt afterwards, if the court will permit. I'll still be here.
Indeed you will. You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
You're not under arrest?
No, sir, I came here voluntarily.
Well, you are now. Officer, this man is under arrest. Very well. You will answer to the contempt charge later. Proceed, Mr. Mandelbaum.
Mr. Wolfe, have you ever met the defendant in this case? That gentleman?
Yes, sir. That's Mr. Leonard Ash.
Where and under what circumstances did you meet him?
He called on me at my office on July 13th of this year.
What did he say to you on that occasion?
That he had, the preceding day, arranged for an answering service for his home telephone. That he wanted to hire me to propose to the switchboard operator assigned his number that she eavesdrop on calls made on it and report to me.
Did he say why he wanted to make that arrangement?
No.
Did the defendant suggest any inducement to be offered this person to get her to do the eavesdropping?
He didn't name a sum, but he indicated...
Not what he indicated, what he said.
He said that he would make it worth her while, but stated no amount.
What else did he say?
That's about all. The entire conversation lasted only a few minutes since I refused to do it.
Did you tell him why you refused?
Yes, sir.
Well, what did you say?
I said that I excluded from my field anything that smacked of marital difficulties and,
Yes? Well, what else did you say to him?
I'd like to be sure I understand the question. Do you mean what I said to him that day or on a later occasion?
Well, I mean that day, of course. There was no later occasion, was there?
Yes, sir.
When and where did this meeting take place?
Shortly after 9 o'clock this morning in this building.
You met and spoke with the defendant in this building today?
Yes, sir.
Under what circumstances?
His wife arranged to see and speak with him, and she allowed me to accompany her.
How did she arrange it? With whom?
I don't know.
With Mr. Donovan, the defense counsel present?
No, sir.
Don't you know that it is a misdemeanor for a witness for the state to talk with a defendant charged with a felony?
No, sir, I don't. I understand it would depend on what was said. I didn't discuss my testimony with Mr. Ash.
What did you discuss?
Certain matters which I thought would be of interest to him.
What matters? What exactly did you say?
I said that yesterday, seated in this room awaiting your convenience, I had formed a surmise that certain questions raised by the murder of Marie Willis had not been sufficiently considered and investigated, and that therefore my role as a witness for the prosecution was an uncomfortable one. I said that I had determined to satisfy myself on certain points, that I knew that in leaving the courtroom I would become liable to a penalty for contempt of court, but that the integrity of justice was more important than my personal ease, that I had been confident that Judge Corbett was the man.
If you please, Mr. Wolfe, you are not now pleading to a charge of contempt.
No, sir. You asked what I said to Mr. Ash. He asked what surmise I had formed, and I told him, first, that as one with long experience in the investigation of crime and culprits, I had an appreciable doubt of his guilt. Second, that the police had been so taken by the circumstances pointing to Mr. Ash, his obvious motive, his discovery of the body, that their attention in other directions had possibly been somewhat dulled. So it occurred to me...
This court is not interested in what occurred to you, Mr. Wolfe, only in what you said to Mr. Ash.
Yes, sir. I said to Mr. Ash that it occurred to me as I sat in this room yesterday and heard Mr. Bagby describe the operation of the switchboards, that an unscrupulous operator might, by listening in on conversations, gain information that could be turned to account. A blackmailer, for instance, might...
This is mere speculation, Mr. Wolfe. Did you say all that to the defendant?
Oh, yes, sir.
How long were you with him?
Oh, nearly half an hour. I can say a great deal in half an hour.
No doubt. But the time of the court and jury should not be spent on irrelevancies. You didn't discuss your testimony with the defendant?
No, sir.
That's all. No more questions.
Do you wish to cross-examine Mr. Donovan?
Yes, Your Honor. I wish to state that I knew nothing of the meeting this morning of the witness and my client. I only learned of it here and now. If you think it desirable, I will take the stand to be questioned about it under oath.
I don't think so, Mr. Donovan. Not unless developments suggest it.
At any time, of course. Mr. Wolfe, why did you seek an interview this morning with Mr. Ash?
Because I had acquired information which cast a reasonable doubt on his guilt, and I wanted to get it before the court and the jury without delay. It occurred to me that if I talked with Mr. Ash, the fact would probably be disclosed in the course of my examination by Mr. Mandelbaum. And if so, he would almost certainly ask me what had been said. Therefore, I wanted to tell Mr. Ash what I'd surmised and discovered. If Mr. Mandelbaum allowed me to tell all I'd said to Mr. Ash, that would do it. If he dismissed me before I finished, I thought it likely that on cross-examination, the defense attorney would give me an opportunity to go on. So I sought an interview with Mr. Ash.
Did you say more to Mr. Ash than you have already testified to?
Yes, sir.
Please tell the jury what you said to him.
I said that my assistant and I went to the office of Bagby Answers, where Marie Willis was murdered, that from a look at the switchboards, I concluded that it would be impossible for any one operator
Objection, Your Honor. Conclusions of the witness are not admissible.
He is merely relating what he said to Mr. Ash. The assistant district attorney asked him to.
The objection is overruled.
I said I had concluded that it would be impossible for any one operator to eavesdrop frequently on her lines without the others becoming aware of it, and therefore it must be done collusively. I said that I had spoken at some length with 4 of the people connected with Bagby Answers throughout the day. Miss Alice Clark, Bella Velarde, Helen Welsh, Mr. Guy Unger, and had received 2 encouragements for my surmise. 1, that it was evident that their personal expenditures greatly exceeded their salaries. And 2, that all of them were visibly disturbed at my declared intention of investigating them fully and ruthlessly. Indeed, Miss Welch was disturbed to a point approaching hysteria, and Mr. Unger to offering me $10,000 for services which he did not specify.
You said all that to Mr. Ash?
Oh, yes, sir. And that Helen Welch, broken down by my attack and her own sense of guilt, arranged to meet with me privately, where she confessed that for years the operation had been used precisely as I had surmised. All of the switchboard operators have been parties to it, including Marie Willis. Their dean, Alice Hart, collected the information. That is Miss Hart and Miss Velarde just leaving, sir.
Officer, no one is to leave the room. Order! Order! Go ahead, Mr. Wolfe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Alice Hart collected information from them and gave them cash for it in addition to their salaries. Guy Unger and Clyde Bagby also gave them cash occasionally. So in 3 years, Miss Welch received a total of approximately $15,000, not counting her salary.
Do you know where Helen Wilkes is now?
Yes, sir, she's present. I told her that if she came and faced it, the district attorney might show appreciation for her help.
Have you anything to add? That you told Mr. Ash this morning?
I have, Your Honor. Do you wish me to differentiate clearly between what Helen Welch told me and my own exposition?
No. Anything whatever that you said to Mr. Ash.
Marie Willis had been ordered by both Unger and Bagby to accept Mr. Ash's proposal to eavesdrop on his line and not to tell Mrs. Ash, but she had refused and announced that she was going to quit. Now, of course, that made her an intolerable peril to everyone concerned. The success of the operation hinged on the fact that no victim ever had any reason to suspect that Bagby Answers was responsible for his distress. It was Bagby who got the information, but it was Unger who used it, and the tormented under the screw would not know where the tormentor had got the screw. So Miss Willis's decision to quit and expose the whole business was a mortal menace to any and all of them. Ample provocation for murder. I told Mr. Ash that all this established a reasonable doubt of his guilt, and I went beyond that and considered the most likely candidate to replace him. Do you wish that too?
Yes, proceed.
I told Mr. Ash that I greatly preferred Mr. Bagby. The mutual alibi of Miss Hart and Miss Velarde might be successfully impeached, but they do have it. I exclude Miss Welch because when she came to me last evening, she'd been jolted into utter candor, or I am a witless gal. And that excludes Mr. Unger, too, because Miss Welch is certain he was on his boat the whole evening. And that leaves Mr. Bagby. He admits that he went to his apartment around the time of the murder, and his apartment is near where the murder occurred. I leave the timetable to the police. They are extremely efficient with timetables. And I think that covers everything, Your Honor. I would now like to plead to the charge of contempt.
Mr. Wolfe, you know quite well that you have made that charge frivolous by the situation you have created. The charge is dismissed. Order! I will have order in the court.
Leonard Ash got off because Nero Wolfe hated to sit against a perfumed woman on a wooden bench. The irony, of course, is that Wolfe didn't get off. 6 months later, he was subpoenaed again, this time as a witness in the case of the State versus Clyde Bagby. Only this time, the defendant was found guilty.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Dawn Franks as Archie Goodwin. Michael Ayub was Mandelbaum, Bill Lynn, Clyde Bagby, Art McDonald, Donovan, Robert Christie, Judge Corbett, Patricia Moffat, Bella Velarde, Terry Tweed, Helen Welch, John Evans, Guy Unger, Denise Ferguson, Robina Ash, Dixie Seatle, Alice Hart, and Alfie Scott was Saul Panzer. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations were by John Jessup. Sound effects by Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant was Ann Weldon Tate. The Next Witness was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week, Death of a Demon, with guest stars Mary Peary, Bud Knapp, Patricia Hamilton, Helen Hughes, and Mina E. Mina. Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mabel Moore as Nero Wolfe and Dawn Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, Christmas Party, with special guest stars Marty Meriden, Linda Sorensen, Patricia Hamilton, Gordon Thompson, and John Granick.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wolfe, but I told you 2 days ago that I had a date for Friday afternoon, and you said it was all right, so I'll drive you to Long Island on Saturday or Sunday.
That won't do, Archie. Mr. Thompson will be at Mr. Hewitt's place only until Saturday noon. He's the best orchid hybridizer in England, and I'm grateful to be invited to spend a few hours with him. We should leave here about 12:30.
I really am sorry, but I have to keep that date Friday afternoon. It's a Christmas party at the office of Kurt Bottweil. Now, you remember him. We did a job for him a few months ago.
Yes.
You may not remember a member of his staff named Margot Dickey, but I do. I promised her that I'd come to the party.
Oh, pfui. A party? I have only one opportunity.
Then take it. Your idea that a car is a death trap if I'm not driving is unsound. You can take a taxi.
I hope to get some useful information from Mr. Thompson, and you will take notes.
Not if I'm not there. Hewitt's secretary knows orchid terms as well as I do, and so do you.
Archie, how many times in the past year have I asked you to drive me somewhere?
If you call it asking, maybe 18 or 20.
Not excessive, surely. If my feeling that you alone are to be trusted at the wheel of a car is an aberration, then I have it. We will leave for Mr. Hewitt's place Friday at 12:30.
All right. All right. I didn't intend to spring this on you till tomorrow, but I guess it will have to be now. Here, take a look at this.
What's this?
Well, as you see, it's a marriage license for Archie Goodwin and Margot Dickey. It cost me $2.
Flummery.
No, sir. No flummery. I could be mushy about it, but I won't. I will only say that I'm hooked at last. Margot intends to spread the tidings at the Christmas office party, so I have to be there.
You are deranged. Sit down.
I suppose it is a form of madness, but there, I've got it. It's like what Margot was reading to me the other night, some poem. I think it was Greek. Oh, love, resistless in thy might, thou mightest
Shut
triumph.
up and sit down.
Yes, sir. We haven't set the date yet. We don't want to rush it. Now, you may not want me to be here anymore, but that's up to you. As far as I'm concerned, I'd like to stay. I'd hate to end such a long association. The pay is okay, especially if I get the raise at the first of the year, which is a week from Monday. I'm used to my room upstairs, and I like Fritz's cooking, and the billiard table in the basement, and the one-way glass panel in the front door.
Archie, sit down.
I've told Margot all this, everything, including the fact that you're allergic to women, and we've discussed it, and we think it might be worth trying, say for a month. When we get back from the honeymoon, we could take over the second floor, and if the trial works out, the new furniture or the decorating would be up to us. I mean, since she works for an interior designer, we could get things wholesale.
I don't believe it.
You will.
What about Miss Rowan?
We won't drag Miss Rowan into this.
What about the thousands of others you dally with?
Not thousands. Not even 1,000. And I'll look up Dally.
Oh, for heaven's sake, sit down.
No, sir. Right now, you're stirred up. We'd better discuss this some other time. In a few days, you may hate the idea of having a woman in your house, even worse than you do now, or you may have cooled down to a simmer. Could I have my license back, please? I want to go and show it to my bride-to-be.
Archie, darling.
Yes, my own. I've got it.
Oh,
Archie, I knew you could. How much do I owe you?
This one's on me. Doesn't the groom always pay for the license? Besides, I've already had my money's worth out of it. Shall I send it over by messenger?
No, I think I'd better collect it in person. Where are you?
I'm in a phone booth. I'd just as soon not go to the office right now. Mr. Wolfe wants to be alone to boil. How about the Tulip Bar in 20 minutes? I feel like buying you a drink.
Oh, no, lover. I feel like buying you a drink.
At precisely noon the next day, Friday, a black limousine drew up in front of the house, and Wolfe, with the brim of his old black hat turned down and the collar of his new gray overcoat turned up for the snow, descended the stoop, stood like a small mountain on the bottom step till the chauffeur had opened the door. Then he crossed the sidewalk and climbed in. I watched it from above, from a window of my room. Then I showered and got dressed for the party.
Archie, lover, you got here.
Margot, my own.
Come on over to the bar and help us sample.
Look, if I come too early, where is everybody?
It's just office staff now. Clients are invited for later.
Oh.
You remember Alf Kiernan, our business manager?
Mr. Kiernan.
Archie Goodwin. Sure, you were snooping around our office last year when we had that tapestry theft. What a pleasant surprise.
I'm sure.
And this lovely person under Alfie's adoring gaze is Cherry Kwan, our, I don't really know how to describe your job, dear. All-around handy person?
A receptionist will do. You brought a detective, Margot. Has something been stolen?
No, dear, but I may need protection. Archie, you recognize our bartender, of course, all the way from the North Pole.
Oh, is that what you call a designer touch? Santa Claus tending bar?
The designer touch, that's ho, fella.
Santa, I think you're divine. And I love your sweet mask and all that lovely padding and your dear little white gloves. Now, if you want to hee-hee instead of ho-ho, that's all right by me.
Oh, thank you, Miss.
You're welcome. My friend Archie needs a drink, Santa.
Oh, certainly, Miss.
Champagne only, Goodwin. The designer touch.
3 different brands. The Kurt Bottweil touch.
Yes. Shall we sample the Veuve Clicquot this time, Santa?
Oh, certainly, sir.
Santa, you're adorable.
Stop tugging at me, Leo.
Oh, here comes the angel on our Christmas tree, Mrs. Porter Jerome. This is Archie.
She means that I provide the money that runs this organization. Leo, take my wrap, will you? It's stifling in here.
Yes, Mama.
And this is Mrs. Jerome's son, Leo Hatch,
Who does all the work around here and gets none of the credit. I thought this was to be a family affair.
Well, Archie's like family to me. I invited him.
You're a blessing, Margot. Leo, get me a drink.
Yes, Mama, as soon as I get rid of your mink, Mama.
Archie and I have something to discuss, if you'll excuse us.
A pleasure.
Oh, Cherry, love, I don't think you have the Christmas family spirit. You have another drink and cheer up now, you hear? Come on, Archie.
Bartender, don't just stand there. Pour me a drink. Well, can you hear me behind that mask?
Margot, if this is a Christmas party, why do I have a feeling that it's Halloween?
Well, you should work here. One big happy family.
I'll bet.
What do you think of Cherry?
She's pretty.
Pretty as me?
Nothing like as pretty as you. Oh, if only that marriage license was real. I can get a real one for $2. What do you say? Huh?
You.
Come on.
You wouldn't marry Miss Universe if she came on her knees with $1 billion.
I dare her to try it. Did the license work?
Like a charm. Absolutely perfect, Archie.
Oh, good. I mean, no. That means it's all over between us.
Oh, yeah. Archie, darling, look, I'll be a sister to you.
I don't need a sister. Okay. I'm the rejected suitor, but I want the license back for a souvenir.
Archie, that's sweet.
No, it's serious. No, I don't want it kicking around. I could be hooked for forgery. You mail it to me once, my own.
Well, I can't. He tore it up.
The hell he did? Where are the pieces?
Gone. He threw them in his wastebasket. Now, you will come to the wedding.
What wastebasket? Where is it?
In his office last night after dinner. Will you come to the wedding?
I will not. My heart is bleeding. Mr. Wolfe's heart will bleed, too. Look, I should be getting out of here. I'm going to be expected to sulk, and I don't think I can sulk.
You won't have to. Kurt won't know I've told you yet. Look, Look, here comes my intended now.
Merry Christmas! All my blessings to my loyal staff and fellow workers. Merry, merry, merry.
Merry Christmas.
Goodwin, I didn't know you were here. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Now, before the clients and other guests arrive, I have an announcement to make and a toast to drink. Is everybody's glass filled? Everyone ready? Right. Now, there are times when love takes over. There are times...
Wait a minute. You don't have a glass. You have to drink, too.
Of course. Well, I'll just have a sip of champagne.
Oh, nonsense. You should enjoy, too. I'll get your private bottle from your office.
It doesn't have to be Pernod. I should drink what everyone else is drinking.
Nonsense. You should enjoy it just as we do. Now, could I have a glass, please, Santa? There. That makes it unanimous.
Thank you, Alf. My secret public vice. I'll start again. There are times when love takes over. Santa Claus, where's yours? You have to drink, too.
Well, he can't drink through the mask.
No, I suppose not.
There are times...
When love takes over. Thanks, Alf. There are times when the little demons disappear down their rat holes, and ugliness itself takes on the shape of beauty. When the darkest corner is touched by light. When the coldest heart feels the glow of warmth. When the trumpet call of goodwill and good cheer drowns out all the babel of mean little noises. This is such a time. Merry Christmas. Merry, merry, merry.
Merry Christmas.
What a lovely toast, Kurt. Simply lovely. Well, I must write it down and have it printed. That part about the trumpet call. It was... Kurt! Oh, Kurt, what is it, Kurt?
Mary
Get a doctor.
Stand back, everyone. Get back. Now he needs air.
Do something. Somebody do something.
Cyanide has a very distinctive smell, and it must have been a big dose to hit him that hard and that fast. Kiernan was loosening Botvile's collar, and Margot was squatting at her groom-to-be's feet, taking his shoes off. I could have told her she might as well let him die with his boots on, but I didn't. I had 2 fingers on his wrist and my other hand inside his shirt, and I felt him going. His heart stopped and he's not breathing.
Can't you do something?
Look, I'm a licensed detective, and I'm supposed to know how to act in these
Well,
circumstances.
do something.
He's dead.
Is it a heart attack?
I'd say he was poisoned.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. It looks like his drink was poisoned. All right, until the police come here, no one will touch anything, especially that bottle of Pernod, and no one will leave this room. I want you... Wait a minute, where's Santa Claus?
I don't know.
He was here a minute ago.
Did anyone see him go?
He didn't go out the main door. No one passed my desk.
The office. There's a private elevator in Kurt's office.
I'll go.
No, you stay. I'll go and take a look. Margot, you come with me. Kiernan, call the police. Spring 7, 3100.
Right.
Look, the elevator just hit the main floor.
Damn, we're too late. Push the button and bring it back.
Oh, it's coming.
Good.
What are you looking for?
The wastebasket. I can't seem to find the wastebasket.
Well, it's right there, that gold leaf thing.
That? That's a wastebasket?
Archie, are you crazy? What are you doing?
Is this where he threw the license?
Yes, but what possible degree?
Damn, it's not here.
How can you worry about a license when the... Look, the elevator's here.
Stand back.
Look.
Don't touch anything. Well, that's what's left of our Santa. Suit, hat, boots, mask, and he kept the white gloves, of course.
Mr. Kiernan and Mr. Hatch will be taken to the district attorney's office for further questioning. The rest of you can go for the present, but you'll keep yourselves available at the addresses you've given. Before you go, I want to ask you once again, here together, about the man who was here as Santa Claus. You've all claimed you know nothing about him. You still claim that?
Inspector Kramer.
Yes, Mr. Kiernan.
I'm not objecting to going to the DA's office for 3 hours. I haven't objected to anything. But we've told you all we can. I know I have. It seems to me your job is to find Santa Claus.
Do you mean to say that no one knows anything about him?
So they say. It seems that Botvile himself had arranged for him. He came up in the private elevator and put on the costume in Botvile's office. You may as well know there is some corroboration for that. The costume came from Burleson's in 46th Street. Botvile phoned them yesterday afternoon, ordered it sent here, marked personal. Miss Kwan admits receiving the package and taking it to Botvile in his office.
I didn't admit it, Inspector. I said it.
We're also covering agencies which might have supplied a man to act Santa Claus, but that's a big order.
It's also a waste of time. If he was just a hired person, why would he kill Kurt? And besides, he wouldn't have known that the poison was kept in my workshop downstairs.
We waste most of our time, Mr. Hatch, but our job is to be thorough. We're going to find that Santa Claus, and when we do, we'll see. If we can't see him for it, we'll have to look further. And we'll expect all of you to help us. I'm taking it for granted you all want to help.
What does that mean? That we are under suspicion? I and my son are under suspicion?
What I said, Mrs. Jerome, is that we'll expect help from all of you. Don't you want to help?
Well, I would help if I could, but I know nothing about it. I only know that my very dear friend is dead, and I don't intend to be abused and threatened. What about the poison?
The medical examiner expects the autopsy to verify that it was cyanide. Your son uses potassium cyanide in his work with metals and plating. There's a large jar of it on the stair from Botval's office to the workroom. Now, anyone who knew that, and who also knew that Botval kept an open bottle of Pernod in his desk, couldn't have asked for a better setup. 4 of you have admitted knowing both things. You, Mrs. Jerome, admit knowing about the Pernod, but not the poison.
That's not true. She did know about it.
You little slut. How dare you lie about me? There. You tell that lie again, and I'll slap the other side of your face.
Sit down, Mrs. Jerome.
But she's lying. She can't
I said
tell
sit down and stay sitting. Miss Kwan, you say Mrs. Jerome knew about the potassium cyanide?
Of course she did. In the workshop one day, I heard her son telling her how he used it and how careful he had to be.
Mr. Hatch, do you verify...
Oh, nonsense. What if he did? Perhaps he did. I'd forgotten about it. I told you I won't tolerate this abuse.
So far as I know now, only one of you has told a lie. You. That's on the record. I'm telling you lies only make it harder for you. But sometimes they make it easier for us. I'll leave it at that for now. Mr. Kiernan, Mr. Hatch, my men will take you downtown. The rest of you can go. But remember what I said. Goodwin, I want to see you. I'll go sit in my car. Get in.
Look, if you're taking me downtown, I want something to eat first. It's past my mealtime.
You're not wanted downtown, not right now. Get in out of the snow. What were you doing there today?
I told you, having fun, 3 kinds of champagne. Miss Dickey invited me.
I'm giving you another chance.
Huh?
You were the only outsider there. Why? You're nothing special to Miss Dickey. She was going to marry Botval. Why were you there?
Ask her.
You have asked her. She says there was no particular reason, that she stuttered around it. What I say, anytime I find you near a murder, I want to know. I'm giving you another chance.
Oh, thanks. But I can't use it. I have nothing more to tell you. Lay off and go find your murderer.
I know you, Goodwin.
Yeah, you even called me Archie once. You know, I treasure that memory.
I know you.
Treasure it.
Do you expect me to believe that guy got out of that room and away without you knowing it?
Look, I was kneeling on the floor watching a man die.
Huh?
You're just talking to hear yourself. You don't think I was an accessory to the murder or the murderer's escape?
I don't say he was the murderer. But if you knew who he was and didn't want him involved in it for some reason, like maybe earning a fee and let him get away, what about that?
That would be bad. If I asked my advice, I would be against it.
God damn it. Do you know who he is?
No.
Did you or Wolfe have anything to do with getting him there?
No.
All right, pile out. I'll be wanting you downtown sometime.
You know where to find me. As you know, I approve of your rule not to discuss business during a meal, but this is my meal, and you finished yours. I've got something on my chest, and it's not business, it's personal.
The death of Mr. Botval was reported on the radio at 7 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
You were there.
Mm-hmm, yeah, I was there. I was kneeling by him when he died. But what I want to report is what happened before he died. It's about the marriage. Miss Dickey has called it off. She told me she had decided to marry Botval.
Oh, indeed.
Yes, sir. It was a jolt, but I would have recovered in time. I'm going to blot her out.
For me, of course, this is satisfactory.
Oh, I know it is. Huh, how'd you make out in Long Island?
Well, I
Did Mr. Thompson have anything new to say about orchids?
Have you finished your meal? Will you have any more?
No, that should do it, except for this coffee here. It's satisfactory.
Very well, then. I, too, have something on my chest.
Oh, yeah?
It's not easy. Perhaps the best way to begin is to show you something.
Well, go ahead. What is it?
These white gloves.
Are those... Where did you get... Are those the white gloves?
Yes.
How'd you get them? Oh, my God, I don't believe it. You? It was you? Oh, my God. You wore the gloves so I wouldn't recognize your hands, and then you so I wouldn't recognize your voice, and all that dear sweet patting that Margot loves so much was all you.
Have you finished?
Yeah, sorry, I got something in my throat. Why? Huh? Why'd you do it? Oh, my God. Were you really that desperate? The thought of a woman living in your house, of losing an employee after you'd got used to me? You had to go and see for yourself. What were you going to do, anyway? Save me from a fate worse than death?
Shall we take it that I love to dress up as Santa Claus and tend bar?
Oh, sure. Oh, sure, why not? Well, now, where do we start? Do you want to know what happened after you left?
The details can wait. First, where do we stand? Was Kramer there?
Yes, certainly.
Did he get anywhere?
No. He probably won't till he finds Santa Claus. Oh, my God, about 1,000 men are looking for you this very minute. Where did you get the gloves?
At a store on 9th Avenue.
Oh, boy.
Confound it, I didn't know a man was going to be murdered.
When did you phone Botvile to arrange it?
Yesterday afternoon.
Do you think he told anybody about it?
No, he said he wouldn't.
I know he got the costume, so that's okay. When you left here at 12:30, did you go straight to Botvile's?
No, I stopped to buy the gloves and then met him for lunch at Rusterman's. From there, we took a cab to his place, arriving shortly after 2 o'clock, and took his private elevator up to his office. He immediately got a bottle of Pernod from a drawer of his desk, said he always had a little after lunch, and invited me to join him. I declined. He poured a liberal portion in a glass, drank it in 2 gulps, and returned the bottle to the drawer.
Boy, the cops would sure like to know that.
No doubt. And the costume was there in a box. There's a private bathroom at the rear of his office.
I know the layout.
I took the costume there and put it on. He'd ordered the largest size, but it was a squeeze, and it took a while. I suppose I was in that bathroom for half an hour. When I returned, the office was empty, but soon Botvile came up the stairs from the workshop and helped me with the mask and wig. They'd barely been adjusted when Mrs. Jerome and her son Leo appeared, also coming up the stairs from the workshop. I left and went into the studio and found Miss Kwan, Miss Dickey, and Mr. Kiernan there.
Yeah, before long I was there, so none of them saw you unmasked.
No.
When did you put the gloves on?
The last thing, just before I entered the studio.
Oh, then you left prints.
Archie,
I know. You didn't know there was going to be a murder. You left your clothes in the bathroom. Are you sure you got everything when you left?
Yes, I'm not a complete ass.
Private elevators at the rear of the hall downstairs. Did anyone see you leaving it or passing through the hall?
No, the hall was empty.
How'd you get home? Taxi?
No. Fritz didn't expect me until 6 or later. I walked to the public library, spent some 2 hours there, and then took a cab.
You walked all the way to the library because you couldn't admit to Fritz that you hadn't been to Long Island, that you had been playing...
Confound it! Marry the woman and be damned!
I beg your pardon, but you have to admit the situation is a little unusual. Shall I describe it, or do you want to?
I would like to hear you try.
Yes, sir. I suspect the only thing to do right now is phone Inspector Kramer and invite him to come and have a little chat. And when he comes, open the bag.
No, I will not do that.
Then, next best, I go to him and spill it there.
No.
Okay. They have 1,000 men looking for Santa. They'll check the prints they find in the office, and eventually they'll match it to yours. Now, they'll cover all the stores for sales of white gloves to men. They'll trace Botvile's movements and find that you lunched with him. Now, you're sunk. Kramer's been itching for years to lock you up, and any judge would commit you as material witness who would run out. And another thing.
Yes?
If you wait till they find you, you can't tell them that Botvile took a drink from that bottle shortly after 2 o'clock and it didn't hurt him, or they should book you for withholding evidence. Shall I call Kramer?
No. I will not confess that performance to Mr. Kramer. I will not unfold the morning paper to a disclosure of that outlandish masquerade.
Then you're just going to sit here and read a book till they come with a warrant.
No, that would be fatuous. I am going to find the murderer and present him to Mr. Kramer. There's nothing else.
Oh, that's fine. Well, then, we may have 2 weeks and we may have 2 minutes. At this very minute, some fingerprint expert is comparing the prints of Wolfe, Nero, number 709... Do I answer?
Of course.
Nero Wolfe's office. Archie Goodwin speaking.
Goodwin?
Well, Inspector Kramer, what a pleasant surprise.
I want you down in my office at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right, sure. Anything special?
10 sharp.
Well, I've already told them 6 times I know absolutely nothing about Santa Claus. They may not ask again.
Now, I want a complete report of what happened there after I left. But first, I want background. In your intimate association with Miss Dickey, you must have learned things about those people. What?
Not much. I guess I have to explain something. My association with Miss Dickey was not intimate.
Oh, choose your own adjective. I meant
It's
no
not an
innuendo.
adjective. This isn't going to be easy. See, Miss Dickey's a very good dancer. She's an exceptionally good dancer, and for the past couple of months, I've been taking her here and there, and last Monday she asked me to do her a favor.
Yes.
She said Botvile was giving her the runaround, and he'd been going to marry her for a year, but he kept on stalling, and she wanted to do something about it. You see, Sherry Kwan was after him, too.
Archie, would you get to the point?
And she asked me to get a marriage license blank and fill it out for her and me. She'd show it to Botvile and then tell him it was now or never, and that way she'd force his hand.
Archie.
Yes, sir.
Are you telling me that license was...
Yes, sir. I want to make it clear that I had no intention of showing it to you. I did that on the spur of the moment because you were being so stubborn.
I was being stubborn.
Sir, yes, sir. Margot said the trick worked a treat. Botvile tore up the license, threw it in his wastepaper basket, and agreed to marry her.
Then you're not on intimate terms with Miss Dickey.
No, sir.
All right. Even so, she must have spoken of that establishment of those people.
Some, yes.
And one of them killed Botvile. The poison was put in the bottle between 2:10 when I saw him take a drink and 3:30 when Kennan went in and got the bottle. It's a strong possibility that the opportunity was even narrower, that the poison was put in the bottle while I was in the dressing room. Since 2 of them, Mrs. Jerome and her son, were in the office with Botvile when I left. It must be assumed that one of them, or one of the 3 people in the studio, had grasped an earlier opportunity. Now, what about them? Had any of them reasons to do away with Botvile?
There are motives aplenty. Mrs. Jerome has put $500,000 in the business. She thinks she owns Botvile. Very upset and jealous of Margot and Sherry Kwan. Son Leo, who has vinegar in his veins, not blood, very jealous of Mama's interest in Botvile and of all his future inheritance being spent on Botvile. Kiernan, I don't know about him for sure, but judging from the looks he was giving Cherry Kwan, I suspect he would like to mix some Irish with her Chinese. And if he thought Botvile had him stymied, he might have been tempted to take steps. That can't be Kramer, but he could have sent someone.
Oh, let Fritz get it. He knows how to handle police. Continue. Had Miss Dickey a motive?
Oh, I got her a license to marry, not to kill. If she was lying when she said it worked, she's almost as good a liar as she's a dancer. Well, maybe she is. Well, if it didn't work, she might have been tempted.
And Miss Kwan?
There you've got me. You know, I think she works at being inscrutable. Cherry Kwan is a mystery to me.
Yes, Fritz, what is it?
Miss Cherry Kwan to see you, Mr. Wolfe. She says it's extremely urgent.
Bring her in.
Yes, sir.
Speak of the devil.
Will you come in, miss?
I was afraid to telephone because you might tell me not to come. So I just came. Will you forgive me?
Take a chair, Miss Kwan.
Oh, I must get myself together. I'm nervous because it's so exciting to be here. I've read about you so much. Oh, there's the famous globe, and the bookshelves, and the safe, and the couch. Oh, and of course, Archie Goodwin. And you, to actually see you behind your desk in your enormous chair.
Miss Kwan...
Of course, I saw you this afternoon, but that wasn't the same thing. You could have been anybody in that silly Santa Claus costume. I wanted to pull your whiskers.
If I understand you, Miss Kwan, I'm at a loss. If you think you saw me this afternoon in a Santa Claus costume, you're mistaken.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then you haven't told them?
Madam, if you must talk in riddles, talk to Mr. Goodwin. He enjoys them.
But I am sorry, Mr. Wolfe. I should have explained first how I know. This morning at breakfast, Kurt told me that you had phoned him and arranged to appear at the party as Santa Claus. That's how I know. But you haven't told the police? Then it's a good thing I haven't told them either, isn't it?
This is interesting. What do you expect to accomplish by this fol-de-rol?
Oh, dear. You with so much sense. You must see that it's no use. If I tell the police, they will investigate.
Very well. I concede that you could create an unpleasant situation by taking that yarn to the police. I don't suppose you came here merely to tell me that you intend to. What do you intend?
I think we understand each other.
I understand only that you want something. What?
You are so direct, so very abrupt, that I must have said something wrong. But I do want something. You see, since the police think the murderer was the Santa Claus who ran away, they may not get on the right track until it's too late. You wouldn't want that, would you?
Well, that's your premise.
I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want whoever killed Kurt to get away, no matter who it was. But you see, I know who killed him.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yes. I have told the police, but they wouldn't listen until they find Santa Claus. Or if they listen, they think I'm just a jealous cat.
Who killed him?
I'll tell you. Margot Dickey and Kurt were having an affair. A few months ago, Kurt began on me, and it was hard for me because I had a feeling for him. I had a strong feeling. But you see, I am a virgin, and I wouldn't give in to him. I told him the first man I slept with would be my husband. Can you understand that?
I think so.
Last night, late, it was after midnight, he phoned me that he had broken with Margot for good, and he wanted to marry me. He wanted to come and see me, but I told him I was in bed and we would see each other in the morning. He persuaded me to go to his apartment for breakfast, and I did this morning. But I am still a virgin, Mr. Wolfe.
That is your privilege, madam.
Oh, is it a privilege? When I got to the studio, I was surprised to see Margot there, and how friendly she was. That was part of her plan, to be friendly and cheerful with everyone. She has told the police that Kurt was going to marry her, that they had decided last night to get married next week, Christmas week.
Have we reached the point? Did Miss Dickey kill Mr. Botvine?
Yes, of course she did.
And you told the police that?
Yes. I didn't tell them all that I have told you, but enough.
With evidence?
No. I have no evidence.
And you're vulnerable to an action for slander.
Does that matter? When I know I am right, when I know it? But she was so clever, the way she did it, that there can't be any evidence. But it has got to be proved somehow. There has got to be evidence to prove it.
And you want me to get it?
It would be very good if the evidence proved who killed Kurt and also proved who Santa Claus was. Wouldn't it?
Go on.
You have men who do things for you. And one of them can say that you asked him to go there and be Santa Claus, and he did. He can say that while he was in the dressing room putting on the costume, he heard someone in the office and peeked out to see who it was. And he saw Margot Dickey get the bottle from the desk drawer and put something in it.
I see.
He can say that he ran away because he was frightened and wanted to tell you about it first. I don't think they would do anything to him if he went to them tomorrow morning and told them all about it, would they? Oh, just like me. I don't think they would do anything to me if I went to them tomorrow morning and told them that I had remembered that Kurt told me that you were going to be Santa Claus.
And that's what you want.
Did I say it so you understand me?
Oh, you did indeed. You put it admirably. Buzz for Fritz, Archie. I suppose, Miss Corn, it's futile to advance the possibility that one of the others killed him. But if so, it would be a pity.
Excuse me, I interrupt. I know she killed him.
I don't. And even if I bow to your conviction, before I can undertake the stratagem you propose, I'd have to make sure there are no facts that would scuttle it. It won't take me long. You'll hear from me tomorrow.
I can't wait longer than tomorrow morning to tell them what Kurt told me.
Fui, you can and you will. The moment you disclose that, you no longer have a whip to dangle at me. You'll hear from me tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
Miss Kwan is leaving, Fritz. Show her out.
It was very exciting to be here. I hope it will be early tomorrow.
Oh. Who do you think will be best for it? Saul, Fred, Ori Cather?
Sit down. You see through women?
Huh?
Well?
Oh, no. Oh, no, not that one. I pass. I wouldn't bet a dime on her one way or the other. Would you?
No. She's probably a liar and possibly a murderer. If you sit down, I must have everything that happened there today after I left. Every word and every gesture.
You read your statement over?
I have read it. I am ready to sign it.
And you've left nothing out?
Nothing I can think of. Nothing in any way relevant.
Goodwin, I'm going to give you a break.
Again?
That statement says specifically that you've reported everything you did there yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, as I said, I've read it. So?
So who put your fingerprints on some of the pieces of paper in Botval's wastebasket?
Well, I'll be damned. I forgot to put gloves on.
You don't forget things. So you have deliberately left it out. I want to know why, and I want to know what you took from that wastebasket and what you did with it.
Yeah, I'm also damned because I thought I knew how thorough you are, and apparently I didn't. I wouldn't have supposed you would go so far as to dust the contents of a wastebasket when there was nothing to connect them. But I see I was wrong. Oh, boy, I hate being wrong. Well, we learn something new every day.
You haven't answered my question.
Now, look. Santa Claus had run. Kiernan was calling the police, and I guess I was a little rattled. And I must have looked around for something that might give me a line on Santa Claus, and my eye lit on the wastebasket, and I went through it. I haven't mentioned it because it wasn't very bright, and I like people to think I'm bright, especially cops. Now, there's your why. As for what I took, the answer is nothing. You want me to write that in?
You are very bright, and you don't get rattled. Yes, I want you to write that in. And initial it.
As you wish. This may take a little time. I'm a slow writer. Say, I hope I'm not holding you up. Wolfe wasn't in the office when I got home, of course, because his afternoon session up in the plant rooms is from 4 to 6 without fail. There was no note on my desk from him, so apparently there was still no instructions. But there was information on it. My desk ashtray, which is purely decoration, since I seldom smoke, had 3 cigarette butts in it, Faro brand. The kind Saul Panzer smokes.
Yes, Fritz.
No, it's not Fritz, it's me. I'm back.
Oh, you.
Yeah, me. There's nothing urgent to report. They found my prints on the stuff in the wastebasket, but I escaped without loss of blood. Is it all right for me to empty my ashtray?
Yes, please do so.
But then what do I do?
I'll tell you at 6 o'clock, possibly earlier.
Damn. Nero Wolfe's office. Archie Goodwin.
Archie, it's Saul. Glad to hear you're back home safe.
Well, I'm glad somebody is. What's up?
Message for Mr. Wolfe.
Yeah.
Tell him everything is set. No snags.
That's all?
Right? Be seeing you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Saul called and said to tell you everything is set, no snags.
Oh, well, satisfactory.
Well, congratulations. Am I in the way?
Oddly enough, no. Have chairs in place for visitors. 10 should be enough. 4 or 5 will come shortly after 6 o'clock. I hope not more. Others will come later.
Refreshments?
Liquids, of course. Nothing else.
Anything else for me?
No.
Satisfactory use. I don't thank you for coming because you came in your own interest, not mine.
My mother and I came to find out what you're up to.
You will, Mr. Hatch. I sent each of you an identical message saying that Mr. Goodwin has certain information which he feels he must give to the police not later than tonight. But I have persuaded him to let me discuss it with you first. Before I
didn't know Cherry Kwan would be here.
You do now. I hope Miss Dickey and Mr. Kiernan will join us soon. Before I tell you what Mr. Goodwin's information is, I need a few facts from you. For instance, I understand that any of you could have found an opportunity to put the poison in the bottle. Do you challenge that?
I've already told
Do
that
you
inspector
mean to
that
tell
I will
me that
not
you
do
got
what
me
I
to
warn
come
you. I
here
will
for
not
that?
make accusations
You,
like this.
please. I point no finger of accusation at any of you. I merely say that none of you can prove that you had no opportunity. Can you?
This is ridiculous. It was that guy playing Santa Claus. Of course it was. I was with Bottweil and my mother all the time, first in the workshop and then in his office. I can prove that.
But Bottweil is dead, and your mother is your mother. Did you go up to the office a little before them, or did your mother go up a little before Bottweil did? Is there acceptable proof that you didn't? And the others have the same problem. Miss Kwan?
If you mean I can't prove I wasn't in the office alone yesterday, no, I can't.
What information has Goodwin got?
We'll get to that. A few more facts first. Mrs. Jerome, when did you learn that Bottweil had decided to marry Miss Kwan?
What? What did you say?
No, Mother, no.
Kurt marry her? That little strumpet?
Oh, this is wonderful. Really wonderful. Goodwin hasn't got any information, and neither have you. Why you wanted to get us together and start us clawing at each other, I don't see that. I don't know why you're interested, but maybe I'll find out if I give you a hand. Maybe we all put poison in the bottle, and that's why it was such a big dose. If it's true that Kurt had decided to marry Cherry and Alf Kiernan knew it, that would have done it. Alf would have killed 100 Kurts if it would get him Cherry. If Mama knew it, she would have gone for Cherry instead of Kurt, but maybe she figured there would soon be another one, and she might as well settle it for good.
Shut up, Leo.
Are you sure, Mama? I was about to say that Cherry would seem to be the most likely.
Mr. Wolfe.
She has the best brain of the lot and by far the strongest will. But I understand that while she says Kurt was going to marry her, Margot claims that he was going to marry her. Of course, that complicates it, and anyway, Margot has more than her share of the kind of pride that is only skin deep and therefore can't stand a scratch. If Kurt did decide to marry Cherry and told Margot so, he was an even bigger imbecile than I thought he was. Which brings me to me. I am in a class by myself. I despise all of them. If I'd taken to poison, I would have put it in the champagne as well as the Pernod and really enjoyed myself.
But I have my...
Out of my way, I've got to see him.
Mr. Wolfe, I couldn't stop him.
What is this? What's going on here?
Good evening, Mr. Kramer. I was expecting you.
The hell you say? I want a
And
word
I'm
with...
delighted to see that you brought Miss Dickey and Mr. Kiernan with you. Good evening, Sergeant Stebbins. Good evening, Saul.
Panzer?
Yes, sir.
I'm running this. Panzer, you're under arrest, and you stay with Sergeant Stebbins and keep your mouth shut. I don't want
No,
any...
Mr. Kramer. If Saul is under arrest, take him out of here. You are not running this, not in my house. If you have warrants for anyone present, take them and leave these premises. Would you bulldoze me, Mr. Kramer? You should know better.
I want to talk with you.
Certainly. Be seated.
Not here, alone.
It would be a waste of time. My way will be quicker and better. You have a choice, sir. Either go with whomever you can lawfully take, or sit down while I tell you who killed Kurt Bottweil. Now, Miss Kwan, if you don't mind moving, Mr. Kramer likes that chair.
You know who killed Kurt Bottweil?
I confess that I stretched it a little, but I soon can and will. First, some facts for you. I assume you know that for the past 2 months, Mr. Goodwin has been seeing something of Miss Dickey. He says she dances well.
Yeah, you can save that for later. I want to know if you sent Saul Panzer to meet whoever...
You will. I'm headed for that. But you may prefer this firsthand. Archie, if you please, what Miss Dickey asked you to do last Monday evening and what happened?
You want me to tell...
Yes.
We were dancing at the Flamingo Club. She said Bottweil had been telling her for a year that he would marry her next week, but next week never came, and she was going to have a showdown with him. She asked me to get a blank marriage license and fill it out for her and me and then give it to her, and she would show it to Bottweil and tell him it was now or never. I got the blank on Tuesday and filled it in and gave it to her.
Well, go on. And yesterday afternoon?
She told me that the license trick had worked perfectly. That was about a minute before Bottweil entered the studio. I said in my statement to the DA that she told me Bottweil was going to marry her. But I didn't mention the marriage license because it was immaterial.
Did she tell you what happened to the license?
She said Bottweil had torn it up and put the pieces in a wastebasket by the desk in his office. That was the night before, Thursday evening.
And what did you do when you went to the office after Bottweil had died?
I dumped the wastebasket, put the stuff back in piece by piece. No part of the license was there.
You made sure of that?
Yes.
Any questions, Mr. Kramer?
No. Goodwin lied in his statement. I warned him. I'll deal with that later. What I want to know
Then Cherry took it. You took it, you professional virgin.
I did not. Mr. Wolfe, I am not going to wait any longer.
Miss Kwan, I'm doing this. Another fact, Mr. Kramer. Yesterday, I had a luncheon appointment with Mr. Bottweil at Rusterman's restaurant. He had once dined at my table and wished to reciprocate. He'd asked me to do him a favor on the way, to stop at a shop and pick up a pair of white cotton gloves, medium size, for a man.
You bought the white gloves?
It struck me as a peculiar request, but Mr. Bottweil is a peculiar man. At lunch, he explained somewhat vaguely what he wanted them for. I gathered he'd taken pity on some derelict he'd seen on a park bench and had hired him to serve refreshments at the office party, costumed as Santa Claus. And he decided that the only way to make his hands presentable was to have him wear gloves. You shake your head, Inspector.
You're damn right I do. You would have reported that. No reason on earth not to.
I didn't report it because I thought you'd find the murderer without it. The derelict Santa had obviously skedaddled out of fright, since he couldn't possibly have known of the jar of poison in the workshop, among other things. And, as you know, I have a strong aversion to involvement in matters where I've no concern or interest.
You're reporting it now.
I am indeed, because I understood from Mr. Goodwin that you were intensifying your search for the man who was there as Santa Claus. And with your army, it probably wouldn't take long to get to me, and I'd be under inquisition. I must report the episode now and suffer your rebuke for not reporting it earlier, but in the meantime, I wanted to make use of my singular advantage. I knew that the man who acted Santa Claus was almost certainly not the murderer, and I needed first to have a talk with one of these people, and I did so when Miss Kwan came here last evening.
Why, Miss Kwan?
Mr. Wolfe.
You can decide later whether such details matter. With Miss Kwan, I discussed her associates at that place and their relationships, and I became satisfied that Bottweil had, in fact, decided to marry her. That was all. You can also decide later whether it's worthwhile to ask her to corroborate that.
I ask her now. Miss Kwan...
Mr. Wolfe is speaking. I'll wait till he's finished.
Thank you. This morning, I acted. Mr. Goodwin was at the district attorney's office with you, so I called in Mr. Panzer to do some errands. Would you tell Mr. Kramer about the first one, Saul?
Yes, sir. I was to learn whether Bottweil's wastebasket had been emptied since his conversation with Miss Dickey in his office Thursday evening. I got the name and address of the cleaning woman who worked at that establishment, and I found her, and I had a talk with her. She told me that the wastebasket had been emptied at about 6 o'clock Thursday afternoon, and not since then.
Cherry must have taken them.
Meanwhile, I was phoning everyone concerned, Mrs. Jerome and her son, Miss Kwan, Miss Dickey, Mr. Kiernan, and inviting them to come here for a conference at 6:15. I told them Mr. Goodwin had information which he intended to give to the police, which incidentally wasn't true, and that I preferred to discuss it first with them.
I told you so.
Mr. Panzer's second task was the delivery of some messages. He'd written them in longhand at my dictation on plain sheets of paper. They were identical and ran as follows. Saul?
When I was there yesterday putting on my costume, I saw you through a crack in the door, and I saw what you did. Do you want me to tell the cops? Be at Grand Central Information Booth, upper level, at 6:30 today. I'll come up to you and say, St. Nick.
By God, you admit you got Panzer to do that?
I proclaim it. The messages were signed Santa Claus and put in plain envelopes, and Mr. Panzer made sure they were delivered. Now, these were not so much shots at random as they may appear. If one of those people had killed Bottweil, it was extremely likely that the poison had been put in the bottle while the derelict was donning the Santa Claus costume, so it was highly probable that the murderer would believe he'd been observed and would be irresistibly impelled to meet the writer of that message. One of the shots would reach its target. The question was, which one?
Are you going to tell us now?
There was the possibility, of course, that one or more of them would go to you with the message, Inspector. Only the murderer would go to the rendezvous without first consulting you. So, you may now report. What happened in the vicinity of the information booth after you arrived?
Yes, sir. I arrived at 6:20. Within 3 minutes, I had recognized 3 homicide men scattered around in different spots. I don't know if they recognized me. At 6:28, I saw Alfred Kernan walk up near the booth and stand there about 10 feet away from it. And I was just about to go and speak to him when I saw Margot Dickey coming up from the 42nd Street side. I went to her first and said St. Nick. She said, "Who are you? What do you want?" I said, "Excuse me, I'll be right back." And I went over to Alfred Kernan and said to him, "St. Nick." As soon as I said that, he raised a hand to his ear, and then here they came, the 3 homicide men who I had recognized, and Inspector Kramer and Sergeant Stebbins. I was afraid Miss Dickey would run, and she did start to, but they had seen me speak to her, and 2 of them stopped her. They took us to a room back at the parcel room and started in on me, and I followed your instructions. I told them I would say nothing whatever, except in the presence of Nero Wolfe, because I was acting under your orders. When they saw I meant it, they brought us here. Anything else?
No. Satisfactory. Inspector, I assume Mr. Pence is correct in concluding that Mr. Kiernan gave your men a signal, so Mr. Kiernan had gone to you with the message.
Yes. So had Mrs. Jerome and her son Leo.
But Miss Dickey hadn't.
No.
Well, of course, I expected it to be Miss Dickey, since she lied about the license. The rest of what she told Mr. Goodwin was under suspicion.
Why would I tell Archie that Kurt was going to marry me if it wasn't true? It would have been stupid. He'd find out.
Not so stupid if you knew that Bottval would soon die. Far from stupid if you'd already put the poison in the bottle. It would purge you of motive, or at least help to do so.
Kurt was going to marry me.
No, Miss Dickey. It's a fair surmise that on Thursday evening Bottval told you that he would not marry you, that he had decided to marry Miss Kwan, and you decided to kill him and proceeded to do so. And it must be admitted that you would probably never have been exposed, but for the complications injected by Santa Claus and my resulting intervention. Have you any comment, Miss Dickey?
Don't answer. I'm running this now.
You may.
Inspector, Cherry took those pieces from the wastebasket. She did it. She killed him.
No, Miss Dickey. She didn't go there to meet a blackmailer, and you did. Take her, Stebbins.
Starring in today's episode were Mabel Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Marty Meriden was Cherry Kwan, Linda Sorensen, Margot Dickey, Patricia Hamilton, Mrs. Jerome, Gordon Thompson, Leo Hatch, John Granick, Kurt Bottweil. Cease Linder was Inspector Kramer, Alfie Scoff was Saul Panzer, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations by John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant was Ann Weldon Tate. Christmas Party was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week.
Is that Amphagel you're taking?
It is. I haven't had to take this stuff since that hideous experiment with eels in the spring.
Nero and Archie meet society's foremost hostess.
You remember me, Mr. Wolfe?
Oh, indeed I do. You're the woman who came here 2 years ago and tried to bribe me to play the clown.
Bribe? That's silly. I offered you $2,000 to come to a party and be the detective in a murder game. $2,000 and all the beer you could drink for a few hours' work.
Archie is introduced into society.
This is my brother, Daniel, Mr. Goldwyn.
Goodwin.
What?
The name's Goodwin.
Of course. Daniel, will you show Mr. Gordon to the office?
Goodwin.
And when you're finished, please join us on the terrace for cocktails.
Thanks.
You know the girls and Larry, of course,
Mhm.
and I hear you've met Mr.
I've had the pleasure.
So the only one you don't know is Dr. Brady. This is Mr. Goldman.
No, the name is Gulenwangle.
The party game was murder.
Are you going to faint?
No, I'm all right
you?
now. I never scream, really. I never do, but it just seems so, cutting myself with glass so soon after Miss Huddleston.
Yeah, well, just take it easy.
I didn't scream when I cut myself. I'm not quite that silly, really.
I
I'm
know,
not.
I
But
know.
I screamed when I saw the piece of glass lodged in the bath brush. It seemed so...
Here, let me see that.
There.
Next week, cordially invited to meet death, with guest stars Barbara Hamilton, Terry Tweed, Ken James, Lynn Darragon, and Tom Harvey.
Stay tuned for Nero Wolfe, who follows transcribed in 30 seconds. Later tonight, over most of these NBC stations, Duffy's Tavern comes your way. And on the menu at Duffy's tonight, there's a blue plate special of grilled English language, served up by the delightfully ungrammatical Archie, plus laughs garnished with chuckles, brought to you by Archie's remarkable crew. There's no cover charge at Duffy's Tavern. Just keep your dial tuned to NBC. And this Sunday means another broadcast of The Big Show. Your guests include Fred Allen, Douglas Fairbanks, Danny Thomas, and many, many more. Tallulah, of course, is your hostess on The Big Show. Ladies and gentlemen, that phone bell means adventure. Hello?
Hello?
The young man answering the phone is Archie Goodwin. The mountain of a man engaged in deep thought in the oversized armchair is Nero Wolfe.
Mr. Wolfe, we've got a case. I'm not sure whether somebody's going to kill a rabbit or a rabbit is going to kill somebody, but either way, it's going to be murder. Please, Mr. Wolfe, even orchids have to eat.
Phooey.
Yes, sir, Mr. Wolfe will take the case. As a matter of fact, he's working on it right now.
Money, work. Bah.
Greatest detective in the world. Only trouble is, he is.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Archie is right. Nero Wolfe is the greatest detective in the world, and the fattest, and the least energetic. Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout, and brought to you over this NBC network in a new series of adventures by Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight, it's the case Nero Wolfe likes to remember as the case of the friendly rabbit. He sometimes prefers his proverb scramble. It began in lots of places. Let's take a look at a few of them. In particular, the richly appointed library of a man named Veek.
Mr. Veek, what's happening?
Relax, Haynes. Your blood pressure.
I thought it was a gag, but you really are shutting the club down.
I'm shutting it down.
Why? I got the joint rolling. The suckers are pouring in.
And next week, the governor's committee.
Huh?
It's moving out of Baylor County. Our joint enterprise is in Baylor County. I think the club needs a rest. Crime committees so rarely admire gambling.
Oh, that's different.
So it is. The club needs a rest. You need a vacation. Florida, perhaps?
I don't like Florida.
Pick any place you like, just so long as you get out of reach of a subpoena.
The heat's on, huh, boss?
You've just coined a phrase that may very well catch on. Get out and stay out of the state until I send for you.
Okay, Mr. Veek. Sure, Mr. Veek.
Marshal?
Yeah?
That about covers us in Baylor, am I right?
You're right.
The dear governor's dear committee will be sorely disappointed. However, I doubt it'll give up quite so soon.
I wouldn't think so.
Therefore, have the truck driver deliver another shipment of carrots to the rabbit farm. Eh, Marshal?
Okay, boss.
Come in, Williams.
Good afternoon, Governor.
Good afternoon. Williams, I'm disturbed.
The crime committee, sir?
It was doing well, very well. And then
I know, sir.
there's a leak. Someone is passing on confidential information. Who?
That's the problem. Who? Started 3 weeks ago.
A three-man committee, Wilson, McCarthy, Tolliver. One of them, Williams?
I'd stake my life, sir, no.
Then who?
You've forgotten Collier, committee secretary.
You have reason to suspect him?
No, nothing that means anything. Except...
You do suspect him?
Well, he's been watched, telephone calls checked, mail. I have no reason to suspect him. Except that one thing bothers me.
What's that?
He has a small farm in Greendale County. He rarely went near the place in all the time he's been up here at the Capitol. But that suddenly changed.
3 weeks ago?
Yes, sir. He's been staying at the farm for 3 weeks.
Is there anything unusual about that farm?
Nothing unusual. Except Jimmy Collier has gone in for raising rabbits.
Jimmy,
Who is... Oh, hello, Claire.
you've been hiding from me.
I've been out here with the rabbits.
Jimmy, what's wrong?
With what?
You.
There's nothing...
You're lying. We grew up together, remember? We live next to each other, Jimmy. We were going to be married.
Hey, wait a minute. We still are, last I heard.
You haven't heard recently enough.
What does that mean?
It means we're not getting married.
But, Claire,
You've been avoiding me, and you've been getting money, lots of money from someplace. And in a shady way, I feel.
All right, you know. So what?
I've been concerned about your sudden devotion to these rabbits and the kind of men you've been seeing.
What do you mean?
Like the one up at the house now, waiting for you.
Oh, there's somebody waiting?
That's why I came down here after you.
I'd better get up there.
He's a crook, Jimmy.
Look, All right. I sort of got myself in a mess. I needed money, but it's over, Claire. No more.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
I wish I could believe you. For your own sake. But I feel I can't. Not anymore.
Archie.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
Either stop breathing so heavily or...
Take the evening off?
Stop breathing.
Old Dr. Tidmouse wouldn't approve of that.
Who in blue and assorted blazes is old Dr. Tidmouse?
My family doctor.
Mavis keeps your puny mind, but you don't have a family. Answer the phone.
Oh, but it might be a case. It might be very important. It might mean work, Mr. Wolfe.
Archie.
W-O-R-K. You've got millions in the bank. Why worry?
Confound you. Do you want me to answer that phone myself?
Now you've got me. No, Mr. Wolfe. Couldn't let you knock yourself out lifting a telephone receiver. Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. What? Wait, Mr. Wolfe is to go up to Greendale at... Oh, now, look, friend. Mr. Wolfe does not go anywhere, and that includes Greendale. He wouldn't stir out of the house for anybody short of the... What? I see. Yes, sir, in an hour. Goodbye. Mr. Wolfe, brace yourself. You've got an appointment with a Mr. Williams at the Starlight Hotel in Greendale for 1 hour from now.
You're insane.
No, I'll admit I've been tempted.
Sure. Were it not for the fact that often the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with a pale cast of thought...
Quoting Hamlet will get you no place.
I would fire you.
And then who would drive you to the Starlight Hotel in Greendale?
I'm not going to Greendale.
Nevertheless, in an hour you will be there.
And who, may I inquire, says so?
The governor of the state.
Is that all, Mr. Williams?
That, Mr. Wolfe, is all anyone knows about the situation. Except the guilty man, of course.
An admirably clear summary, Mr. Williams.
Obviously, our meeting here at the hotel was necessary. I couldn't be seen entering your house, nor would it have been advisable for you to visit the governor.
I can appreciate that. You're quite sure I need pay no attention to anyone on the committee except James Collier?
Quite sure.
Police surveillance of Collier is deemed unwise. He has suddenly taken interest in rabbits, but although keeping them may perhaps be considered suspicious, it is hardly in itself of value. You have no other evidence against Collier?
I know we're clutching at straws, Mr. Wolfe. But there is a leak and work is being nullified. Something must be done. Hence the governor's call for you.
Very well, sir. I shall attempt to be more than a man clutching at a straw. I said attempt. Archie, unpack. We shall stay at Greendale near Collier and his rabbits.
Mr. Wolfe? Mr. Wolfe? Oh, naturally, I know that shutting your eyes and pushing your lips in and out indicates you're thinking feverishly, but there's nothing for you to think about.
Tui.
Oh, I accept your correction. What are you thinking about?
Hotel beds, they're notoriously flimsy.
Oh, you gave up on the case so soon.
Fiddlesticks. I already know exactly what role the rabbits play in our problem. Therefore...
We're going to drive out to Collier's farm?
You are.
While you test the hotel beds. Fine.
It'll be necessary for you to spend the night at Collier's place. You'll drive out there and pretend you've lost a cylinder or something.
Oh, a lost cylinder. Oh, fine.
Confound you, Archie. You can invent something plausible as a pretext, and if you are properly charming, Mr. Collier will, I hope, invite you to stay the night.
And during the night I sleep, happily breathing the fresh country air.
Trust not.
Okay, Mr. Wolfe, I accept the assignment. I will learn all I can from Mr. Collier's rabbits. Incidentally, remember the play Harvey?
I do? Why?
Harvey was an invisible rabbit, a figment of a man's imagination. I hope this rabbit venture is more tangible, Mr. Wolfe.
It is, Mr. Goodwin. Will you desist and depart?
Okay. Oh, if anyone calls, just say I've gone out to Greendale to cross-examine a rabbit.
Archie, I think you're going to be quite surprised. Yes.
Running out of gas, and me such a big boy. Hello.
Hello?
That tree a friend of yours?
The tree?
Yeah, the one you're clutching.
Oh, I was leaning against it.
It's an idea, but not a good one. Trees are notoriously skittish. The instant you really need one, they're out sowing wild oaks or something.
You sound as if you know a lot about trees.
Oh, I do. I was brought up in one. Look, now, if you really have to lean, I can recommend...
No, thanks.
Huh? I tried. Nice moonlight we're having. My name is Goodwin, and blondes call me Archie.
I'm not blonde.
Brunettes call me Archie, too.
And what do redheads call you?
Oh, we'll just skip that, huh? And your name is...
Claire.
Claire. I approve. Now, you may not believe this, but I have just run out of gas. You think I might wangle some up at your house?
My house? You mean Jimmy's house?
All right, I mean Jimmy's house.
Well, I don't know. He might have some.
Now, why don't we go up to the house and ask him?
Well, all right.
Mm-hmm. Jimmy who?
Collier.
Uh-huh. I like to be formal when I'm borrowing gas. Would you mind waving your left hand in front of my nose?
Waving, Mike?
Yes, just try it. Don't worry. I won't bite it.
All right. I did.
And very gracefully, too. No ring on the third finger. You're not Mrs. Collier.
There isn't any Mrs. Collier.
Are you applying for the position?
Mr. Goodwin,
Now, remember what I confided in you about brunettes.
All right. Archie, you're a little rapid.
Maybe. But I always remember what old Dr. Titmouse said.
What did he say?
Gather ye rosebuds while ye may. Old time is still a-flying.
Robert Herrick wrote that.
He did? Dr. Titmouse is a liar. How much farther is this house?
Well, it's just beyond those trees.
What?
There was something ran across the path. It brushed my legs. It frightened me so.
Must have been a rabbit.
I guess it was. Oh, I'm sorry. That was silly of me.
Oh. Don't worry about it. Also, you will have noticed how much more satisfactory I am than a tree. We're clutching at moments of stress, I mean.
Archie.
Mm-hmm. But you'd better let go now.
And
we'll get on to the house. See, I don't need a haircut, and you're not the right type for Delilah anyway.
You mean something by that. Something nasty.
Well, that depends. What I meant is you've already signaled whoever you're supposed to signal. Nothing frightened you back there.
Why?
That scream had a lot of carrying power. Oh, that's the house, huh? Looks peaceful enough.
Archie,
Who were you supposed to warn if anyone came up the path to the house?
Well, no one. Something did frighten me.
Honey, I've been lied to by experts, and you're not one. Oh. Think I ought to knock? No, we don't think I ought to knock. Dark inside, except for a handful of moonlight filtering in through the windows. Kind of early for Collier to turn in, isn't it?
I wouldn't know.
Let's go find out. Now, relax. Grandpa's making with the chimes. time is... Yeah, 10 o'clock. Oh, it's getting late. Come on. This would be the living room, filled with early American furniture. The early Americans would be pleased. Nothing here. What's that door lead to?
I don't know.
Or won't tell? Smaller room. Dark as...
Come in. Put the beer on it. Oh, you're not the bellboy.
I'm sorry. I should have remembered to bring some beer.
Indeed, and you are?
I'm a fellow guest at this hotel, Mr. Wolfe. My name is Veek.
Veek, yes. A criminal of moderate intelligence and immoderate pretensions.
We won't quarrel, Mr. Wolfe. I've something to offer you. You and your boy Goodwin didn't drive up to Greendale for the exercise.
I dislike exercise. Shortens life.
James Collier lives nearby. The Governor's Committee on Crime is unhappy. There's been a leakage of information. It hasn't helped them in their work.
But it has helped you.
You wouldn't have left your house in New York on any ordinary job. A request from the governor, however. Shall we stop fencing?
I don't have to fence with you.
The committee's work doesn't particularly bother me. I've already made my arrangements for retiring from active business, shall I say. However, I don't want you messing around in the meantime.
Indeed.
In your effort to discover how the committee's information leaked out, you might also discover a number of things about me that I prefer to remain undiscovered.
No one has employed me to do anything about you, sir?
Not directly, but indirectly you might have to. I want to insure myself against any such possibility. I want to make a deal with you. I'm ready to supply you with the name of the man responsible for the leak and papers proving his guilt. I have them here.
In return for which you expect?
A quick conclusion to your activities and your return to New York, leaving my name out of your reports.
I'm neither a public official nor a philanthropist. I should do nothing about you unless it becomes necessary. You may remove your hand from your pocket. You wouldn't dare shoot me. Now then, the name of the man.
James Collier.
Proof of his guilt?
These. A series of reports on the committee's meetings in Collier's handwriting.
Thank you. Good night, sir.
Good night. And I hope for your sake that we do not meet again.
Phew. Archie, answer it. Oh. Hello?
Mr. Wolfe?
Yes, Archie.
I'm at the Collier place.
Since it takes only 10 minutes to get there, may I congratulate you on your speed?
I've been at the Collier place for nearly an hour.
Doing what?
Oh, meeting Claire for one thing, discussing Rosebuds.
Your delay has been explained. Good night.
And for another, I was being around when someone got murdered.
Ah, you laid hands on the murderer?
No, the room was dark. By the time I got Claire untangled from me and started looking for somebody with a gun, he'd left.
I see. And the dead man, of course, is James Collier.
No, sorry.
Found it had to be. Who was he?
Total stranger.
Archie.
I'm not being difficult. There was no identification on him.
Strange. A description.
Early 30s, height maybe 5'10", weight around 175 pounds. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a very natty dresser. Suit custom tailored with a built-in shoulder holster. Don Juan shirts. Manicured but very dirty fingernails. And he... Uh-oh. Company.
The police?
Mm-hmm.
Very well, you tell them whatever you think proper, without mentioning the governor's committee, of course. You'll then bid them farewell and come to the hotel.
Can't I say goodbye to Claire, too?
You cannot. Confound you, Archie. Do you think I want to wait up all night?
Police were not happy about letting me go, but I threatened to tell you on them, so they gave up.
You have told me the entire story of what occurred at the Collier farm, Archie?
Mm-hmm. All details. If you like, I wouldn't mind repeating the parts about Claire.
Phooey.
You may call it phooey, I call it love. By the way, did you know that it was Robert Herrick who wrote that poem?
Confound you, be quiet.
Okay, push your lips around, but you've missed something.
I have?
Mm-hmm. The burning question of the day. Night, rather.
Which is?
Where is James Collier?
Ah.
Stop buying. The cops want him on suspicion of murder. The way it shapes up, he shot our unknown pal and then headed for the nearest border.
Nonsense.
Mean he didn't shoot our unknown pal?
I mean Collier's whereabouts are not a mystery.
You know where he is?
I know where he is.
I don't believe it. You couldn't know. You haven't been out of the hotel. You haven't had any calls.
Archie, I use my intelligence. If you had used yours instead of opening the girl...
I still wouldn't know where Collier is. Never mind. I'm impressed. What do I do now?
You get Mr. Veek on the phone.
Huh?
He's staying here at the hotel.
Oh, old home week.
Operator.
Mr. Veek, please.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Veek?
Who is this?
Mr. Wolfe wants to speak with you. Just a second. Here you are, sir.
Thank you. Mr. V, where were you at 10 o'clock?
Why, on my way to the hotel.
You checked in at...
10:15, then came directly to your room.
One other question. You have an employee, a man in his early 30s, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and well-dressed. Am I correct?
Yes, that is Marshall.
No, that was Marshall. Good night, sir.
Having done that, whatever it meant, we now go to sleep?
Fouet, we go to the Collier farm.
Okay, but why?
Because, Archie, the time has come to cross-examine the rabbits. Confound you, Archie. You're not driving a truck. Be careful.
Truck drivers are careful. Also, they're courteous.
Indeed.
Furthermore, they will always stop to help a motorist in time of trouble.
Archie, are you training to become a truck driver, or have you fallen in love with a truck driver's daughter?
Her name is Susie, her hair the color of wheat fields at high noon. Never mind turning purple. I'm about to change the subject. Boss, I have a theory.
Stick to truck drivers.
As follows. Our boy Collier had been selling information to Veek, had a change of heart, and decided to turn ethical. But Veek's man, Marshall, at Veek's orders, tried to apply pressure, so Collier shot him and headed for Canada.
And the girl's roll.
Was to brighten my life. Oh, you mean about her playing sentry? Well, she's in Veek's employ, too.
Fooey.
Don't like my theory.
It's charming. It merely happens to be wrong.
Merely happens to be... Why is it wrong?
Because, Archie, of a dead man's dirty fingernails, Marshall's fingernails.
Oh. Well, you made me bring you to the rabbit hutches. We have arrived. There are the rabbits. Go ahead, cross-examine them.
A good many hutches. A large pen for the rabbits to run about in. Notice that they're all cowering at the far end of the pen, ran as we entered.
That's because they don't like us, maybe, huh?
One of them, however, seems to be friendly. The one up here, and at the corner opposite us.
Oh, yeah, there is one here. He's not friendly, Mr. Wolfe.
Indeed?
He's dead. Somebody stove in his skull.
Interesting.
What's interesting about a dead rabbit?
He may be dead now, Archie, but he was friendly. Too friendly.
Claire, this is Mr. Wolfe. Mr. Wolfe, this is Claire. Claire, I'm Archie.
Chair, Archie.
A chair. Try this one. Be gentle with it. If you break it, all the early Americans will hate you.
It'll serve.
Steady.
Well, now then.
Mr. Wolfe, I'm dreadfully tired. The police have...
Are idiots.
What?
For example, do they know that you were posted as sentry outside this house in order to warn James Collier of any intrusion?
Well, they don't... I wasn't.
Do they know that James Collier and the dead man Marshall were quarreling?
No.
Do they know that James Collier had armed himself in preparation for this meeting with the gunman?
That isn't true.
It is true.
I don't have to say anything.
You've already said more than enough with your actions, my dear.
What do you mean?
According to Archie's report, and Archie is always meticulously accurate, when you and he opened the door of the room in which the murder took place, you screamed at the shots.
Well, of course. Any girl would scream with...
Then you clung to Archie with sufficient force and for sufficient length of time to prevent him from chasing the murderer. Why? Because you had seen and recognized the murderer as the man you loved.
It was too dark to see anything.
True. Therefore, you didn't have to see the man. You thought you already knew who the killer had to be.
That's a lie.
You're shielding James Collier, aren't you?
I'll never admit any of it. Never.
May not be necessary. Archie.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe?
Get hold of that policeman outside and remember what happened to one particular rabbit. Well, look around for freshly dug earth. Midnight.
What are we waiting for?
A return?
Archie's?
No, it'll take him longer.
Well, then whose?
Mr. Weeks, of course, complete with revolver. Come in, Mr. Weeks.
It couldn't have been easier. No one outside, only the two of you here. I warned you, Wolf.
Fiddlesticks, you merely tried to use me as a prop for an alibi and a rationalization for a motive.
I don't understand.
Mr. Wolf does.
Indeed, I do. Did you really think me fool enough to believe your proposal, Mr. Week?
It was plausible.
It was nonsense. You pretended you were handing James Collier plus the proofs of his guilt over to me in an effort to keep yourself out of the picture. But your proposition was silly. No matter how much I might have wanted to help you, I would have been powerless once James Collier went before a jury. You're too intelligent not to know that.
That couldn't have given you enough to go on.
It didn't. You yourself gave me more.
I did.
When you came to my room, you told me you knew Mr. Goodwin and I had come to Greendale, checked in at the hotel.
I did.
However, when I phoned you later and asked for an account of your movements between 10 and 10:30, you replied that you had driven to the hotel, signed in, and came directly to my room. Obviously, you already knew of my presence in the hotel. How? Only one way you could have known. You had seen Archie at some time prior to the time you checked in at the hotel, and the only place where Archie was
here, at the farm.
Yes, which told me Mr. Veek had been here at the time of Marshall's death. What was Veek doing here? Only one thing. Murder.
Then he killed the gunman.
No other possibility.
But, Jimmy, I thought he did it.
James Collier couldn't have killed Marshall because at the time he was killed, James Collier was already
dead.
Archie!
What's this? Leave it, let's play. Undrop that gun first. My arm. That's nice and cooperative, so. You'll be quiet for a while. A cop is back in the rabbit pen, Mr. Wolfe, guarding Collier's grave.
Grave, Archie?
Yeah, with James Collier in it.
Oh, poor Jimmy.
Veek knew the expose was coming. He had to shut Collier up. So he had his gunman, Marshall, kill Collier and bury him in the rabbit run back of the hutches. You spotted that, boss, because of...
A dead rabbit. The others scurried away from the man who bore James Collier's body to that lonely spot. But one rabbit overcame his fear. He was too friendly.
And got killed for it. There was that
and the dirty fingernails of Marshall, the gunman who killed and buried James Collier. Your description indicated extreme neatness. The dirty fingernails were a wrong note.
Yeah, indicated he'd been digging. So we know now, don't we? Veek killed his own trigger man to frame a dead man for it. Collier would be thought guilty. He'd be hunted among the living. And all the while... Oh, I'm sorry, Claire.
It's all right, Archie. I didn't love Jimmy. That was all washed up. Mr. Wolfe, I understand everything, except why did Jimmy suddenly start staying at the farm with the rabbits?
He knew he'd be watched. He couldn't risk conveying his information by telephone or the mails. Nor could he be seen holding conversation with men who might be traced to Veek. But who would suspect a truck driver delivering carrots for the rabbits as being the go-between for Jimmy Collier and Veek?
Nero Wolfe. Which is why I hope there's an adequate bed in this house for Mr. Wolfe.
I'm sure I'll be able to find one.
Splendid, Archie. You will have the police remove Mr. Veek, and then...
And then maybe Claire would like to go gathering rosebuds, huh? By moonlight?
I would like to.
Phooey. I shall go up to bed now. I've seen the moonlight more times than I care to remember. However, while you and Miss Claire stroll through the moonlight, Archie...
Yeah?
You might remember that rosebuds have thorns.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin, and Martha Shaw, Hal Gerard, Herb Butterfield, Howard McNear, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Impolite Corpse. Don Stanley speaking. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's no cover charge at Duffy's Tavern. Just keep your dial on this NBC station this evening as Archie the Manager, played by Ed Gardner, and his remarkable friends serve up another blue plate special of grilled English language, fresh laughs and whimsy a la mode. Another Friday fun favorite is the delightful Life of Riley, starring William Bendix as the beleaguered Chester A. Riley. Now it's Sam Spade. Then, The Magnificent Montague on NBC. Ladies and gentlemen, that phone bell means adventure. Hello? Hello. The young man answering the phone is Archie Goodwin. And the mountain of a man engaged in deep thought in the oversized armchair is Nero Wolfe.
What was that? Somebody's going to be murdered who has no manners? Well, what do you want Nero Wolfe to do? Teach him manners? Oh. Hold on. Mr. Wolfe.
Yes, Archie?
We've got a prospective client. In case someone she knows gets murdered, she'd like you to do something about it.
Very well. However, advise her.
Yes?
Not to get murdered herself. I never take a corpse for a client.
Greatest detective in the world.
Yes, Archie is so right. He is the greatest detective in the world, and the fattest, and the least energetic. He's Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you over this NBC network in a new series of adventures by Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight, it's the case of the impolite corpse. It began on a certain night at 8:40 when Walter Channing, an advertising executive, was dictating in his office to his charming secretary, Brenda Barkley.
Brenda, take a memo.
Yes, Mr. Channing.
This is to be mimeographed and sent to the entire staff.
The entire staff, yes, sir.
Notice, effective at once, 1-hour lunch periods will be strictly enforced. Employees will post time of departure and time of return. Yes, what is it?
Mr. Channing.
Bennett, I'm busy.
Well, I've got to see you, Mr. Channing. About this afternoon.
This afternoon was unfortunate, Bennett, but it happened.
I lost my temper. I'm sorry.
So am I.
Mr. Channing, I've been with the firm 14 years, and because a man blows up once in 14 years.
Mr. Channing's office.
Oh, you've got to reconsider. That's all, Mr. Channing.
I never reconsider, Bennett.
It's your wife.
But, Mr. Channing.
That will be all, Bennett.
It won't be all. You can't wipe out 14 years of a man's life. Even you can't do that, Channing.
It's Mrs. Channing on the phone.
Oh. Hello? You're where? That's in this building. Since when has Dr. Ellis kept evening office hours? I told you there's nothing wrong with you. No, I can't. I don't know when I'll be through. And I don't want you hanging around up here. Well, take a cab or walk. I don't care what you do. What? I can't understand you. What? Goodbye, Doris. Where was I?
Walter.
Yes?
You are going to reconsider about Tom Bennett, aren't you?
Bennett was insolent this afternoon. I won't tolerate insolence. Yes?
Shine, Mr. Channing?
Shine? No. What's he doing down here this time of night?
Half the staff's working overtime. Kelly's an enterprising shoeshine boy. Might have missed someone on his rounds this afternoon. Walter, about Tom Bennett.
Forget Bennett.
Look, you upset the inkwell. Oh.
Quick, blot the stuff.
Yes, of course. Did any spill on you?
Spot up my trouser cuff. Lucky it didn't get on the carpet.
Walter, about Tom Bennett.
I told you to forget Bennett.
All right, Walter, all right.
Though maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you'd be better off to use him as a model.
A model?
If he knows he's not wanted around here, he'll have the self-respect to get out.
Meaning?
Well, you've known for a long time you're not wanted. And you're still here.
How you'd like to fire me.
Denying that would be silly.
I've been with this firm 15 years in January. Employees get a bonus of stock shares after 15 years' service. That's what I'm waiting for, and you know it.
Suppose we get back to that memorandum.
You'd like to get me out before I collect those shares, wouldn't you?
I said let's get on with the memo.
You'd be petty enough to do it, too, if you knew how.
There may be a way.
There isn't, and you know it. I'm too careful. You can't fire me without cause, and I've given you no cause, Walter. Nothing you can possibly dictate one of your vicious little memorandums about.
Don't try my patience too far, Brenda.
Walter, this can't be us talking like this, you and me hating each other.
I find it remarkable there ever was anything between us except hate.
Walter.
I mean it. Look at you. You were flashy when I met you. You're getting flashier. That means cheaper, Brenda.
Stop it.
Too much lipstick? Too much rouge? Hair too bright? Dress too tight? You're trying too hard, Brenda. You're labeling yourself like a sound wagon.
I wonder what it is that stops me from killing you.
Cowardice, of course. Now, when you've stopped sniveling, we'll get on with a memorandum. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Notice. In the interest of economy and efficiency, junior executives will confer in the conference room, not in private offices. Mid-afternoon coffee and personal phone calls and daily shoe shines will be eliminated.
Your name is Barkley, Brenda Barkley. Very well, Miss Barkley. What can I do for you?
Mr. Wolfe, I don't know how to begin.
Well, maybe I can make this easier all around by briefing Mr. Wolfe on the Walter Channing case. Hey, that's funny.
What?
Violet eyes. I always thought they were something the poets made up.
Archie.
Huh? Oh, the Channing case, yes.
One moment. Miss Barkley, look this way, please. To me, an eye is functional object found in mammals, birds, fish, potatoes, and horticulture. Thank you. Go on, Archie.
Walter Channing was the boy wonder of advertising. At 33, executive vice president of Winslow, Hart, and Straightmeyer. Just 24 hours ago, they found him at his desk, shot through the heart.
They? Who is they?
A night porter and a shoe shine boy, is that right?
Yes.
He'd been dead about an hour. The bullet went through Channing, his desk chair, and lodged in the windowsill behind him. Police thought at first it was suicide.
The gun?
38, found it on the floor, 10 feet away. No fingerprints, anyhow, no clear ones.
Seldom are on a gun butt. You say suicide was suspected. Why? The gun was 10 feet from the body.
It was the smudges.
Smudges?
Powder burns. According to the papers, he was sitting at his desk. There were no signs of a struggle. The gun was held against his chest and fired.
But it wasn't suicide, Mr. Wolfe. Walter Channing would never have killed himself.
The police have already decided that, finally, according to the evening papers.
And I presume you, Miss Barkley, are a suspect.
No, not yet.
But you expect to be. That's why you came to me.
When the police talked to her,
Her?
Doris, his wife. I've been Walter Channing's secretary for 8 years. At one time, we thought we were in love.
Mrs. Channing was aware of this?
Yes. Oh, it was a long time ago. It was over. It was finished a long time ago, but she never believed that. Neither did Alan.
Alan who?
Alan Mielik, head of the media department at the agency. We were going to be married when Walter and I... Well,
Decided you were in love. Miss Barkley, who finally decided you were not? You or Mr. Channing?
He did.
I see. Mr. Mielik believes you did not share this change of heart.
Yes. Oh, he's such a fool.
I dare say you fear Mrs. Channing or Mr. Mielik or both will reveal the ill-fated romance.
You know what the papers will make of it, what the police will try to make of it.
Miss Barkley, did you kill Channing?
No. Oh, no, I swear I didn't. Oh, Mr. Wolfe, I didn't.
Please, for heaven's sake, no tears. Archie, put her in a cab.
Yes, sir.
Then come up to the plant room. There are some things I'll want you to execute for me.
Yes, sir.
Women. Bah!
Yes, Mr. Goodwin, I'm Abe Jackson, the night porter. I was working late that night. Mr. Channing, his secretary, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Mielik, and his secretary. About 10:30, I met the shoe shine, Kelly, on Mr. Channing's floor. There was a light burning in Channing's plate. We went in to turn it off, Kelly and me, and There he was, sitting at his desk, a hole this big in his chest.
Tell me, Mr. Bennett, did Channing have any enemies in the agency?
Channing was a slave driver, Mr. Goodwin. The girls hated him and men were afraid of him. He'd send out memos like this one around. Here, take a look at it. It's typical. No coffee, no shoe shines, no office conferences. If you want my opinion as one employee out of 150, whoever killed Walter Channing did the rest of us a favor.
You're Amy Long, secretary to Alan Mealich. Now, what can you
I
tell...
can tell you plenty. How she jilted Mr. Mealich, took up with Mr. Channing, got thrown over by him. I wouldn't go so far as to say Brenda Barkley would murder anyone. But if she did, Walter Channing would be 1A.
Channing get his shoes shined by you?
I called the agency man, sir. You know, it was Jackson and me found him. Everyone else had gone and left himself, poor soul, sitting at his desk, dead.
This specimen, the monogamous train orchid. Beautiful, isn't it, Mrs. Channing? Mr. Mealich?
I could never quite like orchids. They have no smell, you know.
It's pretty all right, but tulips are more in my line, Mr. Wolfe.
Tulips, Mr. Mealich?
I had a stand of emperors this spring.
Emperors, come in, Archie. Emperors, Mr. Mealich?
That's the name of a tulip, Mr. Wolfe.
A peasant flower. I've heard of it, of course. Archie, Mrs. Channing, Mr. Mealich, my assistant, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Goodwin?
I didn't know you had company.
Mr. Wolfe asked us here to explain why Brenda Barkley is worried.
And you have both agreed to respect her position.
Brenda ought to know I'd never tell the police anything to get her into trouble.
Phooey.
Sir? He said phooey, Mr. Mealich, meaning he doubts what you say and does not admit your right to say it.
Archie, Mr. Mealich, you say you would never intentionally inform on Miss Barkley.
Certainly not.
The tongue slips, sir. We would expect you to guard your...
What? Do you think
what
that...
I started to say. You asked us here because Brenda Barkley is your client. I despise Miss Barkley. Everyone knows that, and why. But I wouldn't stoop to implicating her in murder.
You believe her innocent, then, Mrs. Channing?
I believe she lacks the gumption to pull a trigger. Poison, I wouldn't put past her at all. Mr. Mealich, would you be kind enough to see me home?
Of course, Mrs. Channing. Good day, Mr. Wolfe.
Good day.
And Mr. Goodwin.
You have, I suppose, an exhaustive report from me, Archie?
7 pages of notes.
Save them and get me a bottle of beer.
You're in a rosy mood. What happened?
I said I would like a bottle of beer.
No, you wouldn't.
Archie, you better...
Don't puff up about it. Those vest buttons won't stand the strain. I can't get you a bottle of beer.
Why not?
You ordered me to hold you to 4 a day.
I rescind the order.
You also ordered me not to let you rescind the order. What's the matter with you, anyhow?
I have had to entertain 2 very dull people too long.
Both those dull people are prime suspects. Mrs. Channing is a woman scorned. Mealich lost his girl to the guy who was killed.
I can't blame her for throwing him over. Archie, the man grows tulips.
What?
Tulips. Well, give me a report.
I checked the agency, everybody who was working down there the night of the murder. Also, I dropped in on Inspector Kramer at homicide. Also, I visited the morgue.
Why the morgue?
Because if I hadn't, you'd have said, why not the morgue?
Go on.
I drew a blank there. Kramer let me look at the clothes Channing was wearing. There was an ink stain on the left trouser cuff.
An ink stain?
And a hole through his shirt front with plenty of powder smudge like the paper said. He was shot with a .38 at point-blank range, sitting down.
An impolite corpse.
What?
Discourteous. He didn't rise to meet his murderer. That is most significant, Archie.
I know. I've got a theory about this case.
No theories, facts, if you please.
But look, Channing owned a .38. That's a fact. It's disappeared. That's another fact. The murder gun was a .38 with the numbers filed off, and it could be Channing's own gun.
Thereby proving what, Archie?
That his wife had access to it.
Your theory involves Mrs. Channing, then?
And Mealich. She decides her husband is less trouble to her, dead than alive.
A regrettable tendency of wives. Have you noticed?
And she sells Mealich on the idea. Now, that wouldn't be hard. They figure to make it look like suicide, but Mealich loses his head and runs, drops the gun on his way out, and... Oh, you don't buy it.
Enough of theories. The facts, Archie. Out of your notebook.
1. 9 people were on the scene that night, working late for one reason or another.
Mrs. Channing tells me she was visiting a doctor's office in the same building, by the way.
2, every one of those people hated Channing. 3, here's a sample of why he wasn't popular.
Memorandum.
Dictated the night he was killed. The staff got it the next morning.
A whip cracker, Mr. Channing.
Fact 4, the ink stain on his trouser cuff was partly rubbed out.
With what?
Cleaner of some kind. I didn't get the brand. Fact 5, there's a spot on the carpet near Channing's chair.
Spot of what? Ink? Blood?
Looks like ink.
It looks like ink.
Well, I didn't analyze it on the spur of the moment. My chemical set isn't working so good, boss.
Phooey. Archie, I want 2 things.
Yes, sir.
Get over to headquarters. The police have Channing's trousers. Suggest to Inspector Kramer that he have the stain analyzed. Suggest also that the spot on the carpet be analyzed at the same time. Be around him when the information arrives.
This is Be Kind to the Police Week?
Phooey. I never have sought to beat the police on matters of fact, only on interpretation, deduction. Get going. Oh, and Archie.
Yes?
When you return, I should discourse upon the sanctity of deskhood.
The sanctity of what hood?
Deskhood. Now be off with you, and please remember you're tracking a murderer. Don't stub your toe.
Goodwin, the thing on the carpet was a dye of some kind.
Dye, huh?
Mm-hmm.
How long will it take the lab to give you the analysis on it, Inspector?
Oh, not very long. I've got the report on what was used on the trouser cuff right now, though.
And?
They found traces of carbon tetrachloride.
Wait a minute. This goes in the notebook. Okay, carbon tetrachloride.
And something else. Goodwin, what's Wolfe after?
Interpretations was what he said, Inspector. You object?
No. Maybe I'll get an interpretation, too. The something else was perchlorethylene.
Perchloreth... Why, Inspector, such language.
What? Archie. The phone. Oh, not back yet. Hello?
Mr. Wolfe?
Yes?
This is Brenda Barkley. Oh, Mr. Wolfe.
What is it, Miss Barkley?
You've got to come to Mr. Channing's office right away, Mr. Wolfe.
Mr. Goodwin has been to your office. Everything I need to know.
You've got to come, Mr. Wolfe.
Nonsense. I don't go out. My digestion disapproves of it. I disapprove of it.
But, Mr. Goodwin, he's in danger.
What's that?
Terrible danger. He needs you here at once.
Archie, in danger? Let me talk to him.
Please, come. Hurry.
What's happened? Hello. Sparkly. Fritz, get out of the car. Bring me my wool muffler and worsted vest. See if you can find my galoshes. Confound it, I've got to go out.
Going up. Step to the rear of the car, please. Mister, will you please step back?
I'm back as far as I can go.
You are?
Elevators, contraptions for little men. Come, take me up, young man.
Hold it. Hold that car. I'm late for a date with a blonde. 16th floor, buddy.
Evening, Mr. Goodwin.
Good evening.
I was told you were in danger.
Danger? Mr. Wolfe, what are you doing out down here?
Miss Barkley's idea?
About me being in danger?
Obviously, she was lying. I suspected at the time. But I fell in with her suggestion. I'm anxious to end the case. My presence here is needed.
Don't understand why she'd do such a thing. And why is your presence needed?
16th floor.
It's a matter of perspective.
Brenda's got a very nice perspective. She'll be around here someplace. The agency's got this whole floor.
Her office?
Down this corridor, next to Channing's. Well, Kramer came through on those reports from the lab. That smudge on the carpet wasn't ink. It was a dye. Powdered aniline. Brenda.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe, thank heavens you're here.
Hey, I'm here, too.
The police, they questioned me again this afternoon. I'm so frightened, Mr. Wolfe. You've got to find the murderer before they...
Baby, take it easy.
Well,
Oh, hello, Archie.
Hello. What's the idea of trying to pull a fast one on Mr. Wolfe?
Well, I just had to see him. Please understand.
Is this Channing's office?
Yes.
You told him I was in danger.
Ah, at last, the place to sit down.
Well, I had to tell him something to get him down here.
He's not happy. You comfortable there, sir?
Miss Barkley, come here.
Mr. Wolfe, I can explain. I thought if you were here, where it happened, I mean, if you could see for yourself, then you'd
Young woman, there are many things I'd like to say to you.
Oh, now, wait a minute. She was scared, boss.
However, I am too short of breath to do them justice. Archie,
Yes?
round up everyone concerned with this case,
Right now?
including Mrs. Channing. Get them in here.
Yes, sir.
You help him, Miss Barkley, and close that window.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
Fresh air. I've had enough today, thanks to you, to last me a lifetime. If after all that exposure, I live a lifetime.
What's going on here, anyhow?
A tea party. Find yourself seats. Keep your knees steady. All right, Mr. Wolfe, everybody's here.
Mr. Shoeshine Kelly?
Here, sir, here.
It was you who found the body.
Him and me, Mr. Wolfe. I'm Abe Jackson, the night man.
You gentlemen can help us if you will.
Oh, to be sure, Mr. Wolfe.
I'd like to know the exact position of the body when you found it.
Well, he was sitting up.
That's it, sir. Sitting up straight as you please.
You'll oblige me if you'll demonstrate. Sit in the chair, please.
His chair, sir?
If you please.
Abe, you.
Yeah. Oh, no, not me. Not on your life.
There's no easy thing you ask, Mr. Wolfe. I'll oblige you. It was like this, I'd say.
You agree, Mr. Jackson?
A little more to the right, maybe. Yeah, that's the way it was.
Archie.
Yes, sir?
Help me with a brief recapitulation.
Well, so far as we know, Channing made no outcry.
Therefore, he could not have been startled by the appearance of the killer.
There were powder burns on the body.
Therefore, the gun was against Channing when it was fired. His own hand couldn't have held it closer.
Nobody heard the shot, probably because this office is soundproofed. The gun that killed him was lying on the floor 10 feet from the desk.
In the direction of flight through that door. Go on, Archie.
The killer was almost certainly well known to Channing, or Channing wouldn't have let him come that close without a struggle or an alarm. Also, the killer had access to this office, another proof that he's not a stranger.
One more point, if I may, Archie. The killer, he or she, is present here now.
Quiet, everyone.
We come now to the point I mentioned to you last night, Archie. The point I call the sanctity of deskhood.
Sanctity of what?
Deskhood, Mrs. Channing. Explain, Archie.
Still figure it's so important?
Absolutely essential.
Well, I wrote it here somewhere. Oh. Deskhood refers to that area behind a desk where a man earns his livelihood, makes his career, builds his reputation.
You mean here, where I'm sitting?
So long as a man sits at his desk, he enjoys a curious area of privacy. He is remarkably safe from intrusion. That's it, Mr. Wolfe.
The sanctity of deskhood. Think about it a moment. You'll see what I mean.
Nonsense. I've gone around that desk hundreds of times. I'm sure she has. Many more hundreds.
If you mean what I think you mean, Mrs. Channing, you...
Please, ladies. Mrs. Channing, when you approached your husband at his desk, what did he do?
What did he... Why, he stood up and...
He stood up. Miss Barkley, you agree?
Well, yes, he'd have to stand up. At least he always did.
But for his murderer, he did not. Archie, resume from your notes, please.
Well, whoever killed Walter Channing went around the desk without Channing rising, held a gun to his chest, and pulled the trigger.
Excuse me. If you will go behind the desk and stand facing Mr. Kelly, Archie.
Here. This the way you mean?
You know the angle of the body wound to the hole in the chair?
There wasn't any angle. One was in a straight line with the other.
From where you stand now in front of Mr. Kelly, if you wish to inflict an identical wound upon him, could you do it?
Not from where I stand. I'd have to kneel.
You'd have to kneel. Do so. Note, please, the murder tableau.
You mean that's
The question now, who could kneel before Channing, get close enough to kill him from that position without alarming him in the least?
Kelly.
The shoeshine man.
Hey, wait a minute now.
Shut up, you, and sit there.
His motive is crystal clear.
The memorandum.
Memorandum. You have a copy, Archie?
In my notebook.
Ah, yes. Miss Barclay, read the part which could explain Mr. Kelly's action.
Why, the memo was all over the office. Kelly must have seen it.
Oh, wait a minute now. Notice effective at once. Yes, here it is. In the interest of economy, daily shoe shines will be eliminated.
That'd cut off Kelly's bread and butter.
Kelly, I can't believe it.
Nor can I.
What?
It's obvious Kelly murdered Walter Channing.
Mr. Wolfe, now listen, I did nothing of the
But
kind.
the obvious can be too obvious.
Meaning what exactly?
Archie,
Yes, sir?
brief these people on the ink-stained trousers.
Channing spilled ink on his trouser cuff the night he was murdered. Somebody tried to clean the spot off.
With what?
According to the police analysis, carbon tetrachloride and perchloroethylene showed up.
Both non-inflammable ingredients used in many commercial cleaners.
Exactly what are you getting at, Mr. Wolfe?
One moment, Mrs. Channing. Mr. Goodwin also has an analysis of the spot on the carpet behind the desk. Archie?
A powder form of dye, aniline dye.
Used in what, perhaps?
Well, the lab suggested a shoe dressing.
I got no powder dye. I swear I ain't, Mr. Wolfe.
I'm sure you haven't, Mr. Kelly. You'll find this particular type of dressing is used on women's shoes, suede shoes, usually.
I don't understand.
Wait a minute.
Yes, Archie?
If a woman... Now, suppose a woman knelt in front of Channing to clean that ink spot off his trouser cuff. That smudge could have rubbed off the tip of her shoe onto the carpet.
Exactly. I believe you'll find a typewriter cleaner contains tetrachloride and perchloroethylene.
Something else just occurred to me. That memo was sent around the morning after Channing was killed.
I never thought of that.
True, Archie. And for only one purpose, to point suspicion at Kelly.
But when the police didn't take the hint...
Go on, Archie. What then?
Somebody else was brought down here who would. Comes around to three questions, doesn't it? Who knew about the memo? Who had access to Channing's file where he kept his gun? And who made sure Nero Wolfe would see the evidence against Kelly?
Three questions, Archie, with one answer that spells the name of the murderess. Our own client, Brenda Barkley. Steak, Archie, marinated. You like it?
I'm not hungry.
Indeed, I suggest a tonic.
That reminds me. I had a call.
You had?
Doris Channing. She had some idea about my explaining things to her.
She found my explanation insufficient?
No, but she felt it lacked the personal touch.
Phooey. Hand me a can of beer. However, you do have the evening off.
Yes, sir.
Keep out of trouble. Doris Channing is a blonde. That is, try to keep out of trouble.
In the company of a blonde who wants to. Good night, sir.
Good night, Archie. Good night.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by William Kendall Clark was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin, and Donald Morrison, Betty Lou Gerson, Bill Johnstone, Howard McNear, Mary Lansing, and Barney Phillips. Next week, at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you the case of The Girl Who Cried Wolf. John Storm speaking. Nero Wolfe, Archie, and all of our cast hope that our listeners have taken time out from this busy Christmas season to help brighten some youngster's Christmas day. Be sure to send a thing, your choice of anything you think a child would like for Christmas, to the groups in your own town who are distributing these toy gifts to less fortunate children. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Stay tuned for Nero Wolfe, transcribed. Later this evening, the unique Mr. Monty Woolley stars once again in the new comedy series, The Magnificent Montague, the delightful saga of an embittered Shakespearean ham. After many triumphant years on the stage, the Magnificent Montague now portrays Uncle Goodhart, the hero of a radio serial, and his trials and tribulations are 30 minutes of delightful listening over most of these NBC stations. And today being Friday means another visit to Duffy's Tavern, where Archie the manager presides over another sparkling session of mischief and madness. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means adventure.
Hello? Hello?
The young man answering the phone is Archie Goodwin.
Yes, this is Nero Wolfe's office.
The mountain of a man in the oversized armchair, staring at Archie with a beady eye, is Nero Wolfe.
Mr. Wolfe is in. Mr. Wolfe is always in. Would he stay in until... He would.
Archie, what on earth?
Boss, she sounds blonde.
Phooey.
Don't believe I can tell over the phone? Okay. Excuse me, miss, but are you blonde? Oh. Go ahead and laugh.
Thank you.
Mr. Wolfe, we'll see you. Goodbye.
I did not say.
No, but you will. Besides, she wasn't blonde. And I want you to see red.
Oh, Archie, you better think of some new ones. Ridiculous.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chair-borne genius, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Tonight, it's the case of the girl who cried wolf. In the old brownstone house on 35th Street, my boss, Nero Wolfe, with all his 300 pounds, sits at his desk from which he runs his world. We have been patiently waiting for the lady client. Then there's a knock at the door, and I admit her. A beautiful, frightened, and red-headed girl.
Mr. Wolfe? Mr. Nero Wolfe?
Not by 160 pounds. I'm Archie Goodwin.
Oh, yes. I spoke to you on the phone. I'm Mary Dunning, Mr. Goodwin. I was wondering if...
He's in. He's always in. Come on. We'll try getting him to admit it. This is Mr. Wolfe. Miss Mary Dunning.
How do you do, Miss Dunning?
Here, take this red leather chair. It's a nice match for your hair. You know, as old Dr. Titmouse has said to me, beware of a red-headed woman. But I never could believe
Thank you,
him.
Mr. Goodwin.
Your business, Miss Dunning?
Do you mean what I do or why I've come to you?
Both, if you please.
Well, I'm Mr. Stevens' secretary at the Tolliver Ecological Foundation. Our offices are down on East 12th Street.
Ecological?
Field research as to factors operating on plant and animal development and survival, Archie.
Animal development, huh?
Miss Dunning, the foundation has several agricultural research projects throughout the country, hasn't it?
That's right, Mr. Wolfe. And Donald Stevens is executive director. Or was until...
Was?
He's disappeared. It's been 3 days now. He's not been near the office nor his apartment. No message or...
Apartment? Stevens been living alone?
He's a bachelor. He's engaged to Laura Tolliver. She's a cousin of the original Tollivers. But she doesn't know where he is either.
Have you come to me on Laura Tolliver's account or on behalf of the foundation?
Well, neither, Mr. Wolfe. I'm just worried, and I'd heard of you as one of the finest private detectives in New York.
You've heard of me, Miss Dunning. We see that you're here. I still fail to understand why.
But I've told you. Mr. Stevens has dropped out of sight. And there's another thing. The last time I saw him, he had a caller with him in his office.
Caller? Male? Female?
I don't know. We're in a converted old brownstone house, and, well, the way the offices are laid out, I don't see all the people who come in unless they make a point of coming to my desk.
I see.
All I know is that Mr. Stevens stepped out for a moment, looking either scared or angry, I couldn't be sure which, and asked me to see if there was a policeman at the corner.
Which corner?
Archie. Continue, Miss Dunning.
Well, I started to go, and there were low voices arguing from the inner office. And then Mr. Stevens called me not to bother.
Then what?
He said I could go ahead and take my lunch hour then. So I did. And when I came back, he was gone.
Leaving no message?
Leaving no message.
And you've neither seen or heard of him since?
I've tried all over. By phone, going out myself.
Miss Dunning, has Mr. Stevens been in the habit of making extended business trips?
Well, once in a while to our research stations in Pennsylvania, or New Jersey, or up in Vermont, but not without letting me know. I have to make out his travel vouchers.
Has there been any recent trouble at the foundation?
Trouble?
Financial trouble? Personal trouble?
No, there's been no trouble.
Miss Dunning, you're wasting my time and yours. This is a problem for the police, if there is a problem.
Oh no, Mr. Wolfe. I'd have gone to the police, except, well, if there should be an innocent explanation, it didn't seem fair to the foundation to risk the unpleasant publicity
I said for the police.
Wait a minute, Mr. Wolfe. It's your say-so, but when a girl walks in here and asks...
The young lady can depart by the use of the same rather trim legs that carried her here, Archie.
Oh, now, look, boss, just because I
Miss
look at...
Dunning, I can think of a dozen reasons that might take your bachelor director out of town for a few days without the formality of explaining his actions.
Then you won't look into this?
Despite Mr. Goodwin's frowns, no. Should Mr. Stevens not turn up tomorrow or so, I suggest you advise the police or whatever attorney acts for the foundation. There is such a person, of course.
Yes. Jonas Dowd is counsel. He's also a Coke trustee.
Consult him, then, by all means.
But you don't seem to understand.
If you'll excuse me, I'm overdue for an important conference with my cook. We have just received a shipment of truffles from France.
Well, of course, if
Mr. Wolfe, if you ask me...
Precisely what I've refrained from doing, Archie. Would you be good enough to escort Miss Dunning to the door? To the door, Archie. Good night, Miss Dunning.
Good night. Good night. And thanks just the same.
Look, Mr. Wolfe, it's your shop and you can get as surly as you please. But can you give me one excuse for that high-handed brush? One thin shred of an excuse? Miss Dunning was sitting in this chair...
The girl was lying, Archie.
Lying? How can you say that?
At least twice. And possibly from the moment she opened that undeniably pretty mouth. Now, if you'll excuse me, Archie, I have an appointment with a truffle. You say you have a surprise for me, Archie.
Enough to yank you 3 inches out of that chair. Remember the girl who was here last night, Mary Dunning?
You seem unwilling to let me forget her.
Well, I took off on my own this morning to check up on that foundation setup.
Good, Archie. I ventured a small bet with Fritz that you would.
All right. See if your bet included this. I found Stevens down there right in his office.
Missing executive director.
Yes, and the missing Mr. Stevens claimed he had just been on a business trip. Delayed getting back because his car had been smacked by a hit-and-run driver in New Jersey. Now, here's the payoff. He even tried to make out that he'd been thinking of calling you in a problem.
Hit-and-run accident?
No, something about the foundation. But I didn't waste time letting him cloud it up for us. The point is...
Archie, you brought him here, of course.
Stevens? No, he's still down there. We'll want to grab him before the day is out, but I had something more important to run down first. It took me 3 calls on the way up here, but you can take it as confirmed. We've still got a disappearance case, and this one you're not sitting out.
Indeed. And who has disappeared now?
Mary Dunning. Stevens is back, but Mary's gone. Not at the office, not at her rooming house, and none of her clothes are taken.
How'd you get going?
Put a police call out on Mary?
Back to 12th Street and get Stevens out of that office and up here as fast as you can. I'll phone him. You are on the way.
Hello?
This Donald Stevens?
Yes, this is Donald Stevens.
This is Nero Wolfe. I understand you've been thinking of consulting me.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have, Mr. Wolfe. I started to explain to Mr. Goodwin, but...
Are you alone there at the office?
Why, well, yes. As it happens...
Be careful. I don't think your car smash-up was an accident. I've just sent Mr. Goodwin to ask you to come here. Meanwhile, I'd suggest...
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Wolfe. There seems to be someone coming in now.
Wait, Mr. Stevens. There hasn't been time for Archie to get there yet.
Excuse me, Mr. Wolfe.
Don't.
Just hold the wire a moment.
Wait, Mr. Stevens.
Come on in. I haven't had a chance yet. Oh, what? No! No! Oh,
And that's all Inspector Kramer has been able to make of it, Archie?
Not to hear him tell it, but that's all he's got.
Stephen dead and the girl still missing. Did you find anything helpful at the office?
I think the murderer started to tear up some account books and project ledgers, but I must have scared him away when I rang the bell. Couldn't have been more than 3 or 4 minutes after the shooting when I got there.
But you saw no one?
The murderer can cover a lot of ground in 3 or 4 minutes.
You, naturally, by accident, since it is mildly illegal, you had a good look at the dead man?
A very good look. Not to mention his pockets.
Anything particular?
Well, there was a half-eaten package of lifesavers in the left-hand trouser pocket.
What's particular about that?
The flavor was lime. I hate lime.
Phooey. Archie, I called Jonas Dowd last night.
The foundation lawyer?
Yes, he set up the original charter under which Donald Stevens operated, with an annual fund of $90,000.
Ecology has its attractions. 90,000 attractions, to be precise.
It indicates a possible reason for Stevens' murder. He was in sole charge of that money.
Somebody donated 338 caliber bullets to him. Hardly a token of appreciation.
Perhaps not. However, the shooting followed the attempt to stage an automobile accident. Archie, I've sent Saul Panza on an errand for me.
Saul, huh? He's expensive. True, he's the best man in the shadow job there is, but you've got something, huh?
Possibility.
An angle I can't handle?
Apart from your natural preference for curves, you've more than work enough here in New York. Finding Mary Dunning for a starter.
Or her body?
Or her body, as it may be.
Is that what Saul's on, picking up a line on Mary?
Among other chores, Saul is buying me some special groceries at the city market. You frown, Archie.
I glower. But okay, play it cozy. You can send Saul off to Stockholm for smorgasbord for all I care. I'm still asking, what about Stevens and what about Mary? Where do we start?
I'm expecting Laura Tolliver, the heiress, and the son of Jonas Dowd here within a few minutes. Jonas Dowd himself proved as difficult to pry from the office
as you generally are from this one. Oh, good for old Jonas. Wait a minute, though. You said a son was coming. Would that be Peter Dowd?
It would be. Could I trouble you to pass that second bottle of beer?
It's your third.
Stop auditing me, Archie. You reacted to the name of Peter Dowd. May I ask why?
Kramer is ahead of you on that pitch. He's had Peter Dowd downtown already.
And learned?
Playboy, used to be in love with Laura Tolliver, now in line to take over Stevens' tidy $20,000 a year salary as executive director.
To take over Fooey. Peter Dowd's no ecologist.
He's got more important qualifications. His old man and Laura Tolliver are co-trustees under the Tolliver will, and the director can be anybody they name.
Archie, you sound prejudiced against young Mr. Dowd.
Yeah, that's what Kramer said. I'm just naturally suspicious of anybody who stood to pick up $20,000 a year, plus a whack at the $90,000 a year in house money, just by throwing 338 caliber slugs into Stevens. Particularly after getting rid of Mary Dunning to clear the way.
The police still have no leads on Miss Dunning?
A for effort, Z for results. Now, the way I see it, boss...
Leg work now, Archie. Guess it's later. You might try Miss Dunning's landlady again for one, and try Peter Dowd's apartment.
Now?
Yes. I'd say go along and keep after the missing girl.
Instead of sifting through the names in Stevens' appointment book you were asking about?
It's 2 legs of the same animal. The names may help on the girl. Now, Archie, on your way. Come in.
Mr. Wolfe?
Yes, come in, Miss Tolliver, Mr. Dowd. Sit down. It's good of you both to come. Miss Tolliver, I'm profoundly sorry of your loss. You were to marry Mr. Stevens, as I understand it.
Yes, 3 weeks from today.
I was trying to warn poor Stevens just as the murderer came in. But he evidently knew his caller well enough to feel no alarm.
The police told us that, Mr. Wolfe. We've just come from Inspector Kramer's office.
I know, Mr. Dowd. Did you gather the inspector meant to see you again?
Why should he? How could anyone think that Peter could have anything to do with this horrible business?
I see that you have no doubts about Mr. Dowd here, Miss Tolliver.
Easy, Laura. Yes, Mr. Wolfe, I gathered that Kramer was interested in me. He's got a man outside here watching us now.
You're alert, Mr. Dowd, or...
Oh, what?
Or aware that Inspector Kramer may have grounds for keeping you under surveillance.
Look, Mr. Wolfe, I didn't come here to be put through the jumps again. First Kramer and now you.
I'm acting for the Tolliver Foundation, Mr. Dowd. I have been since your father retained me last night.
Why jump on me, then?
Young man, at my age and weight, the chances of my jumping on anyone are about as likely as, as unlikely as to expect that you're not still in love with Miss Laura Tolliver here.
Mr. Wolfe, we haven't admitted that we...
Miss Tolliver, your concern a moment ago at the possibility that this young man might be charged with Stevens' murder.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Wolfe. Climb back on me if you want, but let Laura alone. If you're trying to make...
I'm no longer trying, Mr. Dowd. You both confirmed the point for me.
All right. I am still in love with Laura. And I think Laura's known ever since she accepted Stevens' ring that their engagement was a mistake. What are you going to make of that?
Did Stevens know you hadn't given up on Laura?
I told him twice. I even went down to the foundation just...
Just when, Mr. Dowd? This morning while I was telephoning Stevens, for example?
I haven't been near the foundation office for days. I've been out of town.
Mr. Wolfe, you've no right to twist and turn everything Peter says. I do love him, but
Laura. Well, that's the first time you've come right out with it since...
I'm sorry, Peter. I've wanted to tell you 1,000 times. But, you kept going away on all those trips, and I never knew whether it was for some other girl or...
Mr. Dowd, Miss Tolliver, could this tender exchange be postponed till you two find yourselves alone?
Go ahead, Mr. Wolfe. Ask anything you want, as long as I know it's all right with Laura here.
Roundly spoken, Mr. Dowd. May I ask about Mary?
What's Mary Dunning got to do with this?
I'm glad you're aware of the Mary I meant.
Well, I've met her at the foundation, of course. We've all heard she's missing.
You couldn't suggest where she might be.
How would Peter know?
Let's return to Mr. Stevens. Can either of you explain his 3 days' absence from the city?
I've been out of town myself.
Miss Tolliver?
He could have been inspecting any one of the research plants. He didn't tell me, if that's what you mean.
Stevens said this morning he had been wanting to consult me. You can't suggest why?
Well, no, I can't. About foundation business or personal business?
.338 caliber bullets kept Mr. Stevens from making that clear, Miss Tolliver. Mr. Dowd's father is sending me over some material, but as yet it's not in my hands. Are you familiar with the personnel at the research stations?
There aren't any more than 4 or 5 project managers. Halsey in Vermont, Schwartz down in Pennsylvania.
Excuse me. Nero Wolfe?
Archie.
Yes, Archie.
You can take it back about Mary Dunning. If she's a liar, she's just gone to a lot of trouble to make it look good.
Dead?
No, but knocked out with chloroform and stuffed in a closet in a man's apartment. And guess whose apartment?
Spare me your charades, Archie.
Peter Dowd's. That's where I'm calling from. Is he still with you?
As it happens, yes.
You better hang on to him. There's been another development. Inspector Kramer's got hold of a man named Schwartz.
The Pennsylvania project manager.
Right. Schwartz was at the foundation office this morning, and he says Peter Dowd was going in as he came out.
When?
Within minutes of your call to Stevens. Kramer's on his way to your place now to pick up young Dowd. Any instructions?
I'd like more company.
Well, the ball game is all wrapped up, isn't it?
I'd still like more company.
Right. Mary and Schwartz?
If you can get them here. And Archie.
Yes?
Get them here. I'll have that 5th bottle of beer, Archie.
7th and quarter for the night. And when do you get around to calling in Mary and our friend Schwartz?
In a moment, Archie, in a moment.
After all that scramble to get him here.
I've been studying these project reports that Jonas Dowd sent over. Fascinating field ecology.
I know. The factors playing on the development and survival of living organisms. Too bad poor Stevens didn't figure on a factor named Peter Dowd.
Archie, I'm ready for Mr. Schwartz now.
No Mary?
I'll risk you in the next room with Miss Dunning for the time being.
Okay. One Schwartz coming up. Oh, come in, Mr. Schwartz.
Mr. Wolfe? How do you do, Mr. Schwartz? My apologies for this long wait you've had. And I'll try to make our business brief.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Schwartz, you managed the Tolliver Agricultural Research Station in Pennsylvania for some time.
2 years.
I am not sure I didn't once enjoy a shipment of mushrooms that came from your place. You've experimented with Maya arenaria.
Maya arenaria? Yes, of course. Yes, we've done some work with mushrooms.
They were excellent. By the way, I understand You saw Mr. Stevens just before he was shot down.
If I'd stayed 10 minutes longer, he might still be alive.
May I ask the purpose of your call?
I was delivering the monthly reports.
No special trouble you came to discuss?
No, sir.
You met Peter Dowd coming in at the foundation as you were going out. How did he look?
In a hurry.
How so?
He just pushed past with his face turned away.
You're sure it was he?
Yes, I had seen him at the foundation maybe 2 or 3 times before.
Were you aware that Mr. Stevens and Mr. Dowd were both apparently in love with the same young lady?
I'm a research worker, Mr. Wolfe. I wouldn't know about Mr. Stevens' personal affairs.
Just an hour ago, before Inspector Kramer took him from here, young Dowd admitted that he'd been there today.
I didn't think I could be mistaken.
But he said only because Stevens had phoned him to come. Were you there when that call was made?
No, there was no call to Dowd while I was there.
Excuse me, Mr. Swartz. Yes, Nero Wolfe speaking.
This is Saul Panzer.
Yes, Saul, you're still...
Yes, still down here at the city market. Looks as if you were right.
Indeed?
One of their trucks just pulled in with a load of full crates. Top quality produce.
I'll try not to wince when you send in the expense sheets. Any other confirmation?
Internal Revenue records show no taxes paid on income by the Tolliver Foundation.
Thank you, Saul. Phone any information as you get it. You'll forgive me again, Mr. Swartz. Archie,
Yes, boss?
would you ask Miss Dunning to step in now?
Coming up. Come in now, Miss Dunning.
Good evening, Miss Dunning. You've quite recovered from the chloroform?
Mr. Goodwin's been helping me. He's been rubbing my forehead, and I'm beginning
Spare
to...
me any further details. Miss Dunnings, would you mind telling me again how it was you came to find yourself in Mr. Dowd's apartment?
Well, it was the phone call that got me to go over. It was a man whispering. He didn't give his name, but he said if I came to that address, apartment 4C, I could learn something about Mr. Stevens.
You went to apartment 4C, and then?
That's really all I know. Just after the door opened, before I could see him, his coat was thrown over my head, and then he must have given me the chloroform. It was Peter Dowd, of course.
Dowd?
Who else could it have been?
It could have been Mr. Swartz here.
Mr. Wolfe, you're joking.
Am I, Swartz?
Joking or drunk? Why should I...
For the ancient reason, Swartz. Money. For the racket you had and wanted to keep.
Racket? Mr. Schwartz was in...
Swartz is no more of an ecologist than Mr. Goodwin here. A moment ago, he accepted Mara arenaria as a mushroom. It happens to be a common clam, common on nearly any beach, rare in inland Pennsylvania.
Stevens knew I didn't go in for all that Latin stuff.
I could understand that you might be useful without it, Swartz. But to get away from your station operations, you faked a scientific knowledge you never had.
All right. Suppose I am more of a farmer than a fancy scientist. Our job at the research station is to raise vegetable crops, isn't it?
As you worked it, Swartz, of course. You turned the agricultural research project into a commercial farm. All expenses met from tax-free funds, and not a cent of return shown for the produce sold.
So that's why Saul Panzer drew the rutabagus run.
Stephen had the innocence of a specialist interested in his own field only. But even Stevens finally began to get onto those doctored reports of yours, Swartz. And when was it the Internal Revenue men began asking questions?
Look, Goodwin, is this fat guy out of his mind?
You had to get rid of Stevens after the last inspection trip. Were you even counting on taking over his job after Peter Dowd was put away for Stevens' murder?
Mary, if you'll just explain to this lunatic...
Watch it, Archie, watch it.
I've got his gun.
Adroitly done, Archie.
Wait a minute. This is a 32, and it was a 38 that did the murder.
Mr. Wolfe, that's my bag. You can't...
Take this pistol from it, I have, my dear. This extraordinary effort you put me to of actually leaving my chair to secure this weapon, we'll add that to the score against you.
Mr. Wolfe, if you aren't too tuckered to answer, that gun from Mary's bag.
It's a 38. It may be the one used on Stevens.
But Mary couldn't.
She didn't. If ballistics tells us that this is the weapon, then Swartz must have passed it to her for safekeeping, till it could be planted in young Dowd's apartment or car or whatever.
I didn't have anything to do with it.
Miss Dunning, you had to do with more than you know. Do you realize that if Mr. Goodwin hadn't found you at the Dowd apartment when he did, that you might not be alive at this moment? You were the one person who knew Swartz's crime.
Mary, don't listen to him.
She's listening, Swartz. Miss Dunning, you thought the chloroform scheme was directed solely against Peter Dowd. And so you let Swartz talk you into it. Mr. Goodwin tells me the door of that closet was sealed with Scotch tape.
I didn't know that. Schwartz actually tried...
Your chloroform sleep was meant to turn into a permanent one, Miss Dunning.
And I was trying to cover for him. All right, here it is. Schwartz planned it all. He did try the hit and run, and he did shoot Stevens.
He's a liar. Mary, you've been juggling those books since...
Say the details for Inspector Kramer, Swartz. There's guilt enough to be divided between you and guilt enough to burn you both.
All right, you're being noble and not rubbing it in. Don't I merit a full explanation?
Archie, I'm concentrating on truffles. Do we deck out a bird, or shall we have them in an omelet again?
Mr. Wolfe, look, I've got a white flag up, and I'm asking. All right, Mary and Schwartz wanted Stevens out of the way. And all right, they tried to hang it on Peter Dowd. But why'd Mary come here and try to get you into it in the first place?
As far as she knew that night, Archie, Stevens wasn't to get back to New York alive. Swartz hit and run ambush in New Jersey was supposed to take care of Stevens on his way back from Pennsylvania. By luck, Stevens survived the accident, and Swartz had to follow him here to finish him off.
Yes, but I still don't see why.
Mary came here to establish her innocence by pretending to seek our help.
Oh.
And she thought to keep suspicion from Swartz by creating the imaginary figure of a threatening caller at the office several days before. She knew Stevens meant to consult me about Swartz, and she could guess Jonas Dowd would call me in eventually.
Stevens said he wanted to consult you that morning when I...
That morning when you couldn't hear Stevens out because you were seeing him as Mary Dunning wanted us to see him.
Oh, a trick operated with two vanishing acts to explain. Stevens's and Mary's.
You have it, Archie.
And both fake. A straight business trip branded a run-out or a snatch only by Mary's account, and then the chloroform act at Dowd's apartment.
You have it in full.
Mm-hmm. Except how you knew she was lying to start with.
Point one, the girl offered no fee, no prospect of a fee.
Mm-hmm. Stay at that.
Could anyone claim knowledge of my reputation, Archie, and still seriously expect that I would take an arduous labor for the love of it?
I'm ashamed of myself.
Point two, she told us of a caller coming to see Stevens. Of Stevens asking her to fetch a policeman, then changing his mind. When asked to call a policeman, what woman's curiosity would be satisfied by being told not to bother?
How utterly brilliant you are.
Yes. Archie, a bottle of beer.
All right.
And now back to a serious problem, you know. I think I see a compromise on these truffles.
Between bird and omelet?
Archie, why not both? Ah.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Charles O'Neill was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin, and Charlotte Lawrence, Howard McNear, Monica Neely, Lamont Johnson, and Herb Butterfield. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Slaughtered Santa Clauses. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's no cover charge at Duffy's Tavern. Just keep your dial tuned to NBC later as Archie the manager and his delightful friends cook up another mad and merry session at that remarkable restaurant, Duffy's Tavern.
Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, Before I Die, with special guest stars Jane Eastwood, August Schellenberg, and Maria Loma.
That Monday afternoon in October, life in the office of Nero Wolfe, where I work, was getting to be more than I could stand.
What time is it, Archie?
When you asked me 5 minutes ago, it was 3:25. It is now 3:30. And when you ask 5 minutes from now, it will be 3:35. But I won't be here to answer, because I am going out for a walk.
A simple answer would have done. Indeed, it would have been all that was expected.
Oh, boy. My walk will last for half an hour, by which time you will be upstairs with your orchids, which will give me a 2-hour break from seeing you in this pitiful state. I wasn't blaming him. I was merely fed up with him. You see, it was smack in the middle of the great meat shortage after the war. And to my 270-pound boss, a meal without meat was an insult. He'd got so desperate that he started taking long walks, as, for instance, back and forth between his chair and the bookshelves. Anyway, I got my coat on and was just reaching for the front door.
Your name's Archie Goodwin.
Thanks. How much do I weigh?
Come on out. Guy here in a car wants to see you.
The black Cadillac.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Hold it for a minute.
Who was at the door?
Oh, a man with an embalmed face.
What's this? You're taking your gun?
I was asked to step down to the curb and see a man in a car. I recognize the man since he is one of our most famous citizens, Tizio Parito, also known as Daisy Parrot. His latest title is the King of the Black Market.
Look, when he phoned this morning, I told you I wouldn't see him.
Yeah, and I told him. I guess Daisy Parrot doesn't take no for an answer.
You're Archie Goodwin.
And you're Daisy Parrot. What do you want?
Hey, boss, he's got his hand on a gun in his pocket. And he's a damn fool to let you stand behind him.
Mr. Wolfe knows you're here. Now, what do you want?
I want to see Wolfe.
Nope. No, sir. I told you on the phone this morning that Mr. Wolfe is too busy to see you. He's got more work than he can handle now.
I intend to see him. Bring him out here.
Now, look. Don't think I'm laughing you off. People who laugh you off are apt to show up at a funeral playing the lead, okay? But whatever you have in mind, Mr. Wolfe wants no part of it. Now, that may make you sore, which I'd like to avoid if possible.
Archie!
My God.
Archie, what does Mr. Parrott want?
Nothing. He just stopped by.
He wants to see you. Then confound it, Archie. Bring him in here.
What?
Bring him in. Be seated, Mr. Parrott.
I don't like it in here. I've got something private for you. Come out and sit in my car.
Oh, I rarely leave my house. I do like it here. I'd be an idiot to leave this chair made to fit me.
Okay, Goodwin. You go out and sit in my car.
No, sir. I do nothing without Mr. Goodwin.
You might make exceptions. This might be a good exception to start with.
No, sir. Please, sit down. Even if you decide against entrusting secrets to Mr. Goodwin and me, there's a little matter I'd like to discuss with you.
What do you want to discuss?
Well, in my own field, I am an expert. I sell expert information, advice, and services. I understand that you are also an expert in a different field. Presumably, you know where certain things are and how they may be got. I am, on the whole, a respectable and virtuous citizen, but like everyone else, I have my smudges. Where is some meat?
You want a slice of the meat racket?
No. I want slices of beef and pork. I want some meat to eat. Lamb, veal.
Oh, you're just hungry.
Yes, I am.
Goodwin, ring Lincoln 63232 between 7 and 10 in the morning and ask for Tom. Use my name.
Thank you, sir. Now, for your business, Mr. Goodwin told you on the phone this morning that I was too busy to see you. Of course, that was flummery. What was in his mind was that while the occupational hazards are relatively high in the detective business, in your business they're substantially higher, and the combination of the two would be inadvisable. I must admit regretfully that I agree with him. It would be foolish for you to entrust me with secrets only to be told that I can't undertake a job for you, so I tell you in advance I'm sorry.
I need help.
Doubtless, or you wouldn't have
I
taken...
don't often need help, but when I do, I get the best there is, and I pay for what I get. There. 50 C's. $5,000. That will do for a start. I'm being blackmailed, and your job is to stop it.
But I've told you, Mr. Parrott,
I'm being blackmailed by my daughter.
Hold it.
Nobody in this world knows about that except me, and now...
Said, hold it. Now, I want to warn you that Mr. Wolfe is every bit as stubborn as you are. This is damn dangerous. We're all concerned. Now, he's told you he doesn't want to hear it, and neither do I. Now, Mr. Wolfe, what's wrong with egg salad sandwiches?
But she's not really my daughter. The one who's blackmailing me. Now you know that, too. I have got a daughter, a real one. She'll be 21 next month. And where are you going?
You'll have to excuse me, Mr. Parrott.
You walking out on me?
I always spend from 4 to 6 upstairs with my plants. Always. If you insist on confiding your troubles to me, tell Mr. Goodwin about it. I'll phone you later.
You know something? Who's that pot?
Huh?
You're crazy, both of you. What's that gun in your hand for? Crazy as bed bugs.
Okay, tell me about it.
When my kid was just a baby, I got sent up the river for a long spell, and while I was there, her mother died. It took me nearly 5 years before I found the kid, never mind how. And by then, I decided it wasn't safe for her to know who her father was, or for anyone to know I had a kid. So I found a way to send money to her, keep her in schools and all.
Uh-huh.
And I got reports on her every 3 months, and everything was okay. It was working just fine till, Thumbs Meeker bitched it up.
Thumbs Meeker?
You heard of him?
I've heard of him. And how he got his name.
And Thumbs sent a punk to tell me that if there was any little favor he could do for my daughter, just let him know, capiche?
It was his way of saying he'd found out and he could put the screws on you.
Yeah, but he hasn't. I mean, he found out I had a daughter, but he hadn't found her yet. So I had to stop. There's only one thing in the world I'm afraid of, Goodwin.
Huh?
That someone will find my daughter and tell her the truth. It's ruined my life having a daughter. Where she's concerned, I can't think straight, and I can't act straight. I mean, look at my coming here and spelling this. Worse yet, look what I did a year ago, April. I rented a penthouse, and I brought a girl there to act as my daughter. I knew it was dumb, but my brains wouldn't work, and I did it.
Why?
To draw Thumbs Meeker off. If he thought that was my daughter living in the penthouse with me, naturally he wouldn't look for her in other places, especially in colleges.
Oh.
I thought it would keep my secret sewed up. Everything seemed fine for a few months. Then the little bitch put the pliers on me.
The phony daughter started blackmailing you?
Yeah. First in small amounts. Then every month it got bigger. So far, she's into me for $25,000.
I don't get it.
What?
How do I put this? Most people would wonder, with your reputation, why she hasn't had an accident, like getting in the way of flying pieces of metal or something.
Ah, that's all exaggerated.
Yeah.
Rumors start and everyone believes them.
Uh-huh. Well, why didn't you handle her or have her handled?
My daughter? My own daughter?
Wait, she isn't.
As far as everyone knows she is. I would have to do it myself, and even then it would have to be very risky. She's got it all figured out. What if she disappears? How would Thumbs Meeker dope? I'd be right back where I started. They'd be looking for trails again. I've looked at it from all angles, and it's no go.
Then you're stuck with an expensive daughter.
Like hell I am. Last night she hit me for $50,000. That settles it. I've got to have help. I picked on Nero Wolfe, because from what I know of him, he's got brains, and mine won't work on this. That $5,000 is just for a start. I'll pay what it's worth, and it's worth plenty.
Look, he won't touch it.
Her name is my daughter, is Violet Parrott. Her real name is Angelina Murphy. She was on the jump in Salt Lake from a rolling and cleaning charge. I went out there and got her myself. See, I doped it that I'd have her sewed up because the Salt Lake Fuzz would like to have her back if she got tricky. But it didn't take her long to realize that I couldn't unload her. Okay. You'll have to deal with her. Is it true Wolfe never leaves the house?
Absolutely true. So you see...
Violet will be here at 9 o'clock tonight.
Mr. Wolfe will have to call you. Now,
after he's seen Violet, there's another job he'll have to do with my real daughter. You'll have to be very careful.
Look, that can wait.
Her
until
name's Beulah. Beulah Page. I'll write her address down for you.
Look, Mr. Parrott, there's no
Hey,
point.
Goodwin.
Yeah?
I know I can trust you. I'll be in touch. Ciao.
Ciao.
Why are you disturbing me, Archie? I'll be down at 6 o'clock.
This is urgent. A question for you to mow.
Well,
What color do you like in shrouds?
Beulah Page. This address is near Columbia University, less than half an hour away.
Yes, sir.
Get her. Now, if possible.
But Parrott said...
We don't even know there is a daughter. All we have is what Parrott told us.
Miss Beulah Page is registered at the university. Medical and Social Services Studies honor student. I checked.
I want to see her. At the very least, I want you to see her.
You going to introduce me to her?
Boy, she's 20 years old. Flummox her.
Hello.
Hi there. I'm looking for Miss Beulah Page.
Well, you found her. Are you a preacher?
Well, no, I'm not exactly. My name is Stevens, Harold Stevens from Dayton, Ohio. May I have a moment?
Sure. Only it's too bad you're not a preacher.
It certainly is, if you want one. What I want to ask, I would like very much to have a talk with you this evening because, well, I'll only be in the city a short while, and I want to tell you about the Dayton Community Health Center.
How did you know I was interested in health work?
Oh, Miss Page, we keep our ears to the ground at all universities. Your outstanding record is known to us, and of course we've read your thesis.
You've read my thesis?
Indeed we have. It's outstanding, which is why I would like to have a talk with you.
Oh, well, that's very exciting, but... Oh, come in, please.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Shane, Morton Shane. Mr. Stevens, is it?
Harold Stevens, how do you do?
Oh, well, I've got to tell him, Mort. The reason I asked you if you were a preacher.
Oh, yes.
Because we're going to be married.
Well.
We just decided to, just before you knocked on the door. So, you see, you're the first to know.
Congratulations.
You're tiddly.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm happy. And if I'm a little tiddly, it's your fault.
Oh, wait a minute. Who made the cocktail?
Hasn't a girl got a right to make cocktails when she's engaged, Mr. Stevens? Oh, wait, there's a little left. You are good luck. You have to have one with us.
Well, wait a minute. Wait, I've got a better idea. Now, I ought to be ashamed of myself for busting in on your celebration, especially right at dinner time. Why not let me help you go on celebrating? How about a betrothal dinner?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, that sounds just great. Morton, it's fate.
Look, I'm staying with a friend in town who happens to be a very famous man, and he's also very hospitable. I'll call him up right now and tell him we're coming, all right?
Well, after all,
What's
we've
he
got
famous
a
for?
strange...
Who is he?
Come on. He's Nero Wolfe, the detective. I've known him for years.
Oh,
and I'm
Martin,
sure-
let's go have dinner with Mr. Wolfe. Oh, please. You can't refuse my first request as your bride-to-be.
Beulah.
Oh, let's make him go, Mr. Stevens. He has a strong sense of propriety because he's in his last year at law school. He thinks lawyers are the guardians of everything from social conventions to moral righteousness.
Not righteousness. Right.
There he accepts. Let's go.
To my surprise, Wolfe helped out over dinner by hopping all over the place. Conversationally, that is. It saved me from having to talk about the Dayton Health Center. He asked Beulah about her courses. He talked about cases he had handled, which fascinated Shane, which in turn fascinated Wolfe. He adores adulation. He even ended up calling him Morton, for God's sake.
Morton, I hope you're prepared to face the fact that very few people like lawyers. I don't as a general rule. You know, they're inveterate hedgers. They're insufferable word stretchers. I had a lawyer draw up a tort for me once. Look, just a simple conveyance, and he made it 11 pages. Oh, God. Well, 2 would have done it. Have they taught you to draft torts?
Oh, naturally, sir, that's in the course, yeah. I try not to put in more words than are necessary.
Well, for heaven's sake, keep it brief. A little more wine.
Thank you.
Oh, there's a crack in your wine glass. Fritz, replace Mr. Shane's glass, please. Yeah. Well, Miss Page, let me give you another helping of zucchini a la...
It was like that right through dinner. Almost more than I could stand. And after dinner, Wolfe and Beulah sang songs. Well, at least Beulah sang. She was in very high spirits. And Wolfe was moving a finger to keep time and evidently trying to hum. For him, that was drunken revelry. I'm sure his mood could only have been brought on by a girl whose father could get him a pork chop.
I had to remind Wolf of our appointment, or we would have ended up with both daughters in the house at the same time. I finally got the two celebrants into the car and was driving them home.
You know, you're a swell guy, Stevens. That was a swell idea you had. Hey, now I've got one. What do you think of this? You drive us to Maryland and we'll get married. No.
Now who's kiddling?
Well, that's a good idea, isn't it?
It stinks.
Why?
Look, I may not have any father or mother or even aunts or uncles, but I don't have to sneak off to Maryland in the dead of night to get a husband. I'm going to have flowers and white things and sunshine if I get a break. Anyway, what about that test tomorrow? You said it was important.
Well, it is.
Home, Stevens. Him first because he has to study. And then you can come up to my apartment and tell me about your health center. You haven't said a word about it all evening.
Well, I didn't want to spoil the celebration. Brides-to-be should not discuss business on their betrothal night. I'll phone you tomorrow, okay?
Sit down, Miss Murphy. I like eyes at my level.
The name is Parrott. Violet Parrott.
No, Miss Murphy, it won't do. Mr. Parrott told me who you are. I do not intend to prolong this. He hired me to make you stop blackmailing him.
Huh? My father told you that?
Mr. Parrott sat there.
Daisy Parrott telling anyone I'm not his daughter? Now, you think I believe that?
I think you find it difficult to believe Miss Murphy because you've misjudged his character.
Ha!
You haven't stopped to consider that his strongest feeling, stronger even than his feeling for his daughter, is his vanity. He cannot stand to have you diddle him.
And how are you going to stop me?
I don't intend to stop you.
Then what am I doing?
Mr. Parrott made the same mistake you did. He misjudged a man's character. Mine. You have demanded $50,000 from him? Collect it.
I don't get you.
Within 24 hours after you receive it, you will pay me $45,000. You may keep 10%.
What? What makes you
If you don't pay me, the Salt Lake police will come and get you.
But you goddamn fool. You can't do that to Daisy. He doesn't have to let you alone like he does me, you know. All I have to do is tell him.
Naturally, I prepared for that. He won't believe you.
I get it. I give it to you, and you hand it to him, and he gets off cheap. Well, now, wouldn't that be sweet? And Daisy thought I'd fall for that?
Oh, I assure you, Miss Murphy, Mr. Parrott knows nothing of this. This is my own idea, and I intend to profit from it. So will you. You can keep 10,000 out of every 100,000 we get.
Oh, look, come on. I've got more brains than that. And more guts than you give me credit for, too.
Well,
you think it doesn't take guts to stand up to Daisy Parrott? Wait, I'll show you. I'm wearing sleeves tonight. Here's why.
He did that to you?
That's not all. There's other places, but you'd have to pay to see them. And I took it. I told him, listen, I said, you can hurt me all you want, but don't think I'll just go, baby. And if you hurt me too much, well, I'm not dumb. I've taken certain precautions.
What precautions?
Just never you mind. But I've got Daisy Parrott, all right, and I'm the only one that ever did that and lived to tell it. And now he thinks he can get most of it back with his lousy runaround?
Well, you'll have to think this through. The point is that even if you're 99% convinced that Mr. Parrott arranged for me to take this line, dare you risk that 1%? What if I am acting on my own hook? You'll never know what minute or where you'll feel that hand on your shoulder.
Suppose I wasn't there.
Oh, you're not thinking straight. If you disappear, Mr. Parrott might possibly decide not to find you for obvious reasons. I wouldn't. I would find you. I am fully as vain as Mr. Parrott, and every bit as ruthless. And I will not be diddled. This interview is over. I'm sure you'll give it your best thought.
My God, is he fat.
You know, I admire you.
Mm-hmm.
No, you really stood up to him. Well, luckily, you don't have to decide now. You got time to sleep on it, which is a good idea. Shall I take you home, tuck you in?
Hey, you don't look like a grister. You look healthy and handsome.
Inside, I'm clean but mean.
I didn't offer to drive you home because I noticed you've got your own car, but I can go along just for the air.
Air. Oh, boy, Dumpling, do I need air.
We'll share it. 90% for you and 10 for me. You know, Angelina, you're sunk.
You can cut out the Angelina. Just call me Angel Food.
Ooh, I don't like angel food. I'll call you Maple Delight. No, but you're absolutely sunk if you try to pull it through. And I speak frankly, because I admire you in more ways than one.
Oh, Dumpling.
And also because I enjoy life, and I don't care to leave it at this point. If you go on putting the B on Parrot and don't give Wolf his 9/10, Parrot will find out sooner or later. Then not only will Wolf get it, but I'm liable to get it, too. Even if I'm not as healthy and handsome as you thought I was there for a minute, I do have my skin on straight, and I kind of like it that way.
Just go on talking. You haven't said anything yet, but your voice goes right through me. I don't even want to drink.
Look, to show you how selfish I am, I've got a suggestion. You haven't got a chance to clean up. Not one in a million. You're squeezed in between Daisy Parrot and Nero Wolfe, and that's no setup for a Sherman tank, let alone a lady.
You were going to make a suggestion?
Tell Parrot, or I'll do it for you, that the jip is up. You're merely his loving and obedient daughter, but it would be nice to have an allowance of, say, $300 a week.
$300 a week?
You'd probably settle for that, no hard feelings. Wolf wouldn't be able to get a cut of it, and you'd be earning over $15,000. That's more than a U.S. senator gets today. Hey, you know, I usually hate to be driven by a woman driver, but you're good. I thought you would be. You're very good.
I can turn corners and back up. Yeah, that's my building just ahead. You wouldn't con me, would you, Dumpling?
If you still think Parrot and Wolf framed it, you're batty. You don't know Wolf.
I don't know you either. So, let's see what we can do to fix that up now, huh? We'll leave the car here. Later I'll come down and drive you home. Come on.
Angelina, Miss Murphy, I don't think you...
Dumpling.
What?
This isn't Halloween night, is it?
No, it's not good.
Then why's that guy in the car wearing a mask?
Get down!
Ah! I'm shot.
Quick.
Oh, my God, I'm shot.
Don't move, kid. Just try to be quiet. Angel food. Don't.
Shane. God damn. Shane.
Okay, Goodwin, we lock you up. Oh, Inspector Kramer, you said that 4 times. I don't like the idea, and neither will Mr. Wolfe or his lawyer, but I prefer it to more of this. Go ahead. Oh, damn you. Look, let me summarize it for you. Daisy Parrott came to see Mr. Wolfe to consult him. If I had information for you on that, which I haven't, it would only be secondhand. Then in the evening, Parrott's daughter arrived, apparently to consult Mr. Wolfe about the same thing as her father, and I've told you you'll have to get that from Wolfe, too.
And I've told you Wolf's door is bolted, and Fritz says he can't be disturbed. He's asleep.
Try him after breakfast, say 11 o'clock. Of course, I won't be there to let you in if I'm in that cell. Then I escorted Miss Parrott home with her driving the car. We arrived at her apartment building
Where's Daisy Parrott?
You mean now?
Now.
I have no idea.
Is he holed up in Wolf's house?
Oh, good God, no. It makes my teeth chatter just to think of it.
Did your teeth chatter when he was there yesterday?
Now, look. It will soon be dawn. Now, I told it over and over. All I know. You know damn well the man to tell you what Parrott and his daughter wanted is Wolf. You know damn well I can't tell you. You also know if you hold me, Mr. Wolfe will resent it, and you won't be able to depend on a thing he says. Now, Kramer, what do you want to do? Get in another jab in a private feud or solve a murder? Okay. I warn you. I'm going to take a nap. Either in a chair, or on a cot, or home. In bed. Get out of here.
Go on, get.
In the cab on the way home, I was trying to add it up, but I couldn't even begin. Why had Parrott decided to erase Violet? And what was the big idea of dragging Wolf in? Not to mention me.
I decided I would have to shoot Parrott. It wasn't merely a hangover from my sensation as I watched Violet die on the sidewalk. It was a realization of where Wolfe and I were sitting. To be tangled up in a gang war between Daisy Parrott and Thumbs Meeker wasn't taking a risk. It was checking out. But then as we pulled up to the house, I changed my mind. Killing Parrott was the worst thing I could do. The guy I really wanted to shoot was Wolfe. All this for a pork chop.
Hold it right there, Goodwin. No funny moves, Goodwin. That's a gun in his pocket.
Is it the one he used last night?
Don't be too smart. I want to ask you about last night. My car's around the corner. Go ahead. We'll come behind.
We can talk here. I've often talked here. What do you want to ask me?
Get going.
I like it here.
What's that?
Taxi. Hey, we shouldn't be out in the open like this.
I said get going, Goodwin.
I was about to say I like it here. You can relax, Parrott. Even if I had ideas, which I haven't got my gun. They took it away.
Hey, that cab! Get down, boss!
I didn't duck or dive. I just dropped. This time I didn't see the man in the cab at all, even to see if he was wearing a mask. I was moving too fast, rolling to get around the corner to safety. When it was safe, I stuck my head around the corner and saw two forms as flat as mine. Only they were much quieter. I crawled over to them. Parrott and Face were never going to be dangerous to anyone again.
Archie, is that you?
I think so, Fritz.
Do you need help?
Just to get in, Fritz. Take the chain off the door.
Did you kill somebody? Archie! What the devil is it now?
Just a couple of corpses on the sidewalk by luck. One of them isn't me. Sorry to have disturbed your sleep.
So Kramer didn't have to wait till after breakfast to see Wolfe. He and his squad of scientists arrived within minutes and stayed for hours. Wolfe told him almost everything about Parrott's visit, but he saved items like Violet being a phony and the kind of lever she had in her father. Her real daughter was left out entirely. And when the company finally left, the sunlight was entering the window beyond Wolfe's desk. That may have well been the longest night I ever spent. I hope they're... Nero Wolfe's office.
Archie, Saul here. I want the boss.
Hold on. Saul Panther.
Good. Go up to your room and look at your face. It needs washing.
So would yours. You spent the night rolling around on site. You mean you have private business with Saul? You got him working on something?
Certainly, Mr. Parrott's job.
Since when?
I phoned him last evening when you were escorting Miss Murphy home.
Why?
Because of something that had been said that aroused my suspicions. If you're out of it, Archie, you won't have to lie to the police when you go downtown to sign your statement. Go and wash your face.
Yeah, well, I'll be damned. Excuse me.
Oh, by the way.
Yes?
I suppose it would be futile to call that number Mr. Parrott gave us, now that he's dead.
I'm out of it. My breakfast was interrupted 4 times by phone calls, and that went on all morning. That wasn't so bad. Stalling journalists had to be routine with me over the years, but one of the calls was a sample of what might be expected from life from then on, as long as it lasted.
Goodwin?
That's my name.
I'm a friend of Daisy Parrott's. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Be at the 7-Eleven Club this afternoon at 2 o'clock.
I'm tied up at the office, but if you'll give me your name and number, I'll ring you if I find I can make it.
It's too bad you wasn't tied up at the office last night.
When Wolfe is upstairs with his orchids every morning from 9 till 11, he does not like to be disturbed. So I buzzed to tell him about that call.
That's all? You interrupted me to tell me that?
Yes, sir. Oh, and another man called. Said his name was Schwartz, and he's Daisy Parrott's lawyer. He wanted to see you immediately. I told him 11 o'clock. But if you regard him as out of it, too, I can ring him and tell him not to come.
No, 11 will do. Archie, did you try that Lincoln number? Mr. Parrott said between 7 and 10.
No.
Sit down, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you. Mr. Wolfe, I must apologize for being urgent about this appointment, but I felt there should be no delay. I gathered from Mr. Parrott last evening that you had not explicitly given your assent, and therefore...
Assent to what?
Why, to your appointment in his will as executor of his estate. in effect, the guardian of his daughter.
Huh?
Did you?
Utterly preposterous.
I was afraid of that. It will complicate matters. You see, there is a question whether the $50,000 provided for that purpose will go to the executor if the executor is not you.
Did you say 50,000?
Yes.
Tell me about it.
In the past, I have attended to a few matters for Mr. Parrott of a minor legal nature. But last evening, he came to my office, my apartment. He has never been to my office, and asked me to draw up some papers at once in his presence.
What time was this?
Oh, he arrived about 9. Was there until after midnight. I'm afraid it took a long while. You understand, it's a difficult business, extremely difficult to convey property by testament to a daughter without naming or identifying her in any way. Your functions are limited strictly to the legacy of his daughter. There are only 2 other provisions in the document under consideration. $50,000 to you as executor, and the same in amount to me.
Let me see it.
In a moment, yes, sir. I should explain that the large sum left to me was not to compensate me for drawing up some papers. It was to pay me for not opening this envelope addressed to you and examining the contents. I must say he misjudged me entirely. 1/10 that amount, 1/50th would have sufficed. So, having said that, there is the will, and this is the envelope.
Thank you.
Well, at least we know where Parrott was when the police couldn't find him last night.
Yes. Mr. Schwartz, considering the circumstances, I think Mr. Parrott would expect me to let you know this much. Archie, would you read this page to Mr. Schwartz?
Yes. To Nero Wolfe, if this is the wrong one I'm pulling, it's the worst mistake I ever made, but I think I can count on you after seeing you today and sizing you up. I don't think I'm going to die, but what if I do? That's my problem. My daughter has got to be protected. I mean, she has got to get what belongs to her, and that's my problem.
Thank you. The envelope also contains a marriage certificate and a birth certificate. Put them in the safe, Archie.
Then you accept the office?
I do.
In that case, I have a question. With the daughter dead, how do you propose to perform the functions of your office?
A reasonable question. I had Archie read you that page because I wanted to understand why I cannot give you an answer. Since Mr. Parrott trusted you, he would expect me to give you this much satisfaction. The daughter is not dead. Beyond that, Mr. Parrott left it to me, and so will you.
I see. I hope you'll forgive me if I mention another detail. I understand that Mr. Goodwin here was present when Miss Parrott was killed.
Yes.
He was also present when Mr. Parrott and his companion were killed.
Yes.
But Mr. Goodwin was not injured.
Only my pride.
Mr. Wolfe, I don't know whether you fully realize the inferences that will be drawn by Mr. Parrott's associates when they...
Nero Wolfe's office. Archie
Can he
Goodwin.
talk to me now?
Hold on a moment, I'll see. The man who called earlier. The one who wouldn't leave his name.
I'll take it. Nero Wolfe speaking. Your name, please? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I never speak to people without a name. Just a moment. Fabian. Thank you. Hold the line a moment, please. Mrs. Schwartz, have you ever heard of a man called Fabian?
Yes.
So have I.
Yes, Mr. Fabian, what is it? Oh, I see. I must tell you, I never make appointments outside my house. No, indeed. I assure you I'm not frightened at all. Yes, I realize that, but I seldom go out for... If you... Well, I have a suggestion. Why don't you come to my office, say, at 2 o'clock this afternoon? You have the address? Good.
Mr. Wolfe, I was about to say when the phone rang that Mr. Parrott's associates are men of action. To put it baldly, they will kill both you and Mr. Goodwin the first chance they get. Now, I was about to suggest certain precautions...
Mr. Fabian says he wants to ask me something.
Great heavens, to let him in?
If he is really dangerous, and if he has drawn the sort of inferences you fear, my own office is the only safe place to meet him. This business has to be settled sooner rather than later, doesn't it? Shall we continue?
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking.
You said your name was Harold Stevens.
Oh, boy, just what I needed. Actually, at the moment, the name is Mudd. Harold Mudd here.
That's not funny.
Certainly isn't. Look, actually...
I want to know about the man that got killed and how you happen to
Now,
be...
hold it. Wait a minute. Start again. What have you seen, heard, and done?
I've seen pictures just now in the Gazette.
Oh.
One of a man named Daisy Parrott, and I know him in a certain way, and he's been killed. And for a certain reason, that's bad news for me. Another picture is of you, and it says your name is Archie Goodwin.
Right.
And you work for Nero Wolfe.
That's right.
And it says you were with Daisy Parrott when he was killed. So I want to know what... I'm coming over there.
No, don't do that. You stay where you are. I'll come over and pick you up. I'll be right over. It's the friend of the law student. Very upset.
I gathered. You can leave at once. I can finish my business with Mr. Schwartz without you.
Yes, sir.
And Archie, arrange it carefully.
That's why I'm picking her up, sir.
How do you do, Miss Page? And, Morton, I wasn't expecting you.
He wouldn't let me come alone.
I certainly wouldn't. I'd like to know what this is all about. Goodwin saying his name was Stevens. And why were we sneaked in the back way like this?
The sidewalk in front of our house was the scene of 2 murders, and quite conspicuous.
I demand to know what is going on.
Miss Page deserves an explanation, and she'll get it. Doubtless you'll get it later from her. Mr. Goodwin and I are taking Miss Page up to the plant rooms to show her my orchids and have a talk with her. Now, there are books and magazines down there.
I must insist.
No. Don't try. Archie, tell Fritz there'll be 2 luncheon guests at one shop.
God.
You're impressed?
I've never seen such a blaze of color in my life.
Someday you must spend an hour or 2 up here. Now I'm afraid we haven't time. You're not an infant, Miss Page.
I'm 20 years old.
And I won't have to use a nipple for this. You know what a hypothetical question is?
Certainly.
And I'll put one to you. Suppose these things. That with me as intermediary, your father has arranged to make available to you a considerable sum of money. That he is not in a position to disclose himself to you and cannot ever be expected to do so. That he has put it wholly within my discretion whether you shall be told his name and your mother's name. And that the circumstances are such that it will be one deuce of a job to keep you from guessing his name and guessing it right. Now, supposing all that, here's something for you to think over.
Yes?
Do you want me to tell you the names or not?
Oh, I don't need to think it over. I want you to tell me.
Oh, that's an impulse.
Oh, good Lord, an impulse. If you only knew what I want to know.
What if your father is, say, a convicted pickpocket?
I don't care what he is. I want to know.
Then you should. Mr. Parrott, your father, died last night out there on the sidewalk.
I knew it.
The devil you did.
I knew it.
Oh, good God. Deal with this, Archie.
Miss,
Why haven't you got the sense to go, too?
look, the room just under this one is mine. It's unlocked, and it has a bathroom with a mirror. There's no hurry. We can wait.
Down so soon, Archie? Is she all right?
She needed a shoulder to cry on, but with her fiancé under the same roof, I didn't think it would be fitting. Morton's in the front room, pacing. Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin.
Let me talk to him.
It's Kramer.
Mr. Kramer, how are you?
I'm fine. You?
The way I always am before lunch. Hungry.
Enjoy it. This is just a friendly call. I wanted to let you know that you were right as usual when you decided to keep it all to yourself and tell us only one thing that was worth a damn about Parrott's daughter being wanted in Salt Lake. We got onto her through the Washington fingerprint files, as you knew we would. I don't think she was the daughter at all. Her name was Angelina Murphy, though she used others. She had about 10 years coming. I suppose I might as well ask if you have anything to add.
No. No, I think not.
Nothing at all? But the job you took on for Parrott?
No, nothing.
Okay. I didn't expect it. Enjoy your lunch.
Oh, at least I heard that before I died.
What?
Well, Kramer knowing you've got things he could use and merely telling you to enjoy your lunch. Do you know why?
Yes. It was, in effect, an obituary. If I were a sentimentalist, Archie, I'd be touched.
He thinks we haven't got long to live.
Yes.
What do you think?
I think we should enjoy our lunch.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Schwartz has arrived. He says he has an appointment at 2.
Thank you, Fritz. Well, I must apologize for ending the meal so abruptly, but callers are expected. Miss Page, I think it would be best for you and Morton to leave the same way you came.
I don't want to leave yet. Couldn't I wait? There are things I'd like to ask.
Certainly. You may wait in the plant rooms if you wish.
Morton, too?
No, wait. I don't like the way things look here. I don't know what explanation you've given Miss Page. These callers you're expecting, are they connected with Miss Page or her affairs?
With Miss Page? No. With her affairs, yes.
Who are they?
One of them is a man called Fabian. Another is named Schwartz, a lawyer, a member of the bar. And I've invited a private investigator currently in my employ, Mr. Saul Panzer.
I want to be present.
Morton, no. You don't understand.
Miss Page's name will not appear in the conversation. I can see no reason why you shouldn't be there if you want to. That will be Mr. Fabian. So please go ahead into the office, Mr. Shane. Archie and I will join you shortly. Mr. Fabian, it is part of your legend, sir, that you never go anywhere unarmed. Are you armed now?
Yeah. Any objections?
None at all, but I'm not calling you a liar, but I would be better satisfied if I saw proof. Where is your weapon? Easily available?
It's available.
Would you mind showing it to me?
Comedy. Here. I could have had it out and in again 20 times. I came to get some proof from you and Goodwin here.
Excuse me. We'll go into the office and sit down. This way, sir. You know, I must apologize to you, Mr. Fabian, for appropriating a few minutes of your time, but this will only take a few...
Fritz has got it, sir.
You're Schwartz.
Yes, Mr. Fabian, you may remember.
Yeah, I remember.
Archie, you can't go in.
Fritz,
Mr.
are you all right?
Wolfe?
How are you going to stop me? Fabian, what you doing here?
I got you covered, Thomas.
Not here and now, Fabian.
Who gave you the steer?
Nobody. I came on business.
Lift them up.
Oh, Tommy Rocky, this is preposterous. Besides you two, there are 5 people in here. What do you expect to do, shoot all of us? Nonsense. And who the devil are you, sir? What do you mean bounding into my house like this?
That's Mr. Thumb's meeker,
Right.
Mr. Wolfe, sir.
You heard me, Fabian. Not here and now. He's right. I came on business.
You came on business? What business?
Who are these guys?
Well, they're here on business, too. What's yours?
I want to know if it's true that you told the cops that your punk put a finger on Parrott and his daughter for me.
No.
They seem to have that idea.
It isn't true.
Oh, I'm a liar?
I don't know whether you're a liar or not, but if the police have made any such statement or intimation, they are. I would have expected you to be sufficiently familiar with police methods not to come running to me with anything as silly as that.
You didn't tell him that?
Certainly not.
You're Goodwin.
Yeah.
Did you?
No, am I a half-wit?
Mr. Meeker, now that you're here, I suggest that you stay. Please, be seated. I was about to tell these people who killed Mr. Parrott and his daughter and how and why. It will be doubly interesting because the man who did it is present.
I wouldn't want to miss that.
Hey, I'm present.
Yes, sir, but it wasn't you. Sit down. I don't like to talk to faces on different levels. And you too, Mr. Fabian. Yeah, that's better. Now then, first about Mr. Parrott's daughter. The police know that the young woman who was killed last night was not his daughter, but they don't know that he actually has a daughter. I do, and I know who and where she is because Mr. Parrott told me about her in this room yesterday. At this very moment,
Go slow.
If you please. No power on earth, Mr. Fabian, not even the kind of primitive power you rely on, will keep me from telling this properly. You can shoot me, but you're not going to, so don't interrupt. Mr. Parrott's real daughter is at this moment in this house, upstairs looking at my orchids. He told me...
That's a lie.
She doesn't think so, Mr. Shane. And don't you interrupt me. Mr. Parrott entrusted her interests to me, and I intend to guard them. Some 18 months ago, he discovered that you, Mr. Meeker, had learned of his daughter's existence and were trying to find her. So he tried a finesse. He went to Salt Lake City and arranged with a young woman named Murphy, a fugitive from justice, to come to New York and live with him as his daughter.
Go slow.
Oh, don't be absurd, Mr. Fabian. The police know all that. The arrangement was made, and Miss Murphy came to New York and became Miss Violet Parrott. But before long, she began demanding sums of money, increasingly larger, with the threat that she would make a disclosure if he didn't pay, and he paid.
That's crazy. Daisy Parrott would never pay blackmail.
Oh, but he did, Mr. Fabian, because, you see, Miss Murphy had somehow found out who and what and where his daughter was, and that put his daughter in jeopardy.
Daisy would never have put up with that. He would have handled it.
Mr. Parrott couldn't handle this because Miss Murphy had taken precautions. To protect herself, she told someone else.
Someone else?
With Mr. Panzer's help, I have discovered the identity of that person.
Who? Who was it?
Miss Murphy, out west, had been attached to a man in some of her unsavory enterprises. That man came to New York, I don't know when, but it may be surmised that it was about the time Miss Murphy began demanding money from Mr. Parrott.
Who is he?
That man decided on a stroke of his own. Unknown to Miss Murphy, he contrived to meet the daughter, to pursue a friendship with her, to ask her to marry him, and to be accepted. He had enough temerity to masquerade as a law student. And indeed, his temerity was unlimited. He didn't even bother about an alias. He became engaged to marry Mr. Parrott's daughter under his own name, Morton Shane.
That's a lie.
No, Mr. Shane, that is the truth. I know it. I can prove it. What I don't know yet is why. Why did you shoot and kill Miss Murphy and Mr. Parrott? Merely to clear the track, to get them out of the way since the daughter was betrothed to you? Possibly, but I doubt it. More probably, something had happened. You'd become aware of some deadly threats. Had Miss Murphy, by any chance, discovered your association with the real daughter?
You'll eat all of this, you fat, lying son of a bitch. I'm going.
Stay where you are. You got anything else?
Nothing but proof. Last evening, Mr. Parrott's daughter and this young man dined with us. And one or two remarks he made stirred a faint suspicion in me. Faint, but simple to test. He said he was in his last year at law school, and I asked him if he'd learned to draft torts. And he said he had. Mr. Schwartz, you're an attorney. Is that possible?
No, certainly not. A tort is an act, not a document, as any law student would know. You can't draft a tort any more than you can draft a burglary.
I had my chef save your wine glass, Mr. Shane, and after you had left, I got in touch with Mr. Panzer. Through the FBI, we learned of your background and your record. And I also arranged that Mr. Panzer should pick you up last evening in front of the building where Mr. Parrott's daughter lives and keep on your trail.
I'll kill you, you son of a...
The paper says the DA's decided not to charge Meeker or Fabian because the man has a right to defend himself. And all the witnesses agree that Shane shot first.
Oh, perfectly sound.
Yeah. I hate to disturb your reading.
Then don't.
But I would like to make it clear that I don't believe Saul was on Shane's tail that night. I think you put that in to make Shane go for his gun.
That's not sound at all.
Uh-huh.
Mere conjecture.
You knew Fabian would get Shane. And you had to do it that way because you knew you couldn't pin the killings on Shane.
Indeed.
You had no proof. As a responsible guardian, you had a problem. Your ward was engaged to a murderer, and you were afraid that she was so wired to him that she might take him. Now, that's where you made your mistake.
Oh, yes?
Oh, yes. You see, once Beulah laid eyes on me, Shane was right out of the picture.
Oh, shut up, Archie.
Yes, sir. In an hour or so. Now, I am willing to be chastised, too, because on one count I have it coming.
I told you that just before Violet quit for good, while I was kneeling there beside her, she said, it's a shame. A shame? Of course she didn't. What she said was, it's a shame. Shame? Yeah, I fumbled that one. And hereafter, I'll wash my ears better.
Archie.
Okay, go on and read. Go on. Because I'm going up to change my shirt. I'm taking your new ward out to dinner tonight. But don't jump to the conclusion that I'm thinking of marrying her. I don't want you dragging Fabian and Thumb's Meeker down here on my account.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Jane Eastwood was Angelina Murphy, August Schellenberg, Daisy Parrott, Maria Loma, Beulah Page, David Hemblin, Thumbs Meeker, David Stein, Morton Shane, Alfie Scott, Saul Panzer, Cease Linder, Inspector Kramer, John Evans, Fabian, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations by John Jessup. Sound effects by Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant Ann Weldon Tate. Before I Die was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week,
Listen, I wouldn't trust no cop if he was a baby and stark naked.
Nero and Archie meet Hattie Annis.
A witch can be 20 minutes late.
A what?
Of course, nobody believes in witches anymore. Certainly I don't. But now I'm not so sure.
Hattie owns a theatrical boarding house.
Do you happen to know that all stage people are crazy?
They have no monopoly.
My name's Tammy Baxter, short for Tamiris. I haven't decided yet which one to use in the marquee when I'm a star.
Hold it.
What's the matter, Buster?
Come here. Behind the sofa.
Oh.
Easy.
Oh, my God. It's Tammy.
Yeah.
Now you'll never get your name up in lights. I'll get up when I like and I'll walk out when I like.
Steady.
Both liquor.
Here, let me help
The
you.
great detective Nero Wolfe, just a flunky for the cops. Get in here quick.
Thanks.
Hey, you might have brought me something to eat. You're no good.
Well, if I'm no good, why'd you let me in?
Because I thought you had something to eat.
Actually, if I wasn't any good, would I bother to come and tell you to stay away from that door because they're going to bust it in?
No, they won't.
Why won't they?
Because they know if they do, I'll shoot.
You've got a gun?
No, but they don't know that.
Oh,
All right, Buster. I've never hired a detective before. You want me to sign something?
Who are you hiring, Miss Annis?
I'm hiring you.
To do what?
What? To show the cops. To make them wish they'd never set foot in my house.
No
to
way.
make them eat dirt.
Next week, Rex Stout's Counterfeit for Murder, with guest stars Joy Coghill, Brent Carver, Gilly Fennick, Lynn Griffin, and Sandy Webster.
Stay tuned for Nero Wolfe. Saturday night chimes on NBC mean a full hour of fun with Dennis Day and Judy Canova. Dennis always appears perplexed and bewildered. But one thing that doesn't perplex him is how to make a popular ballad come to life in his thrilling tenor voice. And there's music also on the Judy Canova Show, plus comedy in the mischievous Canova manner. That's Judy Canova and Dennis Day, tomorrow night over most NBC stations.
My boss is the smartest and the stubbornest, the fattest and the laziest, the cleverest and the craziest, the most extravagant detective in the world, Nero Wolfe.
It's the transcribed adventure of The Case of the Careworn Cuff, with that brilliant, eccentric private detective, orchid fancier, and gargantuan gourmet, Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. The place is Nero Wolfe's office. At the moment, the world's greatest motionless detective is sitting in the chair which was built especially to support his 300 pounds. His eyes are closed, and he's making sounds through his nose.
Archie. Archie. Archie!
Yes, Mr. Wolfe, what is it?
The phone, if you please, Mr. Goodwin.
Well, it's on your desk, only 8 3/4 inches from your left elbow. All you have to do is lean forward.
Found it, Archie. What do you think I am, an athlete?
Hello. No, wrong number, mister. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Wolfe, if that old phone awakened you.
Wrong number, and I was not asleep. I was merely concentrating.
On what? We're out of work. There's nothing to concentrate on.
May have escaped your errant attention, Archie. But there are other subjects for thought besides murder.
Mm-hmm. Sure, blondes.
And blondes.
You're right at that. Brunettes.
Phooey.
That's not a nice thing to say about any girl, even if she does happen to be a brunette.
Archie.
Yes, sir?
Go away. You annoy me.
Suppose I did. It would get you beer for you.
Fritz.
Tonight happens to be Fritz's night off. However, you can always get your beer for yourself.
Don't be an idiot.
There are exactly 23 steps between here and the kitchen.
As you very well know, I abominate strenuous physical activity.
23 steps times 2 is 46. You could walk very slow.
Nonsense. Now that you mention it, I happen to be mildly thirsty, Archie. Would you...
Now that I mention it, you'd better let the beer go for tonight.
Why?
Our stock is running low.
You being careless?
I've been careful, because something else is also running low.
What?
Money?
Fiddlesticks, there's plenty in the bank.
Sure, but very little of it is yours. Mr. Wolfe, do you remember that batch of orchids you bought last week?
Of course I do. Magnificent and very rare specimen.
I got a magnificent bill for him this morning, too.
It was large?
It was large.
Confound it, Archie. I shall have to do some work.
You turned down half a dozen cases in the last few weeks.
One of them may still require me.
Most of them hired other detectives. However, there is a Mr. Wenceslas who might still be in need.
His problem is what?
As I remember, he's being followed by midgets. He wanted you to do something about it. Not that he minded the midgets so much. It was the elephants they were riding.
The man needs a psychiatrist, not a detective. Anyone else?
I can check my files, but I don't think... Ha-ha! Saved by the bell.
Another cliche like that, and I shall...
Answer the phone yourself?
Assassinate you. See what it is.
Okay. Hello? Yes, Mr. Wolfe is in. Yes, he'll be in. He always is. What? But... That was a Mr. Charles Porter. He was in a hurry. He's on his way over right now. Should be here in 10 minutes.
Prospective client, I trust?
$1,000 worth of prospective client.
Splendid, Archie, my beer.
Okay, but, look, I'm not sure you're going to accept his offer.
Indeed? What does he want me to do for his paltry fee?
That's the point. If I heard him right, he wants you to do nothing.
The door, Archie.
Yes, sir. I hear it. Mr. Porter?
Naturally, I'm Charles Porter. Who else would I be?
It's a large field. Never mind. Come on in. I'm Archie Goodwin.
Where is Wolfe?
Mr. Wolfe is in here. Mr. Wolfe, this is Mr. Porter.
Good evening.
Fat, aren't you?
It's moderately noticeable. Archie, a chair for Mr. Porter.
Don't bother. I'm too impatient to sit. When I have business to take care of, I take care of it quickly.
Very well.
Send him out of the room.
Mr. Goodwin, nonsense. He's my assistant. He remains.
I don't like it.
Archie, show Mr. Porter out.
Now, wait. There's no need to get temperamental. Perhaps I'm a little abrupt.
Rude.
I'm a worried man.
And impatient. You're wasting time, Mr. Porter.
I suppose I am. The reason I came to you... Young man, what are you doing with that notebook?
Getting ready to make marks in it.
But... Oh, never mind. Mr. Wolfe, you have a client named Dorothy Spencer.
Have I?
There's no need to be coy about it. I happen to know.
Then you know.
I want you to drop her.
Drop her?
Refuse to handle her case. Close the books on her. You know what I mean.
Why should I?
The girl has no money. I have.
It doesn't answer my question.
Perhaps this will.
Appear to be a small package of dollar bills.
It happens to be $1,000.
Archie, will you?
I will. It is $1,000.
Thank you. Mr. Porter.
Yes?
You're paying me $1,000 in order that I refuse to act for Miss Spencer. Nothing more.
That's right.
What does she suspect you of?
I said nothing about... Well, that is... You must know that as well as I do.
Possibly, and nevertheless, what does she suspect you of?
Being a blackmailer.
Whereas your occupation really is?
I'm a musician. Pianist. I'm appearing nightly at the Windsor Hotel.
Archie, have you made out a receipt for Mr. Porter?
Yep.
Give it to him and show him to the door.
Okay. Mr. Porter?
Mr. Wolfe, I want your assurance that the entire affair is definitely finished.
My association with Miss Spencer, you mean? You have my assurance that it is. You will forgive a classical allusion. The Cabo.
Thank you. Good night.
Mr. Wolfe, I have a secret about Mr. Porter. He smells.
Some perfume or other. More important, his right coat cuff is more worn than his left cuff. And the carpet happens to be a musical term meaning start again from the beginning.
Oh? Porter thought it'd been finished.
Therefore, Mr. Porter is a liar. His ignorance of common musical term indicates that he's not a musician. The worn right coat cuff, that he is an office worker.
That's kind of leaping to a deduction. But even if Porter's a liar, Mr. Wolfe, there is something else. He paid you $1,000 to drop a client named Dorothy Spencer. Mr. Wolfe, you never had a client with that name. Well, that's that. Dorothy Spencer is not in. Anyway, she's not answering her phone. Mr. Wolfe, I said...
I know what you said.
That a comment?
I'm worried. Mr. Porter may have assumed erroneously that Dorothy Spencer had employed or was intending to employ me. That does not explain why he lied about his occupation.
Maybe he didn't lie. After all, your deductions could be wrong.
Phooey.
Okay. Take care of that right now. I'm phoning her. Hello? Windsor Hotel? Get me the manager's office. Thanks. Could you tell me if a Charles Porter plays the piano at... Uh-huh. She sounds blonde. I see. Thanks a lot. What do you do after work? Oh, so long. She goes home and beats her husband.
About Porter, Archie.
Bad news. He does play the piano at the Windsor in the move room. So where does that leave your deductions?
Untouched, of course. Let me think. Yes, naturally.
Naturally what?
I came to the conclusion that Mr. Porter was an office worker. We have just discovered that Mr. Porter is not an office worker, therefore...
You were wrong.
I am never wrong. Therefore, the man who was here is not Charles Porter.
Mr. Wolfe, do you think a man of your weight should climb out on a limb like that?
Fiddlesticks. Look up Porter in the phone book and call him.
Okay. Take a second. Archie, the phone company's best friend. Yep, here he is. What do I ask him?
There'll be no need to ask Mr. Porter anything. Just phone.
You're the boss. Yeah. I have to say something to the guy. Hello. I'd like to speak to Charles Porter. So would you. Who's... Oh, Stebbins, huh? Yeah, that's right, Archie. Oh. No, don't bother why I called. It's a coincidence. Goodbye. You know who that was?
No.
That was Sergeant Stebbins, Sergeant Pearlie Stebbins. I might add, as though you didn't know, that Stebbins happens to be a sergeant in homicide.
Indeed.
You expected this.
I still don't know what your conversation was about.
It was about Charles Porter, who maybe was a liar, but who isn't going to tell any more lies on account of he was just shot to death.
Well, if it ain't Archie Goodwin. Come in, Goodwin.
Thank you, Sergeant Stebbins.
I've been expecting you.
Oh, that's sweet of you to say that, Pearlie.
Why did you phone Porter?
His right coat cuff was more worn out than his left.
So for that, you had to kill him?
No, actually, I killed him because he didn't know his da capo. Hey.
Yeah, hey. He don't look good anymore, huh? Guys who stop bullets with their face never look good.
Pearlie, you've been robbed.
I did.
That corpse is not Porter.
Now, relax, Goodwin, relax. His fingerprints were on file, and they check. His girlfriend says he's Porter. If he could get up and talk, he'd tell you he was Porter. And what makes you think he isn't?
Well, because when he visited us earlier tonight, he looked different. Not much, but... You said girlfriend?
Yes, I said girlfriend. She's in the next room mopping up. She kind of broke down when we brought her here.
You brought her here? Now, don't tell me what her name is.
Why shouldn't I? It's Spencer. Dorothy Spencer.
Ooh, that's what I was afraid of.
Sergeant, Oh.
Ignore him. He comes with the woodwork.
His name is Goodwin, Miss Spencer. Archie Goodwin. Find what you were looking for?
What I was looking...
Somebody's gone through this place like a minor league hurricane. You?
What business is it of
Of
yours?
mine? None, maybe. On the other hand, Nero Wolfe might have other ideas. Matter of fact, I'm sure he'd have. Miss Spencer, why don't you go see him? The address is 601 West 35th Street.
I don't see why.
You want your boyfriend's murderer found, don't you?
Now listen, Goodwin, the police are working on this.
Sure, they'll see to it nobody harms a corpse. Goodbye, Miss Spencer. Don't forget that address, 601 West 35th Street. Believe it or not, you used to be a client of ours. Oh, Mr. Wolfe, you're getting to be so brilliant, it's boring.
Boy. That is,
All right, tonight you deserve it. I'll get you another can of beer. But this is the last one. What's your promise to do some exercise, like maybe standing up and sitting down 5 minutes a day?
Thank you. And why should I indulge in such idiotic behavior?
Well, after a while, you might be able to see your shoes.
I've already seen them.
Oh, that was 20 years ago. Things have changed. No more buttons. Hey, that must be Dorothy Spencer.
She's undoubtedly young and beautiful.
You deduced that from the way she pressed the buzzer?
I deduced that from the gleam in your eye, bah.
Bah, all you want. I'm going to keep that gleam shining. Hello, Miss Spencer. Come in.
Thank you. Mr. Wolfe.
Is the large sitting down gentleman behind the desk. This is Dorothy Spencer, Mr. Wolfe.
You will forgive me not rising. It is due to a necessary conservation of energy rather than rudeness. Archie, a chair.
Sure. Here you are, Miss Spencer.
Thanks.
Now then, Miss Spencer, have the police found anything but dust in Mr. Porter's closet?
No.
You were engaged to Mr. Porter?
I was?
That ring you're wearing, he gave it you?
Yes.
May I see it?
Well, all right. Here.
Thank you. Expensive. Very expensive. You may have it back. Miss Spencer, why are you marrying Charles Porter?
I loved him.
Phooey. Mr. Porter, according to Archie's description, was twice your age with considerably less than half your attractiveness. Love may perhaps be blind, but it is not astigmatic.
I don't know what you mean.
What were you searching for under the nose of the police?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
How did your fiancé earn his money?
He played the piano at the...
Phooey. What he earned there in a year wouldn't begin to pay for the ring he gave you. Would you like to try again?
I don't know how he made his money.
I suggest that you do. I suggest that he earn money by the same method that he induced you to consider marrying him. Blackmail.
Oh, but
Why was he blackmailing you?
old letters I'd written when I was too young to know any better.
Your motives for murdering Porter would be twofold, then. Recovery of blackmail material and the avoidance of marriage to a man you dislike.
I didn't kill Charles.
Your doorbell, Archie. Get Miss Spencer into the kitchen. Once. Must be the police.
Yeah, let's go, Miss Spencer. Right through that door.
And stay there until I call you. Front door, Archie.
Mr. Wolfe, do I know Dorothy Spencer's here?
You know nothing. A simple role for you to play.
I haven't got time to resent that insult right now, but wait until the next time you drop a collar button. Well, bless my soul, if it isn't dear old Inspector Kramer. How is the homicide department?
Where's Wolfe?
Big surprise. He's sitting.
Mr. Wolfe?
Good evening, Inspector.
Where's Dorothy Spencer?
This is not the Bureau of Missing Persons.
The district attorney would like to talk to her.
I shall tell her so the next time we meet.
Yeah, that could be right now. She's in this house.
I don't see her.
Mind if I look around for myself?
You have a search warrant, of course.
It so happens no, but...
Archie, the inspector's leaving.
Okay, I'm leaving. I suppose by the time I get back with a warrant, she'll be in Hoboken.
Hoboken? Where's that?
Look, Wolf, you can go too far. One of these days you won't be able to talk yourself out of it. Trail me to the door, Goodwin, to show what a good detective you are.
Ooh, Inspector Kramer doesn't love us anymore.
Unfortunate. Archie, take Miss Spencer to a respectable hotel. Register her under an assumed name. She is to stay there until notified otherwise. Luckily, the good inspector neglected to inform us that she was the leading suspect in a murder case. Hence, we're not accessories after the fact, and I don't want her arrested for murder as yet.
Her beauty has won you over.
You will then return here immediately.
Okay. What are you going to be doing in the meanwhile?
I, Archie, shall be thinking. Archie?
No. No, not Archie.
Our impatient and non-musical friend came in through the window. How are you, Mr. Not Porter, of course.
Where's the girl?
Question is beginning to bore me. I don't know.
I think she's here.
So did the police. I might add that they were slightly closer to the truth. Incidentally, what makes you think she was Porter's accomplice?
She must have been.
Nonsense, she wasn't. Porter was blackmailing her, just as he was blackmailing you. In her case, it was letters. In yours, a previous criminal record, perhaps, that your employers might be interested in.
I want to know where she is. Maybe this would help you remember.
Good heavens, don't point a pistol at me. It annoys me. The police, I should think, opened the door for them like a good fellow.
Oh, no. I'm leaving. But if I don't find that girl, I'll be back.
Knock the blasted thing down if it isn't open.
All right, well, I've got the search warrant.
Also, no doubt, a fine tooth comb. Bah. By the way, Inspector.
All right, boys, cover the house.
All right, Inspector.
Yeah, what did you want?
As your men go through the house, will you have one of them shut the back window? I've just had a burglar, and I suspect he left it open. Unless the matter is attended to, the house might be filled with fresh air.
Yeah, what's the matter with that?
Fresh air, deadly poison. It clogs the lungs. And may I point out that the warrant you're clutching in your hot little hand is not a lease on the house. Finish your search quickly, if you please, and then, why not try Hoboken?
So I just missed the inspector, huh?
You did?
That I can stand. I'm sorry about the burglar, though.
Perhaps we can arrange to have you meet him in the morning.
He left his calling card with name and address on it?
He dropped his handkerchief here on my desk.
Oh. It's a handkerchief.
It smells.
So it does. But,
all of our unknown friends' clothes carry the odor. Therefore...
Yeah?
You will go out immediately to the nearest drugstore, buy a specimen of every cake of soap manufactured in this country.
Mr. Wolfe?
Be still. No.
I never realized just how many different brands of soap are made in this country.
You should listen to the radio more often.
So far, we've sniffed at 37 cakes. None of them smell like porter. Let's see. 38. Hey.
Let me have it, Archie. Yes, the soap. It's labeled orchid ovals. I should say basically mislabeled. Orchids have no odor. Our task for the evening is finished.
Why? All we know is the guy washes with a basely mislabeled soap.
No, the odor would not have been so persistent in that case. Unquestionably, our visitor works for a soap company that makes orchid ovals. Every employee of a plant in which perfume in large quantities is used inevitably carries the odor on his clothes.
Oh. And you already deduced he works in an office. Uh-huh. I go see him in the morning?
You do?
You know, Mr. Wolfe, what with hiring rooms for girls and paying visits to a perfume factory, I'm beginning to feel like a maiden aunt.
No one would ever mistake you for a maiden aunt, Archie.
Thanks. Is that another deduction?
Maiden aunts rarely need a shave.
Orchid Ovals, good morning. One moment, please. Oh, can I do anything for you, sir?
Yeah. That is, let's postpone that question and slip in another one. I'm looking for one of your office people. In his 40s, 5'10", brown hair and eyes, speaks in a sharp, quick voice.
He owes you money, too.
Who owes me money?
Mr. Wheeler, the man you were describing. He owes everybody money, in spite of the fact that he's office manager and makes lots and lots of money. How much does he owe you?
Oh, not an awful lot. It won't break me if I don't get it. Is he in yet?
Well, he was, but he went home. He was sort of sick.
Sort of?
He got a phone call from somebody and rushed out.
Too bad. Well, I better scram.
Well, you didn't answer my question yet. I'm off at 5. My name's Gwen.
Goodbye.
Wolf speaking.
Archie here. Unknown's name is Wheeler. He left the office this morning sick after he got a mysterious phone call.
Bad, probably. Get to Dorothy Spencer at once and bring her here.
Right. I'm at Wheeler's house now. Thought I'd better check. His wife's here, too.
Blonde?
Uh-huh. How could you tell?
Fatuous smirk in your voice. Get out of there fast, and don't stop to console Mrs. Wheeler.
(908) Room 909. Miss Dorothy Spencer. Nobody home.
Shut that door behind you, Goodwin.
Never mind pulling triggers. I'll shut it.
Oh, Archie.
I would prefer silence. Keep your hands high, Goodwin.
It's unhealthy. All the blood had run into my head.
Archie, he murdered Charles.
He did. Tut, Mr. Wheeler. You really shouldn't have. It's against the law.
Get into the bathroom, both of you.
I already shaved.
I phoned him. I thought maybe he had my letters.
Porter couldn't keep his mouth shut about his other victims.
He was going to force Dorothy to marry him. Did you find his material, Wheeler?
Yes, in an office. He read it as a front. It's all burned.
And why all the melodrama?
You know about me, so does she. I can't trust anyone. Get into the bathroom, I said.
Look, let's not lose our heads about this.
Get moving, Goodwin.
I like it here.
All right, then. Here is where you'll get it.
Hey, wait a minute. Something's wrong. I got shot and Wheeler fell down.
I shot him, Goodwin.
Stebbins. Dear Sergeant Stebbins. Oh, you little flat-footed angel.
It's lucky for you my flat feet got staked out here in time.
Just for that, I'll buy you a pair of arch supports for your next birthday. But I'm beginning not to believe this. You had it all figured out?
Well, not exactly. Well, that is...
Wolf sent you here.
Well, he kind of phoned in and suggested one of us shoot down here and do some rescue work.
That old devil.
Hey, you're not kidding.
What are you laughing about?
Wolf wasn't sure whether you'd need rescuing from Wheeler or...
Stop killing yourself with your own jokes.
Or whether Miss Spencer would need rescuing from you.
You've been a very foolish young woman, Miss Spencer. I suggest that in the future you exercise more care in your correspondence.
Oh, I shall, Mr. Wolfe, but How can I ever thank you?
Well, one way would be to listen wide-eyed while he explains how he solved the case.
I have no intention.
Oh, come on, Mr. Wolfe. Stop stalling.
Please, Mr. Wolfe.
Well, I'd be very happy to. As a matter of fact, I'd like to see anyone try to stop me. A man came to me, offered me $1,000 to drop a client I didn't have. Why? Because obviously he wished to direct my attention to that client.
Me.
You, Miss Spencer. Now then, he identified himself as Charles Porter, a musician. But I tested him and discovered that he knew nothing of music.
Ah, the da capo routine.
Precisely. Therefore, he was an imposter. His purpose?
Yeah?
To indicate by no means subtly that enmity existed between Porter and Dorothy Spencer.
Huh?
Thus, when Porter was found murdered, I would presumably be convinced that Dorothy Spencer, balked in her effort to enlist my aid against Porter, had resorted to most foul and bloody murder.
Most foul and bloody murder is very fancy, Dorothy. Shows he likes you.
I thereupon asked myself, why should an unknown seek to convince me that Dorothy Spencer was Porter's murderer?
And you answered yourself?
One reason only, because he himself intended to murder Porter, as he did. For which peccadillo he has, thanks to Sergeant Stebbins' accuracy with a revolver, already paid with his own life. Quodirat demonstrandum.
Latin for that's what you wanted to know.
I think you're wonderful, Mr. Wolfe, and I'm going to...
Ah, be careful.
Kiss you.
Archie, Miss Spencer is a very dangerous young woman.
Today I feel brave.
Do you, Archie?
Very brave. What are you doing tonight?
Nothing.
Let's do it together.
Bah.
Oh, is that Mr. Wolfe?
I said bah. Would you very much mind conducting your romance elsewhere?
I would not.
And do so at once. I have a very important matter to attend to.
Goodbye, Mr. Wolfe.
Goodbye.
Night, sir.
Very important. Very important.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Lamont Johnson as Archie Goodwin, and Jane Webb, Peter Leeds, Bill Johnstone, and Wilms Herbert. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Dear Dead Lady. Don Stanley speaking. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. The NBC chimes are excited about the big show, an hour and a half every Sunday night with Tallulah Bankhead as Femme C. Comedy with stars like Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Jack Carson, Groucho Marx, and a host of others. Music with Meredith Wilson, Mindy Carson, and many more. It presents drama with Mr. Jose Ferrer and many more leading stars of Broadway and Hollywood. It's The Big Show. Starts Sunday, November 5th on NBC.
This is Chester William Bendix Riley. The Man Called X follows on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Mr. Wolfe? Yeah, he's right here. Who's this?
Archie, hang up. Don't ask questions.
You have a what?
Archie, it's past your bedtime.
Well, I'm afraid, Mr. Wolfe, it's past his bedtime.
Your bedtime.
It's a client, boss.
That's what I was afraid of. Foolish.
Hello? Hello?
Well, why do you look so bewildered?
He's coming right over. He says he's got a date with murder.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the detective genius who rates the knife and fork the greatest tools ever invented by man. The ponderous, brilliant, and unpredictable Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Tonight's story, The Case of the Calculated Risk, was as strange and baffling as any Nero Wolfe had to deal with. It started late one night when a big-shouldered man sporting a reddish beard and billing himself as Dave Caffrey pushed his way in, walked up to Nero Wolfe's desk, and rocked him with this opener.
Tomorrow morning, Mr. Wolfe, I'm going to kill a man.
I beg your pardon, sir?
I'm going to kill a man with these two hands.
I've been told strange things across this desk, Mr. Caffrey. This is the first time a murderer has confided his intention to me in advance. This man you speak of.
I'm not telling you his name. I'm not telling you where I'm going to meet him. The session tomorrow is going to be private and personal. But if anything happens to me between now and then, I want you to take over.
Mr. Caffrey, do you seriously think I could assist you in a matter of private vengeance?
That's not what I'm asking. This guy deserves to die. I plan to kill him with these two hands, me, myself. But if I slip up, if he gets me first, I want you to see that justice is done.
But I assure you, sir...
I told you this guy deserves to die. Let me tell you why. Years ago down south, there were three men in business together, partners. Me and two others.
Your notebook, Archie, if Mr. Caffrey doesn't mind.
You're wasting your time, Wolf. The names I'll use will be phony. I won't give you anything you can check back on.
We'll take our chance, sir. Please proceed.
It happened in a town about 40 miles from the place where we had our business. We'd gone there to collect some money, the three of us. Carl, Mitch, and me. Dave Caffrey. But all we collected was bad news. So bad that Carl hadn't even given our right names at the hotel. Said he was scared some of our creditors would come hitting up on us for what we owed. Three of us had some drinks, and we'd been pacing around for nearly an hour. I can still remember the way Mitch stood and looked at me. And then up at Carl, when Carl suddenly pulled to a stop and came out with this idea of his.
So, Dave, you've got 6,000 cash on hand. You counted it, Mitch.
Well, didn't we make it 6240, Carl?
Whichever. We've got this 6,000 odd, plus some slow accounts receivable against debts of 38,000. With three of us trying to live from the business, we haven't got a chance.
Well, we ain't got much of a one, Carl, but...
It's hopeless, Dave. With two partners, though.
Two partners? You reckon on pulling out, Carl?
I say we cut cards for it, Mitch. Low man drops out.
Break up the partnership? After sticking together all these years?
Wait a minute, Dave. Wait a minute. Maybe Carl's right. Maybe this could work. Carl, you mean the low man drops out clean? Right now?
Right now, Mitch. Other two to take over assets and debts and see if they can get this thing back in the black.
Okay, Carl. Get the cards out.
Dave?
Well, that's what you guys want.
Okay, then. Here's a new deck. Shuffle them, Mitch.
All shuffled.
Cut them, Dave. Go ahead, Mitch. You get first pick. Spread them if you like.
Here goes. 6.
Your turn, Dave.
Okay. 9 of clubs.
Lucky guy, Dave. That puts you in whatever Carl pulls.
I'll pull it fast. There she is.
Denise.
Sorry, Mitch. That leaves you elected.
Well, Mitch, I'm sorry, too. I guess we all had a fair whack at it, but...
Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that ace again, Carl.
Easy, Mitch. I said I was sorry,
Look,
but...
Dave.
Yeah, what is it, Mitch?
All the aces are marked. Carl, I'm going to cram this deck right down your crooked throat.
Look out, Mitch. He's got a knife.
Oh.
Carl, you...
All right. I've cut him for keeps. What do we do now?
What do we do? Look, Carl, I didn't mark those cards. I didn't kill Mitch. And what's more...
Shut up, Dave. We're both in and out now. Come on. Let's get out of here.
Now what, Carl?
Look, Dave, this is where we split up. Two men together, easy to trace. You head one way, I go the other.
Yeah, but the dough, I got no money.
Here, I'll split up the 6,000. This is your half. Here, stick the envelope in your pocket. Now, grab that freight. Get set. I'll catch the next one going the other way. Get going, Dave!
That's how it was, Mr. Wolfe. It all happened so fast that I...
This man you call Carl, he would seem to be one of the world's choice creatures, Mr. Gaffrey.
When I thought to look in that envelope he gave me, I found $40 and a few folds of wrapping paper in it. I was mad enough to... Well, I got off the freight and intended to go back, but... Then I picked up a paper.
And read all about the murder of your friend Mitch with the statement that Carl had accused you of the crime and that the police believed him in view of your escape.
That's it.
Classical, but not at all original.
Well, I was young then and stupid. And I'd had those drinks to start with.
And you spent the intervening years hunting down the man Carl, am I correct?
Yeah. I tramped the country from east to west, from north to south. Tramped it for years, searching for him. And yesterday I located him. He's a big wheel these days up on that 37th floor of his. But tomorrow when I get...
Yes, Mr. Gaffrey, the 37th floor of...
Never mind what building.
Now, wait a minute, Caffrey. If you expect Mr. Wolfe to help you...
I don't want him to help me. I'll help myself. But if I slip up, I know Wolfe's reputation well enough to know that he'll never rest till this rotten, chiseling murderer is sitting in the chair. That's why I've come here. Just to provide a backstop in case my dear friend of long ago manages to get the best of me.
How will we know?
You see this envelope? Read what it says.
Nero Wolfe, 601 West 35th Street, New York. Delivered to him in case of my death.
That's right. And this envelope was $500. Nearly all I've got in the world. Along with it, the full details on that knifing. Real names, dates. The proof you'll need in case I don't finish it up.
Go on.
Tonight, Mr. Wolfe, I'm going to give this envelope to the manager of the hotel where I'm stopping. I'm calling on, well, Carl. Tomorrow at noon, right after his secretary goes to lunch. If I'm not back in my hotel at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the hotel manager will deliver this envelope to you. Is that clear?
Perfectly. But you don't think I'm going to allow you to go through with this wire plan, do you?
You can't stop me. And don't have Goodwin follow me. I'd lose him in 2 blocks. Good night.
Shall I try to tail him, boss?
It's no use, Archie. Get Inspector Kramer on the phone at once. I want the police to help us head off this murder. Nero Wolfe speaking.
It's Archie. I'm calling from the morgue.
And?
They found Caffrey's body in a subway washroom, mugged and stabbed. Wallet gone, pockets cleaned out, no envelope.
Just 2 hours ago he was here. No envelope, eh?
Gone.
Witnesses?
None so far. Homicide's calling it straight mugging and robbery.
As it well might look, except for...
Except for a guy named Carl. How much do I tell Kramer?
All of it. Ask the inspector to start queries throughout the South on the original killing.
The original killing? Look.
It's our best chance of getting a description of the man called Carr. The original killing and the partnership. Starting from, say, 8 years ago and working back to the middle 20s. Tell him to concentrate on towns on railway lines.
Putting out pictures of Caffrey and...
Pictures and dentistry. Fingerprints to Washington. Kramer will know.
And if I come across a haystack, do I keep my eye out for needles?
We are going to find Carl, Archie. We are going to find him if it takes from now till doomsday.
Mr. Wolfe, let's face it, we're licked.
Licked, Archie?
3 days now. We found Caffrey's hotel here in New York. No traceable phone calls. Not a witness has turned up on that subway washroom party. And Kramer says he's getting nowhere with those answers from the Southland.
The original story is bound to come slowly, Archie. We are asking a check on the unsolved killings of a dozen states over a 20-year period.
And what now?
You start trudging, Archie.
Trudging?
Through office buildings, through 37th floors of many office buildings. You keep trudging till we find him.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mr. Wolfe. This is a big city, remember? I might have to go through hundreds of buildings.
This morning, Archie, the Municipal Reference Library informed me that there are exactly 34 buildings of 37 floors or higher in Manhattan. Now, when you rule out the United Nations building, hotels,
Okay. Maybe not so many 37th floors, but lots of offices per floor. Maybe 40 or 50. Call it 30 times 40, and you've still got 1,200 to start with. And you don't know what kind of business, you don't know what Carl's real name is, you don't even know what he looks like. There could be 4,000 men like him.
4,000 affluent men, Archie?
Yeah, well, all right. Caffrey said he was in the chips, though. You know, for a guy who'd been bumming around, that could mean anything from 10 grand a year up. Hey, wait a minute. That cuts your field to 1,000.
1,000 tall men?
Tall? I've been over those notes. Caffrey didn't say he was tall.
As plainly as you could ask. Caffrey was almost your height, but he said Mitch stood and looked at me. And then he looked up at Carl. Up, Archie. That makes Carl your height or taller.
Yeah. Well, maybe Caffrey and Mitch were sitting down, and Carl was,
Caffrey told us the three were standing at the time. Check your notes. I've studied them.
Okay. Maybe that does cut it down some. Yeah, it's still a lot of citizens that start checking for a southern accent.
Don't rely on accent, Archie. Carl has had many years to lose any accent he might have had.
Yeah, that's true.
And so we narrow it, Archie. A man almost surely tall. A man not using the name he was born with. A man with an unexplained gap in his past.
I ought to be able to reach right out and tap him.
You go skeptical again, Archie.
Well, it's still a pretty big haystack.
Let's see if we can't trim it some more. On these building lists I've been going over, I've ruled out for now the members of professions requiring lengthy formal training. Medical men, lawyers, scientists of most kinds.
Yeah, that's chopping it down. I'll admit that.
I'll have further eliminations as we get into it. And I'm putting Saul Panzer on a second list this afternoon. Some of the credit references I'll handle by phone.
So I start trudging, huh?
You start trudging. And remember, Archie, since you'll probably be operating through secretaries, you're looking for a murderer named Carl, not for a new set of telephone numbers to brighten your winter.
Tall? Well, I don't know what you're peddling, Goodwin, but if my boss put his elevator shoes on and stood on a box, he'd still be down somewhere around my necktie. If he stood on his money, though, we'd need a helicopter to get up near his shoelaces.
Oh, Miss Jonas, do you mind if I sit down?
Why, of course not, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, thanks. You know, I've been in 12 offices on this floor, and you're the first girl who's seen the importance of this survey first crack out of the box.
Well, I'm sort of new here, and I try to pay attention.
Oh, you're not just beautiful. You've got a head on you. Is Mr. McLean in?
Well, he's at lunch right now.
Lunch? Oh, that reminds me. Know any good restaurants up this way?
Well, I was just going to the downstairs drugstore myself, but I wouldn't say
Well,
that...
come on. Put your bonnet on and let's skip the drugstore. This meal is on the Executive Resources Survey. There you are, boss. The boil down.
Tinsley, McLean, Fernandez, Tesreau, and Kaplan. All five of them tall, all five a little misty in the background. You and Saul have done well, Archie. Very well. But I'm crossing off Fernandez and Kaplan.
Why?
The Credit Bureau report clears Fernandez, and Kaplan was on a special war job. The FBI x-rayed his record twice.
Leaving J.P. Tinsley, Carson McLean, and Philip Tesreau, huh?
I'd like to see all three here, Archie. Get them here one way or another. And so you do admit that Tinsley isn't your real name?
Mr. Wolfe, are you a blackmailer or what?
I'm a licensed private investigator, sir. Any disclosure you make will be kept in confidence, provided it doesn't touch on the case I'm engaged on.
You haven't said what the case is.
I don't intend to. If you prefer to explain this mysterious gap in your background at the district attorney's office...
Well, I'm using the name Tinsley because I've got an undivorced first wife out on the coast. We broke up 20 years ago, but she said she'd see to it that I never married again. And she knew where I was today. Well, I don't say I'm a saint, but she's a vindictive woman.
I see. May I have names, dates, and places starting 1924?
I can't quite understand your interest, Mr. Wolfe.
It's rather complicated, to put it briefly, Mr. McLean. I'm working in the interest of a client. Our people have found this puzzling gap in your background, and I'd appreciate such clarification as you may be able to supply.
But I told you, Mr. Goodwin, I was raised and educated in the Orient. Until 32, I was in business with my father in China.
Where you say your father died?
Died. With the Depression, I returned to New York, started this importing business in a small way, weathered through the early 30s, and I think my bankers can assure you of my standing today.
They've done so. Carson, McLean and Company has an excellent credit rating.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfe.
To switch somewhat abruptly, Mr. McLean, would you happen to remember how you spent the evening of the 19th?
Of this month?
Of this month?
Well, I could hardly... Wait. You say the 19th. Would that have been on a Tuesday?
Yes, it was Tuesday.
Well, that simplifies it. I'm nearly always at the office on Tuesday nights dictating the revisions in our weekly wholesalers' lists. Let me see. Yes, I was there on the 19th. Had a tray sent in. Miss Tunis and I worked till just after midnight.
Miss Helen Tunis, the secretary Mr. Goodwin spoke of.
She's been with me for 2 or 3 months.
Miss Tunis can confirm this dictation on the night of the 19th?
Of course. And Mr. Wolfe, your manner is so persuasive that I'd scarcely realize you're asking some extraordinary searching questions. May I ask why in the world you...
If you'll indulge me, Mr. McLean, my prying is nearly concluded. You say you were in China until 1932. Mr. Tesreau, I'll be brutally frank. We know that your name is not Tesreau. And we know that you served a prison term from 34 to 38 for arson. I'd like some straight answers.
I didn't say I wouldn't answer your questions.
The past can remain your own, provided...
Look, Mr. Wolfe, I've been going straight for 12 years. And this business of mine is on the level. Now, if this is a shakedown...
I'm asking where you were on the night of the 19th.
And I'm telling you I stayed in town. I ate alone. And I went to a movie. I caught the 11:35 for Stanford. And that's all there is to it.
You're denying that you were ever in business in the South?
I was born in the South, but I haven't been back there since I was a kid.
What about the arson?
I put in 4 years squaring for that mistake.
Let's start again, Mr. Tesreau. You say you were in Cincinnati in 1931.
Okay, Mr. Wolfe, 3 candidates, and we're still on the 1-yard line. Our 1-yard line. Tesreau, McLean, Tinsley. No, rule out McLean. He gave references enough for those years in China. And with Helen Tunis, he's got the one firm alibi we've laid on to. Caffrey was killed before midnight.
With conditions as they are in the Far East, Archie, it'll be weeks before cables came back on McLean's claims.
Claims? You figure the whole Chinese background's a fake?
I want you to see Miss Tunis again, Archie, taking all precautions for her safety. And this is one time I give you permission to ply her with all the attentions you can contrive.
Are we far enough to pull tails on any of these 3?
I've got Saul Pans on Tesreau, and Saul promised to have men on Tinsley and McLean. Pictures of the 3 have gone to Kramer for circulation in the South.
No answer yet from the coast on Tinsley, huh?
Not yet. For the moment, Archie, you'll concentrate on Helen Tunis.
Helen, I've got to see you tonight.
I'd love to, Archie.
Now, look,
but...
Helen, I phoned you to come out in the corridor this way because I didn't want McLean to know we're talking. Do you still say you got that new mink coat on your own money?
Mr. Goodwin, I don't know what right you
Helen,
have
if you
to...
get 5 guys to buy you stuff, it's your business.
Mr. McLean said his wife might be sending detectives around. Well, you can go right back to your old Mrs. McLean and tell her that I...
Easy, Helen, easy.
He was dictating to me.
You know, baby, the harder you lie, the prettier you look. But if this is a fake alibi, and if you keep propping it up, you're going to find yourself in trouble. Bad trouble. Now, how about it? Do I see you at your apartment tonight, or would you rather come down with me to Nero Wolfe's right now?
Archie, All right. I can't go with you now, and I've got a dinner date with my aunt tonight that I can't break, but I'll try to be back at my apartment by 11.
Archie. Nero Wolfe speaking.
This is Archie, Mr. Wolfe. I'm at Helen Tunis' apartment.
Well?
I could cut my throat for not making her come with me this afternoon.
Trouble?
Not for her anymore, poor kid. I got here 3 minutes ago and found her strangled. Couldn't have happened more than half an hour ago.
McLean.
McLean. Didn't Saul Panzer say he was getting a tail on him?
He was a new man, and he lost him. I should have left you on McLean, Archie.
No, we were both wrong. What do you want me to do?
Phone the police immediately.
Well, this is 32nd Street. I'm only 3 blocks in a job from the office. What if I come back and call from there?
Come back, then. I'll phone Kramer myself.
Mr. Wolfe, I'm still kicking myself for that.
Look out, Archie.
Too late, Mr. Wolfe. Keep coming right in, Goodwin, with your hands up. No, I wouldn't try that.
McLean.
And keep your hand out of that desk drawer, Wolfe.
This time you're too late, McLean. My hand's in the drawer, and I think I'll leave it there.
You don't think I'd shoot?
I'm sure you would. But you've got 2 of us to cover now. No, Archie, don't try to draw yet.
How'd you get in here, McLean?
He surprised me after making his way in through the area way below, and of course it had to be Fritz's night out.
I caught your fat friend just 2 seconds before he could get in his call to the police, Goodwin. I overheard his talk with you from the hallway here.
My apologies for not crying out sooner, Archie.
Get your hand out of that drawer. Pull it out without the gun, Wolfe, or I'll let you have it now.
I refuse to, McLean. Seems obvious that you mean to kill us in any case.
I'm afraid that's true, Wolfe. But when you called me here and Goodwin started making dates with Helen Tunis...
Poor kid, I told her not to talk to you.
She didn't, Goodwin. I've been scared of you and Wolfe since I followed Colby here that first night.
Colby?
You knew him as Caffrey. I caught up with him afterward in that subway washroom. No, keep that hand up. And watch that gun of yours, Wolfe. When I found that envelope on him and read the letter to you contained in it, I knew he hadn't spilled the whole South Carolina story to you.
South Carolina? Would the original knifing have been taking place anywhere near Hampton or Jasper counties?
Hampton County. But our business is over the line in Georgia. Doesn't matter now.
Pity, Archie. We learned this afternoon that we were growing warm on South Carolina. Mr. McLean, may I ask what you hope to achieve by this insane project of disposing of Mr. Goodwin and myself?
I'm buying time, Wolfe. I've $90,000 in small bills in that bag there, plus a plane ticket to Buenos Aires. I've got a silencer on this gun. If you 2 aren't found till tomorrow morning, I'll be out of the country before they start looking for me.
You don't think the police will put out an alarm for you when they find the body of Helen Tunis?
Goodwin left it to you to report that. Remember?
Let's remind ourselves to be prompter on reporting deaths, Archie.
Starting with our own, Mr. Wolfe?
Glad you can take it that way, Goodwin.
You actually think you can knock the 2 of us off?
I'm about to find out, Goodwin.
One moment, McLean. You've never been a real gambler. You know that. With marked cards, of course. But you're not the man to face a sure loss now.
A sure loss?
The loss of your life. Within seconds after you try to pull that trigger.
I told you I had a silencer. You think anyone will hear the shots?
There'll be more shots than you count on. My hand's on a pistol now in this drawer, and Mr. Goodwin has a .38 in his shoulder holster.
You can't shoot through the desk, and Goodwin won't get a chance to draw.
You're an intelligent man, McLean. Vicious, but intelligent. May I describe the certainty of your immediate death if you don't throw that pistol on the desk and give yourself up?
There are 2 of you, I know that, but...
McLean, you must be aware that in the actual fact, exceedingly few men are killed instantly by a single shot, even from a pistol of heavy caliber. The one you hold is a .32.
And it's a .45 in that drawer, McLean.
I assure you, McLean, that neither of us will surrender the weapons we have. Should you start shooting, we'll both do our best to draw and keep firing till you're dead.
You're stalling, Wolfe. What have I got to lose by trying for you both now?
Your life? I'll correct that. The loss of some 6 or 8 weeks of your life, possibly months. Whatever the time necessary to bring you to trial and to convict you and execute you for the murders you've committed.
Suppose I cancel you out and then take my chances with Goodwin.
A better choice, but still a dubious one. I'm fat, exceedingly fat. And for perhaps the first time in my life, I'm thoroughly grateful for that. My bulk affects the calculation, McLean.
McLean, you could pull off all 7 shots and still not hit Mr. Wolfe where it counts. You have to start, you better start on me.
You exaggerate, Archie, and I thank you for the gallantry of it. No, it's quite likely that with 2 or 3 shots, McLean might well dispose of me, but not with your first shot, McLean, and we'll not permit you many more than your first.
Look, if I promise to do no more than tie you 2 up to give me my head start, will you toss in your guns?
Of course not. Do I speak for us both, Archie?
Check. I say let's start it now.
Wolfe, If I give you half of what's in that bag, would you forget these admissions I've made and help on my defense?
I've told you I refuse to bargain. I think that I shall count 5. If your weapon hasn't been tossed on the desk by then, I'll do my best to get my pistol into action. How you in the court, Archie?
Start counting.
Wait a minute, Mr. Wolfe.
1.
If I trade half that bag for no shooting and 1 hour's start, no tying up, just your promise that...
2.
All the bag for a half-hour start, 90,000.
3. Are you ready, Archie?
All set, sir. Except if you're the one who walks out of this, call up every number in my little red book, huh? And tell each girl I was thinking of her just before you got the 5.
Agreed. I resume 4.
Okay. You win.
Holy sweet Susan, it worked.
A commendable choice, McLean, for us at least. You see, I'm afraid I forgot to mention one slight factor which might have operated in your favor.
What's that, boss?
I must confess, Archie, that my 45 is in the upstairs den where I took it to oil it last night.
Holy cow, you didn't have a gun?
Why, you
Take it easy, McLean. I've really got one. Oh, by the way, Mr. Wolfe, signal's off on those women, huh? When my heart gets back down out of my throat, I'll call them myself.
I'll trouble you for a beer first, Archie. And then, if you'll be good enough to phone Inspector Kramer, you can bid him pick up his triple murderer, the one-time cutter of cards. Fortunately for us, who's never been a real gambler.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Gerald Moore as Archie Goodwin and Lorraine Carter, Bill Johnstone, Howard McNear, Herb Butterfield, and Vic Rodman. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Phantom Fingers. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Stay tuned for Nero Wolfe, transcribed in 30 seconds. Tomorrow, you're invited to a 1-hour concert by the renowned NBC Symphony. The orchestra will be under the direction of Bruno Walter for tomorrow's performance, and celebrated violinist Joseph Szigeti will be featured soloist. Selections for tomorrow include the overture to Mozart's Marriage of Figaro and the same composer's brilliant concerto for violin and orchestra. You're invited every Saturday to a concert by the NBC Symphony.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Who? Mr. Hal Horton, United Industries? Oh, I see. Well, I must warn you, Mr. Horton, Mr. Wolfe doesn't take kindly to big industrialists. Says their great wealth upsets his digestion. Why do you want to see him? The connection's bad. I don't hear you. Who? Who? Mr. Horton, who? We're cut off.
What is it, Mr. Goodwin?
Mr. Hal Horton called.
I understand that. I won't see him. Tell him what money I have to invest I put into orchid plants.
Mr. Horton wasn't promoting anything.
And what did he call you for?
The great Horton needs a detective. Maybe just my occupational reflex, but I thought he said somebody had been murdered.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
It turned out that what Horton had said had been murder, which became celebrated in the case of the malevolent medic. But its solution wasn't a simple matter of following up his accusation. It had false clues mixed all through it like raisins in a pudding. The man we came to know as the malevolent medic was young Dr. Benjamin Sloan. The case began on the sunny afternoon when Grace Banks, his nurse, came into his private office.
Waiting room's finally empty, I take it?
Well, there's one more patient, darling. I'm sorry, doctor. Mrs. Horton's here for another of the thiamine chloride shots you ordered for.
I said you could give her those, Grace. She doesn't have to wait to see me.
Oh, she's hung up her mink coat, parked her orchid and her alligator bag, and filled up all the ashtrays with lipstick cigarette stubs. Mrs. Horton prefers to wait for you. She seems very upset.
I hoped she'd get hold of herself.
Mrs. Hal Horton with all that money. Whatever gives her such jitters? Darling, if I ever get in that condition after we're married, please shoot me.
I've advised her to go to a specialist. Hers isn't a true medical case. Well, I'll do what I can. Get a needle ready, will you, Grace, and show Mrs. Horton in.
Yes, darling. I mean, doctor. Mrs. Horton, will you step in now?
Been in that waiting room for hours. Ben, I wrote you every day this week. Why didn't you answer me?
You say your health hasn't improved, Leslie.
I'm worse. Much worse.
Still chain smoking, drinking, and the sleeping pills?
I have to take something. I can't walk the floor all night, can I? Thinking.
Why are you so unhappy, Leslie? You have what you always said you wanted: money, clothes, excitement.
You have the right to say that. But don't. Please don't.
I'm only pointing out facts you should face. I told you from the beginning you need a nerve specialist.
I need you. Nobody else can help me at all.
Leslie, you went over this the last time you were here, and in all those letters you've been sending. Now, let's cross it off for good, shall we?
Don't talk like that. You don't mean
I'm no longer a lovesick dope, and you're the wife of one of the biggest industrialists in the country.
Yes, Hal Horton. I despise him. He thinks his money makes him God. He thinks he can buy anything that he bought me. He made me think I was getting the world with a fence around it. Everything I want is on the other side of that fence.
You don't know what you do want.
I want us the way we used to be, happy in love together.
Leslie, please be quiet.
Why?
Miss Banks is in the laboratory. She can hear you.
What of it? I'm not ashamed. I'll tell her. I'll tell everybody. Imagine Hal's face when he finds out I'm leaving him, that I'm coming back to you. He already knows about you. I told him you were in love with me, that you're jealous. He doesn't like it.
Leslie, you're raving. Now stop it.
You always said I was the most attractive woman in the world.
You made your choice. Now get this into your head. I'm really in love now. In a few weeks, I'm going to be married. Now I'll get your medicine.
So it's really true. You are going to be married.
Yes.
I'd heard it, but I didn't believe it. Going to marry a nurse. All my friends have known and been laughing at me.
Please, now that's enough.
I made a plan, a wonderful, beautiful plan about us. Ben, you love me. Ben, say you love me.
Mrs. Horton, that is all over.
Don't love me.
No longer. You're here as my patient, and that's all. After this treatment, I must ask you to get another doctor.
A wonderful, beautiful plan for us. And now she threatens to step in and spoil it. Well, maybe I'll spoil a few plans. How would you like that?
Threats will accomplish nothing.
I can ruin things for you, Ben. All those fancy ideas of yours about having a fine practice, being a great doctor. Do you want to give those up? I can arrange it so that maybe there won't be any wonderful future for you. Are you prepared to face that possibility? Because I'm prepared to make it a reality. And I mean it. You'll regret this day as long as you live.
I'll get your medicine, Mrs. Horton.
Hand me my bag. Thank you. Oh, I hate you, Ben. I hate you both.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mrs. Horton. Miss Banks had to do a repair job before she could use the sterilizer. Alcohol, Miss Banks?
Yes, Dr. Sloan. Now, Mrs. Horton, may I help?
Thanks. So nice of you.
There. Right side for the hypo this time, isn't it? Just touch with this cotton. Ready now, Doctor.
Oh,
What's the matter, Mrs. Horton?
I'm just cold. Alcohol.
After this, I advise you to go home and rest. These massive doses are a little painful, but they give results. There. That's all. Just relax here, and you can leave in 10 minutes. Come, Miss Banks. I want to talk to you.
Doctor! Doctor! I feel sick. I feel very sick.
You might as well stop acting.
I can't get up. My feet.
Ben, look at her. Something's happened.
Hysteria.
No, her face. Oh, Ben, she's falling. Mrs. Horton, hold on to me. I've got you.
Hold her up. Leslie, what is it?
Pain. Terrible pain.
Where? What from?
Sick everywhere. Pain, everything's pain. Pain in my head, pain in my feet. My feet. My feet.
Doctor, she's dead.
Yes, Grace. Get a card from the files. I want to study it. From the first day Mrs. Horton came here.
What was it, Ben? What happened to her?
Symptoms are of a heart condition from which it seems the patient has just expired. Then you must call her husband. Grace, did you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Sloan.
Well, I discourage your visit here, Mr. Horton. I do have a sort of curiosity about the operation of so-called big business. Maybe offer you a glass of beer and hear an explanation of the rise and fall of this morning's stock market.
You don't think I've come here socially? I wish to engage your services for...
Not available.
You're a detective, aren't you?
Specializing in cases that interest me.
Sherry, Mr. Horton?
I don't need it, thank you.
But Mr. Wolfe says he specializes in cases that
I've just got here. I haven't told my story. I don't believe you even know who I am.
Oh, yes, we do. We do indeed. A millionaire.
Did I offend you by speaking of a fee?
No, on the contrary. It is that portion of your conversation which interested me most. Frankly, I planned to spend the evening examining the first edition of Henry James I'd like to purchase, and the word fee suggested a possible way. Now, what have you done, sir?
What have I done?
One doesn't have to be a detective to recognize you're in trouble, Mr. Horton.
Look, Mr. Wolfe, I have done nothing. But I've got a question I've got to have answered. I need facts. They tell me you're the man who can give them to me.
If Nero Wolfe can't get them for you, they're not facts, they're fancies, Mr. Horton.
Well, my story's involved.
But the gist of it is your beautiful wife, a former model, died last week. The death certificate indicated a heart attack. You suggest she was murdered.
How did you know?
Never mind how I came to my conclusions. How did you come to yours?
Leslie had been going to a Dr. Benjamin Sloan. She said he was a specialist. Some friend had recommended. She'd been upset. He was giving her vitamin B shots, she told me.
You doubt that was true?
Dr. Sloan informed me, after she died in his office, there'd been a heart condition from the beginning. Well, I don't believe it. Leslie was a very emotional girl. She'd have been quite frightened of a heart ailment. She'd have told me about it.
Maybe she didn't comprehend its seriousness.
Dr. Sloan did. Why didn't he get in touch with me at once about it? Then, when I went to clear up Leslie's room, I discovered something. Leslie didn't go to Sloan through a friend. She'd known him when she was a model and he was a hospital intern. She'd kept letters he'd written to her then. Love letters.
Indeed.
Well, doesn't that give you an idea, Mr. Wolfe? Sloan lost Leslie to me. No man who'd been in love with Leslie'd ever get over it. Would a man be jealous enough, kill a woman he loved, rather than have her belong to another man?
An interesting theory, Mr. Horton, one frequently advanced in fiction. Shall we investigate and see how it works out in fact?
You'll take the case, then.
The intricacies of the feminine nature are challenging if you do not have to come in contact with the creatures. The practical research in such matters I leave to Mr. Goodwin here. It is a field in which he specializes.
But it's you I want.
Our method of operation is not under your control, Mr. Horton. If you'll be so kind, Archie, get a first-hand report of Dr. Benjamin Sloan and the women in his life.
Just came to ask a few routine questions, Dr. Sloan.
I don't understand your interest in the Horton case, Mr. Goodwin, is it?
That's right.
The death certificate was signed and a report made to the medical inspector.
Detectives are a snoopy lot.
Detectives? Are you from the police department?
No, I'm employed to note some details before we close up the Leslie Horton estate. Sudden deaths have to be double-checked.
I'm afraid I can't add a thing to what I've already reported.
Well, thanks for seeing me anyhow. Been a pleasant visit. Ever have a patient die in your office before, Dr. Sloan?
No, but I've seen similar cases in the hospital, of course.
Was Mrs. Horton warned about her heart condition, Dr. Sloan?
I discussed her case with her fully and frankly.
And her husband, wasn't Mr. Horton alarmed?
He didn't know. Mrs. Horton's ailment was, well, not to bore a layman with medical details, was not a fatal one necessarily. She might have gone on for years.
Just played in bad luck, huh?
The worst.
Mm-hmm. When'd you first meet her?
Several weeks ago.
And you saw her how many times?
It's all on the record. She was nervous. I prescribed thiamine chloride. Her medical report card shows that. You read it for yourself.
Well, I guess that's all, Dr. Sloan. Won't bother you further.
Miss Banks will show you out.
Yes, Dr. Sloan?
Sort of a modern Aladdin arrangement, isn't it? Wish I could press a buzzer and have a beautiful girl like you up here.
Mr. Goodwin is leaving.
Oh, this way, Mr. Goodwin. You can use the side door. The waiting room's full of patients.
So long, Doctor.
This way, through the lab. There's a door from it into the corridor.
Cozy place, all those bottles. I suppose there's enough stuff in here to kill an army.
To cure one.
Miss Banks, may I say that you're the kind of a nurse that patients dream about? Make it a pleasure to go to a hospital. Blonde hair, blue eyes, winkers an inch long. Are they real?
If you'll excuse me.
What do I have to come down with to persuade you to take care of me, huh?
I don't take cases. I'm a technician. Good day, Mr.
So you work just for Dr. Sloan? That's too bad the way he's involved in this Horton case. It looks serious.
Mrs. Horton simply died of a heart attack in Dr. Sloan's office.
If you wanted to help your boss, Miss Banks, you'd stop rushing around and answer a few questions.
I'm sure Dr. Sloan gave you the necessary information.
Guess he doesn't realize the trouble he's in. If you can supply any details that'll change the picture, you'll be doing him a great favor. He's a nice guy. I want to help.
What is there to say? The report...
Let's get it in your own words. Just what really happened here that day.
Well, Dr. Sloan gave Mrs. Horton the vitamin B shot. That was routine.
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't get up afterward. She said she was sick. And then she fell and I caught her.
And Dr. Sloan administered emergency treatment. What did that consist of, Miss Banks?
All that is in the office record.
What would bring on such an attack?
It could have been several things.
Could it have been something she ate? Acute indigestion affects the heart. Maybe Mrs. Horton would be here now if the doctor thought to use a stomach pump.
He did use one. He did everything there was time to do.
She certainly went in a hurry. Suffer a lot?
She said she was in pain.
Where? Her stomach?
No, not her stomach.
Where then?
She seemed to be in pain all over.
Reflex, maybe? When it was over, what did you do, Miss Banks?
Called Mr. Horton.
Must have been a blow to the great man. I understand she was younger than he is and quite a sultry gal.
I've talked to you professionally because you said it was necessary to help Dr. Sloan. Is that all, Mr. Goodwin?
I guess it is for now. Unless you'll have dinner with me.
Thank you, no.
I'm handsome, hardworking, and harmless. I'll bring you references from my employer. What do you say?
The express elevator's the one on the right.
Must be there's another man. Wouldn't be the doctor, would it? Well, you'll fit better in a Pullman kitchen than here among the test tubes at that. My reluctant congratulations.
Verdict, Archie?
Innocent as lambs, both Sloan and the nurse.
Evidence to prove it?
My unfailing sensibilities, not the murderer type. Nice couple, doctor and the nurse. I suspect they're engaged. She's so much in love with him, I could have been you, and she wouldn't have known the difference.
Very flattering. Records?
The usual medical record, Mrs. Horton's first visits, symptoms, subsequent visits. Here are the notes on it.
Vitamin B shots. No chance they brought this on, huh?
Dr. Sloan says absolutely not. I checked that with other doctors. But Mrs. Horton did go into this right after the hypo.
Nurse's story jives with Sloan's?
A little more detailed. She says he did everything, he even used a stomach pump.
The woman was in pain? What's this? Head to feet?
My way of saying pain all over.
What other papers did you examine?
Only the medical record.
Get back to Sloan's office late tonight and examine all the papers in his desk.
Can't you trust me? I tell you, there's no reason even to suspect these two.
When you have one of your adolescent's infatuations on, blood dripping from a dagger in a girl's hand would look to you like crushed rose petals. With this Grace Banks out of the way, maybe you can recognize evidence.
Sounds like a long, bleak evening.
Hand me that medical book, and then be on your way. I want to think.
Well, good evening, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Sloan. This is a surprise to us both. I didn't anticipate that you'd be keeping office hours after midnight.
What are you doing in my office at 2 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Goodwin?
Reading your mail and having a ghoulish time surrounded by all these shiny instruments of yours.
You've been rifling my desk.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. I put things back very neatly, even the letters from this little secret compartment, which isn't secret at all to anybody who knows about desks. I've kept only
Give
one.
me that
Easy. It's the "My darling, mine first, shan't ever give you up one way or another" one. You remember it? I'll bet that nice little nurse you're engaged to never wrote that, did she?
What do you intend to do with it?
Mark it Exhibit A in the Horton murder case. Maybe you'd like to come with me and explain it to Nero Wolfe.
Very moving, very flattering, very interesting if you like women, but also very incriminating, Dr. Sloan.
What does it prove? A silly woman with a nervous breakdown imagined she was infatuated with me.
A woman who is now dead, you must remember, under, shall we say, unusual circumstances. You signed a death certificate which stated Mrs. Horton died of a heart attack. As you signed it, Dr. Sloan, did you remember she had threatened you and heave a sigh of relief that fate had done you such a good turn?
I didn't bear Leslie any ill will. I was sorry for her.
You felt adequate to the situation. You called no other doctor, though there are several in your building.
My first thought, of course, was that it was some extraordinary allergic reaction to the vitamin dose.
It was not until an hour or two after she was dead you decided she expired from a heart attack.
Yes.
How did you explain the pain?
I reported no pain.
Miss Banks said Mrs. Horton had pain from her head to her feet.
Grace said that?
Well, not in those words, but that was the general
Dr. Sloan, why did you use a stomach pump on a heart case?
Why, I told you I tried everything. Sometimes an acute digestive disturbance.
I suggest you did it because to you, as to any qualified physician, the pain in the feet suggested poisoning, a particular kind of poison, an inorganic poison.
There wasn't any in her stomach.
You maintain that? Archie, get the medical examiner on the phone. Tell him the body of Miss Hal Horton must be examined for any evidence of poisoning.
I know you think Mrs. Horton was murdered, but it's impossible. There'd been no one near her.
Miss Banks?
Miss Banks couldn't have done it. She was working with me constantly.
That's what I thought you'd say, Dr. Sloan.
Mr. Wolfe, I had to see you. This is the most dreadful thing I've ever heard of. Trying to accuse Dr. Sloan of murdering a patient.
It appears he had a reason to want Mrs. Horton dead, Miss Banks. She was that thing the poets write about, a woman scorned. She had sent him this hysterical letter threatening scandal if he rejected her. He couldn't control her. She kept coming back to his office making scenes.
He gave her nothing but thiamine chloride. I know. I fixed the shop myself.
Don't start covering for her.
I'm not. I tell you, I filled the needle. And I didn't put anything but thiamine chloride in it. You haven't any reason to think anybody did, except for that letter you stole. If it wasn't for that letter, give it to me. Give it to me.
Stop it, Archie, quick.
Now, drop it, baby. Come away from that fireplace. Why, you little tiger kitten. I didn't think you had it in you. Come on, let go of it. Let go. Give it to Papa. Now, look what you did. You almost got Nero Wolfe out of his chair.
Destroying evidence is a serious offense, young woman.
She kept coming to the office, writing and pestering him. I heard her from the laboratory.
You read her letters, too, didn't you? You knew if something didn't stop her, Dr. Benjamin Sloan was a ruined man.
But he didn't kill her. I know he didn't.
I don't believe he did.
You don't? Well, then who?
You've just provided an excellent motive for having done it yourself, Miss Banks. Pears and white wine. Cold, luscious, exotic. Excellent, Fritz, excellent.
Best thing that's happened today. I don't like this Sloan case. If you ask me, I think that Horton dame got what was coming to her.
Those are not the words of abstract justice, nor the phrases of a gentleman of culture. A good detective never plays favorites. Good night's rest, and you will find your attitude more normal by morning.
You expect to have this case solved by morning?
It's solved now. Thanks to the expedition I sent you on this afternoon. The arrest can wait. No one will escape.
I feel like a murderer myself. If I hadn't wormed it out of Grace about the Horton woman complaining of pain, and if you hadn't jumped at the word feet...
That, Archie, my dear fellow, is the purpose for which you exist, to discover pertinent facts. Have we quite finished? Coffee in the study, then.
Here's the door. I'll go. Mr. Wolfe in?
He isn't seeing anyone this evening, Mr. Horton.
Well, he's seeing me.
Archie, if that's Mr. Horton, I'll see him.
You'd better.
Sorry you found Mr. Goodwin so impossible, Mr. Horton. He came to pay you a call this afternoon. I sent him, but he didn't find you in, did you, Archie?
No, but I made myself at home. I knew anything that would help to solve this case you'd want us to have.
What do you mean? You were in my house? What did you take?
Nothing of monetary value, I assure you, that will not be returned in due course. But before I announce the solution of a case, I like to have all my little props in place. I appreciate a well-rounded performance.
Mr. Wolfe, I've had enough of this foolishness, this delay. I hired you to convict Sloan, not to play parlor games.
You must be patient, Mr. Horton. Don't force me.
I want action.
Well, I had planned to wait until the morning, but if you insist. These papers here may interest you, Mr. Horton. Mr. Goodwin here collects them, your wife's letters.
Leslie's?
You recognize the script? These are addressed to Dr. Sloan.
Do they prove anything against him?
The lady's correspondence should be kept private. This other letter, however, was sent to you.
To me? Leslie's? What? Give it to me.
Easy, Horton, easy. Don't grab.
Oh, but that letter's mine. You stole it from my desk.
There is a point in a case, Mr. Horton, where letters cease to be personal property and become evidence.
What evidence can that letter provide?
It seems you had reason for wanting to kill your wife, Mr. Horton. A man can get annoyed by a note saying his wife never loved him, that all his money isn't enough, and that she's going to another man.
You accusing me of murder?
It could have been the perfect crime. Poison in one of those pills she was forever taking, or on the tip of the cigarette she chain-smoked, in a doctor's office to die in. If you hadn't been fool enough to try to pin it on Sloan, you might have gotten away with it.
If I had known while she was alive what Leslie was, I might have done anything. But that letter you stole from me was one she left under my pillow. I didn't find it until after she was dead. I didn't kill her. Sloan did.
You hired me to prove that, Mr. Horton. Suppose you let me go about my business?
Nero Wolfe's office. Yeah? Oh, you did? Good boy. We'll expect you. I'll tell Mr. Wolfe at once. Medical examiner's officer. Just as you thought, they found poison in the body.
Listen to me.
Inspector Kramer's picking up Dr. Sloan and Grace. They'll be here any minute. Kramer's set to make an arrest.
I told you. The police know it's Sloan.
Put the letters in Mrs. Horton's bag on my desk, Archie.
Leslie's alligator bag? You stole that from my house this afternoon, too. Those things are mine.
Inspector Kramer will want to take them with him.
What, do you think I wanted made public what Leslie did to me? Kramer can't have them.
Maybe the inspector will want to take you, too, Mr. Horton.
Let them in, Archie.
Come in, Inspector Kramer.
Oh.
Dr. Sloan, Miss Banks.
Wolf asked me to bring them here first before I locked anybody up. Mrs. Horton was murdered, all right. I'm sending a man for Horton, too.
You won't have to. Mr. Horton's waiting here to join the party. Come into Mr. Wolfe's office.
Good evening, Inspector.
Good evening, Wolf.
Will you all please range yourselves around the room as I indicate? Miss Banks here. Dr. Sloan, Mr. Horton. Archie, you stand between the two men, if you please.
Mr. Wolfe, this is a dreadful mistake. I swear the doctor didn't...
Stop thinking about the doctor. What about you?
If you're accusing Miss Banks, I might as well tell
Hold
you
it,
now.
Dr. Sloan. From here on, anything you say will be held against you.
That's what I want. Let Grace go home and
Oh,
I'll...
for heaven's sake, why don't you arrest the man? Isn't it obvious he's guilty? You and your trumped-up charges against me.
I'll do the talking now, Mr. Horton. Mrs. Horton died from a certain inorganic poisoning. Poison administered in your office, Dr. Sloan, with a hypo syringe.
Let's get it over with. I gave her the hypo.
But I filled the needle.
There you are. They're both guilty.
Which would solve the case if they weren't lying. Miss Banks believes Dr. Sloan killed Leslie for her sake. Dr. Sloan thinks Miss Banks put poison in the hypo to save him from professional ruin. They're trying to protect each other. The fact is, the hypo they gave was perfectly harmless. It did not kill Mrs. Horton.
Then what did?
Mrs. Horton came to your office in desperation, Dr. Sloan. But she came prepared for the worst. You see this handbag? Can any of you identify it?
Yes.
It's hers.
Is it Mr. Horton?
It's Leslie's.
The bag she carried to the office the day she died. Open it, Archie. You will see it contains her change purse, billfold, cigarette case, matches, her handkerchief, nothing more. That is, not unless you look closely. Then you will observe this lining has a double fold.
A secret compartment.
Exactly. We open it this way, and there we find it. A hypodermic needle with which the unhappy woman committed suicide. Miss Banks, Dr. Sloan, you can stop protecting one another. Mr. Horton, the world need never know you were a betrayed husband. Mrs. Horton killed herself while in a confused state following a mental breakdown. The case of the malevolent medic is closed.
How did you ever get the hunch about the handbag, Mr. Wolfe?
I know nothing about women, but on my occasional trips abroad, I have been forced to observe their handbags. Monstrosities. They hold anything and everything.
Now that our guests have gone, Fritz is bringing coffee to the study. Would you like some beer?
I believe I would. Somehow I feel I've earned it.
Here you are.
Poor fellow, I'm very sorry for you.
How so?
This is one case in which there is no falsely accused, unattached young lady for you to squire about. Well, here's to your better luck next time.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Ruth Adams Knight was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Gene Bates, Vic Perrin, Bruce Payne, Bill Johnstone, and Mary Lansing. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you the case of the hasty will. Don Stanley speaking. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music and mystery for you every Saturday evening on NBC. For music, tomorrow, your hit parade brings you the top tunes in the land with Snooky Lanson, Eileen Wilson, and Raymond Scott's orchestra. And for mystery, Herbert Marshall stars as the Man Called X, a man in search of adventure who travels wherever there is intrigue, danger, and romance. More good mystery at Sam Spade next on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Mr. Horace Crail. Does Mr. Crail know Mr. Wolfe? Oh, I see.
What is it, Archie?
A guy named Horace Crail. His secretary says he wants to talk to you.
What about?
I don't know.
Us?
Mr. Wolfe's rather busy right now, but I'll give him a message if you wish. Yes. Yeah. Wait a second, Mr. Wolfe.
What?
Black on red and red on black.
Archie, this is solitaire.
So?
Solitaire is a game that is played by one single person alone. If I wish to put a red card on a red card or a black card on a black card...
You're cheating.
Of course I am cheating. What is the message Mr. Horace Crail's secretary asked you to convey?
Just that he wants to see you.
In a rather tragic sense, I suppose he does.
Why tragic?
In that he wants to see me. He is blind. Tell him to come here at his own convenience.
Okay. What does Mr. Crail want to see Mr. Wolfe about? A murder? A murder that may still be prevented.
Archie.
Just a second. What?
I have run the cards out perfectly. Is it his own murder Mr. Crail wants us to prevent?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Once in a long while, Mr. Wolfe and I talk about this affair. When we do, we call it the case of the lost heir. But I don't think the title's quite adequate. For me, it ought to be called the case of the gone goose. And I was the goose.
Well, Archie, do you see any red on red or black on black?
Nope.
So?
So what?
You irritate me, Archie.
Okay, you won your little game of solitaire perfectly, as you say. Now, who is Horace Crail?
A prominent industrialist. If you read the papers, you would know.
Horace Crail. Crail? Oh, yeah, the Crail Company.
Exactly.
How did you know he was blind, if he is?
The papers have carried the story. The headlines read, Blind Father Welcomes Lost Daughter.
Oh, yeah, I remember. A few days ago, there was a picture, too.
I thought you'd remember the girl at least.
Well, if it's the one I remember, I remember.
Archie.
Oh, well, it probably isn't true. By the way, let me tell you what I found out about the facts of life.
The door, Archie.
Mr. Crail is here to see Mr. Wolfe.
Oh, yes, come in.
This is Mr. Crail. I'm his secretary, Hugh Gaines. There's a step here, Mr. Crail.
Of course. Who is this man?
I'm Archie Goodwin, Mr. Wolfe's assistant. Mr. Wolfe's waiting for you.
Where is Mr. Wolfe, Mr. Goodwin?
I led the way. The blind man and his secretary followed. Mr. Horace Crail was tall, thin, white-haired. His face was heavily lined, but the lines were not those of care or worry. He wore very dark glasses through which he might not have been able to see even if he had had his sight. Hugh Gaines, the secretary, was in his late 20s, surprisingly young and surprisingly handsome for the kind of a job he had. I led them into Mr. Wolfe's office, made the introductions, and sat them down.
Well, Mr. Crail, what can I do for you?
As you see, Mr. Wolfe, I'm blind.
Need I say you have my deepest sympathy?
I don't give a hoot for your sympathy, Mr. Wolfe. Oh, thank you, of course. I mention my condition merely because it affects the position in which I find myself.
Go on.
You.
Yes, Mr. Crail?
Tell Mr. Wolfe about my daughter. Oh, incidentally, Mr. Wolfe, I asked my secretary to do this because in this way you will get a first-hand account.
Now, let's see. A few days ago, Tuesday to be exact, at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a young woman walked into the house and said she wanted to see her father. I spoke to her myself. She said her name was Magda Crail. I asked her certain questions.
Why, Mr. Gaines?
He asked her questions because he thought, and I thought, that my daughter died 13 years ago. Oh, either the girl who came back to me is my daughter, or she is an imposter, and she belongs in jail.
Is there any doubt in your mind about it?
Of course. That's why I'm here.
On the telephone, you said something about preventing murder.
Well, I have a stepson named Anthony George to whom I intended to leave my money, not because I liked him. Simply because I had nobody else to leave it to.
Except your daughter.
Except my daughter. If she is my daughter.
We were talking about murder.
I was talking about my daughter and my stepson.
Same thing, I take it.
Maybe, possibly. I don't know.
Mr. Crail.
Yes?
I am not a wealthy man, but I'm certainly able to make ends meet.
Yeah? What do you mean?
Explain, Archie.
I think Mr. Wolfe means that if you don't want to be frank with him, he'd rather not waste his time.
Mr. Wolfe, I apologize if I've seemed to spar with you.
Phooey.
See, a blind man can only judge by what he hears and smells and feels.
So?
No, I must be a little more cautious than I would have to be otherwise.
I'm sorry, Mr. Crail. Patience is not one of my virtues. Now, about your daughter, or your non-daughter. What's her name?
Magda. She calls herself Magda Crail, which was my daughter's name.
What makes you think she isn't your daughter?
Well, $10 million, partly.
Once again, Mr. Crail?
My estate may be worth more than that, but surely not less. You?
Surely not less, Mr. Crail. Rather more, I should say.
Yes, $10 million might have some appeal to an ambitious girl, Archie?
Sure, but I'm not a girl, and I'm not ambitious.
Nobody could accuse you of either fault. Mr. Crail, we are getting nowhere. Either you tell your story from the beginning or take it somewhere else. Archie, I'd like some beer.
When I went out for the beer, the kitchen was a mess, and incidentally, I saw what was being prepared for lunch. When I got back to the office, Mr. Crail and his boy were gone. One beer for Mr. Wolfe. What happened?
What took you so long, Archie?
I had a sandwich.
And spoiled your lunch.
You know what you're having for lunch?
Of course. I planned it. Baby octopus. Delicious.
I'll take your word for it. What happened to the blind tycoon?
Get your book, will you, Archie? I want to give you a few notes.
Oh, just a second.
Okay.
Item.
Item.
You needn't repeat everything after me.
Yes, master.
Item. Horace Crail was born blind. Item. His wife and their 6-year-old daughter, Magda, disappeared in their private plane 13 years ago. Magda returned last Tuesday. Item. No matter what he says to the contrary, Horace Crail is afraid he's going to be killed. I think Mr. Crail is right.
Memo from Archie Goodwin to Nero Wolfe. Time 4:32 p.m. The notes you dictated on the Crail case are on your blotter. 3 pages of them. You are with your orchids. I am on my way to the Crail domicile to meet the other characters in this turgid drama. As per instructions, I will bring them here if possible. Love, Archie.
Yes, sir?
My name is Goodwin, Archie Goodwin. I believe I'm expected.
This way, please, sir. Yes, sir?
Thanks. Hello.
Don't tell me you're Nero Wolfe.
Not by a couple of £100. I'm Archie Goodwin, his assistant.
Well, I'm Magda Crail. Nobody's assistant. That awful Hugh Gaines creature said Nero Wolfe wants to talk to me.
He does.
Well, where is he?
Waiting for you. No hurry, though. No hurry at all. Just play and don't worry about a thing. Black hair, green eyes, skin like a magnolia petal. Beautiful, beautiful. While she finished what she was playing, I watched her. Beautiful.
Well?
Beautiful.
Mr. Goodwin.
Archie.
Oh, we could get along together, Archie, if that's the way you are.
It's the way I am. I can't seem to do anything about it.
Where's Anthony?
Anthony? Oh, Anthony George.
Well, I thought both my repulsive half-brother and I were supposed to meet Nero Wolfe.
I'm here in case anybody wants to know.
Over there in the shadows, listening with all his ears. That's Anthony George. Shall we go and talk to Nero Wolfe, Anthony?
Goodwin? You look like a normal sort of person.
Well, that's open to question, but go on.
If you had to choose between $10 million and killing a woman by due process of law, which would you choose?
I'll think about it between now and July 1994. Now, shall we go talk to Nero Wolfe?
Miss Crail.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
Why did you wait until now, until last Tuesday, to let your father know that you were living?
Does it make any difference?
I think so.
13 years ago, I was 6.
What she means is that she was 6 when she died.
But I didn't die, Anthony Sweet.
Obviously. But Magda Crail did, with my mother.
His mother. Anthony says he doesn't remember me as a child. But I remember him, the brat.
What about me?
Well, when I was about 4 or 5, you were 8 or 9, I suppose. Do you remember dressing up in one of Daddy's tailcoats, a sword, and Mother's hat with a plume?
Suppose I did. You're still not my sister.
Don't worry, Anthony. When poor Father dies, I'll support you.
Archie.
Sir?
I made a mistake.
A mistake? You?
I thought I wanted to talk to these young people. I don't. Take them away. Take the young lady to a nightclub.
On my salary?
As part of our investigation, it will be charged to Mr. Horace Crail.
It was no hardship at all. In fact, it was a pleasure. We dropped Anthony George off at the Crail place, and Magda and I went on. And on.
You're a wonderful dancer, Archie.
You can't make enemies that way, honey.
Archie, why did Mr. Wolfe want you to take me out?
To find out whether you really are Crail's daughter.
How did he expect you to find out?
I don't know.
Do you think he knew?
He probably had some idea, but I don't know what it could have been.
Honestly?
Honestly.
Archie, do you think I'm telling the truth?
No. But wait a minute, baby. I don't think you're lying either. I just don't think.
Give me my handbag, Archie. Thanks. I've got something here that might interest both you and Mr. Wolfe. Here. Those are snapshots that were taken of me before I was 6.
Ah. Yeah, cute.
Now look at me.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Can't you see those pictures are of me?
Kids that young all look the same to me, but suppose they are pictures of you. What of it?
Well, just this. I found them in one of Mr. Crail's old photograph albums. My father, I mean.
Oh, here's something.
The one lying on my tummy on the white bearskin rug. All babies get their pictures taken that way. Here, give it to me.
Wait a second. What's this mark under your shoulder blade?
It's a little birthmark, like a strawberry.
Yeah, it's clear. Look, honey.
Why are you so interested in babies, Archie?
Because I always thought I should have been a mother. Now, look, have you still got that mark on your back?
Of course. At least I suppose so. They don't go away, do they? Where are you going?
I'll be right back.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie Goodwin. I'm with Magda Crail.
No doubt.
What?
No doubt, I said. But never mind. What do you want?
Want to ask a question.
Go on.
You don't think Magda's Horace Crail's daughter, do you?
I don't think anything.
You're stealing your lines from me.
Never. All right, then, no. I don't think the girl is Crail's daughter.
That's just what I hoped you'd say.
Why, Archie?
Because for once you're wrong.
She's pretty, isn't she?
Yes, she is. Also, she's got a birthmark.
You have seen it?
No, but nobody's going to be fool enough to claim a birthmark that isn't there. It's too easy to prove.
Good night, Archie.
I thought you deserted me, Archie. Well, you know Hugh Gaines, don't you?
Hello, Gaines.
Hello, Goodwin. Making hay while the moon shines?
You know, if you work that into a routine, it could be pretty dull.
You don't like me, do you?
Do I have to?
No, not in the least.
Well, that's good. Mr. Wolfe and I feel it's wrong to like any of our clients, especially a nightclub.
Really? Why?
Because they might sit down at your table while you're making a telephone call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Never mind. Finish your drink.
Once again, I'm sorry.
Forget it. Mr. Crail seems to think that Magda's trying to rook him.
Apparently.
What do you think?
Boys, I'm here too, you know.
Quiet. What do you think, Mr. Gaines?
Well, to me, it's a matter of no importance one way or the other. As for Mr. Crail, what he wants is absolute proof. And, of course, there's no such thing as proof that is absolute. Do you want me to add it up for you?
Yeah, that's exactly what I want you to do for me. Add it up.
13 years ago, Mrs. Crail and her small daughter, Magda, boarded a chartered plane in St. Louis to fly across the Ozarks to Hot Springs, Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
They took off, and that's the last that ever was heard of them, or the pilot, or the plane.
Okay, add some more.
Mr. Crail had the whole area searched for months. The search itself cost almost $50,000.
And the plane was not found.
They finally decided that it must have fallen into the Mississippi, where it would sink to the bottom and stay forever.
Now, wait a minute. Magda.
Yes, Archie.
Don't you remember anything about this trip?
Nothing. Not a single thing. The last I remember is Mother putting me to bed in a strange city, in a hotel. And that's all.
Okay, what's the next thing you remember?
Archie, dear.
Yeah?
Didn't my father go over this whole business with Mr. Wolfe?
I suppose he did.
Then do we have to do it again?
There must be some reason why he wanted me to take you to a nightclub.
Because I might say something I haven't already said 100 times?
Maybe. What's the next thing you remember after your mother put you to bed in a strange city?
Archie, I have a confession to make.
This I believe. Go ahead.
$10 million is a lot of money.
So I've been told.
I don't really remember a single solitary thing before I was 6 years old and going to school in Rogers, Arkansas.
Not Anthony George wearing tails and a sword?
It was one of the pictures in the album.
Not your mother putting you to bed in a hotel in St. Louis?
$10 million, Archie.
So you're not Magda Crail?
Well, of course I'm Magda Crail. Oh, I may have tried to make the story sound a little more convincing than I should have. But I'm Magda Crail just the same. How could I be anybody else?
And so far, I can't see why you shouldn't be anybody else.
Miss Crail will now bring up the matter of the diary. Won't you, Miss Crail?
The diary?
Oh, you don't know. Then Mr. Wolfe has told you nothing at all about this case, has he?
He probably told me all I needed to know. What about a diary?
Well, you see, Mr. Goodwin, Miss Crail's memory begins at about the happy age of 7. A black-haired, green-eyed, pigtail brat named Maggie Lomax. Only child of Walt and Mabel Lomax of Rogers, Arkansas. Am I correct, Miss Lomax? Miss Crail, I mean.
He's a sarcastic character, isn't he, Archie?
That he is. What about this diary?
To cut a long sob story short, Walt and Mabel Lomax died in an automobile accident a few weeks ago, leaving only Maggie. Take it from there, Maggie.
Well, there was no money. I looked through the house to find anything I could sell, and I came across a hidden box. The diary was in the box. along with some clothes that might fit a 6-year-old girl.
The clothes look like what the girl was last seen wearing.
How do you know?
Well, there's a photograph in one of Mr. Crail's albums taken in St. Louis the day before the flight. But for $10 million, those clothes could be reproduced, stitch for stitch.
Archie, dear.
Take him out in the alley? It would be a pleasure.
Oh, now, wait a second, Archie. With one arm tied behind you, I think you could probably beat me into a pulp. Is it all right if we don't prove it?
We were talking about the diary, Archie.
Okay, what about it?
Archie, I don't even claim the handwriting is mine. What's handwriting when you're 6 years old? Still, the first page is one of those things that has name, name of parents, home address, and like that. Color of hair, eyes, you know.
Sure, I had one myself.
Certainly. Every child had one. One or a dozen. Maybe they still do. You fill in the first page, and then you never write another word.
Honey.
They were cheap. I doubt if they cost a quarter, and there was a place that said, my first date, favorite pastime.
Look, baby.
Oh, he calls me baby, Mr. Gaines.
Yes, I noticed that. I think he'd believe your story no matter what you told him.
Get lost, will you, Mr. Gaines?
What's that?
Get lost. Drop dead. Turn blue.
Well, I can take a hint. Good night, Archie. And Miss Lomax.
Prissy, isn't he?
Prissy is the word.
He doesn't seem to believe your story.
He believes what he's told to believe. It's his job.
Sure.
You believe me, don't you, Archie?
Honey, you're beautiful, just the way you are. Now, let's talk about the diary.
I hate you.
I hate you, too.
Shall we dance?
The diary.
Oh, dear.
Where is it?
Do you call this romance?
No, I call it working overtime. Where is it?
Here, in my handbag. Here. Push over. We look at it together. I'm not crowding you, am I?
What's a little crowding?
Cozy, isn't it? Now, look at the cover first. My diary, 1934. I suppose somebody gave it to me for my 6th birthday.
Let's just not suppose anything, shall we?
All right, Archie. Page 1. Name, Magda Crail. Date of birth, October 11th, 1928. But you read it. Or can you read?
Anything you can write, honey. Date of birth and so on. Father Horace Crail, Mother Mabel Crail. Hair black, eyes green. My favorite pastime, playing with dolls. Playing has a Y in it.
You know what I think, Archie? You wouldn't call that writing, would you? Not real writing.
It's more like printing.
I think my mother guided my hand when I wrote that.
Yeah, that's the way it looks, all right. Well...
Dance now?
Dance now. While we danced, while I held that disturbing girl in my arms, I tried to believe the case was just as simple as it seemed. Somehow she'd survived a plane crash, a head injury, and then a normal life with a couple who naturally wouldn't tell her that she wasn't really theirs. I tried to believe it. I was trying hard when...
Archie, don't look. There's Anthony George.
Oh, yeah, alone in the corner.
You've had a lot of experience, Archie. Do you think he's a killer?
A what?
Do you think he'd commit murder?
I don't think anything about him, but why should he?
For $10 million?
I see what you mean. Are you worried?
Not with you around, Archie. Not with you around.
It was like that, maybe even more like that, until the waiter told me I was wanted on the telephone. I asked her to keep the table warm, that I'd be right back.
Hello. This is Archie Goodwin.
Archie?
Oh, hello, Mr. Wolfe.
I've been talking to Mr. Crail.
Wonderful.
Little less humor, perhaps?
Okay, what about Mr. Crail?
He showed me some pictures of his daughter.
Baby pictures?
Unfortunately. Some of the pictures were missing from the album.
Those are the ones I've been looking at.
Archie, I'm interested in that birthmark.
So am I.
Do you think you could persuade the young lady to have a picture taken of her back undraped?
Wait a minute. Just one moment, please.
Well?
You mean that?
Clear picture and a bright light.
How would you like her posed, Mr. Wolfe?
I am not amused, Archie.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All I want is a clear, sharp, focused picture of that birthmark. And I expect you to get it for me. Good night, Archie.
Hello again.
Dance?
No. Talk.
More talk?
Lots more.
What now?
That birthmark.
So I've got a birthmark. What about it?
I wish I had one that was worth $10 million.
So do I.
This one is worth nothing to me. Since my father doesn't believe I'm his daughter, and he's blind, that kind of identification doesn't mean anything to him.
You're forgetting the people he trusts. Hugh Gaines, for instance. If the birthmark is there, couldn't he look at it, compare it with those awful baby pictures, and say, yes, here is your daughter?
I've got news for you, Archie. He has looked at it. He says it looks the same as the one in the baby pictures.
Has he told your father that?
Yes. But he also told him he thought I was a fake. That somehow I found out that the 6-year-old daughter of a millionaire had died in a plane crash 13 years ago. And I found out she had a strawberry birthmark on her back. And I had one, too. So I decided to say that I was Magda Creel.
That's absurd.
Well, of course it is. You can see how it's going to work out, can't you, Archie?
Frankly, no. How?
My father went to Mr. Wolfe simply to have him prove that I am his daughter, whatever Hugh Gaines says. The only thing I'm afraid of, though...
What are you afraid of, baby?
I'm afraid my darling half-brother might kill him before he has a chance to change his will.
Isn't that a somewhat mercenary view to take of the matter?
Maybe it is, Archie. And maybe I'd feel differently about it if my father had found me instead of waiting for me to find him.
He tried, didn't he?
I wonder.
Let's get back to that birthmark. Are you allergic to floodlights? I know a photographer who has a studio.
Confound it, Archie.
How did you know it was going to be me?
Because nobody else would dare to call me this late. What do you want?
I got the pictures. They're drying now.
If you come home, bring them with you. They may be important tomorrow. Have you heard that Horace Creel was murdered?
No. How? Who? Where?
Tomorrow we'll talk about it, Archie. Good night.
At 4 p.m. the next day, there was quite a lot of confusion in Nero Wolfe's office. At his direction, I'd set up a picture screen at one end of the room, and on his desk at the other end, a rather strangely constructed projector. At 4:30, the guests arrived. Magda, Anthony, George, Hugh Gaines, and, of course, Inspector Kramer, ready to make an arrest if he could figure out whom to arrest. Hello, Inspector.
Hi, Goodwin.
Magda, Anthony,
Hello,
George,
Archie.
Hugh.
Yeah, what's this all about? What's going on, Archie?
You got me, Inspector. I think Mr. Wolfe wants to show slides of his trip to Yellowstone Park. But here he is. Ask him.
Oh, say, Wolf, you want to know what I think?
Not in the least, Inspector. Sit down somewhere, won't you? Archie, will you turn out the lights? Thank you. Now, this is a picture of Magda Creel lying on her stomach at the age of 6 months. I changed the focus so, and we have a close-up of a birthmark. A smooth discoloration that looks as if it might have been painted on.
Now, look, Wolf, you said if I came here, you'd give me the guy who killed Horace Creel, and you show me a picture of a baby's back.
Inspector, if you open your mouth again, I may not keep my promise.
Go ahead.
While we look at this enlargement of a birthmark on baby's back, let us remember that the late Mr. Horace Creel was blind and never saw it.
So what? What's he getting at, Goodwin?
Inspector, if I knew, I'd tell you. Listen.
Mr. Creel had a trusted secretary, Hugh Gaines.
I'm here.
Of course, Mr. Gaines had a brilliant idea. He knew the tragedy of Mrs. Creel and her daughter, and he decided to bring Creel's daughter back to life.
What makes you think so, Mr. Wolfe?
You had access to the photograph album, and only you. Oddly enough, Mr. Creel didn't even know his daughter had a birthmark until you told him.
That may be true, but what of it?
It's unimportant. Now I want to show you another picture. Archie, explain this picture, will you?
Reading from left to right, this is a picture of Miss Creel's back. Very pretty, too.
As you can see, there is what appears to be a small birthmark somewhat under the left shoulder blade. I change focus, and as it becomes larger...
That's not a birthmark. That's tattooing. You can see it.
Tattooing, of course. And Mr. Gaines had a brilliant idea. How to make use of a tattooed birthmark and Miss Magna to help him out. Blind as he was, Horace Creel saw through it. That's why Hugh Gaines had to kill him.
No, you don't, Gaines.
Mr. Wolfe. Mr. Wolfe, you all right?
Of course I'm all right. Well, Inspector Kramer, Mr. Gaines is your man. Another bottle of beer, please, Archie.
It's right there in front of you. You know, I was thinking. A girl can get herself tattooed, can't she? Is that a crime? What does it prove?
Archie. Have I ever told you I love you?
I'm going to bed.
Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Mindred Lord was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Martha Shaw, Vic Rodman, Peter Leeds, Gray Stafford, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you the case in room 304. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. This Sunday, the glamorous and unpredictable Tallulah brings you another hour-and-a-half broadcast of The Big Show, starring Fred Allen, Judy Holliday, Joan Davis, Fran Warren, and many more. And this Sunday's Theater Guild on the Air production is the Broadway comedy The First Year. Starring in this Theater Guild presentation are Richard Widmark and Katherine Grayson. Remember, Tallulah Bankhead stars in her wonderful Big Show Sunday on NBC. Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. What? Oh, Fritz. Yeah, I thought it was the outside line. Yeah? Yes, thanks. I'll be right down, Fritz. Boss, Mr. Wolfe, will you please hurry?
You're well aware that it will avail you nothing to hurry me. Why Mr. World be in such a rush today?
But the car, it's downstairs waiting. Fritz is all ready.
Let him wait. Isn't it enough that I've agreed against my better judgment to leave the comforts of home to go rushing through the crashing traffic of the city?
To a dinner? That should be an inducement.
Fritz could have prepared a delicious dinner. He has truffles in the pantry.
Well, why did you promise Arthur Merle? You didn't have to accept the invitation.
Quite so. He's an old friend. Besides, he does set an excellent table. It's just that I don't like the traffic.
Traffic? I know why. It's that awful oxygen in the atmosphere outside. It's not the traffic.
Archie, you're talking much too much.
I know, boss. I'm impatient. Would you mind giving me some slight indication that you intend to move from that chair?
Just as soon as I finish this beer.
Sure you wouldn't care for half a dozen sandwiches before we go to dinner?
If we were going anywhere other than to Arthur Merle's, I'd agree with you. He's the only person in the world I know of, except myself, of course, who has a proper appreciation and respect for the art of preparing good food.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
We usually refer to this story as the case of the final page. Under normal circumstances, the last page of a manuscript would be absolutely worthless unless you read all the preceding pages. But in this instance, the final page held the answer to a murder. Without that page, we couldn't arrive at the solution. Actually, we didn't even know the problem. Anyhow, I finally got Nero Wolfe to the lobby of Arthur Merle's apartment building.
Going up. Up, please. Are you going up, gentlemen?
Are you, honey?
Certainly. It's my job.
Then so are we. After you, boss.
When did they install women elevator operators in this building?
I've been here for 2 years. Floor, please.
Arthur Merle's apartment, I believe it's 814.
That's right. Are you Mr. Wolfe?
No, this is Mr. Wolfe. I'm Archie Goodwin.
although the name Wolfe would be much more appropriate for him than for me.
How did you know he was Mr. Wolfe?
Mr. Merle came in half an hour ago. He mentioned that he was expecting you.
You see, Archie, you rushed me unnecessarily. We practically preceded him here, and we'll probably have to wait interminably for dinner.
I just hate to be late.
Arthur Merle has never been on time in his life. He's no more punctual than any other writer. He's never been known to meet a deadline on time.
This is your floor, gentlemen. Arthur Merle is just down the hall to the right, 814.
Thank you. And by the way, I want to compliment you on your congenial attitude, miss. I'll speak to the management.
Oh, thank you, sir. Decent of you.
What's your name, huh?
Women are usurping everything.
Really costs to live here. Merle's really in the chips.
Every book he writes sells 1 million copies.
Remember the last time we had dinner with Arthur Merle?
I do. Delicious. Mountain quail. Shot them himself.
Yeah, he's quite a marksman.
Archie, such proficiency as Arthur Merle displayed in hunting is evidence of a wasted life.
Sure, he probably never made over $500,000 a year in his whole life.
Well, ring again. Don't just stand there.
Surely he's expecting us.
The elevator operator said he was?
Yeah, she seemed quite well informed.
If I were a judge of women, which I'm not, I'd say she has a line on every male in the building.
She can get a line on me anytime she wants.
Archie, your insatiable interest in the female seems sometimes to border on the psychopathic.
You know a more pleasant way to go crazy?
Phooey.
It's strange, there's a light on in there. I can see it under the door. Shall I try the door?
Do so, Archie.
Thank you.
Unlocked. Well, at least we can get in. He may be in the bedroom.
Probably in the kitchen.
I'll just sit here. I must forgo the comforts of my own home. I certainly intend to avail myself of the comforts of Arthur Merle's. Very much overdecorated.
You wouldn't like heaven unless they had orchids and beer.
Not a chair in the place worthy of the name. Well, I'll try that divan while you have a look around.
For what?
Arthur Merle, of course. Suppose you have a look in the study. Maybe writing. Have a look, my boy. I'm exhausted and thirsty. See if he has any...
Boss!
Good heavens, Archie, don't shout. I'm coming.
It's Arthur Merle. Look, slumped over his desk, a knife in his back.
Yeah, he's quite dead. You haven't touched anything?
Certainly not. I've been around long enough to know that.
Well, you just call Inspector Kramer at homicide.
How long do you think he's been dead? I'd say a half hour.
From all appearances, yes. And perhaps only 10 minutes.
I can't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Arthur Merle? Everybody liked him. Last man I'd expect such a thing to happen to.
The answer is probably a considerable distance from the question, Archie.
Inspector Kramer, homicide.
Archie Goodwin, Inspector. Just a minute. Nero Wolfe wants to speak to you.
Oh, no. Don't tell me you two have stirred up something on a night like this. It's 10 below zero.
I'm sorry. Here you are, boss.
Hello, Inspector.
Yes? What is it this time, Wolf? Find a dead body under Grant's tomb?
I'm sorry you'll forgive any apparent failure to find humor in your little witticism. But I'm at Arthur Merle's apartment. I suggest you come here at once. Seems that Arthur finally met a deadline.
So you just walked in here and found Merle dead, huh?
We were invited here for dinner.
Anyone else around when you got here?
No.
You see anyone, Goodwin?
Only the elevator operator who brought us up.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, since you were in on the ground floor, maybe you've got some ideas.
Sorry, Inspector. Had I been able to solve the crime so soon, I would have advised you, Inspector.
Yeah. Well, it's obviously murder.
Obviously.
You knew him well?
Quite well.
Ever know of his being in any trouble?
No.
Everybody liked him. Arthur Merle, I felt, didn't have an enemy in the world.
Is that so? I don't think anybody pulled this as a little friendly gesture.
Don't jump to conclusions, Inspector, that this murder was committed necessarily by an enemy of Merle's.
Meaning?
It could have been an absolute stranger.
A woman?
Or a burglar, or a madman, or a crank, or... As far as we know, it could have been anybody in the city, Inspector. Arthur's been dead nearly an hour. And an hour ago, I was in my own home, sitting comfortably in my own big easy chair, drinking a delectable glass of beer. Someone at the door, Archie.
Yeah, just a minute. I'll answer that.
Mr. Merle?
No.
Well, is Mr. Merle here?
Yes, he's here. But he's not seeing anyone.
Well, he's expecting me. I'm from the Serve Right Catering Company. We're ready to serve for 4 here tonight.
The dinner has been canceled.
Oh, but it's been ordered. Breast of guinea hen, cooked in wine and cloves, delicious. It's prepared and waiting. I'm afraid that I must insist on seeing Mr. Merle.
Mr. Merle has been murdered.
Well, I'm afraid I must... Murdered? Well, oh, my goodness, but... Well, in that case, Yes, good evening.
Don't you think you might have taken a bit more time with the fellow, Inspector?
Why?
You might at least have let him serve the dinner. Guinea hen, wine, and cloves sounded positively delectably...
Look, I've had dinner.
I'm afraid you're too busy, Inspector. So busy that you've just passed up an extremely interesting bit of information.
What are you talking about, Wolf?
He said he was to serve dinner for 4.
Well?
Arthur Merle, Archie, and myself are only 3.
Well, who else was supposed to be here?
A 4th guest who either hasn't arrived yet or who arrived earlier and left.
Oh, I see what you mean, Wolf.
Good. In that case, I'll leave you to pursue your deductions from that premise. Archie, will you please stay with the inspector and be of any help that you can? As for myself, I'm going back to my own home, which I should never have left in the first place.
Okay, that finishes the apartment search, Goodwin.
And what have we?
Nothing. Except that Merle had over $300 in his pocket, and he was wearing a ring worth a couple of $1,000, so it couldn't have been robbery. And I don't think it was premeditated murder.
Why not?
The weapon. Obviously, if someone had planned on killing Merle, he'd have prepared it better. Used a better weapon than a blunt paper knife. No, as I see it, someone was here before you and Wolf arrived, and for some reason that person found it necessary to kill Merle, and he did it on the spur of the moment.
I'm listening.
Well, it's obvious. Merle was slumped over his typewriter. This sheet of paper was in it. He'd been working.
May I see it?
Yeah.
Starbreaker. Strange title. Page 189. He was getting well along with his latest mystery.
Apparently.
Gregory Thorne slipped the paper into his pocket. It was just an ordinary piece of paper, but Gregory knew its value. Used properly, as Greg knew how to use it, it would be worth $100,000. He walked away briskly, and as he... That's all.
Yeah, that's all. Must have been writing.
I'd like to read the rest of it.
We didn't find any more of it.
Any other ideas?
No, at the moment we seem to be right where the murderer himself left off. Oh, what is this, open house?
Sorry to be so... Oh.
Oh, what?
I expected to see Mr. Merle. Is he here?
Well, who are you?
Cynthia Roberts.
He expecting you?
Well, no. That is...
Come on in, Miss Roberts.
Thank you.
Maybe the young lady is trying to say that he didn't have to expect her. Maybe she felt free to call without advance notice, Inspector.
Inspector?
What did you want to see Mr. Merle about?
Well, I'm his fiancée.
Oh.
Had dinner yet, Miss Roberts?
Why, yes, I had dinner earlier.
When were you last here, Miss Roberts?
Last night, after the theater. Arthur and I were... What's the matter? Is something wrong?
I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Miss Roberts, but Arthur Merle was murdered. And you say you hadn't talked to Mr. Merle all evening. Is that right, Miss Roberts?
Yes, that's right.
You didn't have a date with him tonight?
Oh, no.
Then why did you come here?
I told you we were engaged. I just came by, that's all.
I see.
Any more questions, Inspector?
None for the present. How about you, Goodwin?
Nope. But maybe Wolf. Let me call him.
Yes, I guess under the circumstances, we can't very well leave him out. Go ahead.
Oh, Arthur, I just can't believe it. Why would anyone want to kill him?
That, Miss Roberts, is a question we'd all like to know the answer to.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss, I'm still at Merle's. We haven't found out anything new except that Arthur's fiancée dropped in a few minutes ago.
Did she know anything of interest?
I don't think so.
What does the inspector plan to do about it?
Just a minute. He wants to know what you're going to do with her.
Well, hold her, of course.
He's going to hold her.
Let me speak to him.
Okay. He wants to talk to you, Inspector.
All right. Hello.
Inspector, I suggest you let the young lady go.
Are you crazy? I haven't got enough suspects in this deal to be letting the hottest one go free.
You can't consider her a suspect simply because she knew Arthur.
Now, see here, Wolf.
If you go around arresting people at random, you'll certainly be tipping your hand to the real murderer, admitting that you don't have a real clue to go on.
And just what do you suggest?
Find a motive, Inspector. Find a motive. Then, if you stumble on a suspect, you'll have some basis for making an arrest. At the moment, I suggest that you let the girl go and tell Archie to stop wasting his time down there and come home at once.
So that's the story, boss. We went over that place with a fine-tooth comb. Nothing. There's not a single suspect. The last person to see Arthur alive was the elevator girl.
Correction, Archie. The last person to see Arthur Merle alive was the person who ended his life.
Well, I just can't imagine that pretty little elevator gal.
You don't solve crimes by imagination, Archie.
Then there's Cynthia Roberts, his fiancée.
You suspect her?
Not exactly, but just suppose she did have a motive. Maybe he threw her over. Wouldn't it have been very clever of her to come back to Arthur's apartment after the police arrived, allegedly looking for her?
I thought you were the admirer of the fairer sex, Archie. So far, the best you can do is practically accuse the elevator girl and Arthur's fiancée of murder.
Well, who else is there? Certainly the fellow who came with the food doesn't count. I repeat, who else is there?
The entire population of the city, Archie.
Thanks. Well, that's all I get. Oh, there was something else.
What?
This. Page 189 of what appears to be Arthur's latest novel. It was in his typewriter. As you can see, just started the page.
Starbreaker. Very interesting. What's the rest of it?
That's all we found.
What? And there was something missing. Archie.
Yes, boss?
First thing tomorrow morning, get the address of Mr. Morton, who publishes Arthur's books. Then get over to see him right away.
Yes, may I help you?
I'd like to see Mr. Morton.
Did you have an appointment?
Tell him I'm from Homicide.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes?
Mr. Morton, I know you have someone with you, but there's a gentleman here from the Homicide Bureau. He wants to see you.
Tell him I work for Nero Wolfe. My name's Goodwin.
His name is Goodwin.
Send him in.
Yes, thank you. You may go right in, sir. The large door to your right.
Thanks.
Come in, Mr. Goodwin. Come in. I understand you're from Homicide.
Not exactly. I'm Nero Wolfe's assistant. We're working with Inspector Kramer.
And what can I do for you?
You've heard about Arthur Merle.
Yes, I received the word when I came in this morning. It was a great shock. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Goodwin. This gentleman is Henry Childs.
How do you do, Mr. Childs?
Glad to meet you, Mr. Goodwin. You're with Nero Wolfe?
I'm his assistant, man Friday.
Mr. Childs is a publicity agent. He handled all publicity for Arthur Merle.
I've not only lost an excellent client, but a very good friend. Did you know Mr. Merle?
Yes, I'd met him a number of times with Mr. Wolfe.
Yes, indeed. Arthur Merle was a great writer and a fine citizen. He'll be missed by millions. Mr. Goodwin, when was the murder discovered?
Last night, shortly before dinner.
Well, what do the police, what do you think the motive was?
Don't know as yet, Mr. Childs. A little early for that.
Well, it's certainly a shame.
I wanted to ask you a few questions, Mr. Morton, privately. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Childs.
Oh, no, not at all. I was about to leave. I'll run along now, Mr. Morton.
See you again soon, Mr. Childs.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Well, Mr. Goodwin?
You did a lot of business with Mr. Merle, Mr. Morton?
I published every one of his novels for the past 8 years.
And you intended to publish his new one, the one he was working on?
Yes, we had a contract.
The usual agreement between you.
Naturally. Although I didn't know the story, I was always sure that if Arthur wrote it, it was good. Mr. Merle's name on a novel was a guarantee that it would sell 1 million copies.
You don't know what this last one was about?
Haven't the faintest idea. We relied completely on Arthur's judgment.
Not even any carbon copies, huh?
Not that I know of. Why?
When Mr. Merle was killed, the only thing missing from his apartment was the novel.
The novel?
The first 188 pages, all we found of it were a few lines of page 189 in his typewriter. He must have been working on it when the murderer stabbed him. The rest of it's gone.
You mean, Goodwin, the novel's gone? Oh, this will cost me $1 million.
Well, it cost Arthur Merle his life.
Arthur Merle dead and his novel gone. I can hardly believe it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morton.
Oh, I hope I've been of some help, although
I'm
don't
sorry
quite see.
You haven't. But we may call on you again. Before it's over, you may be a great help.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss. I just finished with Morton. He doesn't know a thing. Merle never discussed his stories with anyone, and as far as Morton knows, he never made carbons.
I see.
Where do I go from here, boss?
See Cynthia Roberts.
Oh, then you haven't dismissed the possibility that she may have had something to do with it.
Being his fiancée, she probably knows more about Arthur than anyone else. She may know who the fourth guest was to have been last night. And she also may know what Merle's novel was about.
Right, boss. I'm anxious to know what the novel was about, too.
I personally don't give a hang what the novel was about. What I want to find out is someone who does know the story. Because I have a hunch that whoever knows that is the person who killed Arthur Merle.
Miss Roberts, I know you want to help us find out who killed Arthur.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll do anything.
Nero Wolfe and I were invited to have dinner with Arthur Merle last night.
Well, I knew he was having friends in for dinner, but I didn't know who they were.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hoped you'd know whom he invited.
No, he didn't tell me.
Miss Roberts, we have reason to believe that there was to have been a fourth person there last night.
A fourth?
The caterer came to deliver dinner for 4. Now, the fourth party never did show up, or else came earlier and left after Arthur was killed.
You mean someone Arthur invited to dinner might have killed him?
Maybe.
Oh, there's no one that I can think of who bore any ill will toward Arthur.
We're convinced that this was done on the spur of the moment. Unpremeditated murder. Arthur Merle suddenly became a threat to someone. Now we've got to find out what the threat was and who was threatened. We'd hoped you could help.
I'm sorry.
Did he ever discuss his new novel with you?
Oh, no, he never talked about his stories until he'd finished them.
So his latest mystery contains the answer to an even greater mystery. Unless we find the first, they'll both go unanswered.
Mr. Morton?
Yes?
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Oh, yes. Your man Goodwin was here to see me.
I presume you are interested in seeing Merle's murderer brought to justice?
Certainly. Arthur was a close friend of mine.
And his death cost you a bestseller, I know. Now, would you be willing to help a bit?
Why, yes, if I...
I've prepared a statement for the papers. I want you to call the literary editors first thing in the morning. Here's what I want you to tell them. Got a pencil and paper?
Yes?
And take this down. Quote, Mr. Carlton Morton announced today that the last work of the late Arthur Merle will be published according to schedule. Fortunately, it was Mr. Merle's custom to furnish his publishers with carbon copies of each day's work. Consequently, with the major portion of his...
Boss!
Good heaven, Archie. Please don't be so loud.
Look here. In this morning's paper, why, that rat, he lied to me. That...
What on earth are you talking about?
That publisher, Morton, he said he didn't have copies of Merle's manuscript, that he didn't know what it was about. And listen to this. Mr. Carlton Morton announced today that the last work of the late Arthur Merle will be published according to schedule. Fortunately, it was Mr. Merle's custom to furnish his publisher with carbon copies of each day's work. Consequently, with a major portion of his latest work, Starbreaker, in the hands of his publisher, together with a complete synopsis, including the denouement, it will be possible for a ghostwriter to complete the novel. It will be published posthumously and proceeds with... Boss, did you hear that?
I did, and it couldn't have been more to my liking if I'd written it myself. Now, excuse me. I want to make a telephone call.
Who?
Publisher Morton.
Yeah, I'm beginning to see. He lied about the whole thing. I still don't see why he'd kill Merle, but on...
Hello, Mr. Morton. This is Nero Wolfe. Yes, perfect. Now I'll call Kramer, and he and Archie will be waiting for you. Remember now, if anything comes of it, you are to say the manuscript is in the safe in your home, and you steer the party here. Say you've recently rented this place. I hope we'll be seeing you. Yes. Goodbye. Oh, and be careful. Remember what happened to Arthur. The manuscript is in my desk in the middle drawer.
What the... You mean...
Archie, look out of that window.
Huh? Yeah?
Out there is a city of some 5 million people. In that 5 million, there is one who murdered Arthur Merle. Now, we don't know who it is, so we can't go out and put a finger on him. But, Archie, since we can't go to him, We have only one other choice, make him come to us.
Will you tell me why we're sitting here in the dark in Wolfe's office?
Yes, Inspector Kramer. Mr. Wolfe promised us a caller. Mr. Morton is to pretend that he's rented this place recently.
Well, who's the caller?
Can't tell you until he or she gets here.
You seem certain he'll come.
I'm quite certain.
I'm just hopeful.
You trying to tell me that Morton killed Merle?
You're almost as dense as Archie was. No, Morton didn't do it.
Unless Mr. Wolfe is very wrong, which is doubtful, before the night is over, Morton will know who did. And it won't be long until we know, too.
You should get on a quiz program. You're so good at guessing games.
Shh. Listen.
Huh? Someone's coming.
A brilliant deduction, my dear Kramer. I hope there are two of them. Inspector, behind these drapes. Quick! I'll get behind the screen.
All right, Mr. Morton. So far, you've been very cooperative. Just keep it up.
I have no intention of doing otherwise. Your gun has me completely convinced, Mr. Childs.
Get the manuscript.
Yes, just a moment. It's in my desk.
Wait a minute. I thought you said it was in a safe.
A mistake, Mr. Childs. I don't have a safe. Shall I get the manuscript?
Yes, but no tricks. You be careful.
I'm being exceedingly careful, Mr. Childs. There you are.
Starbreaker by Arthur Merle. Yes, this is it. Thank you, Mr. Morton.
Now, I trust that's all you want of me.
I'm sorry. I wish that were true. Unfortunately, you see, it's not the actual novel that I want.
Oh?
My interest in this copy is the same as it was in the original.
And that is?
That no one should ever learn the content.
I take it you know what it's about, then.
Yes. You see, Mr. Merle made the mistake of telling me when I called a bit early at his apartment for dinner last evening. I was forced to deprive him of his life once I learned the storyline of this novel. This story must be kept secret.
Why?
Most of you people in the publishing business know me as a public relations and publicity agent for several prominent writers.
Yes?
Actually, I've been as successful as I might in this business. Because a few years ago, I stumbled onto a very neat and foolproof method of blackmail. Unfortunately, Arthur Merle thought of the same thing and based this story on it. If it got out, I'd be exposed and sent to prison. So you can see why I had to stop it, why I had to kill Arthur, and why... Now I'll have to kill you, too.
Oh, child, for heaven's sake.
The contents of these pages condemn me. You know what's in them. Further, I've confessed to murder to you. You don't think I could let you live after that, do you?
Child, you're insane.
I'm sorry that I must repay you for your trouble in such an ungrateful manner. I'm sorry to do this to you,
Child,
but I can't...
Child, please, no!
Sorry, Mr. Childs. There wasn't time to ask you to drop the gun.
All right, Mr. Childs, get your hands up and stay where you are.
Nice going, Mr. Morton.
Who are you?
That took courage, Mr. Morton. Sorry we had to wait so long, but we had to make Mr. Childs here convict himself.
Convict? What do you mean?
We've been waiting here for you, behind the drapes all the time. We heard every word. Mr. Childs, you're under arrest.
Police?
Yes, Mr. Childs. Only one person could have been so anxious over a copy of that novel. That's the person who killed Arthur Merle for the original. And we heard you confess to that.
And that's all we need to convict you.
We didn't have any proof until we set it up for you to make a second try to cover up for the first. Fortunately, the setup worked.
Setup?
Take a look at the rest of the manuscript, Mr. Childs.
What?
Oh, the front page is there, all right, but look at the rest.
Why, they're blank. They're just blank pages. You didn't have a copy at all.
No, but we certainly got a murderer. Eh, Inspector?
Childs! Childs! Stop, Childs! Stop!
Well, that's one way to avoid standing trial.
Well, Archie, I'm glad you and Kramer got Childs. Some beer, please.
That was a clever scheme, boss, making him think there was a copy.
Yes. In a way, though, I wish it hadn't been just a scheme.
Meaning?
I wish there had been a copy of Arthur Merle's novel.
Why? You never read detective stories.
No, but I've drummed up so much curiosity over this one, I'd like to know exactly what that blackmail gimmick really was. Good night, Archie.
have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Don Arthur was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production and is directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Evelyn Eaton, Peter Leeds, Lucille Alex, Marna Keneally, Herb Butterfield, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Telltale Ribbon. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's excitement for you Sunday when talented servicemen compete on The Phil Regan Show. And Sunday on NBC also means another delightful adventure with Cary Grant and Betsy Drake when they star as Mr. and Mrs. Blandings, the proud but bewildered owners of the famous Dream House. The chimes are your invitation every Sunday to Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. Tomorrow for excitement, hear Herbert Marshall in The Man Called X on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. What? You're expecting Mr. Wolfe at your place in 3 hours? Your place is where? Yes. Well, I'm expecting Hedy Lamarr in 15 minutes. Yeah, but, mister, we're both out of luck.
Archie, what are you babbling about?
There's a character on the phone who's laboring under the naive delusion that you're about to make a trip upstate.
His name?
Finley, he said.
In that case, he's quite correct.
Yeah, he's quite the, yes, Mr. Finley. Mr. Wolfe will be there. Yeah, goodbye.
I shall need some beer, Archie.
The bottle opener's in the right-hand drawer.
Thank you.
What one of us needs is a psychiatrist. You're voluntarily leaving your happy home, exposing yourself to the elements, entrusting your only life to a savage automobile?
I am.
Oh. Somebody's offered you the United States Treasury, huh?
Mr. Finley happens to grow orchids. Among them, he has developed a plant possessing spurred labilli. I have an opportunity to purchase a couple of the plants, therefore...
I don't believe it.
But, Archie, according to the reports I have received, he has produced a strain of black cypripedium.
Oh, well, in that case. But, Mr. Wolfe, while it's true that black may be the color of your true love's hair, it is also true that black is the color of funerals.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the detective genius who rates the knife and fork the greatest tools ever invented by man. The ponderous, brilliant, and unpredictable Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
The beginning of the case of the Phantom Fingers actually had nothing to do with black orchids. The first act was played in an old house at the end of an old dirt road. It was short and simple. As short as life. And as simple as murder.
Joe, I didn't believe the letters I got. Didn't believe them until now. I've been a lonely man. No wife, children. Joe, it was all coming to you after I died. There was no need for you to steal from me. All you had to do was wait. Joe, that gun. Put it down. No.
Archie.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
How much longer?
Oh, an hour, maybe. Why?
I'm a fool.
Yeah, well, payday's tomorrow. I refuse to agree with you. Besides, the trip's been fine so far, huh? So there's snow on the road, but,
Phooey.
Well, it's nice snow. Pretty soon it'll be spring, and in the spring...
If you mention old Tidmas once more, I shall strangle you.
No, it's against the law. But you know, if that snow melts much faster, the trees won't look so pretty.
Trees, are they really necessary?
Uh-huh. People cut them down and make paper out of them. And they take the paper and make dollar bills. Mr. Wolfe, we're surrounded by future thieves.
I prefer the finished product. What on earth is that?
Sounds like a river.
Indeed.
Except there aren't any rivers around here. Hey,
Yeah?
up ahead.
What? Huh?
It's a river. Only it isn't a river.
It's wet.
It's wet and it's got waves on it. Had to start raining, too.
Nature. Phooey.
The road behind us is covered with water. We just have to keep going onward and upward.
Would you like to recite Excelsior to me?
Why, sure. Shades of night were falling fast when through an alpine village passed...
An idiot of your caliber, no doubt.
Oh.
That infernal engine has died.
No, the road dips up ahead. And where it dips, there's a junior Mississippi growing up.
Splendid.
Not so splendid. We can't go back and we can't go forward.
Why not?
They didn't build this model to swim.
No foresight. What do we do now?
Well, we could abandon the car and,
Walk, are you mad? Are you seriously suggesting I indulge in a foot race with the flood?
Yeah, well, not seriously, but,
Oh, you've decided to give the car a swimming lesson?
No. There's what looks like a cow path leading off the highway. To your right. Maybe it's a road.
We progress. We now follow the footstep of the cow.
Ah, it is a road. An old dirt road. Not only that, it goes up.
Is that good?
Theoretically. We might get above the water that way.
And if the theory fails?
Mr. Wolfe, how are you on the Australian crawl? Hey, there's been another car on this road before us. You can see the tire tracks in the mud.
Interesting. An indication that there are other maniacs about. I myself would not have chosen this particular spot to picnic in.
Well, it's not that. There's somebody lying on the road.
People have peculiar habits. Ignore him and drive on.
Hold on a moment. Mr. Wolfe, you better come out here.
My madness has its limits. The answer is no. Serious, Archie?
Very serious.
Oh, very well. Good heavens.
Yeah, still alive, but...
The man's been shot. He's mumbling.
Joe.
He's yelling for Joe.
Be still.
Don't forgive stealing. Don't.
So much for that. Pick him up, Archie. Put him in the car.
Might be bad for him to be moved.
No. There is nothing that can be bad for him. He's dead. Is this blasted road leading anywhere, Archie?
Well, seems to be a clearing up ahead. Maybe... Hey, it's a house.
Splendid.
I'm not so sure. It's perched up on top of a cliff, surrounded on three sides by nothing. On the side facing us, there's a deep ravine and a small wooden bridge.
An island in the air.
Yeah. High enough to keep above water, maybe, but... Now, that bridge doesn't look too good. Rain may have weakened it.
I have no choice, Archie. I have no intention of being drowned in these barbaric surroundings. The bridge, Archie.
Okay, hold on. No, the thing's collapsing under us.
Now, momentum, sir.
Well, if it doesn't, 37 blondes are going to be wearing black. Correction, 38. I forgot the one in Gimbel's bargain basement. Hey, we made it. The bridge will never be the same, though. There's a car ahead of us in front of the house.
The car from which our dead friend, was thrown. Only one set of car tracks in the mud along the road, and here...
And all we have to do is walk in, ask for the owner of the house, and,
Possibly, and possibly not. Archie, go through the corpse's pockets.
Oh, that's not cricket. Yeah, all right. I'm going through. There's not much on him. Handkerchief, silver, driver's license. The name was, James Miller. Address Garner Lane. Walden. Now, I've got an idea this is Garner Lane, Mr. Wolfe.
In which case, someone named Joe was looking after the house for him, committed theft, and murdered Miller. Miller's body was then dumped on the road in the hopes that the floods would wash the body away. No one at the house seems to have noticed our arrival.
Nope. Well, let's go in and ask for Joe, huh?
Very well. Hard. With the bridge down, there's absolutely no way of getting on or off this place.
Except for a mountain goat. I don't know any mountain goats. I used to know a plain goat once, though.
Indeed.
He ran at the 5th at Jamaica.
Stop maundering.
I never maundered. Also, I never win bets on horse races. That's why I continue to work for you.
That is also why you had better ring the doorbell.
Okay. Nobody's going to break a leg rushing to open the door.
I suppose you try it. I have had more than enough of the weather.
Is that polite? Besides, the killer may have some more bullets in that gun.
Are you afraid?
Sure.
Fooey, the door, Archie.
But old Dr. Tidmouse would say... Well, never mind. Hey, somebody was careless leaving the door open like that. On the other hand, has a spider ever shut its web? The answer is no. Are we flies? Yes.
Out of my way, Archie.
There are lights up ahead. Must be the living room.
Excuse me.
Sure. You're excused.
Do you live here, sir?
Do we... No, don't you?
Of course not. This is very strange. I came out to see the people who live here, or the person. I found the door open and no one about. I've been sitting in this corner now for a long time.
Well, it's a pity no one offered you a plum pie. Then you could have stuck in your thumb.
You saw no one enter, sir?
No one at all. I didn't want to go any further. It would have seemed like prying.
Perhaps you had better come along with us.
Well, all right. You know, this place, it has an evil atmosphere.
Certainly has. What it needs is fresh air.
Fooey. This would be the living room door. Ajar bit.
It is. Looks as pretty as a picture. Oh.
Hello.
Well, just think of it. 5 minutes ago, you know, I didn't know you existed. And you didn't know I existed. And now...
Archie, your existence would have a sudden end unless you keep quiet. Excuse us for intruding, Miss...
Intruding? Oh, but I really should ask you to excuse me.
You do not live here?
I wish I did, but... You see, I've been out walking. I live maybe a mile from here, and then when the flood began, I thought I'd come in here and stay for a while.
And you found?
An empty house.
That's not what I found. As old Dr. Tidmouse has often said...
Go through the rest of the house, Archie.
Go through the... well, never mind. I'll,
That sound?
Somebody's walking. Coming downstairs. I'll go and see. Hey, you! Come on into the living room. Meet your guests in one or several pieces, as you prefer.
What? Oh. Hiya, folks.
A host at last.
That's very funny. I think I'll laugh.
May I ask why?
Because this here ain't my dump. I was just casing the joint. I was just taking a stroll.
Through the house?
I'm eccentric.
Oh, clever. However, I think you'd better stay.
Why?
Because you may turn out to be the owner of this house after all. I rather think introductions are in order.
Well, I'm Peg Shirley.
My name is Wagner.
Joseph Wagner?
Lewis.
How about you, Stroller?
Cregan. Sam Cregan.
Peg, Louis, Sam. Mr. Cregan, while you were strolling upstairs, did you notice anyone else about?
No.
There was no one outside when Archie and I entered. The bridge is down, effectively cutting us off from further visitors. We may assume, therefore, that we are the only people in or about this house.
Yeah, it's cozy, ain't it?
Which further means that one of you three is a murderer.
What did you say?
The murderer is the person who owns or lives in this house. All three of you denied being that person. Conclusion, one of you is a liar. I hardly expected a full immediate confession. However, we are absolutely isolated here. No one is going to come or leave until we have our killer.
You know, you can't really keep us here.
The flood can and will. Remember, the bridge is no longer. So you see, just the five of us alone. No one else inside the house, no one outside. Therefore...
Correction, Mr. Wolfe.
Maybe it's a branch or something tapping against the door.
Unlikely. Archie.
Okay, I'll go see who or what it is. Hey!
Who in the world is that?
I got him. Somebody shut the door.
Yeah, all right, I get it.
A disreputable and unwashed gentleman. Head badly hurt. Is he conscious, Archie?
I don't know. He's mumbling something.
Legs pushed off. Fell from the ledge.
He's passed out. I guess he was trying to say that somebody pushed him out on a ledge. On the side of the cliff, maybe. He must have regained consciousness and crawled to the house. Where'll I put him, Mr. Wolfe?
Bedroom, I suppose. Where he'll need first aid. We can't get a doctor. Cregan, where are the bedrooms?
Yeah, one right up at the head of the stairs. And don't ask me how I happen to know.
We shan't. Archie.
Okay. I'll need somebody to help me carry him up without shaking him too badly.
Cregan?
Okay. Let's go.
As for the rest of you, Mr. Wagner, Miss Shirley, I suggest we return to the living room.
But I don't see any reason why we should take orders from you.
One of you is a murderer. I include Mr. Cregan, of course.
Oh, but that poor man wasn't dead.
Not for lack of trying. However, I was not referring to him.
You mean someone else has been killed?
Precisely. That is why I hope we shall not hear another knocking at the door. It could only be a corpse. Archie.
And Cregan. Yeah.
The injured man?
Still out. Probably got a concussion.
Did he say anything further?
Well, he babbled a bit. I don't know if...
We should assume we're among friends, Archie. Exactly what did he say?
Well, he was pushed over the edge of the cliff because he saw Miller killed.
Did he also see who?
No. Passed out before he had a chance. He's an old tramp, Mr. Wolfe. He was bumming his way through the country when he saw the murder.
He must have decided on a touch of blackmail and receiving a concussion instead, which may last for hours or for days.
Somebody's playing with the lights.
Some fool.
The switch was over this way. Lights are on again. Whose idea was that?
I had nothing to do with this.
Me neither.
Miss Shirley, why did you scream?
Well, someone brushed against me in the darkness.
You were standing?
Near the table, this table.
Archie? No, nothing on the table except a bunch of keys on a ring.
Something screwy. Why should a guy put the lights out just to deposit a bunch of keys on the table?
Obvious. Without doubt, those are the keys of this house. Possession of them would have disclosed which of you lives here and which of you therefore killed Miller. It's late. I shall sleep down here, lacking an elevator to transport me upstairs.
The elevator's lacking.
Yes, the rest of you should be able to find bedrooms upstairs. Good night. Archie.
Yeah?
Follow them upstairs. Spend the night awake.
Okay.
Good heavens, Archie.
On my way. What's cooking up here?
Somebody's playing with the lights up
Strike
here,
a match.
You don't have to. I got a flashlight.
Oh,
Yeah.
here it is. Light switch. You know, this putting out of lights is getting to be somebody's bad habit. Well, all three of you seem to be okay. Stay here.
Where are you going?
Tramp's room, right here at the head of the stairs. Think of all your good deeds while I'm gone. All right, downstairs again.
What, again?
Oh, dear. What happened?
Well, it was more than a bunch of keys this time.
Oh, that knife. There's blood on it.
There should be. I just pulled it out of a man's heart. Well, Mr. Wolfe, one of these three babies doused the lights, popped into the tramp's room, deposited the knife in his chest, and popped right out again.
The knife you're holding?
Yeah.
Intelligent of you to wrap a handkerchief around the handle.
Well, whoever killed the tramp didn't have time to fool around with gloves, so...
There should be prints on the knife handle. Satisfactory, Archie.
That's mild enthusiasm.
Archie, on that desk, an ink pad.
Yeah.
Miss Shirley, you carry face powder, of course?
Yes, I do.
Archie will need it to bring out the prints on the knife. He will then fingerprint each of you. Compare your prints with those on the knife, and we shall have a murderer to hand over to the police. Archie, will you begin, please?
Here they are, Mr. Wolfe. 3 cards labeled with Miss Shirley's name, Cregan's, and Wagner's. Their respective prints are on each card.
Good. I have the knife here. Several quite distinct prints on it. It should be child's play to, Archie.
Yeah?
Take your own prints and mine.
What?
Do as I say quickly.
Yes, sir. All right, give me your thumb. Thank you. That's it. Now mine. Thank me.
There's something wrong. Something wrong and deadly loose in this house tonight.
Well, there's a card with your prints in mine.
Thank you.
Now you got 5 cards altogether.
So I have. Archie.
What now?
Take the ink pad and a fresh card with you.
Where am I going with them?
Upstairs?
But, Mr. Wolfe, there's nobody upstairs except the corpse.
Precisely. It is his prints I want.
This is so
ridiculous. It's over with.
Tired of
Tiresome.
Archie?
Yeah, I got the dead man's prints.
Will all of you please sit?
All right, but it's...
Good heavens, young woman, be careful. We want no accidents.
Sorry, I caught my high heels in the rug.
Archie, the card with the corpse's prints on it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You know, I've had quite enough of this nonsense.
Have you, Mr. Wagner?
Yeah, and so have I, Mr. Wolfe. Also, I don't think you know what you're doing.
Perhaps not. However, I have something rather interesting to tell all of you. There is no one in this house besides yourselves, except, of course, for the dead man upstairs. There is no one on the rock on which this house stands, except for another dead man in our car.
Look, we already know all that.
Bear with me. We may rule out secret passages, unusual hiding places, or anything of that esoteric and childish nature. We may also rest assured that no one has come to or left this house or rock within the last few hours.
Well, that means we're kind of hermetically sealed here, huh? Meaning also that whoever was here when the tramp was killed is still here. Still here in this room.
Correct, Archie. Now then, I have checked the dead tramp's prints against those on the knife. Theoretically, suicide was possible. However, the prints do not match.
That guy was in no condition to kill himself anyway.
True. Then I checked Archie's prints and mine against those on the knife. No similarity.
Oh, but no one suspected either of you.
Thank you, but I had to be thorough. That left only the 3 of you. I compared your cards and the prints on them with the prints on the handle of the knife.
And?
I want you to remember one thing very clearly. We are the only living people in this house or on this rock of land. No tricks are possible and may be ruled out.
All right, so what?
This. The prints on the handle of the knife that pierced the heart of the man upstairs do not match his prints or the prints of anyone in this room.
Yeah, I knew mine wouldn't match.
Would you mind saying that again?
He doesn't have to. And those cards, Mr. Wolfe, has the prints of everybody here. And yet none of them match the prints on the knife handle.
But, well, in that case, who or what killed him?
Why, there must be someone else in the house.
I give you my word there is not.
Hey, you thinking about ghosts or something?
Ghosts never leave fingerprints.
I've got to get away. I can't stand this.
Me too. Come on, lady.
But I'll come along with you if you don't mind.
Mr. Wolfe.
Let them go. The bridge is down. They can't get far.
Okay. But I don't get it.
Get what?
Well, the fingerprint business. And who killed Miller plus the tramp?
The identity of the killer, Archie, is quite obvious.
It is? To who?
To whom?
Who's whom? That's a joke. Yeah, I'm stalling for self-respect. You know?
Of course I do. I have no conclusive proof, however. I had hoped the fingerprints would be of assistance there, but they proved to be phantoms.
I'm still smarting about the other thing. You know, it's at times like this that I almost agree with you about my intelligence.
Lack of intelligence?
Yeah, well, don't rub it in. Don't rub it in. Just go ahead. Yeah, well, maybe you better rub it in. From now on, you may refer to my brain in the negative.
In the negative? Bless you, Archie.
What I've just done, I don't know, but can I have a raise?
No.
I'll take it back.
You can't. Get the others in at once.
Mr. Wolfe, you now have the appearance of Mr. Wolfe being surrounded by several dozen bottles of beer. What have I done?
You've explained the fingerprints, Archie. Hurry. I don't want to keep the killer in suspense.
I don't care. No, I'm very nervous. I don't like this.
Archie.
They're all here.
Yes, but they're all making a noise. Stop them.
Miss Shirley, Mr. Cregan, Mr. Wagner, will you please shut... Mr. Wolfe, they have.
Thank you, Archie. Now then, I have known for some little time which of you killed the tramp and Miller. I lack proof, however.
And you have it now?
I will admit for a while I was flummoxed by the negative evidence of the fingerprints. They seem to indicate that the tramp was murdered by a phantom. However, the word negative itself has solved the minor problem.
Minor to who?
To whom? Never mind. Shh.
Archie, what is the salient feature of a film negative?
Well, I suppose it's the fact that the darks are light and the lights are dark, huh?
Precisely. A reversal, then, of the actual appearances. Now, are there any similarities between filmed images and fingerprints?
Oh, in a way. You could call the whorls and hollows that determine the individual characteristics of a fingerprint the lights and darks, huh?
You could. I shall. Miss Shirley, would you help in an experiment?
Well, of course.
Thank you. Archie, I want you to take Miss Shirley's fingerprints once again.
Okay. Pad and card. Here you are, Miss Shirley.
All right.
Archie, quick.
Huh?
Grab her arm.
I got it. Usually I don't have to be coached, but...
Let go of me. What are you trying to do?
Miss Shirley, you already had pressed your fingers on the ink pad once. Why were you about to do it a second time?
Well, I just wanted to make a better impression.
Phooey. Archie, wipe some of the ink off her fingers.
Oh, but then it won't be any good.
It'll be very good, Archie.
I've done it.
And take the print.
No, let go of me.
Maybe. I never hurt women if I can help it, but right now I won't be able to help it. Mr. Wolfe wants your prints all over again, so down on the nice white card.
No.
There, thanks.
Will you let me have that card now, Archie?
Sure.
In the meanwhile, hold on to Miss Shirley.
A pleasure.
Indeed? Would you continue to think so, Archie, if I told you that Miss Shirley's first name is not Peg, but happens to be Josephine, for which the diminutive is Joe?
Glad they're fixing the bridge. I was beginning to think we'd be here forever.
Phooey, we have been.
You know, if those black orchids have been holding their breath waiting for you, they're going to be red in the face. Hey, new breed, red orchids, huh?
Archie, must you talk?
Well, it's fun. Also, you've been holding out on me about the case.
I surrender.
Okay. You know, when we compared the new prints of Josephine with those on the knife, you could have knocked me over with a sash weight. They were identical.
Naturally. She stabbed the tramp.
Yeah, but what was the fingerprint gag?
She merely loaded her fingers so heavily with ink that she falsified the markings. She filled up the hollows and walls with ink. The result was that ridges became hollows and vice versa, in the same fashion that a photographic negative falsifies lights and darks.
You got that when I mentioned the word negative. It works, huh?
Try it sometime.
Yeah, the very next bank I robbed. But you said you knew who killed Miller and the tramp even before you exposed the fingerprint gimmick. How?
We knew Miller's murderer lived in this house, had been stealing from him, and so on.
Uh-huh.
Stealing what? Cash, of course. He, as the girl admitted, was an eccentric, kept his money on the property. Cregan had probably heard of it, hence his casing of the house.
Yeah?
Our problem, therefore, was to discover who lived in this house. All three suspects denied it. Josephine Shirley told us, as you may remember, that she'd gone for a walk and then been driven by the flood to this house where we found her.
Well, that's what she said. It could have been.
No, because as you may also remember, she tripped at one point over the living room rug and mentioned why.
Sure, she said she was wearing high heels. Uh-oh, because out in the country there are no pavements, so girls don't go for a walk in high-heel shoes. Therefore, she hadn't gone for a walk. Therefore, she was lying. Therefore, she killed Miller, and... I should have noticed those heels myself.
You should have, Archie. Your trouble, I suspect, was that you didn't notice the feet for the legs.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Gerald Moore as Archie Goodwin and G.G. Pearson, Howard McNear, Tim Graham, and Eddie Fields. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Vanishing Shells. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's a full serving of laughs on the menu at Duffy's Tavern tonight with Archie the Manager, played by Ed Gardner. Archie's colleagues in comedy are Miss Duffy, Clifton Finnegan, and Eddie the Waiter. This Sunday, The Big Show comes your way once again on NBC. And just listen to a few of the stars who'll be with you. Fred Allen, Jack Carson, Mindy Carson, Archie Gardner, Ed Wynn, and many, many more. And, of course, your MC will be Tallulah Bankhead. Listen Sunday for The Big Show. Ladies and gentlemen, that phone bell means exciting adventure. Hello? Hello? The handsome young man answering the phone is Archie Goodwin. A mountain of a man engrossed in deep thought in the oversized armchair is Nero Wolfe.
Hey, boss. Oh, Mr. Wolfe. Mr. Wolfe. There's a guy on the phone wants us to take a case. Seems that someone was mad at a guy who was mad, and now this guy on the phone is mad, wants us to find out who did the killing. What do you say, Mr. Wolfe? We need the money. Hello? Yes, Mr. Wolfe says he'll be happy to take the case. Just present yourself and a check for $2,000 at 601 West 35th Street at 11 o'clock. Mr. Wolfe can't wait till you get here. He's dying to go to work. Goodbye. Greatest detective in the world. The only trouble is, he is.
Yes, listeners, Archie is so right. He is the greatest detective in the world, and the fattest, and the least energetic. He's Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you over this NBC network in a new series of adventures by Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight, it's The Case of the Beautiful Archer. That's a good title. And it was a good case, too. It began in the consulting room of Dr. Raynard Townley of the Townley Sanitarium, skipping a jump north of Nyack, New York, when a very lovely young lovely glared across the desk at the good doctor.
Shall we pretend you don't know who I am, Dr. Townley?
How could we possibly do that, my dear Diana Lawrence? 23 years old, daughter of one of our better-known sculptors, Michael Lawrence. You were born in Johannesburg, educated in London and Paris, and live at present 100 yards from here in your father's cottage on Berry Hill Lane. How's that?
It's intended to be staggering, isn't it?
You take no cream or sugar in your coffee, were winner of the Women's National Archery Tournament for 1947, and have an exceedingly high temper.
Let's stop the nonsense. You have an inpatient here named Willard Garth. Well, Willard Garth happens to be my fiancé.
Yes, he has mentioned the fact during his analysis.
And, well, has he by any chance mentioned his reasons for suddenly refusing to see me during the past 5 weeks?
He didn't have to, Miss Lawrence.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean that I recommended he give you up as a bad job.
What? Yeah, well, I suppose you had some purpose in saying what you did.
Of course. I'm the boy's doctor. You think you're in love with Willard Garth, I know, but actually, you're infatuated with the Garth millions.
You take a lot on yourself, don't you, Doctor?
I consider it important to relieve Willard of all painful external pressure.
You've done well for Willard, Dr. Townley, relieving him of me.
I think so.
Now, let's see you relieve yourself of me.
You, purchased the gun for this occasion, Miss Lawrence?
Yes.
And what exactly do you hope to accomplish with it?
A quick and complete reversal of your decision about me. I'm not as easy to handle as Willard is, you see. And if you intend to ruin my life, then I intend to end yours, here and now.
The phone is ringing.
Let it ring.
Just as you say. It's the house phone, Miss Lawrence. It may be Willard, you know.
Oh, Willard?
Yes, he usually phones me from his room at about this time every day.
Oh. Well, all right. Answer it, but be careful what you say.
You're in command, it seems. Hello? Oh, why, hello. I thought it would be you, Willard. Look, my boy, Diana Lawrence is here. I've had a talk with her, and I've reconsidered my opinion. Yes, I'm quite serious. If you're at all sensible, you'll see her regularly and plan on a marriage as soon as you're discharged. Yes. Oh, you do? Very well. I'll see if she'll talk to you. Miss Lawrence.
Yes?
Do you want to speak with him?
Give me the phone.
Of course. Here you are, and I'll take this gun. There we are. Now, stand away, Miss Lawrence.
But Willard's on the phone.
Willard's not on the phone. No one was on the phone. The ring came from the push-button bell under my desk here.
Oh.
Sometimes I find it convenient to interrupt my consultations with a phone call.
Oh, you smug, deceitful, self-sufficient...
Murder is a vexatious business. You'll be grateful to me one day.
All right. Give me my gun and let me go.
The gun, I'm afraid, stays with me. Here in this Majolica cabinet. I'd scarcely feel justified in trusting you with it. And now, with your permission, or without it, the interview is ended.
Later that day, the phone in the Lawrence house on Berry Hill Lane began to jingle. And this time it was no phony.
Hello?
Diana?
Yes?
Willard, darling. Diana, darling, it's Willard.
Imagine. Has the doctor let you use the telephone just as if you were a great big adult?
Oh, I've got to see you, sweetheart, and I didn't call you to argue. Love, beauty, understanding, that's what matters. Isn't it? Isn't it?
Do I hear the overtones of a change of heart?
Oh, Diana, what's happened wasn't my fault. He poisoned me against you.
Then why don't you walk out of that amateur nut house and stand up like a man?
I probably shall, Diana. And now, please listen to me. He's letting me have the limousine tonight from 8 until 12. I want us to go for a ride and talk until everything is clear. Clear as a bell, my baby.
Don't tell me he's trusting you to drive.
Oh, no. No, one of the handymen here will chauffeur us. Oh, say you'll come, Diana. Will you? Say it. Say yes. Say you will.
Well, yes, Willard. I'll be glad to.
8 o'clock, then?
8.
Oh, bless you. Bless you, my angel.
Oh, so that's it. You want my father's money. That's what you love, not me.
Willard, the chauffeur will hear you.
It's the way Townley says it is. He's right. He's right.
Oh, why did I let you talk me into this? What a fool I was to have come at all. You're sick inside, Willard, so utterly, hopelessly sick.
Oh, so now I'm hopelessly sick.
Yes, you are.
You're trying to confuse me. Take advantage of me. Wind me around your finger. Just because I love you too much. That's it. That's my illness. Of course, I see it now. You're the thing I must get rid of. You with your beautiful, beautiful face and your twisted values. You're at the bottom of all my agony.
Willard!
I'm saving myself. I'm saving myself. Once you're dead, the sickness is ended. I'll be safe. I'll be safe. I'll be safe.
Willard.
Dr. Townley?
Yes.
Come in. Mr. Wolfe's been expecting you.
Come in, Dr. Townley. Come in. Have a chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfe. I'm so happy you've agreed to take this case.
Have a glass of beer.
Oh, no. Never at this time of morning, thank you.
Well, Doctor, the newspapers check with what you told me. The girl and young Garth went out for a ride in your limousine last night. The car was driven by one of your handymen.
That's right. Haynes, his name is.
And they never came back. Young Garth was found dead in the car with 2 bullets in him. The girl was gone, and also Haynes, the handyman chauffeur, huh?
Correct, sir.
Have you any idea where he could be?
No, sir.
And the young lady, tell me about her.
She's Diana Lawrence, daughter of Michael Lawrence.
The sculptor?
The sculptor. She lives with him in a small cottage near my sanatorium on Berry Hill Lane. An extremely aggressive and self-centered female with more than a slight flair for violence.
Your description might easily lead me to suspect her of this murder, sir.
Well, I'm aware of that. And I don't think you'll be far off the mark. As I told you on the phone, she tried to murder me yesterday morning.
The police have made no headway in locating her?
No, the homicide division has contacted her father, but he's remained quite noncommittal. He simply says that he's sure she's incapable of killing a fly and that he hasn't laid eyes on her since 8 o'clock last night.
Highly suspicious behavior.
She was unquestionably in the car with young Garth when he was murdered.
She wasn't alone in the car with him.
You're referring to Haynes?
Yes, but he can't be found either, remember?
It appears that he failed to list his address on his job application. But somehow, Mr. Wolfe, I'm quite sure he'll show up this afternoon.
Somehow, Dr. Townley, if I were you, I wouldn't be quite so sure. We must begin by facing the initial problem of locating our suspects. Archie?
Yes, sir?
Get out the car and drive up to the house on Berry Hill Lane.
And then?
There you will ask Mr. Michael Lawrence to be sensible enough to cooperate with us in finding his daughter.
And if the answer is no?
I recommend, Archie, that you flatly refuse to take it.
Mr. Lawrence was no simple baby to handle. He was in a studio when I walked in, chiseling on a statue of a boy and a girl, both wearing less clothes than the law allows. And before I got a chance to state my name, he commenced giving me a free lecture on the marble work of art.
She's good. Really good. She's practically superb. The Ariadne.
The what Ariadne?
The girl in the statue.
Oh.
That's Ariadne, tragic nymph of Greek mythology. Don't tell me you're not familiar with Apollo and Ariadne.
All right, I won't.
The Apollo, on the other hand, is unfinished. The face, you see, it lacks something. The passion of yearning, Olympian desire. And yet, you know, the two figures have motion.
Like your daughter?
Eh?
Your daughter, Diana, she's got motion also. As I hear it, she's been in motion ever since she murdered Willard Garth last night in the back end of a limousine.
So you're another flatfoot?
Not exactly. I'm paid in private by Nero Wolfe.
Nero Wolfe?
Yeah.
You don't mean that a creditable man like Wolfe thinks Diana killed young Garth?
Well, he'd like to talk over the possibility with her.
How laughable. Look at that face. Is there anything of the murderess in a face like that?
In a face like what?
Oh, I'm sorry. Diana posed for the Ariadne, you see, and the likeness is exact. Do you think a girl of this type, classic, sensitive, civilized, could descend to the clumsy, brute level of murder?
Well, it's a little hard to imagine.
There. Even you agree with me.
On the other hand...
Shall we discuss the other hand over a cup of coffee? I'm quite exhausted.
If you insist.
I do. Sit down and inhale the atmosphere of culture at its source. There's a pot warming on the stove.
Pot of what? Coffee or culture? Well, wait and see what he means. Should never ignore a phone call. Who knows? Might be something important. Yes?
This is Diana, Father.
Oh, yes, Diana.
It's all over the papers.
Yes, I know.
Well, I don't think they'll find me where I am, and I'm staying here until things quiet down a little.
Where are you, honey?
What did you say?
I said, where are you?
You said honey. Daddy, you never call me honey.
I know it's because I'm excited. Where are you, sweetheart?
Well, you mustn't let anybody find out.
Not a soul in the world. Where are you?
Well, you know where Tyne Pike turns off to the left beyond Bartsville?
Yes?
Well, I'm...
Call me later, Angel.
But, Father,
Oh, get that motorman's number.
You will live, my friend, but not long if you don't control your curiosity.
With that mallet you hit me. What was the big idea?
Do you really have to ask that question? Weren't you trying to trick my daughter into disclosing her whereabouts?
The police are pretty interested in her whereabouts.
Then let them find her. But you can't be surprised, my friend, if I choose to protect Diana's interests.
So he's working on an Apollo and Ariadne, is he, Archie?
Who cares about Apollo and Ariadne? The point is how he worked on my gourd.
That, of course, was unfortunate, my boy, but... You get that piece?
Mm-hmm. Hello?
Inspector Kramer.
Hold it. For you. Here.
Hey. Yes?
Wolf,
How are you, Inspector?
I hear you're in on the Garth killing.
Not very deeply, I am afraid. We're still trying to locate the Lawrence girl.
Well, you can forget about that.
Yeah?
Yes, we've already located her and released her on a habeas corpus.
That sounds interesting.
Her father had a lawyer on our heads before she was in here 10 minutes.
Too bad you couldn't have held on to her.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not so sure we want her.
Why not?
Well, first of all, it's not likely she did it.
No?
No. Ballistics stated that the bullets that killed Willard Garth were not fired from point-blank range. And she was sitting beside him on the back seat.
I see.
Also, we found the murder weapon in the grass near where the limousine was parked, and she admitted it was hers.
That sounds like a poor reason to release her.
Well, the point is she wasn't in possession of the gun when the killing happened. At least so she says.
No, who what?
That doctor.
What doctor?
Townley. The guy who runs that sanitarium. According to her, he took the gun away from her for safekeeping at noon yesterday.
There was a little more talk between them, something about fresh cigar ashes that were found in the dashboard ashtray of the limousine. After that, the boss hung up and exerted himself enough to put a call through to the Townley Sanatorium.
I'm afraid the doctor is very busy just now.
So am I, and my business happens to be highly important.
Well, I'll say you called, Mr. Wolfe, and I'll ask him to contact you just as soon as he has a free moment.
Do you happen to have a free moment, miss?
Why, well, yes, sir.
Could you spend it by telling me if that handyman, Mr. Haynes, is being located?
Why, yes, as a matter of fact, he has. One of the staff just found out where he lives, Mr. Wolfe.
Well?
He has a little cottage at 206 Dockside Road. That's out near Sheepshead Bay.
Thank you. Archie.
I'm going someplace, I suppose?
You are? You're going to Sheepshead Bay.
Hello there. Looking for a guy I can't find. Oh? Yeah, his name is Haynes. Stopped at the cottage up there, but there's no one there. I saw you here on the wharf fishing, so I...
What did you say his name is?
Haynes. Haines.
Oh, Haynes.
Yeah, do you know him?
Well, there's a fella named Hines used to fish out here.
No, not Hines. Haynes.
Couldn't be Huntingburg?
No, it couldn't be. The name is Haynes. Hain...
Haynes, give me a hand here, eh?
Well, what do you know?
Funny, huh? That guy seems to think my name is Haynes.
Yeah, so do I.
You do?
Yes, I... I got back to our house soaked to the skin and minus Haynes, and just in time to see the boss in the exhausting process of walking across the room to answer the phone.
Hello?
This is Dr. Townley. You called me.
So I did.
About the murder?
More specifically, about the statement from Diana Lawrence that you removed a firearm from her possession yesterday morning.
That's quite correct. It's here in my Majonica cabinet.
Is it?
Of course it is.
I suggest you check.
Just a moment. Mr. Wolfe.
Yeah?
I'd like to see you at once.
The gun, I suppose, has vanished.
What? How did you know?
Because it is at ballistics, Doctor. It turned out to be the gun that killed Willard Garth.
I see.
Do you?
Yes. I understand everything now. It's all so crystal clear.
Just how crystal clear?
I'm quite certain, Mr. Wolfe, that I can put my finger on the killer.
And I think it would be well if you came here immediately.
No, I'm afraid it's impossible, sir. There's an important operation scheduled, and I simply cannot leave.
What do you suggest?
Well, is it outside the realm of possibility that you come here? Is it, Mr. Wolfe? Hello, Mr. Wolfe. Mr. Wolfe?
When my boss has to leave the house, it's a major tragedy. Sometimes he rages, sometimes he curses the whole detective business, lock, stock, and barrel. And sometimes he keeps very quiet and grips the side of the car desperately and tries not to inhale any fresh air. This was one of the quiet times.
Just go slowly, Archie, but get there as quickly as you can.
Oh, you don't want a chauffeur, Mr. Wolfe. What you need is a magician.
Keep your eye on the road and don't strain yourself to make superfluous witticisms.
Why don't you try relaxing a little? I hear there hasn't been a man-eating tiger sighted on the Sawmill River Parkway in the last 500 years.
Your liberty is out of order. Don't try to make light of a deplorable situation.
Here's the sanatorium. And there's Dr. Townley coming to meet us.
It's terribly nice of you to have come, Mr. Wolfe. I've heard about your aversion to traveling, and I appreciate your going to the trouble.
Don't mention it. Oh, Archie, help me out with my other arm.
There we are. Now, calm down. You're all in one piece.
I think you'll find the trip highly profitable, Mr. Wolfe. You'll consider it time very well.
Hey, what's the matter?
What is it? What happened?
He's been shot.
It's hardly likely. There wasn't a sound.
This kind of shot doesn't make a sound, boss.
What do you mean?
Better take a look for yourself. There's an arrow in his back, and he's dead. We remembered that Dr. Townley had said Diana Lawrence had won the women's national archery tournament for 1947. The Lawrence house was visible through the trees 100 yards away, so we started for it and the sculptor's studio. There's no one around.
So this is his latest effort, Apollo and Ariadne.
Yeah. Done a little work on it since I was here. The Apollo's face is more finished and... Hey, boss.
Yes?
You know, somehow or other, Apollo looks a little familiar.
I wouldn't be surprised, Archie. I think if you examine it closely...
Mr. Wolfe.
Our host.
You remember me, don't you? I met you once at a dinner party at your house, the time they opened the new museum on 67th Street.
Of course, Mr. Lawrence.
And to what do I owe the honor?
It's not much of an honor. Dr. Townley has been murdered.
No.
I am afraid Mr. Goodwin is being accurate.
He's been murdered with a bow and arrow. And what does that mean to you, Mr. Lawrence?
I'm sorry. I've been a fool. An awful fool.
You can't blame yourself too much. If you'd cooperated with the police instead of looking out for your daughter's interest, the man would still be alive.
But I assure you that...
Where's the girl?
She should be here now. She phoned me a while ago and said she was coming by for passage money to Rio.
You were looking for me?
Boss, Diana. Put the gun down, Angel.
And tie a rope around my neck?
Might I inquire if your plan is to kill us all, Miss Lawrence?
Oh, what would yours be if the world was after you for something you didn't do?
Wouldn't you be willing to risk persuading a jury of that?
Thanks, no. I'll skip that chance. Father, get me the money.
Diana, sweetheart, don't make me a part of your murders. That's asking too much of love.
Don't you know I'm not guilty?
No, Diana, I don't.
Leave that gun away, Diana.
Haynes.
Looks like I walked in on the nose.
That's him, boss, the guy who soused me.
Take a little of your own advice. Relax, Archie. What do you want here, Mr. Haynes?
I want to give up and try to straighten out this little deal. Mr. Lawrence.
Yes?
Here's your money back. You got a right to call me a welcher. I promised I wouldn't give evidence against the girl, and you paid my price. But enough is enough, and right here and now I'm unloading.
Just what does this mean?
It means I saw her do it.
Oh, you stupid, lying, rotten...
Oh, yeah.
Grab her, Archie. Grab her. Get the pair of them out of here.
What can I say to myself now? What can I do?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lawrence, but it's not necessary to eat your heart out. Many fathers before you have done their best and failed.
But I had a special duty toward Diana.
Special duty?
Yes. Well, you see, you'll find it out sooner or later, so I'd best tell you now. I'm not a real father. I adopted her 9 years ago, and she was 14.
I see.
And I should never have done it. I realize now that I wasn't equal to the task.
Well, all's not lost yet. They may not convict her, you know.
Yeah?
I said they may not convict her.
But how could they fail to convict her? She killed Garth, didn't she?
Did she?
She shot him.
But the gun was in Townley's possession.
She could easily have stolen that. She could have broken into his office later. It wasn't locked.
What wasn't locked?
The Majolica cabinet. I mean...
I believe you mean what you said, Lawrence, the Majolica cabinet. Though for the life of me, I can't see how you could know whether it was locked or not, unless you had the experience of opening it. Could it be that you went looking for the gun yourself after Townley said he had confiscated it? That you killed Townley with a bow and arrow, which you handle as well as your daughter, because he was just on the point of telling me that you knew where the gun was and that you were the likeliest murder suspect?
You must be mad.
Oh, sir, not I. But you are mad and more than a little. You hated Willard Garth. It was you who were making the marriage impossible. You loathed him, and in the end, you killed him.
How could I have killed him?
I'll tell you a little secret, Mr. Lawrence. The police found cigar ash in the dashboard tray of the death car. Chemical analysis showed that the ash was from an El Adoro cigar. What have you got in your left hand, sir?
In my... an El Adoro cigar. And in my right hand, a Derringer.
Powerful and admirable little weapon, Lawrence.
I suggest you show proper respect for it by dropping all this here and now.
You don't wish to hear me say the rest, that you were horribly in love with Diana, your own adopted daughter? In love and hopelessly, eternally frustrated? You begrudge me the triumph of accusing you of having bribed Haynes to let you take his place at the driver's seat of the limousine? And further bribed and threatened him into putting on his show of merry pranks and false confessions to confuse us all beyond measure?
You said I loved Diana. Would I do all this to her if I did?
Oh, but of course, such love as yours is really hate. You were content to see her dead rather than relinquish her. Like all miserly, small-hearted men, you would rather kill the thing you love than muster the generosity necessary to seeing it attain happiness.
That's enough out of you.
I should think it was much too much.
It is.
Archie, my boy, I'm grateful to you, both for coming back into the house when you did and for being such a good shot.
Hope you remember that next time you feel like insulting me. Tell me, what's with that cigar ash routine? Who told you the ashes in the limousine were from an El Adoro, boss? I never heard anything about that.
As a matter of fact, neither did I. No one could possibly have determined the brand by any chemical means in existence. I knew that, you see, and I took the long chance that Lawrence didn't.
Oh. But I still don't get the mainspring of the deal. How did you know he was in love with Diana?
That was genius. I have to admit it. You see, it all hinged on the statue of Apollo and Ariadne. According to the Greek myth, Apollo fell deeply in love with the nymph, but because they were of different worlds, he was condemned to pursue her always and never to catch her.
Well, what's that got to do with the price of eggs?
Isn't it perfectly obvious? Didn't he tell you that Diana had posed for the Ariadne?
Yeah, but I still don't...
And you yourself remarked on the fact that the finished Apollo looked somehow familiar, didn't you, Archie?
Yeah, I did, boss.
Don't you know why that was?
You mean that...
I mean that Michael Lawrence unconsciously revealed the true state of his heart. He didn't intend to, I suppose. But precisely and accurately, he chiseled the features of the tortured God in his very own image.
Oh.
And speaking of torture...
Yeah?
Will we be home in time for dinner?
Oh, boss, you can't be that hungry.
Oh, I am. Good heavens, Archie. Do you realize that I haven't eaten since lunch?
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Peter Berry was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin and Gigi Pearson, Ted Von Elst, Bill Johnstone, Peter Leeds, and Jay Novello. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Brave Rabbit. Don Stanley speaking. There's fun and laughs later tonight when Ed Archie Gardner stars as Archie the manager in Duffy's Tavern. As usual, Duffy won't be there, but Archie will be there, armed with his own whimsical version of the English language. Another Friday favorite you'll hear later is The Delightful Life of Riley, starring William Bendix as Chester A. Riley.
Stay tuned for Nero Wolfe, which follows transcribed in 30 seconds. What's on the menu at Duffy's Tavern tonight? Well, there's a full serving of laughs with Archie the manager, played by Ed Gardner, and his unpredictable friends, Miss Duffy, Clifton Finnegan, and Eddie the waiter. It's Duffy's Tavern later this evening over most of these NBC stations. And this Sunday, the big show comes your way once again with Bob Hope, Jimmy Durante, Perry Como, Jose Ferrer, Mindy Carson, Eddie Cantor, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and many, many more. And, of course, your MC once again will be Tallulah Bankhead. That's this Sunday for the big show. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to the most famous brownstone house in New York City, the one located at number 601 West 35th Street.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe. Mr. Wolfe.
Want something, Archie?
Would you be interested in taking on a case involving a woman who was found stabbed to death in one of New York's fancier men's clubs?
Can't you see I'm already occupied, Archie? My Oncidium hybrid is ailing.
But, sir, cash. C-A-S-H. Remember, you need it to live on.
Well, you're actually learning to spell.
You'd better learn to count. We're broke.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. Now, if you'll just go away and stop interfering. Oh, just a minute.
Yes, sir?
On your way out, switch on the fan.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's that one and only man of moves, the most famous detective in modern fiction, that corpulent, orchid-raising, beer-drinking gourmet who also happens to be a genius. Rex Stout's incomparable Nero Wolfe, starring Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight, Nero Wolfe's long-suffering assistant, Archie Goodwin, tells us of the case of the careless cleaner.
We didn't know Clay Michelson very well at the time, though Mr. Wolfe had hung one of the Michelson's paintings on the library wall. But then I guess we should have considered ourselves lucky not to have known him or his wife, Phila. 2 weeks ago, they had a quarrel.
Oh, Clay, darling, I didn't expect you home so soon. I thought you were going to the museum to see the Van Goghs.
I decided not to, Phila.
Oh. Well, if you plan to paint this afternoon, I'll get out of the studio. I want to run some errands anyway.
Why don't you make your phone call from here, Phila?
Phone call?
Who is he, Phila?
He?
Who were you waiting for this afternoon?
Please, Clay, don't start that jealousy routine again.
Don't try to kid me.
You're being stupid, Clay.
I'm stupid, all right, but I'm getting wise pretty fast. I'm through, Phila. I've had enough. I'm leaving you. So stay out of my way and keep your boyfriend out of my way, too, whoever he is, or I'll kill him.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Sleepy. I want to have a drink and go to bed.
I'm sorry, sir. The Garrison Club's a private establishment. No rooms available to the public.
You think I'm drunk?
Oh, no, sir.
Why do you suppose I came here?
And I'm sure I wouldn't know, sir.
I'll tell you why. I came here to see my old pal Lou Saunders. That's why.
You know Mr. Saunders?
Do I know? Look, I paint him. Lou sells him.
Mr. Saunders is your agent?
I'm Clay Michelson. Just call Mr. Saunders.
Clay, what in the world?
Lou, tell this guy who I am.
But I'm sorry, Mr. Saunders.
It's all right, Mr. Martin.
You see? Let's go have a drink.
Yeah, sure, Clay. Yeah.
You know what, Lou? I left Phila. Yep, I walked out on her.
Is there something I can do, Mr. Saunders?
Yeah, have someone fix a bed in the other room of my suite. Mr. Michelson will be staying with me. At least for tonight.
Mr. Wolfe,
Yes, Archie?
it's Friday.
Good. Fish for dinner, then.
Nope, I was not referring to dinner.
You were not? I can think of nothing more interesting at the moment.
Oh, I can. My salary.
Of course, according to the Julian calendar.
We're on the Gregorian, so let's stick to it. Today is Friday. Today I get paid.
Archie, there's a drop.
Oh, don't exaggerate. You can't be getting the cold shutters just because I'm asking for my money.
I can distinctly feel fresh air flowing into the room.
Well, it's possible I might have opened a window 6 inches.
You're insane. Shut it at once.
Nope.
Are you trying to blackmail me?
Think it might work?
Never.
Then the window stays open.
You're fired.
I accept your offer. All you have to do is pay up.
I've hired you again.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe, you've cleaned out the bank balance again?
Well, that is... Well, had you seen those Miltonians?
Would I have voluntarily given up my paycheck for them? Orchids are very beautiful, Mr. Wolfe, but blondes are...
The door, Archie.
I am unemployed.
Confound you, it may be a client, and if it is, and we can extract a fee. You follow me, Archie?
I'm already on my way to the door.
Mr. Wolfe, I've got to see him at once.
Well, come in.
Thank you.
Mr. Wolfe, this is...
My name is Saunders, Mr. Wolfe. We've met before.
I remember. As a matter of fact, you sold me a painting of Michelson.
Yes, well, that's why I'm here. It's about Michelson, Mr. Wolfe, that I've come. Frankly, I think the man's about to go mad. He and his wife have split up, and
such a splendid artist, too. A pity.
I don't know what to do. He's drinking like a fish. For 2 weeks, I've been letting him live in part of my suite at the Garrison Club. But, he's just steadily getting worse.
I try a hospital.
I can't. The publicity. Mr. Wolfe, Clay admired you so that time we all had dinner after the painting transaction. I thought maybe you could talk to him. Maybe you could get him on his feet again.
I'm not a doctor, Mr. Saunders.
But I'm sure he'd listen to you.
Excuse me a moment, Mr. Saunders. Nero Wolfe speaking.
Inspector Kramer.
Good evening, Inspector.
Got a guy called Lou Saunders at your place? Garrison Club said he'd gone to your place.
Yes, he's here.
Well, see to it that he doesn't leave until I get there.
I'd hardly do that, Inspector. I have no reason to detain Mr. Saunders.
There's plenty of reason. It so happens a woman's just been murdered in his suite.
Murdered?
Yeah. A Miss Hilda Lundgren.
What's happened?
Now will you hold him?
Do you know a Miss Hilda Lundgren, Saunders?
Hilda Lundgren? I've never heard of her.
She seems to have chosen your suite to be murdered in.
I'd better get right over there.
Mr. Saunders says to tell you he'll be right over, Inspector.
Now listen, Wolfe.
Good day, Inspector.
Murdered? Murdered in my suite? Mr. Wolfe, you've got to come with me.
Mr. Goodwin will accompany you after the formality of a retainer, Mr. Saunders.
Oh, anything you say. Here, I'll write a check.
Good. 500.
500? Fine.
My friend and assistant, Mr. Goodwin, will go with you. I have great confidence in his ability to bring back every detail of a murder, particularly where a woman's involved.
Okay, you photographers, picnic's over for tonight. Pick up your stuff and get out of here.
You sound real mean today, Inspector Kramer.
Well, if it isn't Nero Wolfe's favorite stooge. What are you doing here, Goodwin?
I got bored with my knitting.
Look, I wasn't asking for humor.
I'm Louis Saunders, Inspector.
Saunders? Ever seen that woman before?
Yes, I believe I have. I can't remember where, but the face looks familiar.
Lovely-looking woman. Blonde and really built.
Well, she ought to look familiar. She's one of the cleaning women here at the club.
She is? Cleaning? Well, since when have gals like this been reduced to cleaning floors? What's happening to the world? There ought to be a law.
Yeah, there is. She was killed with a knife, or haven't you had time to notice?
That's not a knife, Inspector Kramer. That's one of Clay's Chinese letter openers.
What was that?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all. Yes, it is a strange knife.
What were you saying, Mr. Saunders?
Just said that looked like one of the letter openers belonging to one of my friends.
Who is this Clay?
Clay Michelson, the artist. You can't possibly think he'd do a thing like this.
I think everybody did it until we know otherwise. When were you last up here, Mr. Saunders?
Me? Why, just a little while ago. I changed my clothes just before I went to see Mr. Wolfe.
She wasn't here then?
Well, I don't know. I didn't come into this room, just in my part of the suite.
Your part? Who occupies this room?
Mr. Michelson. He's been staying with me.
Strange wound, no blood.
What do you think you are, Goodwin, a medical examiner?
Oh, but
Yeah, the killer probably wiped the blood away. Saunders, have you any idea where your artist friend might have run off to?
I haven't seen Clay all afternoon. He spends a lot of time down in the bar.
Well, he'd hardly sit in a bar if he's killed somebody.
Why would he pick on the cleaning woman?
Oh, this is no ordinary cleaning woman. Get a load of that figure.
Watch it, Goodwin, watch it. You're liable to stretch your brain.
But you're wrong. In spite of everything, Clay's still terribly in love with his wife. He wouldn't...
Hello, Lou. Where did you get in?
Yeah, who's this?
Clay.
We're your friends, Lou. They won't serve me any more liquor down at the bar. I gotta find my flask.
Mr. Michelson, may I introduce you to Inspector Kramer of the police?
Who's this guy, Lou?
He's Nero Wolfe's assistant.
Wolf? Police? Well, what do you all want? Somebody park overtime? Where's my flask? The one with my initials. I just bought it this morning.
Mr. Michelson, do you know that somebody was murdered here in your room?
Murdered? Why don't you guys go away and joke with somebody else? Where's my flask?
You better get hold of yourself. I said there's been a murder. Understand?
You serious?
Yep. And I wouldn't be surprised if Inspector Kramer here considers you top suspect.
Me? They think I did it?
You better pull yourself together, Clay.
Yeah, because I got a lot of questions.
Excuse me, the phone.
Sit down, Mr. Saunders. I'll answer it.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
This is Fila. Who is this?
This is Inspector Kramer. Hello? Hello? Who is Fila? Anyone know?
Well, that's my wife.
Your wife?
I want to speak to her.
Come back here, Michelson.
Let me alone.
You're not going anywhere. Now, stay back there.
You're wrong, Inspector. I am going somewhere.
Junior's got a gun.
Yes, Inspector. You should be more careful about your gun when you shove people.
Now, look, Mr. Michelson,
I'll see Mr. Wolfe myself. Stay back, Inspector.
You haven't a chance. We'll nab you before you get a block away.
Well, then I'll just jerk these phone wires. There. And I'll lock the doors. That should hold you long enough. Good night.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Wolf Kramer.
Indeed.
Clay Michelson may be on his way over there. Hold him until I get there.
Hold him, why?
Not more than 10 minutes ago, he held me up at the point of a gun.
He carries a gun?
It was my gun.
Careless of you, Inspector. Goodbye. Come in.
Mr. Wolfe?
Yes?
My name is Clay Michelson.
Yes, I was rather expecting you.
You've got to help me. They think I murdered someone.
You shouldn't have run away from the police.
I've been drinking a lot, but I wouldn't murder anyone. Fela'd tell you that.
Your wife. Was she the model in that painting of yours I purchased?
What difference does that make? I tell you, they're after me for murder.
You obviously loved your wife deeply at the time you painted her.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Wolfe. Michelson.
Clay. Good Lord, man. The police are on their way over here.
He came for my help, Mr. Saunders.
Oh, I'm glad he did, Mr. Wolfe. But we left Inspector Kramer talking from a phone booth. He'll be here any minute.
And we have only a minute to decide why anyone would want to kill a cleaning woman.
I didn't kill anybody.
She was a beautiful woman, Mr. Wolfe.
I gathered that, Archie, from your unusual interest in the case.
She was stabbed with a letter opener from Mr. Michelson's house.
Which might add Mrs. Michelson to our suspect list.
Fila? You can't suspect Fila.
You're very gallant, Michelson. Just how was this beautiful young cleaning woman, this Miss Lundgren, stabbed?
In the heart. Her eyes were wide open, pupils dilated with shock.
Details later, Archie. Kramer will be here shortly. At the moment, I would like to know where everyone was.
Well, Mr. Saunders was here with us, you remember. I don't know where Mrs. Michelson was, but I could go see her and find out.
No, it won't be necessary, Archie. Mr. Michelson, where were you?
Me? Why, I'm not sure. I can't seem to remember.
That's hardly what we would call helpful.
I was drunk. Maybe I went to Fila's. I've been over there lots this week trying to talk to her. Yes, I must have gone over there.
Have you ever seen the murdered woman before?
No, I never saw her before in my life.
I've seen her before, Mr. Wolfe.
Indeed, Mr. Saunders. I seem to remember your earlier statement to the contrary.
Well, I didn't know her name, but when I saw her, I remembered her. I understand she was quite an alcoholic.
Unfortunate woman. Beautiful and
Well, look who's here, Inspector Kramer.
Oh, here you are, Michelson.
And as usual, you didn't have the courtesy to ring the bell, Inspector.
And give you a chance to get this guy out of here? Nothing doing, Wolf. Now, come on. We're going to headquarters.
Mr. Wolfe, you can't let him take me. I didn't do it.
I'm afraid there's not much I can do about it, Mr. Michelson.
Come on. You come along too, Saunders. I got to get a statement from you.
Of course.
This way. Come on.
Very well.
All right. I just got an angle.
Really, Archie?
Sure, it's simple. Saunders been going for this beautiful cleaning babe. Clay worms in. Saunders kills her.
Perhaps there was jealousy somewhere in this case, Archie. Nero Wolfe speaking.
Mr. Wolfe, this is Phila Michelson. You don't know me, but you once bought a painting from my husband. I've got to see you, Mr. Wolfe. You've got to help me.
Mrs. Michelson, have some of this delicious beer. Another can, Archie. And now, Mrs. Michelson, may I ask how you found out there was a murder in the first place?
A policeman came to see me. He told me what had happened, that they were looking for Clay. I don't know what to think. He's temperamental, he's jealous, and he's sometimes violent, but I can't imagine anything like this, not Clay. Maybe some of those friends of his, but...
You don't care for your husband's friends?
No, they all live off him. They're leeches.
Mrs. Michelson, did your husband come to see you this afternoon?
This afternoon? No.
You're quite positive?
Oh, yes.
That was his alibi for the time of the murder. He said he went to see you. Of course, he was fuzzy, usual effect of alcohol on the brain cells, but... Mrs. Michelson, might I be a little indiscreet for a moment?
Indiscreet?
Have you been seeing some other man?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Please, Mrs. Michelson, I'm afraid your face gives away more than you tell.
I thought we were here to talk about a murder, Mr. Wolfe.
Indeed, but your husband's jealousy might well fit into that category.
Clay, imagine things.
You're a very beautiful woman, Mrs. Michelson. Now, if you'll try telling me the truth, perhaps we can accomplish something.
But I tell you... All right. So I thought I was in love with another man.
Your husband suspected but didn't know, huh?
No. Clay didn't know. He wouldn't have given me a divorce anyway.
You sound as though you want your husband back.
I did, but I didn't even know where he went.
Indeed, Mrs. Michelson. Archie informs me that the murdered woman was quite lovely.
What are you trying to suggest?
You said yourself you wanted your husband back.
Yeah, one woman jealous of another, that's always murder.
Why, that's stupid. Clay wouldn't play around with a maid. That's stupid. Clay loves me. I'm not jealous of anyone. No one, do you understand?
Archie, if you'll see Mrs. Michelson home...
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I can find my own way.
I prefer Archie took you, Mrs. Michelson. You wanted my help, didn't you? Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Michelson. If you will just wait outside for a moment, please.
What have you got in mind, Mr. Wolfe?
Try exercising your own judgment just once, Archie.
You mean she's the one who's jealous?
Perhaps, Archie. Perhaps she may want us to think she was jealous. Perhaps she actually doesn't want her husband back at all, only to pin a murder on him.
Oh.
You see, in this case, it would be simpler than divorce.
Yeah? Yeah, she might just be trying to get rid of him.
She might, Archie. But then she's a woman, so don't count on anything. She might even be telling the truth.
This is where I live, Mr. Goodwin.
Nice. Very nice. I like Greenwich Village.
I'm trying to figure out why Mr. Wolfe sent you along with me.
I'm a sucker for beautiful women.
I wonder. Archie,
Huh?
does Mr. Wolfe believe me?
He hasn't made an official statement yet. Nice furniture and things.
You sound like an appraiser or someone looking for something.
That's because it's November.
Mr. Wolfe sent you to search my
You
apartment.
could be wrong. I don't... Oh.
What's the matter now?
Thought you said your husband hadn't been here today.
He wasn't.
And what's his flask doing among these papers on the desk? Very prettily decorated with his initials. He was looking for it at the club.
Flask? I don't know what it's doing there.
Yeah, sure. You're trying to help, Clay. Right into the electric chair. His only alibi was his being here this afternoon, and you said he wasn't. Then what is his flask doing here? He said he just bought it this morning, so he must have been here today.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where's your phone?
Well, you've got things wrong. I don't know anything about that flask.
Hey, the lights... Who switched off those lights? Phila, put those lights on. Put on those lights.
Oh, the lights are... Get to the lights. That flask... gone.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Wolf, where's Fila Michelson?
Fila? Perhaps you might try the lost and found, Inspector.
Now, look, I know she was over at your place.
I thought you were interested in Clay Michelson.
Well, I let him and Saunders go, for the present. They're clean until I get the medical examiner's report.
Oh, when will it be ready, by the way?
An autopsy takes time, you know that. Where's the Michelson woman?
I believe she had a date with Archie. Why do you want her?
I'm sure it never dawned on you, Wolf, but this cleaning woman who was killed was some dish. Maybe Mrs. Michelson was the jealous one.
Your thinking is beginning to bear an amazing resemblance to Archie's, Inspector.
Also, it maybe never dawned on you that Fila Michelson hasn't offered an alibi for the time of the murder.
You're right, Inspector. Yeah, you are.
Come on, Wolf, quit stalling. Where's Fila Michelson?
What? Oh, I really don't know, Inspector, but perhaps as a last resort, of course, you might try her home. Good night, Inspector. Inevitable. The moment I'm comfortable. Come in.
Mr. Wolfe. Oh, thank heavens you're here.
I always am. Where's Mr. Goodwin?
I don't understand how it happened. I swear I don't.
What happened?
I haven't got any idea how it got there.
Got where? Calm down, Mrs. Michelson. Now, just what got where?
Clay's new flask. Your assistant, Archie. He came home with me, and that new initial flask was there. He thinks Clay was there this afternoon, and that I'm trying to frame him or something.
Oh, here you are.
She's here, therefore.
This is our gal, Mr. Wolfe. She's been lying right down the line.
I tell you, Clay wasn't there.
Then why did you give me this clout on the head and grab the evidence and run?
I didn't hit you. I ran, but I didn't hit you. And I didn't take that flask either.
Oh, next thing she'll say there wasn't any flask.
Stop gaping at Mrs. Michelson, Archie, and open the door.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, they let Clay and me go for the... Fila, what are you doing here?
After your visit this afternoon, Mr. Saunders, she decided to come down and see me.
After my visit? What makes you think I was at Fila's?
It was Mr. Saunders, not your husband, who came to visit you this afternoon, wasn't it, Mrs. Michelson?
I don't have anything to do with Mr. Saunders.
Then might I ask why you called him today?
I wasn't calling him. I was calling Clay.
You told me earlier yourself that you didn't know where Mr. Michelson was.
Well, all right. So what if it was Mr. Saunders who came this afternoon?
As he has for many afternoons.
What are you trying to get at, Mr. Wolfe?
Saunders? He and Fila?
Yes, Archie. Mr. Saunders, the artist's friend and agent, happens to be the one who was making a fool of the artist.
But that's all over. I told him. That's what I was talking to Mr. Saunders about this afternoon. I didn't want Clay to know. Clay would never have come back.
All right, so it was Fila and me. I admit it, but that's not murder.
I suggest that it is, Mr. Saunders. I suggest that one of you two murdered the cleaning woman. Whichever one of you carelessly left the whiskey flask in Fila's apartment.
This is murder, Mr. Wolfe. Not a joke.
Not at all a joke. You see, our cleaning woman was not murdered by the knife found in her body. She was poisoned.
What do you mean? Not by the knife?
Poisoned. She undoubtedly drank from Michelson's flask while she was working in his room at the Garrison Club.
But she was stabbed.
True. However, Miss Lundgren was an alcoholic. Saunders mentioned that, and I checked with the club manager.
But how does that prove there was poison in the flask? That she was poisoned?
Archie, would you mind repeating your description of the dead Miss Lundgren? First, as to the wound.
Okay. There was no blood.
Someone advanced a fantastic theory about wiping the blood away. And now, Archie, the description of the body of Miss Lundgren.
I mentioned the fact that her eyes were wide open, the pupils were dilated. Hey, dilated pupils?
Yes, Archie. The lack of blood had already made me wonder about the entire affair. When you added the dilated pupils...
What's special about dilated pupils?
In death, that is a common symptom of poison by a certain vegetable drug of considerable potency.
But what was the point of stabbing her?
The poison did the job. However, the killer later used the letter knife in an effort to deceive the police. However, he unhappily forgot that the dead don't bleed.
I think you're guessing, Mr. Wolfe.
Am I?
All I can say is that I was at the pool in the early afternoon.
You're very certain you were at the club pool when the murder was committed, Mr. Saunders?
Certainly. From 1 until 3.
Excuse me, please. Wolf speaking.
Inspector Kramer, medical examiner's report just came in this minute. And get a load of this, wizard. The dame didn't die of stabbing at all.
I know.
You know?
She died of drinking a fatal dose of poison known as deadly nightshade.
What? How do you know that?
Inspector, do they know what time she died?
Time? The medical examiner says 2:30.
Thank you, Inspector. Oh, incidentally, if you care to drop over here, you may pick up the murderer. Goodbye.
I heard him, Wolf. She died at 2:30. As I told you, I was in the pool at 2:30.
Which is exactly how you prove yourself a murderer, Mr. Saunders.
Oh, I proved myself...
Even the police didn't know what time she died. Until just now. And the body wasn't found until the evening. How did you know she died between 1 and 3?
I didn't know, but...
You probably were at the pool at the time. The maid drank the poisoned whiskey you put in the flask of your friend Clay Michelson.
I tell you, you're crazy.
You planned to get rid of Clay, who stood in the way of your marrying Fila. When you came back to your room at 3 and found that the maid had drunk it instead, you stabbed her with Clay's letter opener to cover up the real cause of the murder and throw suspicion on Clay.
Oh, this is nonsense. Ridiculous.
And then, when you learned that the woman for whose love you were willing to commit murder was through with you, you took Michelson's new flask to Fila's home, confident that it would be found there.
Yes, and then he attacked me and stole that flask again in order to make it look like Fila had done it.
Exactly, Archie. Mr. Saunders, the chances are that your fingerprints will be found on that whiskey flask, and they'll be able to trace the poison to wherever you purchased it. The chances are...
Oh, no, you don't. Careful now, all of you.
Guns bore me, Saunders.
Oh, yeah? I'm leaving. You are
Clay!
Oh!
Clay.
Yes, Mrs. Michelson, your husband has been there for some time.
Clay, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Well done, Mr. Michelson. I think you proved that an artist's life may indeed be exciting.
I've been an awful fool, Mr. Wolfe.
Mr. Michelson, you might remember for the future that unreasoning and unjustifiable jealousy sometimes creates the very conditions that it fears.
You're being very kind to me, Mr. Wolfe.
How can we ever thank you?
By prompt remittance of your check on receipt of my bill in the morning. Good day, Mr. and Mrs. Michelson.
Good day, Mr. Wolfe.
Good day.
What's the matter with Archie? You look glum.
Yeah. I always have the lousiest luck.
Meaning?
A hectic case with 2 beautiful dames. Michelson gets one, the undertaker gets the other, and what do I get? Hey, that reminds me. You got a fee. I get paid.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Cheryl Hendricks and based on the famous characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin, and Betty Lou Gerson, Howard McNear, Dan O'Hurley, Vic Perrin, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Beautiful Archer. Don Stanley speaking. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun and laughs with the chimes later this evening when Ed Gardner stars in Duffy's Tavern. As usual, Duffy won't be there, but Archie the manager will definitely be on hand to spread his whimsical advice where it'll do the most damage. Tomorrow night, there's action on NBC with Herbert Marshall starring as the man called X in another exciting battle against the forces of international intrigue. Next, Sam Spade.
Later, William Bendix on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Mr. Wolfe? No, he isn't. Huh? Oh, well. For you, maybe he is.
I'm not here.
Oh, yes, yeah. He's always here.
I've gone out.
No. He seldom ever goes out.
I won't start on anything tonight.
Well, sure, he'd love to start on a case tonight. What's your name? Oh, that's a beautiful name. Address?
Archie, it's another woman hang-up.
No. Honest, I'm not Mr. Wolfe, but I'm his agent. Yeah, I'll be right over, miss. Goodbye.
What's her trouble? Where are you going?
Well, she said she's received some threatening notes and she's afraid to leave her hotel. So long, boss.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
We prefer to call tonight's story The Case of the Vanishing Shells. It didn't seem to be difficult at first, but, well, I'm not a stupid individual, but so often I allow myself to become mesmerized by beautiful women. Heaven bless them. Doris Murray was such a woman. She phoned us first late one afternoon about 5 o'clock, then again at 5:30.
Very well, Mr. Goodwin, but I would prefer to see Mr. Wolfe.
Well, I said I'd be there at 6, Miss Murray.
I don't want to talk any longer on the phone. Please hurry. There's someone at the door.
I'll see you in the cocktail lounge at your hotel.
At 6 o'clock. That's half an hour. Don't fail. Who is it?
Emil Stoner.
Oh, come in, Emil. You got my call, darling. Here, let me take your briefcase.
I'll just put it here on the piano, Doris.
I'm terribly upset about those threatening notes, darling. I know it's upset you, too, but I'm determined to find out who it is. I'm not going to let them bluff me out of my first chance to play the star part in one of your shows.
But look, Doris, there's that other part.
Is that all I mean to you? Well, what can they divulge that'll harm us? What?
Several things. And I can't afford... I mean, at this time...
You're frightened, Emil.
Doris, I'm going to give the star part to Paula.
Paula? You've been divorced for 4 years. Why?
Because I feel she can...
play it better. Is that what you're going to say? Well, I can act rings around her.
Now, look, Doris. I know it's a big disappointment to you, but that's the way it is.
Get out. Get out. Go on across the hall to Paula. Give her the part. Louse up your show. She and that playwright of hers.